In a remote provincial estate, far from the heart of the kingdom, a child was born. The father, anxious and tense, had hoped desperately for a son. As the baby was swaddled, the elderly midwife smiled and told him his wish had come true. The child looked just like the lord of the estate. She turned and asked the couple if they had chosen a name. The mother gently answered, Lewin Ardle. She whispered her hope that one day he would shine light into this world. Lewin Ardle's early years were quiet, nothing out of the ordinary. One day, as he was buried in a book, he overheard two men talking about collecting seafood. That small moment caught his attention. He turned and called out, "Uncle Mr. Beggins." Mr. Beggins turned, surprised. "What is it, young master?" Lewin Ardle hesitated, then said nervously, "Please, don't go near the South Mountain Road. I felt something strange there, a weird mana flow." Mr. Beggins blinked in confusion. He wasn't sure what the boy meant. Later, he relayed Lewin Ardle's words to the lord of the estate, but even he couldn't make sense of it. The skies turned dark. Rain poured down. Mr. Beggins burst through the doors, soaked, where Head was already waiting anxiously. "You're late," Head said, concerned. "I took a different path," Mr. Beggins explained quickly, catching his breath. "Sorry to worry you." Head frowned. "What happened?" Mr. Beggins leaned in. "I avoided something dangerous because I listened to young Lewin Ardle." Head stared at him, puzzled. "You remember yesterday?" Mr. Beggins said. "Lewin Ardle warned me about the South Mountain Road. Just now, I heard beastmen attacked anyone who passed through there." Head's eyes widened in shock. Mr. Beggins nodded grimly. "Everyone who went through that route was in serious danger. But I wasn't there, thanks to Lewin Ardle." They both went silent. Mr. Beggins finally asked, "Do you think Lewin Ardle can really sense mana in the air?" Head looked uncertain. If that's true, he could be the future of the Ardle family. From that day forward, Lewin Ardle's abilities became clear. At just 6, he could sense mana. By 7, he could control it. At 10, his magic talent was undeniable. A ceremony was held at the renowned Ignite Magic Academy, the top academy in the entire Radiant Kingdom. The hall fell silent as a man stepped forward. "I now invite the representative of the first years," he announced. All eyes turned as Lewin Ardle took the stage. Though born of a minor noble house, Lewin Ardle had surpassed the heirs of prestigious families. He entered Ignite not just as a student, but as the top-ranked applicant. The academy gave him the title of genius. That title, however, came with pressure. Lewin Ardle tried to accept the weight, reminding himself that his success could raise his family standing. But reality hit hard. On the very first day of class, he learned the truth. He wasn't the best. He wasn't even second. During a practical, the instructor barked, "Release your energy now." Lewin Ardle focused. He tried, but his mana wouldn't respond. Confused and shaken, he stood frozen. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Lewin Ardle stood there, frozen. He couldn't figure out what was going wrong. Whispers spread through the crowd of students watching him. Confused, concerned, even curious. Then came the diagnosis: mana release disorder. The truth hit hard. Lewin Ardle couldn't project magic even a meter beyond his body. For Mage, that was the worst possible fate. His body rejected the very foundation of magic. It didn't take long for rumors to spread. His humble background, his magical flaw, it all became public knowledge. And with it came the shift. One student shoved him. Lewin Ardle stumbled, barely keeping his balance. Another laughed, asking his friend if he was okay. After all, he'd just touched someone defective. "Better wash up quick," the boy joked, "or you'll catch it too." That was all it took. Lewin Ardle was branded incapable, broken, unfit to be at the academy. Not a prodigy, not a genius, just defective. Jealousy festered into cruelty. His top-entry status, now, served as a twisted joy for those who wanted to see him fall. One of the boys who mocked him sneered, "Why were you looking at me like that? You don't even deserve to." He swung at Lewin Ardle like the insult was his right. Lewin Ardle stood there, shaking with rage. He turned, slammed his fist into the wall, breath ragged. Was this really happening? Was the dream over? He had worked harder than anyone, outperformed the elites, entered the academy with top marks. It all crumbled the moment his flaw was exposed. The verdict echoed across campus. The genius who became useless. It should have been the end. It felt like it was. But just as Lewin Ardle teetered on the edge of despair, something awakened. A strange notification blinked before him. Player artifact activated. Status window unlocked. Everything spun. Lewin Ardle felt himself falling, deeper and deeper, as if sinking underwater. A voice echoed around him, telling him something impossible, that he was the incarnation of a world destroyer. He didn't understand. He didn't believe it. And yet, he couldn't deny it, either. Then, it appeared. A towering figure emerged from the shadows, red eyes glowing in the dark. Lewin Ardle's breath caught in his throat. It felt like a dream, but it was far too vivid. The figure leaned closer, opening its mouth. It didn't speak, but Lewin knew it was about to give him an order. Suddenly, his vision shifted. A new image burned into his eyes. He was no longer in that abyss. He was back, hours earlier, at the training grounds of Ignite Academy. It was his turn. He heard the instructor's voice call out. Next, Lewin stepped forward. All you have to do is form a fireball, the man explained, and hit the scarecrow. Just like we practiced. Simple enough for any average student. But for someone who couldn't use magic, it might as well have been impossible. Lewin stepped into place. Lewin stood there, desperate. He didn't know if he'd succeed this time either. Get on with it already. Heidel snapped, irritated. Lewin hesitated. He knew if he stood there too long, the failure would catch up to him again. Taking a breath, he focused. He had to get this right, no matter what. He began channeling mana into his hand, concentrating with everything he had. Just one fireball. That's all he needed. Gasps echoed through the crowd. The fireball forming in Lewin hand was bigger than expected, overflowing with raw energy. Clearly, his body held a massive reservoir of mana. Heidel stayed quiet, watching intently. Lewin dared to believe, for a moment, that he might actually pull it off. That maybe, this time will be different. But then it hit him again. Something snapped. His hand stopped responding. The mana stalled. The fireball flickered and then collapsed. Confused, Lewin tried to force it out, but it wouldn't budge. His body gave in. He coughed from sheer exhaustion. Mana fatigue tore through him like a wave. Frustrated, he spat on the ground. Enough. Show us what you've got already. Heidel barked. But Lewin couldn't. No matter how hard he tried. I can't get it to leave my hand, he muttered, barely audible. Are you serious? Heidel scoffed. You're in your senior year. You still can't cast a basic spell? The words cut deep. If you can't even fire off a simple spell, Heidel growled, then forget about passing your final exam. You're done. Lewin stood there, silent. Deep down, he agreed. He clenched his fist and whispered an apology, vowing to try harder during the next round of practice. The test was simple, 10 fireballs. 10 hits on the target. For most students, a warm-up. For Lewin it was a nightmare. He couldn't even land one. Students around him whispered and laughed. How'd that guy even get in here? One of them said. He should quit while he still can. Another sneered. He's just dead weight. They mocked him relentlessly. To them, he wasn't a genius. He was a joke. They hated the idea that someone from a backwater province, some noble nobody, had outscored them. Envy twisted into cruelty. Their ridicule became constant. Lewin tried to bear it, but he knew he couldn't endure it forever. His spirit, once so full of ambition, was crumbling. The harsh truth wore him down, day by day, piece by piece. For 6 years, he endured this curse. Mana release disorder. He held on longer than most would have. But now, even he was beginning to wonder how much more he could take. Later, in the academy's hallway, a group of boys chatted about their exam scores. Then someone spotted Lewin. Hey, look who it is. The dumbass showed up again, one of them jeered. Another chimed in, laughing. He should start packing. No way he's staying past the finals. If I were him, someone added, I'd be too embarrassed to even walk through the academy. Lewin didn't flinch. Instead, he asked, calm but firm, do you know what the younger students call me? The boy grinned cruelly. What, dumbass? That's what everyone calls you. To the seniors, Lewin was nothing more than a target. Not a role model, not a rival, just someone to push out. Why don't you head back to your little province already? One of them sneered, setting off laughter among the group. Lewin didn't respond. Some people get lucky. They're born with talent or money. Another boy said with a smirk. You got neither. Another added, your whole family's just a bunch of stuck-up fools who've never achieved anything. That was it. Lewin fist flew before the insult could land. The punch connected hard, slamming into the boy's face and sending him crashing backward, skidding across the floor. Everyone froze. Lewin stood over him, eyes blazing. Say that again, he growled. Say that about my father one more time. The boy coughed, blood on his lip, stunned. You think you can act tough just because you landed one lucky hit? Lewin stepped forward. You should know when to shut your mouth. You think you're important enough to talk about my family? Before the tension could cool, another student lunged at Lewin aiming to retaliate. But Lewin moved faster than anyone expected. One punch. That's all it took. The boy collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, hands clutching his stomach. His friend looked on in disbelief, completely thrown by Lewin strength. But the golden-haired boy wasn't about to let it go. Fury took over. He began gathering mana in his hands, ignoring the rules, the risks, everything. You don't lay a hand on me, he shouted. You're nothing. You don't even belong here. Lewin eyes widened. He's going to use magic inside the academy? The glowing sphere launched toward him with deadly speed. The boy didn't care that this could get him expelled. Die, he hissed. Lewin froze. His body refused to move. He could only raise an arm to shield himself. A voice echoed across the courtyard. One of the instructors was running toward them, shouting, "Stop! Now!" Too late. The magic struck Lewinardel. Light exploded in front of his eyes. He flinched, raising his hands instinctively. He waited for the pain, waited for the end. But something else happened. Player artifact activated. Status window unlocked. Everything around him shifted again. A towering figure appeared before him, its red eyes glowing, its presence overwhelming. Lewinardel stared, stunned. He didn't know where he was or what was happening. Then the figure spoke. It said his name, his full name. Lewinardel felt every word land like thunder in his chest. He stared into the glowing eyes, terrified, confused, but somehow drawn in. Then, just as suddenly, the darkness lifted. A voice called his name again, much softer this time. He opened his eyes. "Helen." The instructor leaned over him, relieved. "You're awake." For a second, Lewinardel thought maybe it had all been a dream. But deep down, he knew it was real. He sat up slowly. "Where am I?" "In the break room," Helen said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You need to rest." "I'm fine," he murmured. "Just a little dizzy." He wasn't even sure if he had blacked out. Lewinardel lay there, confused. That towering figure, what was it? It had felt too real to be a dream. "How long have I been out?" he finally asked. "All day," Helen replied softly. "I've been here watching over you." She gave a small, relieved smile. "You're incredibly lucky. Honestly, I thought it'd be much worse." Lewinardel sat up a little. "So, I'm okay." Helen nodded. "We still need to run a few tests, but considering what happened, you're doing great. No burns, no wounds, no internal damage. It's unbelievable." Lewinardel blinked. "But that was a lightning sphere. It should have torn me apart." He knew how deadly that spell was. A direct hit could incinerate someone in seconds. And yet, here he was, alive, intact. "I've never seen anything like this," Helen admitted. Just then, the door creaked open. A professor stepped in, murmuring an apology for interrupting. "I'll go check the test data," Helen said, rising to leave. "The professor will stay with you for now. And Lewinardel, if anything feels off, speak up." She gave him a final glance before stepping out. Moments later, Heidel approached the bed. "How are you holding up?" "I feel fine," Lewinardel said honestly, still unsure if he was dreaming. Heidel nodded. "Good. Because this incident, there's a whole faculty council convening over it." Lewinardel looked up, startled. "The guy who attacked you?" Heidel continued. "He's getting expelled." "Without question." "Expelled," Lewinardel echoed. Heidel's tone hardened. "He used deadly combat magic. That alone would have been enough. But he also spread lies about your family and bullied you repeatedly. The decision was unanimous." Lewinardel dropped his gaze. "I hit him too." "You did," Heidel agreed. "And you'll face the consequences. 1 month of volunteer service. That's all." Lewinardel nodded quietly. "But before I go," Heidel added, "there's one thing I've got to ask." He paused, studying the boy's face. "Do you have an artifact?" Lewinardel's eyes widened. "What? No, of course not. If I had something like that, why would I let myself be treated like garbage this whole time?" Heidel folded his arms. "It's just, right before the lightning hit you, I saw something. A red glow surrounding your body, like a high-tier artifact was shielding you." Lewinardel stared at him in disbelief. He knew what an artifact was. Powerful, ancient relics used by top mages and noble houses. There was no way he had one. But that figure in his dream, the glowing eyes, the voice calling his name, was it connected? "I don't know what happened," Lewinardel said slowly. "But if I had an artifact, I'd know it." Heidel frowned, clearly still unsure. "All right, just rest up." He turned toward the door. "We'll leave it there for now." Lewinardel leaned back, staring at the ceiling. His mind raced. What was that red light? What was that dream? One thing was certain, whatever had saved him, it wasn't normal. It felt just like a dream, but Lewinardel knew it wasn't. That strange voice, the one that had called to him. It had said the artifact was unlocked. Something about a player. He tried to remember what else the statue had said, but his memory was fuzzy. Then it hit him. There had been a status window. And just like that, it appeared, right in front of him, floating in the air. Lewinardel froze. Helen was walking over with a stack of papers. He blinked, trying to process what he was seeing. It was real. "Is something wrong?" Helen asked, noticing his expression. "You're not feeling sick, are you?" "It's not that," Lewinardel replied slowly. I'm seeing something. Right here, in front of me." Helen frowned. "Seeing what?" "It's like a blue screen. With information." She glanced at the empty air where he was staring and gave him a puzzled look. "There's nothing there." Lewinardel. He could tell. She wasn't joking. She really couldn't see it. He looked back at the screen, realizing the truth. Only he could see it. Thinking fast, he shook his head. "Must have been my eyes playing tricks. I probably squinted or something." Helen wasn't amused. "That's not funny. Anyway, your tests look good. You're clear to go back to the dorms." Lewin Artel smiled with relief. Thanks. As he walked away, he ran through everything that had happened in his mind. He survived a lightning strike. He met a red-eyed figure in another dimension. He now had a status window that no one else could see. And then, another notification popped up. A new task. The window instructed him to train his body to increase strength. Lewin Artel squinted at it, confused. Why would a mage need physical strength? Still, he didn't hesitate. He threw a punch. Immediately, the strength stat went up. He hit again. The number rose further. Lewin Artel's eyes lit up. It was working. With every correct hit, his strength grew. But then nothing. He looked at the screen again. The last hit hadn't counted. Even the slightest mistake canceled the progress. He narrowed his eyes. Fine, I'll do it properly. Hours passed. Night had fallen. His body ached and sweat poured down his face, but he kept going. Finally, a message appeared. Task complete. Strength increased. Lewin Artel panted, exhausted. But something was different. He felt it. A strange sensation flowed through him, subtle, deep in his blood. Stronger than mana. It was power. He clenched his fist, testing it, and felt the change instantly. One punch shattered the object in front of him. Mana surged around his hand. Everything, strength, speed, resistance, felt amplified. He could feel the energy pulsing through him. Then came the second reward. Another screen appeared before his eyes. The next task, Power Circle. Lewin Artel leaned in, eyes locked on the glowing text, ready to read. Lewin Artel stared at the new task, eyes widening as he read it. It told him to replace his mana circles with power circles. He froze. Every mage had mana circles. They formed around the heart and were essential for sensing, storing, and releasing mana. The more mana one could control, the more circles they'd form. That was basic magic theory. Lewin Artel had 4 mana circles, an impressive number for someone his age. But with his disorder, they were practically useless. Then it hit him. He focused inward and felt it. The mana circles were gone, replaced. In their place, energy surged wildly, power circles. The sensation was completely new. Foreign, raw, but unmistakably real. Lewin Artel had never even heard of mages without mana circles. What would it mean for him now? Could he even call himself a mage anymore? The thought struck hard, but he shook it off. Now wasn't the time to spiral. He needed to see what this new strength could do. Lewin Artel held out his hand and conjured a fireball. To his shock, it formed instantly. No struggle, no delay, faster than he'd ever managed before. His eyes widened. The ball of flame swirled with dense energy, power he couldn't explain. It had to be the artifact. He remembered that in standard magic theory, it took around 10 seconds to properly gather and release a spell. But this fireball formed instantly. He didn't need to charge it. He didn't even need focus. The power surged up from within, directly tied to his physical strength. This was no ordinary magic. This was the artifact's doing. After another round of intense training, another window appeared beside him. Lewin Artel tensed, unsure what to expect. The task, channel magic through your body and strike. He blinked. How am I supposed to do that? Then he remembered the dream, the name Draka, and that strange red-eyed figure. Maybe Draka had the same disorder Lewin Artel guessed. Maybe that's why he fought using magic infused into his fists and legs instead of casting it traditionally. Lewin Artel still didn't know how he'd made it work, but it had. And now, a new task had appeared. He had to hit a target. Physical force. A mage using brute strength. Lewin Artel had never even considered this path before. But now, maybe it was exactly what he needed. He summoned a fireball again. Fast, efficient, powerful. The task completion window flashed up. Success. He sat down on the ground, completely drained, but smiling. For the first time, he had done it. Really done it. He had reached the final step. The one he'd always failed at before. The release. It had always been his weakness. And now, he'd broken through. He looked at his hands, still buzzing from the impact. The magic had flowed freely. He thought about Draka again. Whoever they were, they had discovered something that no one else had. And now, Lewin Artel had inherited that path. He didn't understand it fully. Didn't even know where this power came from. But one thing was certain. He wasn't the same anymore. His body began to feel heavy, fatigue finally catching up with him. His eyes drifted shut. Then voices. Someone nearby said, "Did he really train until dawn?" Another chuckled. He passed out right here on the field. Lewin Artel stirred, barely aware of where he was. "Wake him up," another voice said. "There's no way he's dead. The guy survived yesterday." The lingering image of the lightning sphere still flickered in Lewin Artel's mind. His head buzzed with noise, and he wasn't sure why. Around him, a small group of students had gathered, staring down at him in disbelief. "Don't scare us like that again," one of them said, visibly rattled. Lewin Artel sat up, stretched, and looked at them like they were the weird ones. "What's with the faces? Never seen someone sleep outside before." They fell silent. One of the students muttered, "This isn't exactly how nobles from respectable academies act." Another squinted at him. "Were you drinking or something?" Lewin Artel rolled his eyes. "Get lost. I was just tired and passed out. That's all." The group still looked uncertain. They whispered among themselves, eyeing him with confusion. Something was different about Lewin Artel, and they could all sense it. One of them glanced over at the training dummy area. His eyes went wide. "Wait, where's the scarecrow?" Everyone turned. The training target was gone, completely obliterated. "Could it have been him?" the guy whispered. "No way," someone scoffed. "He doesn't even know how to use magic properly." Later that day, back at the academy dorms, Jason greeted Lewin Artel as he walked in. He was brushing his teeth, lazily leaning against the wall. "Oh, look who finally decided to show up," he said, foam still in his mouth. "You get into some trouble?" "That's none of your business," Lewin Artel muttered, brushing past him. Jason wasn't offended. He wasn't hostile, just nosy. Despite being the eldest son of a prestigious family, Jason was more obsessed with drinking and chasing girls than studying. He was constantly sneaking off campus for both. Grinning, Jason leaned in. "So, was it a girl?" Lewin Artel didn't even flinch. He picked up some clothes and tossed them straight into Jason's face. "I went to the bathroom," he said flatly. "Whatever story you've made up, keep it to yourself." Later, soaking in warm water, Lewin Artel finally relaxed. His muscles ached, but it felt good. Then it hit him. He had another task to check. Opening the status window, he saw the same training mission, but now the requirements had doubled. Same reward, more reps. Lewin Artel sighed. It wasn't going to be easy, but it didn't matter. If this was the only path he had left to become a mage, he'd take it. A month passed. He learned that the task could only be completed once per day. The catch? If he missed a single day, his progress reset entirely. Every day, the number of required repetitions increased, but the reward stayed the same. And so, he never missed a day. Even as the numbers climbed, Lewin Artel stuck to his routine. Fortunately, the requirement capped at 3,000 reps. Any higher, and it might have killed him. But he pushed through. He ran. He trained. He hit. Over time, something amazing happened. He unlocked a new skill, and when he read the skill's details, he couldn't help but grin. It was exactly what he needed. Meanwhile, around the academy, students had started whispering. "Lewin Artel's acting weird lately," one of them said. "He keeps sleeping during class. He never used to miss a word." "That's all you've noticed?" another scoffed. "He's basically moved to the training grounds. The guy's out there every day, practicing kicks, punches, everything." One student rolled his eyes. "Ignore him. He's always been strange." The other students assumed Lewin Artel was just trying to compensate for his mana disorder through brute training. To them, it looked like a desperate attempt, and a failed one at that. But they didn't know the full story. Over the past month, Lewin Artel had been steadily completing system tasks and, more importantly, digging through any information he could find about the mysterious figure named Draka. He scoured old records, combed through the Academy's library, collecting book after book, but no trace. No mage named Draka. No legacy. Nothing. And yet, Lewin Artel couldn't stop thinking about him. Who was Draka? Who was the one that had passed this strange, hidden power to him? Just then, a voice broke through his thoughts. "Lewin Artel, you haven't heard." Jason ran in, eyes wide with excitement. Lewin Artel looked up, confused. "Heard what?" Jason blinked. "So you don't know? You're just here reading like nothing's happened." Lewin Artel stood up, sensing the tension. "What happened? What's going on?" Jason grinned. "The head of the Artel family, your father, he's here at the academy." Lewin Artel froze. "What?" Jason nodded, practically bouncing. "Yeah, your father." Without another word, Lewin Artel shot out of the room, racing down the corridor. "Father," he shouted. The man speaking nearby turned, and there he was. Head Artel, his father. Lewin Artel stopped, breathless. His father smiled, eyes lighting up. They quickly moved to a quieter place, setting aside time to talk. "How have you been?" Lewin Artel asked. "It's been 6 years since you sent me here." Head nodded. "Doing well, as always." Lewin Artel leaned in. "And my sister? How is she?" "She's growing fast," Head said, chuckling. "She's even learning swordsmanship now. Says she wants to protect her weak, big brother." Lewin Artel scratched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed. "Really? She's always been confident," Head added. For a moment, Lewin Artel said nothing. Then quietly he spoke. "I'm doing okay." "Really?" His father looked puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Lewin Artel hesitated, then repeated, firmer this time. "I'm fine. No one's mistreating me, physically or mentally." Head sipped his tea, thoughtful. Then he finally admitted it. "I didn't come here for a simple visit," he said. "I came to ask if you want to leave the academy." Lewin Artel looked up, surprised. "You've been here a long time," Head continued. "If things are too hard, the door to our home is always open. I want to know, what have you gone through all these years?" Lewin Artel stayed quiet for a moment. Then, with calm honesty, he said, "I won't lie to you. It was hard. From the beginning, I was treated badly. Head's expression darkened, but Lewin Ardle raised a hand. But I think I found a way through it. He leaned forward. Let's make a deal. Head raised an eyebrow. There's a practical exam coming up, Lewin Ardle said. If I pass it, if I prove myself, I stay. If I fail, I'll come home. No arguments. He looked his father in the eye. But I will succeed. Head saw the fire in his son's eyes. He didn't argue. Shortly after, he returned to the estate. Then, the long-awaited day arrived. The first phase of the exam began, the written test on magic theory. The hall was silent. The instructors stood watch. Everyone was warned. Any violation would result in immediate punishment. Once the results were reset and confirmed, the exams began. Lewin Ardle picked up his pen. The exam was split into two major parts, written and practical. The practical portion was further divided into 4 categories: precision shooting, magic power measurement, group combat, and finally, one-on-one duels. Despite his disorder, Lewin Ardle breezed through the written exam. His knowledge was flawless, a result of relentless study and preparation. During the training period, one student always stood out in the practicals, a top-ranked contender from a prestigious family. But this time, Lewin Ardle believed things would be different. This time, he was aiming for first place. After completing the written portion and spending a few more days preparing, the day of the practical exams finally arrived. As Lewin Ardle waited, someone called out to him. It was Jason. You've been acting kind of weird lately, Jason said, walking up. You got a plan for today? Lewin Ardle nodded. Try something new with magic. Jason raised a brow, intrigued. Interesting. So what's the strategy? Before Lewin Ardle could answer, Mikkel interrupted them. What's he doing here? He sneered. He laughed, eyes full of scorn. You're seriously taking part in the exam? Lewin Ardle remained calm. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Mikkel chuckled, clearly amused. You? With your release disorder? The others nearby started laughing too. Mikkel threw an arm around Lewin Ardle's shoulder mockingly. Look, from someone who's failed the practical 6 times, take my advice. Just don't bother. Save yourself the embarrassment. Lewin Ardle brushed off his hand. Thanks, but I'm good. Your advice won't help me. Michael's smile faded into a glare. You think someone like you can pass this? You seriously believe that? He snapped. You're not even worth my time. Lewin Ardle didn't reply. But he realized something. Mikkel hadn't always acted this bold. This confidence, it felt forced. Like Mikkel saw him as a threat and didn't know how to deal with it. I'll handle you in the duel, Mikkel muttered before walking away. The first practical test was up, precision shooting. Officially known as the multi-target shooting test, this part measured how many moving targets a mage could hit at once. This year, the difficulty had been increased. All the targets were now in motion, darting unpredictably across the field. The room grew quiet. Everyone watched intently, counting each hit. Angelia, once considered promising, couldn't hit a single target. Past failures had shaken her confidence. The average result? Abysmal. Most students hit 3, maybe 4 targets at best. Just a slight increase in difficulty had crushed the entire group's performance. From the stands, murmurs rippled through the audience. Is this really the quality of this year's graduates? Even the professors looked disappointed, though they tried to hide it. That's when Professor Elric announced the next participant. Mikkel, you're up. Finally, someone they could count on. Mikkel strutted confidently into the arena. He glanced over at Lewin Ardle. Watch closely, he smirked. I'll show you how it's done. The signal rang out. Mikkel raised his hand, his magic flaring to life. In seconds, he began firing clean, accurate shots. The students cheered. They were expecting it, but still impressed. Mikkel was back at the top. There was no question in anyone's mind. He would take first place again. One of the teachers proudly stepped forward, claiming they had trained a successor truly worthy of the family name. Professor Elric turned to the others, asking if they really believed this guy was the Academy's shining star. He was sure this student would represent them at the upcoming Grand Festival. Before things got too carried away, Tyrion Ignat cut in, urging the professor to stop. He said they'd seen more than enough to judge this year's graduating class. But Heidel was curious. Why not stay a little longer and see what Lewin Ardle had in store? Tyrion Ignat raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear Lewin Ardle's name. Based on what he'd seen, Lewin Ardle's skill level shouldn't have been enough to pass the exam. Still, out of respect for the kids' determination, they agreed to stay and watch. Down in the arena, Lewin Ardle stepped forward, seeing this as his moment to finally prove himself. The examiner gave him the go-ahead. Without hesitation, Lewin Ardle raised his hand, summoning a fireball. Then, with his other hand, he added more. Soon, multiple fireballs were swirling around him. The professor stared, stunned by how fast he conjured them. The other students were just as baffled. Only Mikkel looked angry. He scoffed and told the others not to be fooled. Sure, Lewin Ardle could make all the fireballs he wanted, but he couldn't actually launch them. But before Mikkel could finish a sentence, Lewin Ardle moved. He activated a skill that let him accelerate unnaturally fast, a newly acquired ability called time refraction. For 30 seconds, he could move like a phantom in any direction. In a blink, Lewin Artel shot forward, slicing through every target like a raging storm. It was over in one explosive moment. The crowd sat frozen. Even the teachers couldn't believe what they'd just seen. Lewin Artel stood in the center, breathless. He had done it. Every single target obliterated. Behind him, an official slowly scribbled the number 27, his hand trembling. The audience gasped. Lewin Artel had used magic from his own hands to hit every single target. No one could figure out how he managed to strike all 27. It was the highest score in the Academy's history. Confusion spread. How'd he move that fast? Was it really magic? Then Tyrion Ignat rose from his seat and began to applaud. He called the performance extraordinary. The students followed, cheering and congratulating Lewin Artel. But not Mikkel. He was fuming. He couldn't understand how Lewin Artel had pulled this off. Lewin Artel himself was overwhelmed. For 6 long years, he hadn't heard a single word of praise. Now, as applause filled the arena, a warm feeling stirred in his chest. Maybe this was what he'd been chasing all along. Professor Elric, though, wasn't convinced. He questioned why Lewin Artel used hand-based magic, claiming it didn't even qualify as proper spellcasting. Heidel calmly replied that magic's true nature lies in its limitless potential. If it always followed the rules, he said, it wouldn't be magic, it'd be math. Professor Elric tried to argue, but Tyrion Ignat silenced him. The old man smiled and said what they had just witnessed was nothing short of a miracle. A student had done something flawless. As the others nodded in agreement, Professor Elric seethed. To him, it felt like everything had just unraveled because of this one boy. No one could have predicted things would flip so fast. Jason cheerfully dragged Lewin Artel into the building, acting like they'd been best friends forever. Lewin Artel asked him to chill, but before he could say more, the others swarmed him. Everyone wanted to know, how'd he pull off that insane move during yesterday's exam? Just like that, they were all trying to get on his good side. Lewin Artel saw right through it. Just yesterday, he was nothing but an outcast. And now, everything had changed overnight. Turning to Jason, Lewin Artel simply said he was moving forward from here on. Of course, that kind of talk didn't sit well with everyone. When he opened the door to his room, he stopped cold. Mikkel was already inside, standing silently by the window. Lewin Artel narrowed his eyes. What are you doing in my room? Mikkel didn't even turn around. He muttered that Lewin Artel was getting too full of himself, all because he scored a few points with something that wasn't even real magic. His tone dripped with annoyance. Lewin Artel raised an eyebrow. Sounds like jealousy. Michael's face twisted. He'd been at the top for 6 years, and now this guy, who'd spent all that time crawling at the bottom, was suddenly talking back. He stepped forward, but Lewin Artel didn't flinch. Calmly, he reached out and pushed Michael's hand away, then held it tight. Michael's eyes widened. The strength in that grip wasn't normal. Lewin Artel didn't raise his voice. He just said that if Mikkel really wanted to fight, then they should settle it the right way. One-on-one. Fair and square. They both needed to graduate, after all. Then he let go. Mikkel growled that no one had the right to challenge him, especially someone like Lewin Artel. He couldn't believe this guy was even trying. Lewin Artel looked him straight in the eye and said, just wait. We'll see who stands at the end. Mikkel stormed out, slamming the door. In the hallway, his frustration boiled over. There was no way this so-called rival would even make it to their match. He jammed his hand into his pocket, then paused. He remembered how tightly Lewin Artel had squeezed it. That grip, it wasn't normal. Was Lewin Artel even a mage? Next up was the second stage of the practical exam, a direct measurement of magical power. This part used the Academy's most prized treasure, an ancient artifact that existed in only a few places on the continent. 5 centuries ago, the Archmage Freud had sealed a creature named King Ram into the artifact, turning it into what was now a magical measuring tool, like a living punching bag for spells. The task was simple: blast the statue with the magic you were most confident in, and see what score you could pull. But simple didn't mean easy. Lewin Artel asked Jason for tips, and he agreed. It was all about choosing the spell you knew best. Still, Jason warned him, this thing was ruthless. Scoring anything over 20 was considered amazing. Some poor guy stepped up and tried using a thunderstorm spell. The statue didn't even blink. Instead, it demanded the guy step aside, calling his magic laughably weak. Then it even told him to quit magic altogether. Disappointment rippled through the crowd. Same old results, someone muttered. The statue called for the next challenger. Before anyone could move, a girl dashed past the last guy and jumped in line. She glanced over her shoulder and told him, watch closely. A student stepped up, ready to prove her strength. With focus, she launched an ice spell straight at the statue. It landed cleanly, and for a moment, her confidence surged. The ogre responded, voice booming. Her power was impressive. Her eyes lit up in surprise, until he added that it was her hopelessness that impressed him most. Stunned, The girl's expression fell apart. She'd only scored 2 points. Tears welled up as she muttered that it had been her strongest spell. One by one, more students gave it their best, only to fail. The air grew heavy with disappointment. Then the lead examiner stepped forward. "Hold it together," he said. "Don't bring the whole room down. Let the next ones have their shot." Next up was Mikkel. He walked up with confidence, casting a strong spell to draw attention. But the statue didn't react with awe. Instead, it sounded bored. "Is that it?" the ogre grumbled. "How disappointing." Mikkel scowled. "I'm the third son of Josh Garyhill," he said, proudly dropping the name like it should change everything. But the statue just laughed. "Oh, that idiot? The one who begged me to boost his kid's score? You got even less talent than him." Mikkel froze. "What are you talking about? You gave me 27 points. "Yeah," the statue said with a yawn. "And I regret every one of them." Without waiting for a reply, it called for the next student. Lewin Artle stepped forward. His chest tightened. He took a breath, calmed himself, and stepped into position. "I'm Lewin Artle," he said, announcing his name. The statue tilted its head. "Never heard of you." Lewin Artle blinked. "I just said my name." "Not important," the statue muttered. "Begin." A murmur spread through the students as they saw his mana begin to surge. It wasn't normal. His aura flared with explosive energy. Was that class for magic? That kind of power shouldn't have even been possible for someone their level. Even the statue looked puzzled. Lewin Artle didn't say a word. He just launched himself into the air. From above, he twisted midair, shifting the magic from his fist down to his leg, and then detonated it. The force rippled across the room. The students gaped. One whispered that this wasn't just class 4. It had to be class 5. Lewin Artle landed, steady on his feet. He couldn't believe it had worked. His timing had been perfect. But the statue's reaction was strange. It leaned closer. "Who are you?" Lewin Artle frowned. "I already told you." Lewin Artle. The statue narrowed its eyes. "Are you Draka?" That threw Lewin Artle off completely. The crowd exchanged confused glances. Draka? Who was that? For months, Lewin Artle had studied every book he could get his hands on. He'd never seen that name anywhere. He looked up. "Do you know this Draka?" The statue nodded. "I've been waiting for him. And now, he's finally here." Lewin Artle's heart skipped. "What do you mean, his incarnation?" The ogre looked amused. "Say your name again." "Lewin Artle." The statue went silent for a moment, then spoke. Everyone stood in stunned silence. They'd never forget what they just saw. The student recording the results stepped up and asked the statue to give Lewin Artle's score right away, before it disappeared again. But the ogre shook his head. "Too much. I'll tell you later, when no one's around." The recorder blinked in confusion. "What do you mean? The evaluation isn't optional. You're under contract. Mr. Kingram must assess every student." The ogre's expression darkened. "I've been doing this for centuries, judging kids who barely even count as mages. And now you're quoting rules at me." The guy quickly apologized, but still pressed. "I just need a number. What should I write down for Lewin Artle?" The ogre grumbled, clearly irritated, but finally gave in. "Fine, I'll give him a score, but let him decide. Z or 100. The crowd gasped. Lewin Artle stared, stunned. 100? He echoed. The ogre nodded slowly. Lewin Artle steadied himself and gave his answer. "I'll take 100. Gasps echoed through the room. The students couldn't believe it. No one had ever been awarded 100 points. Not in the last 100 years. One teacher murmured that Lewin Artle had officially become the talk of the academy now. Lewin Artle turned. "And what are you doing here?" he asked, spotting the professor in the crowd. The teacher held up a sheet of paper. "Word travels fast," he said. "Your scores already reached the head of the academy. Take this." Lewin Artle unfolded it, his eyes scanning the text. "The artifact room? What the hell is this?" The teacher simply replied, "Come with me." They walked in silence, the door closing behind them as they descended a hidden stairwell. Lewin Artle glanced around. "I've never seen this part of the academy before." "You wouldn't have," the teacher said. "No one's allowed here. You're the first." Lewin Artle frowned. "Then why am I allowed?" The man stopped. "This is the farthest I can go. You're on your own from here." Lewin Artle hesitated, then nodded and stepped through the next door. He had no clue what to expect, but he was sure this was his reward. The room beyond took his breath away. Relics, artifacts, legendary items he'd only ever read about were scattered everywhere. It felt like he'd just walked into the Archmage's personal treasure vault. Then, he heard a voice. "You look lost." Lewin Artle spun around, startled. Standing there wasn't a statue, but the ogre himself in the flesh. "You're not stone anymore?" Lewin Artle asked, stunned. "This is the only place where I can appear like this," the ogre replied. "The ancient mana in this room allows me to manifest fully, not just as a statue, not just an artifact." Lewin Artle stared. "What did you mean earlier, when you said I didn't understand my true value?" The ogre's gaze sharpened. "Exactly that. You have no idea who you really are, or what you're meant to become." Lewin Artle was thrown off. This ogre was acting strange, especially for someone tied to the same artifact he'd used earlier. How could he know about it? You've seen the artifact, the ogre said. It's rare, one of a kind. So tell me, how did you come to possess it? What's your connection to Draka? Lewin Ardle shook his head. I've been trying to figure that out myself. I don't even know who or what Draka is. The ogre paused, silent for a long moment. Then he spoke. There was once a being who dreamed of becoming a god. He came to the Sky Peak tribe, my tribe, many years ago. Small, frail-looking, nothing impressive on the outside. The ogre's voice grew darker. But his power, it was monstrous. No one could stand against him. Even when we joined forces, even when we tried to crush him together, he only grew stronger. And still, we came to respect him. He became one of us. A brother. A teacher. The ogre looked at Lewin Ardle. That being was Draka. He taught the next tribal leader everything. Language, magic, wisdom. For nearly a century. Lewin Ardle's eyes widened. He lived that long. He wasn't human, the ogre replied. His true form was the black dragon, Dragonia. Lewin Ardle staggered back, completely shaken. Dragons are real. You've heard the stories, haven't you? The ogre said. But they're more than just legends. Tell me, do you know where magic truly comes from? Lewin Ardle could only shake his head. I've only heard the myths. Draka couldn't use magic the way others did, the ogre explained. Instead, he created his own path, one that infused raw power directly into his body, into his arms, his legs, into every movement. Lewin Ardle listened closely, slowly putting the pieces together. He was like me, Lewin Ardle said quietly. Treated differently, misunderstood. The ogre nodded. Exactly. Draka forged a unique ability, something no one else could copy. He converted magic into pure power. That technique made him the strongest being alive. Lewin Ardle's mind raced. Then why was he called the Destroyer of Worlds? Because even that power wasn't enough for him, the ogre answered. He pushed it further and further, until he destroyed everything. And finally, even himself. Lewin Ardle stood frozen, the weight of that truth sinking in. To wield such strength and lose everything. Suddenly, a notification blinked into view. He'd unlocked a new achievement, Friend of the Ogre. He blinked. A reward? Now, he figured there had to be more to it. Talking with characters like this wasn't just for lore. Another message popped up. Skill acquired, Ogre's Rage. 30 minutes of enhanced strength, Lewin Ardle read aloud. He glanced down and realized he was holding a strange white orb, an eerie, glowing sphere pulsing with energy. The ogre noticed. Ah, a reward for reaching this point. Lewin Ardle turned the orb in his hands. What is this thing? The ogre squinted, taking a step closer. Let me see it. Lewin Ardle handed it over. The ogre studied it carefully. This isn't an item, he finally said. It's an embodiment. An embodiment? Lewin Ardle echoed. What does that even mean? I don't fully know, the ogre admitted. I was always close to Draka, but never brave enough to ask. If I had to guess. He looked at the orb, his tone turning solemn. This is part of him. When he died, I believe he sealed himself inside a spirit stone. And what you're holding is what's left of him. This is the embodiment of his power, the ogre said. Though it's called a spirit, it's nothing like the usual kind. Lewin Ardle studied the glowing orb in his hand. Bear, the ogre continued, has a difficult personality. He craves endless power, always demanding more. But in return, he promises something even greater, unlimited strength to the one who awakens him. Lewin Ardle looked up. So this bear, he came from this stone. The ogre nodded. Exactly. But don't worry. He should be waking up any minute now. Just as the words left his mouth, the orb began to crack. Lewin Ardle stared in horror as something inside began to stir. Suddenly there it was, in his hands, a small, furry creature. A bear, he muttered in disbelief. The little beast glared at him. I'm not a bear. Lewin Ardle jumped. Did you just talk? I said. The creature growled. Don't call me that again. Lewin Ardle blinked, still stunned. Okay, then what are you? I am an incarnation, unbound by form. I can be whatever I want. The creature puffed itself up, trying to look grand. And now, I'll show you my power. Lewin Ardle leaned in curiously. Nothing happened. Bear blinked. Wait, where's my power? Why can't I transform? Lewin Ardle tilted his head. What exactly are you doing? The creature huffed. I'm reconstructing. Obviously, the problem is that I'm doing it on an empty stomach. Feed me. Lewin Ardle frowned. You're being kinda rude. And besides, there's no food here. What would you even eat? Bear scoffed. My owner can't even feed me? How pathetic. Wait, owner. Lewin Ardle repeated. You mean I'm your... Bear turned away with a dramatic sigh and curled up. Wake me when something interesting happens. Still baffled, Lewin Ardle looked over at the ogre. The old warrior chuckled warmly. It's been 1,000 years, and his attitude hasn't changed one bit. He leaned back on his throne. Seeing you two together, It takes me back. Reminds me of the days when Bear and Draka lived among us in the Sky Peak tribe. Then his gaze sharpened. Now tell me, what will you do next? Lewin Artle hesitated. What do you mean? I'm talking about power, the ogre said. The kind that changes a person, guides them, or breaks them. Why do you seek strength? Lewin Artle thought for a moment. To protect my people, to restore the Artle family name, to show those who looked down on me that they were wrong. He clenched his fists. That's enough for now. I'll live for my family, my people, and myself. The ogre smiled. Then I'll be watching. I want to see where your path leads. Lewin Artle nodded. Though he just scratched the surface of Draka's mystery, his everyday life hadn't changed much. Well, except for one thing. From then on, he had someone new to call out to. Whenever Lewin Artle called out to Bear, the bear-like creature would instantly appear and ask the same thing. Got food? That was the only real change in Lewin Artle's life. Bear constantly needed feeding. And not just normal food. His appetite was special. He fed on power earned through quests. Once satisfied, Bear always said the same thing. Much better. As Lewin Artle progressed, Bear grew alongside him. Their bond allowed Lewin Artle access to a unique skill, Onir. This ability accelerated his growth rate, giving him a massive edge. For every level Lewin Artle gained, he received 100 extra power. And the best part? It doubled once he reached 2 stars. Bear bragged that, back in his prime, before being sealed, he had 31 stars. Lewin Artle's jaw nearly dropped. That's 3,100 power. He didn't even have 1,000 yet. And still, he already felt insanely strong. Just how powerful had Draka become? Was it really all through quests? Bear grinned and chuckled. That's why I'm the Great Bear. Lewin Artle sighed. You want to share the secret or not? Sure, just give me a glass of water. Lewin Artle shot him a glare. Say that again, and I'm cutting off your food supply. Bear immediately straightened up. Okay, I'll tell you for free. According to Bear, there were many paths to power. Harder quests, crafting items, discovering rare artifacts, even brewing bizarre things like ogre tendon elixirs. But then, he casually added, none of that suits you, though. Lewin Artle raised an eyebrow. There's so many options, and none work for me. Bear nodded. Not yet. First, you need to reach at least 1,000 strength. Any more before that, and your body won't keep up. That hit Lewin Artle hard. He felt like he'd come so far, but now it was clear this was still just the beginning. So, he set his next goal, 1,000 strength. Every day after that, Lewin Artle pushed his limits, grinding through intense training sessions to raise his physical power. When he finally reached 930, the third stage of the exam began, real combat. Bear floated beside him. Wait, today's the day. Lewin Artle nodded. Yeah, I've been waiting for this. The final test was infamous. Unlike the previous stages, this one was full-on chaos. Mages often launched spells from the back, and one wrong move could hit their own allies. The point of the test? To see how well they could manage danger and work in a real battlefield. Jason jumped in first, hurling a fireball. But the armored knights in front turned around, confused. What the hell are you doing? Aim properly. One of them shouted, he's out. He's gonna get someone hurt. Knights were brought in to oversee the combat. Not just to protect the students, but also to test their synergy in battle. Still, the students watching couldn't help but laugh at Jason. The test spanned 10 brutal days. Depending on the points they earned, students were given different monsters to fight. Now, on the final day, 13 top scorers had been chosen. Everyone held their breath. What kind of monster are we going to get? Someone whispered. Then, boom, a rumble shook the ground. A massive figure stepped into view. An ogre. Ogre lived in tribes, spread all across the continent. Bigger, stronger, and faster than humans. And now, one of them stood right in front of the students. Ogre weren't just brutes. They were as intelligent as humans and just as cunning. But their nature was brutal, violent. That's why there were constant clashes between their kind and humankind. Now one stood in the middle of the exam grounds. No one knew how to fight it. And worse, many feared this wouldn't end with just bruises. Someone could die. Heidel raised his voice. Focus. Treat this like real combat. No holding back. The ogre charged forward with terrifying speed. The knights barely had time to react. Mikkel quickly formed glowing magic spheres behind the front line, hoping to intercept the beast. He launched a neat, concentrated arrow of mana, but the ogre leapt high into the air, dodging it completely. Gasps echoed around the arena. No one expected something that big to move like that. Mikkel dodge. Heidel shouted, but Mikkel couldn't move. His legs were frozen. Fear had him in a stranglehold. Heidel clenched his teeth and slammed his staff down. A wall of roots erupted from the ground. Tree prison. It surged up just in time, wrapping around the ogre's limbs and halting its charge. The ogre snarled and thrashed, but the teacher's magic held. Mikkel hadn't been touched, but he was done. He's out, Heidel said firmly. Meanwhile, in the observation area, Professor Elric slammed his fist against the table. His eyes burned with frustration. Mikkel had failed again. But Lewin-Ardle? Lewin-Ardle was still in the running, and Professor Elric couldn't let that happen. He turned to Tyrion Ignat. Are we really going to continue like this? Tyrion Ignat raised a brow. What exactly are you suggesting? You know what I mean? Professor Elric snapped. Lewin-Ardle's turn is coming up. Tyrion Ignat nodded slowly. Yes, and he's the only one who's ever gotten a perfect score from King Ram, Professor Elric said. We both know it wouldn't be fair to test him the same way we test the others. Tyrion Ignat leaned back. So what do you propose? Professor Elric's eyes narrowed. We still have one more creature. When the knights brought in the ogre, they also delivered an ogre. I say we use it. Tyrion Ignat's face hardened. Using an ogre during an exam is extremely dangerous. But the knights and professors are here. It'll be controlled. Don't you want to see what Lewin-Ardle's really capable of? A long corridor stretched ahead, dimly lit. Lewin-Ardle stood at one end, leaning quietly against the wall. A voice called his name. He turned as a professor stepped forward, hand raised to stop him. Before you begin, there's something you should know, the man said. Lewin-Ardle tilted his head. What is it? Your test. It's going to be harder than the others. Lewin-Ardle narrowed his eyes. So, that's what this is about. The professor nodded. You got the highest score from King Ram. That's never happened before. Some people think it wouldn't be fair to give you the same opponent. Lewin-Ardle was silent. The professor looked him straight in the eye. You won't be facing an ogre. Lewin-Ardle's eyes widened. Then what? A ogre, the man said flatly. Lewin-Ardle blinked. An ogre? From beside him, Bear, grinning wide, chuckled. Oh, your first real opponent is an ogre? Now this is going to be fun. Heavy chains rattled as the towering beast stepped into view. Its head rose, and it let out a bone-shaking roar. Jason, watching from a distance, asked nervously, Is that the ogre, Captain? No, someone answered. That's an ogre. Jason's brows furrowed. An ogre? That can't be right. The young knight beside him gripped his sword tighter. I was the one who brought it in, but I didn't think they'd actually use it for a test. That thing's too strong. Though they looked similar to ogre, ogres were built entirely different. Bigger, heavier, meaner. And now, Lewin-Ardle had to fight one. Ogres weren't just stronger than ogre. They were terrifying. One swing from them could shatter a skull or snap a spine. The knight clenched his jaw. Are you sure about this? The professor nodded calmly. Even we knights had trouble capturing that thing. The knight gave a dry laugh. Seems like the academy's gotten real, comfortable gambling with people's lives. Lewin-Ardle stepped forward. Then I'll gamble mine too. The knight blinked. What? Lewin-Ardle turned to face him. I'm Lewin-Ardle. I'm the one taking this test. The knight raised a brow, eyeing him skeptically. You're the one they're throwing at an ogre? He frowned, muttering, no way this guy can take it down. Then, more seriously, he added, if anything goes wrong, we'll step in. You don't need to die out there. But Lewin-Ardle didn't answer. He had already started walking toward the wrong side of the field. Hey, where are you going? The knight called out. Lewin-Ardle turned slightly, getting into position. That's not your spot, the knight said, confused. You're supposed to stand behind me, not in front. Lewin-Ardle replied without flinching. My spells work a bit differently. The knight's eyes widened. You stand there, and we can't protect you. That's not an ogre. That's an ogre. I know, Lewin-Ardle said firmly. Then why take that risk? Lewin-Ardle threw off his cloak, eyes locked forward. Because I've made up my mind. The knight stared at him, trying to read his face. No fear. None. He was different, truly different. The professor stepped forward. Lewin-Ardle, get ready. With a snap of his fingers, the chains binding the ogre dropped to the ground with a clang. The beast roared and charged. And so did Lewin-Ardle. Wait, what are you doing? The knight shouted in shock. He's running straight at it. Is he crazy? The ogre raised its massive arm and swung with full force. The ground trembled. Two bursts of light flashed in the air as Lewin-Ardle shot forward, hand extended. Fireball, he yelled. The spell exploded point blank. Flames erupted around them as the two forces collided. The knights ducked as the shockwave hit. Smoke billowed, hiding everything. Golter Pirani crouched behind a shield. He cast it in close range. He shielded his face from the fire. All around, students squinted through the thick smoke. Is he alive? Someone whispered. Then, through the haze, Lewin-Ardle's figure emerged. The knight's eyes widened. He's still standing. How? The professor's mouth curled into a subtle smile. The knight stepped up and placed a hand on Lewin-Ardle's shoulder. You gotta give me a heads up next time, he scolded. I thought you were dead. Lewin-Ardle gave a short nod. Sorry about that. The knight shook his head in disbelief. Would you have even listened if I told you not to? Lewin-Ardle glanced to the side. Probably not. This isn't the time for talking, Lewin-Ardle muttered. First, I finished the test. Smoke puffed from the ogre's nostrils as it growled, lifting its arm with a low, threatening rumble. Get back, one of the knights shouted. We get it, you're strong. But this is too dangerous. Golter Pirani grinned. Let us handle it from here, at least until we figure out what we're dealing with. But before anyone could move, Lewin Ardle stepped forward again. The knight's eyes widened. What are you doing? This is my test, Lewin Ardle said sharply. You're serious? He didn't answer, just narrowed his eyes and added, let me finish it. Lewin Ardle allowed a slight grin. A system message appeared. Task complete. Objective, strike down the enemy. Reward, player's eye skill plus 30 strength. Lewin Ardle blinked, stunned. Wait, the player's eye? The passive skill hit Terran level. With it, Lewin Ardle gained the ability to perceive the true nature of anything. He could now analyze, track, and even sense hidden observers or magical concealments. He turned toward the bear. Player's eye. So now I'm a true player, he realized. You know this skill? He asked. The bear grinned. Of course. That's something only real players can unlock. Perched on Lewin Ardle's shoulder, the bear added, from now on, even those using stealth or invisibility magic will show up to you. You'll see a faint outline. They can't hide anymore. Lewin Ardle nodded. That'll come in handy. Then something else hit him. Another surprise was waiting. Suddenly, a new notification popped up. Minimap unlocked. Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. A map? He asked. A glowing map appeared in front of him. The bear nodded. With this, you can now see everything within a 500-meter radius. Lewin Ardle blinked. Seriously? Another message followed. Target status window available. He can now view detailed stats of any target, depending on its level. Bear crossed his arms, a slight smirk on his face. There's still more. Try looking at that defeated ogre using the player's eye. Lewin Ardle turned to the monster. Look at what exactly? Focusing, the skill activated. Species, shoulder blade ogre. Habitat, Thunder Mountains. Notable traits, shorter and weaker than typical ogres. Temperament, less aggressive. Distinguishing feature, protruding shoulder blades. Lewin Ardle grinned. So, I can even see this kind of data now. He shifted his gaze to the professor. 6th class magician. Access denied. Some data's locked. Lewin Ardle muttered. That's normal, Bear said. If someone's way stronger than you, their info stays hidden. The bear raised his paw. But as your strength grows, so does the amount of detail you can access. Lewin Ardle nodded, hand resting thoughtfully under his chin. Got it. News of his victory in the real combat trial spread like wildfire across the academy. Later, Lewin Ardle sat on a bench when Jason walked over. Feels weird, huh? Jason asked. Everyone talking about you. I guess, Lewin Ardle replied. Still kind of new to me. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Excuse me. I wanted to apologize. Lewin Ardle turned to see a girl walking up. She looked him in the eyes and asked, Are you Lewin Ardle? Standing before him, she said, You were incredible in the 3rd trial. Take this. Another girl chimed in, handing him a package. Eat it if you're hungry. Without waiting for a response, they walked away. Lewin Ardle looked at the package, lifted it, and asked, What's this supposed to be? The guy beside him froze. Wait, you're asking what you want. Clenching his fists, the guy snapped. How could you treat her like that? She was so embarrassed and still made you that snack. Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. Why are you so worked up? Tears welled up in the guy's eyes. Lewin Ardle watched him curiously. Jason, he thought, activating player's eye. Class, 2nd class mage. Potential, high. Lewin Ardle leaned back, thinking, I've scanned nearly everyone in the academy. And out of all of them, only this guy's shown real potential besides me. He looked over and said, Try a bit harder. I think you'll crush the next test. Jason blinked in surprise. From across the courtyard, someone muttered, Is he getting sentimental? Lewin Ardle shook his head. Not really. I'm just saying he's got talent. What he needs now is to believe in himself and keep pushing. Jason stared at him, stunned. You mean? Sitting beside Jason, the protagonist nodded. Yeah, and maybe don't spend all your time gaming. Jason chuckled. Fine. For the next stage, I'm aiming for the top 10. It won't be easy, though. He glanced at Lewin Ardle. Seriously, though, can I ask you something? Lewin Ardle tilted his head. What is it? Jason scratched his chin. Are you really the same Lewin Ardle I've known for the past 6 years? The same guy I used to hang out with? Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Inside, he thought, honestly, even I find it hard to believe sometimes. A sudden flame flickered in front of him, catching his attention. Someone nearby muttered, There've been rumors lately. Rumors? Lewin Ardle asked. The student went on, that you'll dethrone Miguel, not just as top graduate, but as the Academy's representative too. That caught Lewin Ardle off guard. He blinked. I'm not really interested in that. As they started heading back inside, the student hurried to catch up. Wait, seriously? How can you not be interested? This year's the Great Festival. The Great Festival? Lewin Ardle repeated. Yeah, the student nodded. It happens every 5th month. The top academies gather to crown the best of the best in magic. And every 8 years, it aligns with the Olympiad, the ultimate showdown. This year, both events collide. Lou and Artel listened silently as the student continued. It's a national competition. Only the elite make it. Winning means not just a huge cash prize, but prestige and privileges for the entire academy. That's why the number of participants is limited. 1 for individual matches, 30 for the group. Only 31 students can compete for our academy. Lou and Artel thought to himself. So, the one selected for the solo competition becomes the academy's official representative. In the cafeteria, whispers fill the air. I wonder who's going to be our rep this year, someone said. Who else? It's got to be Lou and Artel. Another chimed in. He's the only magician who scored a perfect 100. At a nearby table, Jason tapped his fork against his plate. You guys remember Michael's performances in the past magic festivals? The group fell silent. Across from him, Lou and Artel finally spoke. Honestly, there's not much worth remembering. Group competitions were a mess, and in the individual rounds, he placed last in 4 out of 5. Jason nodded grimly. Because of that, we got labeled the last academy. We couldn't hold our own in either category. Students walked by, still murmuring. The only way to turn that around is to send Lou and Artel, someone said. No, you're right, another agreed. We need him. But what does Lou and Artel think? One asked. Clenching his teeth, the protagonist muttered. The exam's not over yet. He stared forward, thoughts racing. It's too soon to expect anything. The academy chooses their great festival participants based on 2 things. First semester exam scores and faculty recommendations. And there's still one more test left. The final stage loomed. Lou and Artel was set to face Mikkel one-on-one. He frowned. That's why I need to stay focused, he told himself. Right now, all I can think about is beating him. For days after the 3rd trial ended, Lou and Artel suddenly sprang up. He unleashed a powerful kick. Achievement unlocked. Strength reaches 1,000. Preparation complete. Bear raised both arms with excitement. Finally, I've been waiting for this moment. We're leveling up now, right? Lou and Artel asked. The bear nodded. A notification appeared. Repeating quest. Advance to level 2. Suddenly, Bear leapt into the air. Lou and Artel stared in disbelief. Flames exploded around the bear. Difficulty doubled. Rewards tripled. Bear swallowed something mid-air, arms spread wide, and shot upward. Lightning bursting from him in every direction. Lou and Artel squinted at the blazing figure above. What is this flame? Eyes wide, he muttered. What the hell is happening? Elsewhere, a student stared out the window. A professor furrowed his brow. Damn it. This gave him extra points again. In the midst of a battlefield, the professor muttered, could Mikkel even beat Lou and Artel now? He looked at the 2 students. No, that's unlikely. He lowered his head, a storm of thoughts brewing. If Lou and Artel keeps rising like this, it won't just be his seat at the great festival on the line. Mikkel might lose his position as top graduate, and his family's reputation rides on it. Grimacing, he muttered, I won't let that happen. Back in the training area, Bear stood at the center of the fire. His strength now ranked up to tier 2. In Lou and Artel's palm, flames burst forth again. Plus 200 strength gained. Lou and Artel turned to the bear. You've really powered up. Stretching his arm forward, he said, thanks to you, I hit 1,200 strength faster than expected. Bear grinned. This is just the beginning. I'd bet the difficulty and the rewards will keep rising. He opened the quest menu. More data scrolled in. Repeating quest, body training, basic strength achieved. But the training never ends. Keep pushing forward. Punches, 0/5,000. Kicks, 0 out of 5,000. Roundhouse kicks, 0 out of 5,000. Run, 15 kilometers/1. Real combat training, 0 out of 1. Reward, plus 30 strength. Lou and Artel put a hand on his face. Ugh, again with the endless reps. At least I've done this kind of grind before. He paused, then looked at Bear. What's this real combat training about? Bear raised his paw. Remember when we first met? I said I could become anything. Lou and Artel nodded. Yeah, I remember. Well, Bear grinned. I can transform now. Still limited, but we're getting there. A new training camp unfolded around them. Wait, does that mean you can turn into a human? Someone asked. Bear nodded. Yep, once I reach rank 5. Full transformation won't be perfect yet, but it'll be close. Lou and Artel smirked. So, who can you turn to right now? Bear's grin widened. Want me to show you? Suddenly, he began to spin. Faster and faster. Out of nowhere, energy surged, and then something bizarre took shape. The main character stared at the odd creature and asked, what even is this scarecrow thing? Before he got an answer, the scarecrow turned to him and snapped. What kind of reaction is that? The protagonist shook his head. Forget it. I just imagined something different. Their training session was underway. Bear nearby chimed in, don't underestimate him. The scarecrow, clearly irritated, stepped forward. Do you even realize how useful I was when you first started actual training? Standing in front of it, the hero asked, so you're a practice dummy? More like a training assistant, the Scarecrow replied with a smirk. Hearing that, the protagonist raised a brow. So, you're saying I need to spar with you daily? Exactly, the Scarecrow confirmed, as smoke swirled around him. You're still weak. Just a third-class mage. Bear gave a small grin. But once I regain my original strength, anything's possible. As monsters began to appear around them, Bear added, if I wanted, I could even turn into a demon or a dragon. The protagonist placed a hand on his face. Then let's start. Right now. Bear grinned. Start what? Training, the protagonist said confidently. As a mage. Surprised, Bear laughed. Now we're talking. Suddenly, energy surged in Bear's hands. The bear now held a staff and stood firmly in front of the hero. Even if your spells hit me, you'll only knock me back. They won't leave a scratch. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. What about you? Bear smirked. I can hit you as much as I want. The protagonist grinned. Sounds like a solid training partner. Flames burst around them as Bear nodded. Let's begin. The hero took off running. Then, Lou and Artel leapt into view. The protagonist glanced ahead. Michael's probably training hard too, itching for our battle. Elsewhere, a boy scowled at a piece of paper, then turned to his uncle. This brat's starting to get on my nerves. What should I do? From a distance, the man muttered. Damn, kid. Maybe he's not so weak after all. The boy spun around. You don't get to complain. Rumor has it you're the reason Lou and Artel scored so high. The man blinked. What? Mikhail glared. I heard you were the one who suggested tossing an ogre at him. His fists clenched. That's why he aced it. If our family finds out, you're dead meat. The man gritted his teeth. Why is that brat blackmailing me now? Mikhail sat beside him. If you don't like it, stop talking nonsense. We should focus on fixing this. Mikhail turned to his uncle. If I became the Academy's rep at the great festival. No, the man cut in, but don't stress. I got a plan. He handed Mikhail a flask. Mikhail stared at it, surprised. The awakening herb, the flaming flower? The awakening herb, also known as the flaming flower, only grows deep in the illusion-ridden northern territories. It's rare, powerful, and often used to brew specialized elixirs. Professor Elric extended his hand and said, drink this, and you'll trigger awakening. It'll drastically cut down the time needed to cast spells. Mikhail raised an eyebrow. But it causes pain and makes it impossible to tell friend from foe, right? The man smirked. Exactly. You'll basically lose all sense of awareness. Sounds like you haven't been paying attention in class. Mikhail held the flask, staring at it. Why should I even drink this? Yes, the man replied simply. Whispers echoed from the garden. Rumors that Mikhail had lost it. Professor Elric shrugged. He's just making excuses after losing. Maybe he's hoping to get kicked out of the family in disgrace. Michael's eyes stayed locked forward. Still, this is dangerous. The professor knows what I'm capable of. If he picks up on something, he won't stay quiet. The man grinned. Have you forgotten who I am? I'm the one in charge of all drug testing. He pushed the flask toward Mikhail. This potion will mask the herb. No one will know you took it. Mikhail hesitated. The man added firmly, drink it after the first one. Don't worry, we're family. This is how we survive. Michael's thoughts spun. What now? Do I go through with this or not? Eventually, the day of the one-on-one battles arrived. The exam was set inside the mana barrier room. A wave of excitement buzzed through the crowd. Every year, these duels packed the stands, and this time was no different. The final match was about to begin. The protagonist loosened up his hands, readying himself. Lou and Artel versus Mikhail, the announcer called. Taking his position, the hero glanced sideways. So this is it, the final stage of the exam, and my opponent is Mikhail. Bear, watching closely, muttered, he knows you'll try to close the gap. If he's prepared for that, you're in for a tough fight. The protagonist thought, even so, if I can just reach him, then answered his own thought. One hit. That's all I need. They locked eyes. Since this test was designed to mimic a real battlefield, the arena was filled with terrain, hills, rocks, obstacles. Everything you'd expect in a live combat zone. Down below, the referee asked, are you both ready? Both combatants nodded. As the match was about to begin, the protagonist noticed something strange. He's not acting like himself. Lou and Artel narrowed his eyes. What's with this guy? Mikhail stood tense, fists clenched, radiating fury. The hero observed something's definitely off. He's way too quiet. Wanting answers, the protagonist activated player's eye. The data flashed across his vision. Name, Mikhail. Class, third-class mage. Traits, high potential, dual summoner. Special status, hidden berserk mode. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Berserk mode? Never seen that label before. It's hidden too. Mikhail had clearly taken something designed to mask the effects of a drug. No one would suspect a thing. The man stood with arms crossed as the protagonist pieced it together. Drug screenings were done before the exam, and Professor Elric was in charge. If he's Michael's uncle, Could he have helped him hide the evidence? Arms outstretched, the man addressed the room. Let me make this clear. The only type of magic banned during these duels is black magic. Anything using the 4 elements is fair game. Your scores will depend on the quality and strength of the magic that lands. He glanced away before continuing. No need to stress about the power levels either. You're inside the mana barrier hall. Magic output here is cut down by 99%. Then he looked around. Any questions? The protagonist raised his hand. What is it? The man asked. Looking him in the eye, the protagonist said, what happens if someone is caught using a forbidden potion? Without hesitation, the man replied, immediate disqualification. And, depending on how serious it is, it could lead to suspension or even expulsion. The examiner decides the punishment. Then he narrowed his eyes. Why are you asking? The protagonist quickly looked away. No reason. Just wondering. The man clapped his hands. All right then, everyone in position. Lewin Artle stood with his head lowered. I've got no proof, he thought bitterly. Only I can see his status screen. No one else would believe me. Scowling, the protagonist told himself, I need solid proof. Something undeniable. He stood face to face with Mikkel as the referee shouted, begin. Both launched forward. As soon as they moved, a green glow enveloped Mikkel. Die, Lewin Artle. Mikkel roared. Vines whipped out and wrapped around the protagonist's leg, but in an instant he snapped free. Gasps filled the hall. How did he break out so fast? Michael's spell had barely held him. It hadn't worked right. Charging in, the protagonist grinned. This barrier weakens mana, but my physical strength isn't affected at all. Just then, a skull appeared above Michael's head. He shouted, I'll stop you right here. The summoned skeleton blasted fire at him. Fire breath. The flames shot out, but the protagonist leapt through them, boosted by acceleration magic. He closed the gap. Lewin Artle dashed behind a large rock. Peeking out, the protagonist analyzed what he'd seen so far. Faster casting. Stronger mana absorption. That's the awakening herb, no doubt. Michael's voice echoed through the hall. You hiding again? Come out already. The protagonist stayed low. He's too amped up. No doubt about it now. He took it. Another plant grew, slithering toward him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The flaming flower. That's what it was. Mikkel laughed wildly. Come on, Lewin Artle. Let's go. The protagonist studied him. Hand tremors, exaggerated excitement, pain resistance, and he can't tell friend from foe. Every symptom lines up. His expression darkened. The last thing I need to confirm is whether he feels pain at all. Standing tall, the protagonist said aloud. So that's why you were so confident. He took a step forward. It's all thanks to that herb, isn't it? Mikkel looked at him and grinned. What was that? The protagonist replied. It's because of the flaming flower. Michael's eyes widened for a moment, but then he scoffed. So what? It won't stop me from crushing you. The hero raised his hand. Then you'd better be ready. In a blink, he charged forward, activating time refraction. Michael's face twisted in panic. Damn, he's way too fast. The protagonist closed in, shouting, It's pointless to resist. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice surged up between them. Professors in the audience gasped. What was that? Was it even magic? Before they could react, a monster burst into view. Mikkel roared, Go! Bite him to pieces. Third class summoning magic, a fire lizard. But the protagonist didn't flinch. He clenched his fist and roared back. Earthquake. A deafening boom tore across the battlefield. The ground split. The fire lizard was hurled into the air by the blast. Gasps rang out through the crowd. He countered a fire element with an earth spell. Mikkel stumbled back, screaming no. Then, raising his head with glowing red eyes, he locked onto the hero. Don't come near me. The protagonist smirked. Come on, don't act so fragile. Take this. Michael's eyes flicked to the hero's hand just before it struck him. Outside the barrier, the students watched with wide-eyed wonder as a storm of fire exploded in the arena. Thick smoke curled into the air. When it cleared, the protagonist stood firm. Straight ahead, Michael's eyes gleamed red. Don't look down on me, he growled. That was just a flick. Before he could move again, the hero struck him. Mikkel let out a scream and stumbled backward. But the hero didn't let up. He charged forward. Mikkel suddenly collapsed onto the cracked battlefield. Still on the ground, he started laughing. You thought that weak hit could stop me? That didn't even hurt. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He's still awake after that. At this rate, he'll die from the buildup of injuries. He grabbed Mikkel by the shoulder. This match can't go on. It's too dangerous. He raised his hand and summoned the shackling tree, binding Mikkel in place. Then, the protagonist turned to the examiners. Mikkel used a banned potion. A murmur spread. One of the men stepped forward. What do you mean? Are you sure? Yes, the protagonist said firmly. I'm certain. Someone helped him cover it up. The man's expression shifted. If you're wrong, you'll be disqualified. I know, but the truth is anyone could help hide the effects. Even the drug tester. Confused, the man asked, Are you saying the protagonist interrupted. Who in this academy can get their hands on rare ingredients and also oversees the drug testing before these matches? Realization hit. There's only one person like that in the entire academy. Suddenly, Professor Elric vanished from his seat. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Think about it. Professor Elric. He's Michael's uncle, isn't he? The man held up a hand. Hold on. Are you saying? Before he could finish, Professor Elric appeared, storming toward them. His voice thundered. Do you even understand what you're accusing me of? His glare locked onto the hero. You're saying Mikkel took the drug, and I looked the other way? Grinning, the protagonist said, Yeah, I did, and I can prove it. The examiner narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Professor Elric stepped forward. Then let's run another drug test. But the hero quickly cut him off. No point. You already gave him a special elixir, didn't you? One that masks the effects. Professor Elric looked away. Then what are you suggesting? I'll show you, the protagonist said. He placed his hand on the shackling tree binding Mikkel. A brilliant light flared. The entire tree was burned away in an instant. That was the same flick I used on Mikkel, he said calmly. Looking straight ahead, Lewin Ardle continued. Even if Michael's magic had improved with training, there's no way someone should still be laughing after a hit like that. His voice was steady. Right now, he's got a concussion, at least 4 fractured ribs. And yet, Mikkel, still tied up, was laughing uncontrollably. He doesn't feel pain, the protagonist said. And that's not normal. The professor stood frozen, speechless. Then Tyrion Ignat turned, his face red with fury. How dare you pull something like this during an official exam? On sacred testing grounds. He pointed at Professor Elric. Get to your office. Now, the professor's face went pale as he stumbled back in fear. Meanwhile, Mikkel, still restrained, kept laughing like a madman. The aftermath of the 4th exam stage spread like wildfire throughout the academy. It was confirmed. Professor Elric was dismissed, and Mikkel, expelled. The truth of their family's deception had come to light. As the news settled, the academy buzzed with one name, Lewin Ardle, the student who dared expose everything, the one who stood up to magicians. He had a new title now. Walking forward, the protagonist approached a towering gate. A radiant glow wrapped around him. He'd been summoned by the head of the academy. Rays of light surrounded him as he stepped through. Lewin Ardle's jaw tightened slightly. Then his eyes widened. Beyond the gate stretched a magnificent garden, larger than anything he'd seen. This is the head's domain, he thought, but something felt off. No, it's different somehow. Then, something flickered in front of him. He paused. This too. Ahead of him sat a grand chair. Is that Tyrion Ignat's throne? He wondered, with a king of magicians rules. Before he could think further, a voice spoke behind him. What do you see? Lewin Ardle turned. A man stood there, walking calmly along a forest path. The scenery, the man said, was crafted using Malaroc's eye. He glanced at Lewin Ardle. Do you know what that is? I've heard of it, Lewin Ardle replied. Malaroc. That name belonged to the demon king who once invaded the continent of Frelia. They say he had the power to show people whatever they desired most. The man continued. After Malaroc's defeat, pieces of his body were transformed into powerful artifacts. He turned his gaze to the garden. Malaroc's eye. It shows you the world you wish to see. Lewin Ardle looked around. Everything surrounding him reflected his inner hopes. Lowering his head, he thought, what I want is to see the Ardle territory flourish and to become the strongest magician. Tyrion Ignat turned back to him. So, tell me, what do you find interesting about what you see? Lewin Ardle replied. You mean in this vision? The leader nodded. Yes, a world where students act like students and magicians behave like magicians. Standing before the grand gate, the man nodded. Of course I understand. The kind of world won't be easy to create. The protagonist gave a slight nod of agreement. Then, with a quiet groan, the massive gate creaked open. Lewin Ardle turned his head, just in time to hear the cheers. Students swarmed around him, lifting him into the air. You did it, Lewin Ardle. You're the top graduate. He glanced forward, letting their voices wash over him. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The scene shifted. A quiet room, a polished table, a warm cup placed gently in front of him. Help yourself, the man said calmly. Thank you, Lewin Ardle replied. Tyrion Ignat, the head of the academy, watched him in silence for a moment. Then he spoke. I called you here because I wanted to ask you something. Lewin Ardle nodded. I'll answer whatever I can. Arms folded, the man leaned forward. How did you know Mikkel had used the flaming flower? Looking down at the cup, Lewin Ardle replied. He wasn't acting like himself. He was aggressive, but anxious too. The way his mana flowed, its rhythm and force, it wasn't normal. It was amplified. Tyrion Ignat leaned against the desk. But still, with all that, you didn't just suspect he used the herb. You were sure. What? Lou and Artel looked up. Because I didn't rely on magic, I relied on my own strength. And in the mana barrier room, only magic is suppressed. Physical abilities stay untouched. And there's no need to mention the player's eye, he thought to himself. Even if Mikkel was in shock, his reaction didn't match his injuries. Laughing through pain like that. It only made sense if he'd taken the flaming flower. Tyrion Ignat went quiet for a moment, studying him. At 16, he thought this kid noticed all that in an instant, stayed calm under pressure. And his magical aptitude is already exceptional. Finally, he placed a firm hand on the desk. As head of the academy, I deeply regret what happened. I'll make sure their family won't lay a finger on you again. He raised his hand. And I also have a proposal. Lou and Artel blinked. A proposal? The head of the academy smiled. I'd like you to represent our academy at the Grand Festival this coming 7th month. Lou and Artel's eyes widened. The Grand Festival, the highest honor. A dream for every student. He had already suspected something when he was summoned here, but still. He closed his eyes for a moment, silent. Then, looking at the headmaster, he said quietly, I appreciate your offer, but I'm not sure I deserve it. Tyrion Ignat looked puzzled. Why? I haven't participated in a real battle in 5 years, Lou and Artel said, his voice low. I've struggled with controlling my mana. Everything's fell out of reach. I don't know if I'm ready to face the best from other academies. To his surprise, the headmaster chuckled. That's not an issue at all. He raised a finger. As a judge of the Grand Festival myself, I say you're more than worthy of being chosen. A real candidate for victory. Lou and Artel blinked. Wait, what? Sitting across from him, the headmaster leaned in slightly. You heard me. I'm confident. You have a real shot at winning. But what's even more significant? Lou and Artel's eyes widened at what came next. You'll be our secret weapon. The surprise no one saw coming. The man sighed and continued. From your opponent's perspective, you're a total mystery, a dark horse. No one knows your abilities, your style, or your limits. They won't be able to prepare countermeasures. A smirk tugged at Lou and Artel's lips. So that's the angle. Because I was always at the bottom, no one paid attention. Not like Mikkel. They got no data on me at all. Which means, catching them off guard will be easy. He clenched his fists. The headmaster asked calmly, so will you accept? Lou and Artel looked straight ahead. I'll give it everything I've got. I won't let you down. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Perfect timing, the headmaster said. Come in. The door opened, and a tall man stepped into the room in full armor. The headmaster gestured toward him. Since you'll benefit more from physical training than magic right now, I brought in a special instructor, a master of body arts. Lou and Artel turned and froze. That's Golter Pirani? The knight looked him up and down. What's with the face? Not happy to see me. Lou and Artel could hardly believe it. Golter Pirani, leader of the Foldren Territories Knight Order, one of the 5 knights of the 6th rank, the only one in all of Radiant. And I fought him during the 3rd phase of the practical exam. Sitting across from him now, Lou and Artel was stunned. To think I'd get the chance to learn directly from him. Golter Pirani crossed his arms. Before we start, I need to confirm something. He looked Lou and Artel in the eyes. Professor Heidel told me you're a special kind of magician. One who has no choice but to fight at close range. Is that true? Lou and Artel nodded. Yeah, it is. A replay of Lou and Artel's last battle flickered on the screen nearby. Golter Pirani watched intently. From what I saw, your strikes were solid, clean, efficient, no wasted motion. Lou and Artel was a little taken aback by the compliment. But Golter Pirani continued, I'll be honest, your lack of formal training is obvious. He leaned forward. What worked against an ogre won't fly against a real warrior. A skilled knight could read you like a book, no matter how strong you are. Just by watching your shoulders, your hips, they'll know your next move. Lou and Artel looked down, hands resting on his knees. He's right. All my movements were just repeated patterns from practice drills. They don't hold up in a real fight. Golter Pirani stood up. But don't worry. With my training, you'll go beyond the basics. He looked down at Lou and Artel and smirked. So, what do you say? Ready to get started? Suddenly, the image of a castle wall formed behind them. Golter Pirani's voice echoed. A knight's greatest weapon is his legs. They give your sword power and let you read your enemy's moves. He planted his feet. So we'll start there. You need to learn how to walk properly first. Lou and Artel stepped forward, focused. Only after that, Golter Pirani continued. Can you begin mastering body arts? Lou and Artel swung his arm, striking through the air. Golter Pirani nodded. At the academy, we usually start with celestial martial arts. Lou and Artel kept slashing, sweat flying from his movements. Excluding sword techniques, Golter Pirani added from behind. Celestial martial arts consists of 36 core combat techniques. Lou and Artel gritted his teeth, swinging again, then again. He repeated the motion, fists cutting through air. Golter Pirani watched in silence. Why? He wondered, eyes narrowed. A memory surfaced. Lou and Artel's voice echoed. This training won't benefit me. I'll have to come here every day, so why? The answer had been simple. If you need a reason, someone had told him, think of it as an investment. Lewin Ardle had blinked. Investment. Let's say you met someone who might become a great magician. Wouldn't helping them, just a little, be worth it? Lewin Ardle had bowed his head. If that's how it is, then I'm at your service. Golter Pirani groaned, covering his face. Enough. I can't listen to this. It's way too awkward. He waved a hand. Just call me Hyung. I'm not even 30 yet. Lewin Ardle blinked. Wait, seriously? He threw a punch with a surprised grin. From that moment on, the training began in earnest. Hyung watched him carefully. Not bad. The kid's got stamina. Nearby, an ogre lay slumped against a tree, its jaw shattered. This kid's a melee mage, and he's physically stronger than an ogre. What a find. 3 weeks passed, and the results were staggering. Body art skill increased to level 10. New achievement, body as a weapon. Madness mage effect, enhanced. Now allows magic to circulate through every part of the body. Lewin Ardle looked down at his hands, stunned. This is insane. Looking at Bear, he said, mastering celestial martial arts. This power is something else. Bear grinned. Yeah, thanks to that, you've jumped to rank 3. Current strength, 2,130. Lewin Ardle clenched his fist. This power, it's overwhelming. Bear let out a low sigh. You're growing insanely fast. Took me over a year just to hit 2,000. Then another 6 months after I met you. Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. Maybe it's a time perception thing between humans and dragons? Just then, a voice called out. Lewin Ardle turned around to see someone rushing toward him. It was Jason, panting heavily. What's going on? Lewin Ardle asked. Jason caught his breath. You haven't seen it yet? Lewin Ardle tilted his head. Seen what? The participant list for the Great Festival, Jason said. It's posted at the Academy gate. Lewin Ardle's eyes sharpened. The Great Festival. His mind drifted to the entrance ceremony. Standing on that stage as a new student, the stares full of envy, suspicion. They all looked at me with doubt. For years, their silent expectations and judgment followed him. Back then, all Lewin Ardle could do was watch, powerless, as Mikkel basked in the spotlight. He'd only ever shown his weakest side, but now he was running full speed. Lewin Ardle and Jason sprinted up the academy steps. Lewin Ardle clenched his fist, excitement rising in his chest. He shouted, I made it! Eyes scanning the posted list, his heart pounded. There was his name. I'm the representative. I really became the representative. Students nearby turned in surprise. Then, suddenly, cheers erupted. Lewin Ardle, congratulations! You're the Academy's representative. You'll be speaking for us at the Great Festival. A crowd gathered around him, voices filled with admiration and awe. Lewin Ardle smiled. It took a long time, but I'm finally standing where I was meant to be. Later, a professor looked at him thoughtfully. I heard from Sir Hyung that you've already mastered celestial martial arts. It was Professor Heidel. Facing Lewin Ardle, he added with a smirk, and to reach 5th class mage at just 16, sometimes your talent scares even me. He laughed lightly. Still, I'm confident you can handle what's ahead. Preparation for the grand festival moved smoothly. Soon, it was time to depart for Altain, the city that would host the event. Among the buzzing crowd, someone mentioned they'd be taking the mono train. It's his first time riding it, someone said. They say it's insanely fast. Lewin Ardle closed his eyes, listening to the chatter around him. In the entire kingdom of Radian, there are only 2 transit points for the mono train. But in the Imperial Federation of Reen, more than 100. Well, it is an empire. Radian's a much smaller kingdom, after all. A few boys nearby chuckled at the sight of Lewin Ardle's curious gaze. What's with the look? Never seen a train before. Redneck? Jason blinked. Huh? What did you just say? The other guy crossed his arms. I said shut it. You're embarrassing yourselves. Lewin Ardle glanced sideways at the loudmouth. Hankies, one of Michael's old lapdogs. They both competed in last year's Magic Festival. Hankies looked at Jason and sneered. If you really think Lewin Ardle's gonna pull off a miracle at the festival, you're dreaming. So what if he got good grades for 1 semester? He leaned in, smug. Other academies aren't full of amateurs. They're monsters. Mikkel already fought against them. You think Lewin Ardle has a better chance? His tone darkened. Whatever. He's not our representative. So let him fend for himself. Lewin Ardle looked away. People like him, always trying to climb by kissing up to Michael's family. Still, it doesn't matter. Even if not everyone accepts me, I'll make sure our team performs. Hanky suddenly chuckled. Mikkel will be flattered, you know. His little mutt's still loyal to him, even after he got kicked out. Lewin Ardle grinned. Well, at least his dogs know how to stay loyal. Hanky's face twisted. What did you just call us? I'm glad it clicked, Lewin Ardle said coolly. I chose my words carefully, so even someone with your brain power could understand them. Hankies stepped in close, growling. You might be our academy's representative, but... Lewin Ardle cut him off. Then listen closely. He lowered his head, voice calm and razor-sharp. This festival is way beyond anything we've seen before. He raised his gaze and continued. If I do well here, I'll gain opportunities that even Michael's family connections can't offer. Yeah, sure, the boy shouted furiously. But only if you actually accomplish something. He scowled. You think the people chosen for the festival are just students? They're monsters. Be real. Our destiny is to stay trapped in the Radiant Kingdom, working under some noble family. So how about you come down from the clouds? Lou and Ardle turned slowly. Actually, that is possible. Hinky stared at him, caught off guard. Lou and Ardle kept walking. The Grand Festival is built on teamwork. Cooperation matters. So, if anyone's going to drag the team down, they probably shouldn't be on it. Hinky's jaw tightened. Are you saying we should compete without you? Lou and Ardle looked over his shoulder. I'm saying, maybe it's time you reconsider who your representative really is. Hinky's fist clenched, his face red with anger. Lou and Ardle added, Oh, and there's no one from Michael's family here to grade your loyalty anymore. That stung. Hinky shouted back, Fine, just make sure you don't lose your first solo match, or I'm done listening to anything you say at the festival. The train rocketed forward. Students glanced out the windows in amazement. It's so fast. Bear, perched on Lou and Ardle's shoulder, looked around. The world's changed. In my time, nothing like this even existed. Suddenly, the door to their train car slammed open. Lou and Ardle turned. A sneering voice rang out. TCH, smells like losers in here. A boy stood at the far end of the cabin, arms crossed. Well, he grinned. Who do we have here? A bunch of countryside nobodies from the academy. Lou and Ardle's eyes dropped to the symbol on the boy's uniform. That crest. Iota, National Magic Institute. The only academy in the desert kingdom of Iota, famed for its ancient traditions, fierce sword schools, and extreme physical training. What are they doing here? Lou and Ardle wondered. The boy smirked. Where's your golden boy? Mikkel, was it? What? He didn't run away crying or something. He laughed, stepping further into the car. I was hoping he'd be here again this year. You know, to serve us. Like last time. He cackled. So, aiming for last place again? He gave a mocking grin. Let's get along, yeah? Bear smiled faintly. You're surprisingly calm, he said to Lou and Ardle. Didn't even blink at that. I didn't know these festivals were this openly hostile, Lou and Ardle thought. They treat us like punching bags. He glanced at the professor nearby, still reading quietly, ignoring everything. He's not going to interfere. This is a student competition. Right now, he's just here as an escort. Lou and Ardle looked down. That means the weight of the team, the responsibility, it's all mine now. The boy from Iota leaned on the seat. Yo, Hinkies, where's your real representative? Where's Mikkel? At least he was entertaining. Hinkies replied coldly, Mikkel. But the boy turned with a smug grin. Oh, right. He's probably in bed right now, praying his shattered ribs heal right. Lou and Ardle stood up sharply. Hinkies gestured toward him. This is our representative now. The boy from Iota turned, blinking in surprise. The man stared at him and said this was the first time they'd met. Taking a few steps forward, he walked right up to the hero. He introduced himself as a representative from Iota. Sita Malkiri raised an eyebrow. And your name? Lou and Ardle, the guy replied coolly. Then he added, That's enough for a first meeting. If you're done poking around for trouble, get out of our car. Sita Malkiri smirked. Oh yeah. Lou and Ardle held his ground. But before you go, you owe us an apology for every insult you threw our way. Politely. Sita Malkiri's grin faded. What did you just say? Lou and Ardle repeated it calmly. You'll apologize for everything, and you'll do it with manners. That's what I said, am I wrong? Sita Malkiri turned to the brunette nearby, confused and fuming. Did I ever tell him to apologize? Did you say anything about me? The brunette had no answer. Sita Malkiri snapped. Can you do anything right? I swear, I'll knock some sense into you, so hard you'll remember it for life. Lou and Ardle started to see what was going on. He glanced around. The students who had taken part in the Magic Festival were clearly on edge, shaken just by being near him. Then it clicked. They were hit hard by the Mali's set. And now, this was their tactic, crush morale before the fight even starts. Lou and Ardle looked away, muttering, So, the great festival's already begun. He turned back to Sita Malkiri. In that case, want to settle this right here? Sita Malkiri clenched his fists. Are you insane? You think I'll back off just because you throw some words at me? Fine. Don't regret this later. A man in a cloak stepped in. That's enough. Sita Malkiri froze. He recognized the man, his professor. Sit down and cool it, the professor said sharply. What's the point of causing a scene and making enemies already? He turned to the man in glasses. I apologize for my student's behavior. Let me handle it. The man in glasses nodded. Without hesitation, the professor grabbed Sita Malkiri by the hair and dragged him toward the car. Sita Malkiri struggled. I'm not done with him. Lou and Artel watched as Sita Malkiri was hauled away. The brunette next to him frowned, already expecting trouble from start. He turned to the professor. Why did you stop us? Sita Malkiri growled. This was your idea, wasn't it? What changed? The professor let out a breath. Didn't you notice? Notice what? He was smiling. Sita Malkiri blinked. Huh? The cloaked professor glanced at Heidel. The academy professor. He was smirking while watching you. Like he was waiting for a fight to break out. You think that was confidence? Heidel asked. I don't know, the man replied. But that guy, Lou and Artel, he's hiding something. And I'm sure of one thing, whatever it is, we don't have it. Unlike his last opponent, the bald guy didn't charge in. He just stared at Lou and Artel, clearly sizing him up. The narrator cuts in. After that brief clash, the vibe in the car completely shifted. Everyone now huddled around Lou and Artel, curious and buzzing with energy. So, what's the plan for the first battle? Someone asked. It's a group match, right? No reps allowed. Yeah. Is Lou and Artel joining us? Another added. A voice in the crowd asked. Can we even handle it? The brunette didn't hesitate. Of course we can. We have to win. That's right, someone agreed. There's no way we're losing to those freaks. Lou and Artel watched them, something lighting up in his eyes. Somewhere along the way, all these ego-driven rivals had started standing together. Everything okay? Someone asked. The brunette scratched his head. I was too impulsive. Those guys were up against warriors raised on the battlefield. Another chimed in. He's right. If we'd actually started a brawl back there. Lou and Artel interrupted. So you're angry? Of course we're angry, the brunette said, voice rising. They look down on us. They don't respect us, or you, our rep, and they're not even trying to hide it. He gestured toward the window. If we'd stayed quiet, they'd be loving it. They'd mock us even more. He looked around at the group. If we just let them walk all over us, if we don't speak up, then we deserve that stupid nickname they gave us. His eyes narrowed. You want to keep putting up with that? Keep letting them treat us like trash. The car went quiet. He went on, louder now. We let them beat us once. That's why they've been dragging our names through the dirt for 5 years straight. Lou and Artel looked around. Then what are you going to do? You think now's the time to fight, just to feed your pride? One of them replied. I'm thinking of leaving my friend at the gate. Lou and Artel blinked. You mean me? The brunette crossed his arms. Watching the group, he realized something. The MLS guys had decided they were backing Lou and Artel. From here on out, they had to see it through to the end. Suddenly, a voice announced over the intercom. Next stop, Douai of Altian. Heads turned. We're here. Grab your stuff. Let's go. As the scene shifts to a wide map, a narrator explains. Altian, part of the Imperial Federation. It's the only region officially recognized as neutral ground within the Empire. Here, past grudges mean nothing. Even the fiercest rivals are expected to keep the peace. But don't mistake silence for weakness. The knights stationed here, they're always ready for war. If blood is spilled on this land, the Empire itself will step in. A trial will be held, led by the ruler of the continent. The guilty will answer for their crimes. This is why major international events, like the Magic Festival for Mages and the Sword Grand Prix for Sword Masters, are hosted right here. A hush falls over the group. Wait, this is part of that empire. Someone scoffed. Idiot. It's not an empire. It's the neutral zone. An Imperial Federation. Under the Empire's control? Someone asked, clearly confused. So what's the difference? The blonde shook his head. Everything here's on a whole different level. He turned to Lou and Artel. What do you think? Before Lou and Artel could answer, he added, I'm from a wealthy region myself, but even that doesn't come close to this. The brunette stared ahead, taking in the sights. The grandeur of the Imperial Federation, it really did feel like the heart of the kingdom. People strolled through the streets with ease, laughter in the air. Everywhere he looked, history seemed to echo through the buildings. Noble elegance, it's everywhere, he thought. We really did come from a tiny corner of the world. A chariot pulled up. One of the guides motioned to them. Time to head to your temporary residence. Load up. As they climbed into the carriages, the man added, not trying to sound threatening, but the man in glasses stepped forward serious. Avoid the other schools, even accidentally. No good will come from stirring trouble here. Lou and Artel gave him a curious look. Why the warning? Just then, Bear called out. Lou and Artel. Look. Lou and Artel turned. What is it? Just look, Bear repeated. Lou and Artel looked again, puzzled. The bear beside Bear sniffed the air. Something's interesting over there. Bear jumped out and squinted into the distance. Try to place it. The bear nodded, thoughtful. There's a relic here. Something from a Draka. Cut to the next day, at Ignat Academy. The blonde rubbed his eyes and saw Lou and Artel rushing out the door. Where are you going? Off on a date. Lou and Artel didn't answer. He was already gone. Outside, he found Bear. Are you sure about what you sensed yesterday? Bear nodded, holding up a mini-map. You'll see it for yourself soon. Even for someone like you, this is rare. He pointed toward their destination. It's called Touching Memories. A workshop. Lewin Ardle pushed open the door. He glanced around. This is it. I thought something used by the Black Dragon would be in a vault, or at least a secret auction. He imagined shady dealers or a collector's treasure trove. But this place? It looked too normal. Bear explained. That relic is useless to mages who don't rely on power-based magic. For them, it's just junk. Lewin Ardle activated the player's eyes. Light flooded his vision, and then he saw it. A spark. A pop-up appeared. Ring of Invul. Vulnerability. Unique artifact of the player. It was the first artifact forged through battle, and also his first failure. The ring held the power of invulnerability. There was a chance, small but real, to resist any physical force. Sometimes it could nullify all damage completely. But Bear added a warning. There's a catch. He looked at Lewin Ardle. It's not just enemy attacks. This thing might block a friend's touch, or even a hug of someone you love. Lewin Ardle stayed quiet, focused. The effect doesn't always trigger when you need it, Bear added. And when it does, Lewin Ardle calmly examined the artifact. An item forged in failure, maybe, but still valuable. And more importantly, he needed it. He nodded to himself. A system message flashed. Strength increased by 200 points. Just that alone made the ring worth wearing. He slid it onto his finger. It fit perfectly, like it had been made just for him. Lewin Ardle approached the shopkeeper. I'd like to buy this ring. How much? The old man shook his head. No need. It's been gathering dust for years. I didn't even know what to do with it. You can have it. Lewin Ardle glanced around. In that case, I'll take something else too. Consider it fair. The old man just smiled. Fine by me. Lewin Ardle activated the player's eye again. The skill really was incredible. Not only could he scan an object's quality, he could even estimate its true worth. His eyes landed on something ahead. A book. It shimmered faintly with a high rarity rating. Title: Quantum Mechanisms of Magic and Swords. He moved fast, reaching for it, but a hand snatched it first. Lewin Ardle looked up, annoyed. A blonde girl stood in front of him, holding the book. Immediately, he identified her. A 5th-class mage. High potential. Her name was Irene Prius, from the Women's University. He recalled her reputation. The king of magicians, known as the Terran Artemis and the king of the border, had personally selected 11 elite magicians to represent the next generation. Irene Prius was one of them. Lewin Ardle had heard she was close to 5th class, but seeing her now, he realized the rumors had actually fallen short. She was already there. She glanced at him. Mind giving me that book? Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. I saw it first. She pointed to the insignia on his uniform. You're from the academy, right? I'm Irene Prius, Women's University. That book, you only noticed it now. I came here just for it. He didn't respond, just stared at her quietly. She softened her tone. If it doesn't really matter to you, could I have it? Lewin Ardle quickly understood. She had overheard everything. Of course, they were both participants in a great festival. He decided to test her. Then tell me, why do you need it? A book like that, you don't just stumble across it. Her expression faltered. She looked away, trying to come up with something. It's part of a personal assignment, she said, a bit flustered. I can't share the details. Please don't ask. Lewin Ardle narrowed his eyes. That didn't sound like a typical university task. Could it be a request from the king? He wondered. Without saying more, he handed her the book. Irene Prius blinked, stunned. You're giving it to me? You said it's important, Lewin Ardle replied. So take it. She hesitated, then accepted it with a nod of thanks. As Lewin Ardle wandered off, browsing for something else to buy, the blonde next to him was left speechless. Not far away, someone asked, was that Irene Prius? What were you two talking about? They leaned in. Is she really as gorgeous as they say? Someone asked, leaning in with a smirk. The blonde chimed in. So, where did you meet her? What was the situation? Lewin Ardle sighed. Can you at least ask one at a time? I'm just jealous, man, the blonde admitted. I dream about touching her hand just once. Lewin Ardle blinked. That's seriously your dream? The guy burst into laughter. You all sound so pathetic. Grinning, he added, I saw her at the great festival too. Even sat next to her. But someone cut in curious. Wait, did you talk to her? The guy scratched his head. No, we didn't really cross paths again. Another voice jumped in. Anyway, that girl's strong, but she's always second place. I heard she's super hung up on always losing to the same person. The blonde snapped. What kind of nonsense is that? How dare you talk like that about my Irene Prius? Lewin Ardle crossed his arms. Didn't realize she belonged to someone now. Then he added, and it's not nonsense. The person she keeps losing to is #1 at the Special School of Combat Magicians. He's basically the most recognized student in the whole continent. The brunette nodded. Yeah, and he's got the shining sword too. Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. The what? The guy explained. It's a top-tier artifact. That's why she wanted that book so badly. She's trying to beat him. Lewin Ardle thought about it. But being a magic swordsman isn't all it's cracked up to be. Unlike other weapons, a magic sword doesn't really boost your magic that much. And mastering swordsmanship? That's a whole other mountain to climb. The brunette agreed. Still, that guy's been different from everyone else since day one. His sword's a rare artifact, and his sword skills? At least on par with an average knight. Maybe better. The blonde groaned. Artifact, swordsmanship, insane magical talent. And he's from a rich family too. Handsome, popular, ugh, it's just unfair. Guys like that shouldn't exist. Lewin Ardle stayed silent, deep in thought. A girl who reached 5th class by 16, and a rival who beat her every year. A magical swordsman. And here he was wondering, could I ever beat someone like that? He remembered the train ride. Back then, no one saw him as a real threat. But Grandpa's words echoed in his mind. You're more than worthy of being called a contender. Lewin Ardle frowned. Then I'll make sure those words come true. Suddenly, someone burst into the room. First team, assemble. It's time for the opening ceremony of the great festival. Lewin Ardle took a breath, rose to his feet, and headed for the door. His thoughts spun as fast as his heart. It's starting. The opening matches of the great festival had begun. Lewin Ardle glanced out ahead, thinking about the battles to come, and the opponents waiting on the other side. No one could figure out why their first match after the academy had ended so easily. But Lewin Ardle just smiled. Guess I got lucky, he said. They knew right away. These were the worst opponents they could have faced. Known for their underhanded tactics, these guys had a reputation, and it wasn't a good one. Lewin Ardle couldn't figure out why they were picked. He pointed out how many students at the academy were still shaken from past encounters with them. But the so-called heroes just laughed it off. To them, this fight was nothing but a snooze fest. Then Lewin Ardle heard them mocking his team, saying they were too scared to do anything. That's when he saw his chance to step up and prove himself. With a confident grin, Lewin Ardle looked ahead. Someone glanced at him, confused by his sudden boldness. Lewin Ardle smiled back and said he'd noticed a crowd forming. Other great festival participants were gathering. He stepped forward and called out loud and clear. My name's Lewin Ardle. I represent the After Academy, the one everyone's been whispering about. That line didn't sit well with one of the guys. Don't call us that, he said, annoyed. Lewin Ardle met the glare, but didn't flinch. He laughed and said, I've been stuck at the bottom long enough. I'm done with that. Now, he was aiming for the top. The other students scoffed. And who are you to say that? That's when the name Tyrion Ignat came to mind. Lewin Ardle replied calmly, I'm the hidden ace, and I'm not backing down. Whispers spread fast. One student spoke up, saying he'd looked into Lewin Ardle's past and found failure after failure. Another chimed in, but something changed this semester. He's a whole different beast now. His results are off the charts. Now it made sense. His confidence wasn't just talk. The hero snapped out of his thoughts and stood tall. He was ready to make a move. We'll show them the traditional way, he said. At tomorrow's event, the Mana Grenade Throw. This was a group contest where everyone except the team's representative participated. The goal? Take down a mithril golem using mana-charged grenades. The faster the golem goes down, the better. Someone asked Lewin Ardle if he could really pull this off. He nodded. We may lack top-tier talent, but we've got a strategy. Lewin Ardle realized teamwork was key. With the right coordination, they could win. The others were surprised when he proposed forming specialized groups. One to charge the mana grenades, another to transport them, a third to launch the attack, and a fourth to sabotage the enemy's golem. Lewin Ardle's ideas got everyone thinking. What do you say, he asked. The guy answered, we're done being last. This time, we're taking first. Lewin Ardle was determined. Whatever it took, they were going to win. He explained that while the others threw one grenade at a time, their team would throw 2 or 3. More attacks meant more pressure. The team rallied around the plan. Everyone started shouting in agreement, full of energy and trust. With Walken leading the charge and grenades moving into position, they got organized fast. Each person was placed where they'd be strongest. The pieces were falling into place. The real reason Lewin Ardle was able to make all these decisions? His ability, Player's Eye. It allowed him to see the true essence of each goal. With it, he could spot the flaws in the team and sharpen their strengths. As Lewin Ardle guided everyone into roles that suited them perfectly, even the ones who doubted him started to believe. Smiles spread. Confidence grew. The team could feel it now. Victory was actually within reach. Just then, the door burst open. A battered classmate stumbled in and collapsed on the floor, calling Lewin Ardle's name. Lewin Ardle rushed over. Who did this to you? He asked, shocked. It didn't take long to figure it out. The culprits were exactly who he suspected. Inside their building, the so-called heroes lounged on couches like they owned the place. As Lewin Ardle entered, the leader smirked. Knew you'd come crawling eventually, he sneered. But Lewin Ardle didn't flinch. Calm and composed, he locked eyes with one of them and called him out. Voices echoed from their side. Sita Malkiri laughed mockingly. This guy's out his mind. Someone turned to Lewin Ardle, baffled. Why are you being so bold? Lewin Ardle simply placed a hand on the guy's shoulder but the grip tightened, painfully so. Sita Malkiri dropped to a crouch, gritting his teeth. He couldn't believe what Lewin Ardle had just done. Furious, Sita Malkiri jumped up and raised a fist, but Lewin Ardle caught it mid-air, holding in a firm lock. Still smiling, Lewin Ardle leaned in and warned him. Touch me outside the arena again, and next time, you won't get back up. Sita Malkiri hit the ground, groaning in pain. The others looked on, stunned. Lewin Ardle turned to them with a grin. Want to make a bet? He said. Cheers erupted behind him. Lewin Ardle shouted to the crowd that if they won, Sita Malkiri would take a flick to the face and owe them an apology. Now everyone had a reason to fight. The team roared with renewed fire. The destination? Altane Stadium, home of the great festival of magic. Held across the continent, this legendary event brought together only the best. Magicians who shone here went on to make history. Every name etched into the festival's legacy had become someone powerful. Cries of Ignite Academy echoed in the air. Lewin Ardle realized the weight of where he stood, right in the middle of a battlefield where legends were born. Suddenly, a voice shouted for the ceremony to conclude. Students were told to return to their seats. Lewin Ardle walked forward, slow and steady. As he turned his gaze away, Sita Malkiri shouted after him. This time, I won't go easy on you. Be ready. Lewin Ardle didn't respond. He knew Sita Malkiri was already trying to figure him out, analyzing, preparing. But Lewin Ardle had other things on his mind. The spotlight was shifting to the Doom Prime. He started thinking about the top contender, the one who always won, the unmatched leader from the Special Combat Magician School. That's who they'd face if they kept winning. Someone called his name. Lewin Ardle turned. Irene Prius stood there, smiling. You really stirred things up, she said with a laugh. Lewin Ardle raised a brow. He hadn't expected that reaction. She grinned. You even marched right into their den and made it out. Lewin Ardle had practically sparked a war just by stepping into the Institute's territory. Wait, how do you know all this? He asked Irene Prius, surprised. She just laughed. You didn't just go talk. That was an open challenge. But Lewin Ardle shrugged it off, insisting he wasn't trying to start anything. Just a little chat, that's all. Irene Prius gave him a calm warning. You'd be better off not drawing too much attention. She glanced at him again, curious. You're hiding something, aren't you? Your real ability. Lewin Ardle didn't answer. He just grinned and bolted. I'm up in the first match. Gotta run. She kept watching him, eyebrows raised. He was full of surprises. The first event, Throw Mana Grenades, was about to begin. Ignite Academy was facing off against the National Institute. Everyone ready? One of the teammates asked. This time, they weren't just participating. They were out to prove something. Moments later, the team took off. Confusion rippled through the crowd. People didn't know what to make of what they were seeing. Team matches usually leaned on standout individuals. But this team had done the unexpected, split themselves into specialized groups. Heaters, movers, throwers. This kind of structure was unheard of in magical competitions. Spectators shouted at them, sure they'd end up dead last. Even one of the girls looked away, unable to make sense of what was happening. But then, it happened. The golem from Ignite Academy lost its right arm. The crowd roared. Lewin Ardle barked out orders, loud and clear. Another hit landed. The golem's other arm was gone. Sita Malkiri, fuming, turned his team. What are you idiots doing? But no one had answers. The After Academy team was acting totally out of the ordinary. Some were even healing the enemy golem, keeping it from collapsing, stalling it. Irene Prius was stunned. Now, it was clear, this wasn't just magic. It was strategy. Every part of the plan was built on knowing the team's strengths and using them perfectly. She remembered how quickly Lewin Ardle had found the book she needed, how smoothly he'd sorted everyone into roles based on what they were good at. She stared at the field, wondering, who is this guy? And how have I never seen him compete before? Then happened. The mana ball in Lewin Ardle's hand glowed like a rising star. This is it, he shouted. With a blast of light, the golem shattered. Sita Malkiri froze, his face a mix of rage and disbelief. The giant figure crashed to the ground, defeated. Cheers erupted. They'd done it. After Academy had taken the win. What was supposed to be a guaranteed victory for the Institute had flipped on its head. The first contest of the great festival, Throw Mana Grenades, belonged to them. Now it was time for the next stage, grab the flag. No one could believe it. After Academy wasn't at the bottom anymore. The Institute had taken their place. The first match would be between two representatives, Lewin Ardle of Ignite Academy and Sita Malkiri of the National Magic Institute. They stood face to face, tension rising. Feeling nervous? Bear asked with a sly grin. Lewin Ardle simply looked away calm. We're ranked 20th now, out of 32. For him, that was perfect. After what they just pulled off, people were starting to pay attention. Even with their recent win, it wasn't enough to erase the label that had followed Lewin Ardle for years, the failure from After Academy. But to Lewin Ardle, this was a huge breakthrough. Beating the Institute so decisively meant something. It meant the tide could turn. If we pull off another overwhelming win, he thought, they'll have no choice but to see us differently. Bear kept smiling beside him, but Lou and Artel's eyes were set on something beyond, the one they had to prove themselves to, the king of wizards. Elsewhere, a group sat around a glowing orb, watching the unfolding match through a magical projection. In the image, Sita Malkiri and Lou and Artel faced off. Terran stared silently. Tyrion Ignat, seated nearby, finally spoke. I used to think that guy had potential, thought he could be one of the next generation. Terran smirked. He was born gifted, could use magic instinctively when he was still a child. But the man beside him cut in, voice turning grim. That all changed when we found out he had mono-release disorder. Tyrion Ignat looked surprised. Wasn't he considered a lost cause after that? Terran stayed calm. And yet, here he is, representing the Academy. Which means, maybe he's still got something hidden. The hero let out a slow sigh. Tyrion Ignat kept his eyes on Lou and Artel. Watch this, he said. Bear leaned in. If he needs to close the distance, what's the plan? Lou and Artel's answer was simple, confident. I'll charge and head first. The match was about to begin. A voice rang out, announcing the start. Sita Malkiri exploded forward, unleashing a massive burst of power. You're paying for what happened last time, he shouted. He summoned his combat protector, a fully armored knight that landed with a heavy crash. But Lou and Artel was already moving. Time reversal activated. He sprinted to the side, fast and unpredictable. Sita Malkiri's eyes darted around, confused. Suddenly, Lou and Artel appeared right next to him, fist clenched. Sita Malkiri laughed nervously. You're really going through with this? Lou and Artel stayed calm. You think I came here just to chat? The knight raised its weapon, aimed right at them. Wait, stop. Sita Malkiri cried out. Frozen in place, panic set in. He tried to move, but couldn't. Lou and Artel smiled. Go on, try getting out of it. That's when Sita Malkiri realized this wasn't a bluff. This power wasn't about catching him off guard. It was real. The knight's blade pointed straight at him. And in that moment, Sita Malkiri knew he'd lost. His eyes narrowed, barely open, stunned by the truth. Then came the follow-up. Lou and Artel unleashed a burst of firepower straight at the armored knight. Sita Malkiri gasped. That's not possible. Lou and Artel had hit the steel-clad warrior with his bare hands, and it was cracking. Piece by piece, the knight began to fall apart. Lou and Artel stepped forward. Sita Malkiri, dazed, asked, Did you just save me? Lou and Artel looked at him. Save you? After what you did to my teammate? He smirked. Nah, I just wanted to finish you off myself. Then he leaned in. Don't tell me you forgot our little bet. Sita Malkiri didn't even get a chance to answer. Lou and Artel flicked him in the forehead, hard. Sita Malkiri went flying across the field like a rag doll. Eyes wide, he stared at the sky and shouted, Wow, it's kind of beautiful up here. The crowd went silent. Then they all turned toward the arena in stunned disbelief. The stadium erupted into cheers. The crowd's roar shook the stands. Lou and Artel stood quietly, watching the celebration with a faint smile, soaking it all in. Tyrion Ignat leaned in closer to the glowing magic orb, eyes fixed. Nearby, a man remained still, gaze low but focused. Magician, the king of the border, a mage of the rare 8th class, standing at the demigod level, stared at the image in disbelief. Despite all his experience, even he had never witnessed magic like this. His expression darkened. The orb showed Lou and Artel's face. Terran narrowed his eyes, trying to make sense of the mysterious figure. Who is this kid? He muttered. Tyrion Ignat looked over as Terran's irritation grew. Tell me everything you know about him, Terran demanded. Tyrion Ignat paused, thinking, he's a model student. Everyone thought he'd give up, but he didn't. Turn his flaws into strengths. If anyone embodies what it means to be a magician, it's him. Terran's gaze dropped to the floor, dissatisfied. He considered summoning Lou and Artel, questioning him directly. Tyrion Ignat glanced away, sensing what Terran was about to do. The man knew someone had to stop this. Terran forced a smile. Don't forget, he said slowly, magicians have the right to keep their techniques secret. Lou and Artel looked over calmly. Then maybe we should talk, just the two of us. Terran clenched his fist behind his back. If he wanted to stand at the top of the magical world, he had to uncover what kind of spell he'd just witnessed. Meanwhile, back at the dorm, laughter and shouts filled the air. Lou and Artel sighed. It was just one win, and we haven't even prepped for what's coming. But the others wouldn't hear it. Tonight's for celebrating, someone called. The table was already stacked with drinks, local coconut vanilla juice, and the infamous dragon's kiss. Lou and Artel stared at the crimson drink in surprise. The others burst into laughter. That one's from your homeland, Lou and Artel, someone said. One sip, and it'll feel like you kissed a dragon. Best stuff around. With a chuckle, the guy poured the drink for him. Lou and Artel looked away, unsure. Then, unexpectedly, Sita Malkiri appeared beside him, eyes heavy. Lou and Artel blinked, surprised to see him. Sita Malkiri clenched his jaw. Can you leave me alone? Lewin Ardle asked, not hiding his frustration. But Sita Malkiri lowered his head. I came to apologize. Everyone went quiet. Sita Malkiri turned to the group. I'm sorry for always looking down on you. He hesitated. After losing, I realized something. Just because someone's weaker now doesn't mean they'll always be. Lewin Ardle remained calm. There are people far stronger than me out there too. Sita Malkiri seemed shaken. That truth hit deep. Change isn't easy, Lewin Ardle added quietly. Sita Malkiri nodded. Still, I'm sorry. The silence was thick. Everyone felt the weight of the moment. Sita Malkiri stepped back. Sorry for killing the mood. Lewin Ardle turned to him. Was that real? Or just guilt? Sita Malkiri met his gaze. It's real. Lewin Ardle smiled slightly. Then thanks for having the guts to say it. Their hands met in a quiet handshake. The others around them watched, moved but silent. Lewin Ardle accepted Sita Malkiri's apology. And just like that, the tension melted. Arms slung over each other's shoulders. Laughter echoed as they raised their glasses, sharing Dragon's Kiss and soaking in the night's joy. Lewin Ardle glanced away, his expression uneasy. One of the guys nudged him with a grin. Hey, you alive over there? Lewin Ardle groaned, rubbing his head. Barely. Another chimed in. Do you even remember last night? Everyone laughed. You were crying your eyes out, thanking us for believing in you. Lewin Ardle blinked. Wait, what? He was mortified. He had no idea he'd acted like that. From now on, he'd steer clear of anything that made him too emotional, especially that drink. Someone teased. You sure you're Lewin Ardle? 'Cause last night, you were acting like Sita Malkiri. Sita Malkiri stepped in with a half smile. Hope you got some sleep. Lewin Ardle's mind flashed back to the night before. How they'd shared that moment of real respect. Sita Malkiri called out, We'll meet again. Lewin Ardle gave a quick wave and left. Soon after, he ran into his professor, who gave him the usual look of disapproval. You're always getting into something, the man muttered. Before Lewin Ardle could respond, he heard his name being called. The professor's tone shifted. It's the head of the academy. Sounds like he's worried about something. Lewin Ardle paused. Wait, Taryn. The professor nodded. He wants to see you. His expression turned serious. Be careful. A man like Taryn, he hides everything. And people like that, they're dangerous. Lewin Ardle lowered his gaze, thinking it over. Then, with quiet determination, he said, I understand. From across the courtyard, the rest of the team shouted and laughed. Lewin Ardle. He turned and smiled. Looks like we got another reason to win. They blinked at him, confused. What do you mean by that? But Lewin Ardle didn't answer. He took off running, straight toward the next event. Arrow ball. It was no ordinary game. In arrow ball, the ball was a sentient flying arrow. Each team had 9 players, attackers, defenders, and 1 goalkeeper. The objective? Score more goals by guiding the arrow into the opponent's net. Simple rules. Brutal execution. It took more than brute force. Strategies had to be sharp. Timing had to be perfect. Some players cast defensive barriers. Others unleashed crowd control magic. Just catching the arrow took serious skill. Lewin Ardle shouted, Let's do this. The match kicked off. He bolted across the field. Spells flew in every direction. An ice tree burst from the ground. A spear of ice shot through the air. A wall of fire rose between teams. Chaos erupted. Lewin Ardle go. Sita Malkiri shouted from behind. Everyone turned, stunned. Wasn't Sita Malkiri losing his mind just yesterday over the defeat? And now, he was backing Lewin Ardle? Real men become friends after a fight. Sita Malkiri yelled. Someone in the crowd burst into laughter. The others looked at Sita Malkiri, puzzled. But Lewin Ardle kept his eyes on the field. From the sidelines, a man watched silently. And after witnessing the match, he was certain Lewin Ardle was the next generation. Every player was strong. Sita Malkiri knew that firsthand after facing them during the Magic Festival. But Lewin Ardle? Lewin Ardle was something else entirely. He wasn't just strong. He could lead. He could unite. From the Institute side, someone called out, We're next. Time to talk strategy. Someone stop Lewin Ardle. Another shouted in panic. But Lewin Ardle was already weaving through defenders, dodging attacks like they were nothing. With a wide grin, he shouted, All right, our turn. Lewin Ardle surged forward, channeling all his strength. His fists drove through the air like cannonballs. Shards of ice exploded in every direction, sending players scrambling. Get out of the way, someone screamed. You'll get hit. But it wasn't just Lewin Ardle they had to worry about. He's not the only threat, another voice yelled. Still, Lewin Ardle had already grabbed the arrow ball, and there was no stopping him. He launched a wave of magic, knocking opponents off balance. The scoreboard lit up, 1-0. Seconds later, another point, 2-0. Now, the opposing team was locked in on Lewin Ardle, pouring everything they had into stopping him. But their tunnel vision was a mistake. His teammates saw the opening and struck hard. With the defense scattered, the formation crumbled. The other team couldn't recover. Is this even real? Someone whispered. In a game where teams usually scored 4 points in 3 minutes, After Academy racked up 11. The opposing team surrendered. They had no choice. Another stunning victory for After Academy. Lewin Artel smiled wide. This was more than just a win. It was domination. The others laughed, finally starting to believe it. We could actually become number one. Back on the sidelines, someone called out to Lewin Artel. The professor approached him. Don't forget, he said. Meeting's set for 7 p.m. during dinner. Lewin Artel nodded. He already knew. A server brought him a glass of wine, but Terran's voice echoed in his mind. Don't eat anything. Wait for the meeting. With a focused look, Lewin Artel turned away and walked forward. Someone called out again. Tyrion Ignat appeared, smiling. Shall we go in together? The two entered the grand room. Lewin Artel looked up stunned. Terran was already seated on a throne. Bear stared in disbelief. He's a monster. Lewin Artel didn't argue. Terran wasn't just a magician. He was on the line between man and something far more powerful. The king of magicians. The long table before them was piled high with food. Terran's voice was calm. I've known about you for quite some time. He spoke casually. I had the chance to observe you. Then his tone shifted. It's been 5 years since I selected 11 children. You were one of them. Lewin Artel didn't waste time. Let's get to the point. Terran studied him. Tell me what's happening to you? Lewin Artel paused, realizing their thoughts aligned. Terran wanted to understand him. He wanted confirmation that he hadn't made a mistake. Lewin Artel met his gaze and answered. All I can say is this. Calling a talent might be a stretch, but no effort should ever be ignored. Terran stayed silent. He didn't fully get it. But Tyrion Ignat smiled. That's what I like about him. Terran nodded slowly. Recently, I've taken an interest in body magic. Lewin Artel knew why. It was his way of overcoming his condition, manhwa release disorder. Terran tilted his head. I've never heard of an object that could create that kind of effect. Before Lewin Artel could say more, Tyrion Ignat interrupted. Terran leaned back, thoughtful. There are still many matches ahead. Let's see if your effort can stand against the ones I've chosen. Lewin Artel grinned. Then keep watching. Terran was curious now, and so was Lewin Artel. You want to know just how far apart he was from the king's hand-picked prodigies. As Terran stepped out of the arena, the entire stadium erupted in applause. Someone shouted. Terran raised a brow, mildly surprised. They spoke more politely than I expected. A maid passed by slowly, balancing a tray with grace. Terran turned to Tyrion Ignat with a quiet smile. I always welcome talent, but curiosity's been getting the better of me. Tyrion Ignat tilted his head. Did that curiosity get satisfied today? Terran leaned back. Something else took its place. Tyrion Ignat chuckled. Lewin Artel's still young. Don't be too hard on him. The demigod gave him a sideways glance. Strange, he didn't seem afraid. Most would be trembling on their knees. Terran's eyes narrowed with interest. He's different. I like that. I hope the one I'm raising turns out half as intriguing. Meanwhile, the crowd was still roaring outside the arena. The next team marched out to battle. One of the heroes scoffed. Why bother? This is just empty noise. Another whispered to him. You really think that? Lewin Artel visited the magic tower, you know. That made him freeze. His fist clenched tightly. His voice lowered, tense. So he met him before me? Someone nodded. Yeah, the guy's magic had the entire place on edge. Unstoppable. But you didn't see Lewin Artel as a rival? Someone asked. No, the man said flatly. No matter how many struggles he overcame, I didn't feel it. But now there was something else. Something in Lewin Artel's unorthodox approach to magic that sparked a strange curiosity, even in him. Terran found himself recalling every moment he'd observed Lewin Artel. In another corner, one of the other heroes punched the wall with everything he had. His fury burned, not just because Lewin Artel had met Terran, but because deep down he believed he was the only one worthy of the King of Magicians' recognition. Then the door creaked open. Everyone turned. A shadow stepped inside. It was Doom Prime. He glared across the room. Grinding his teeth, he snapped. So what did you and that filthy king talk about? Lewin Artel blinked. You waited just to ask that? Doom Prime stayed silent, eyes demanding an answer. Lewin Artel crossed his arms. Do I owe you one? In a flash, Doom Prime drew his sword. I need to hear it from you, he growled. Lewin Artel dropped into a stance, sensing the pressure radiating from Doom Prime. It wasn't just anger. It was deadly. We're not in a tournament right now, Lewin Artel warned. Doom Prime's eyes narrowed. Doesn't matter. Their magic clashed. Power surged between them. Doom Prime pushed forward, furious, but Lewin Artel didn't back down for a second. He's not holding back, someone whispered. The energy flared, raw, powerful. No sign of weakness on either side. Doom Prime's hand tightened around his blade. Just as things were about to spiral, someone's voice cut through. Stop. A girl stepped between them. Another bystander smiled. Look at this. Everyone gathered in one place. Lewin Artel relaxed slightly. I was just wondering how to introduce myself properly. Doom Prime turned sharply and stormed off. Lou and Artel turned to the girl, puzzled. Does he always act like that? She laughed. Normally, you can't get him to say a single word. Then she added with a grin, but when it comes to Terran, Doom Prime completely loses it. He wants to be the one Terran sees, the one he picks above everyone else. Irene Prius spoke calmly, her tone unreadable. We should note, private meetings like that, completely out of character for the so-called Dirty King. Lou and Artel blinked. What are you saying? She tilted her head. Are you seriously thinking of picking a fight with him? Lou and Artel chuckled. Come on, they probably just wanted to scare me. Irene Prius raised a brow. Did it work? Lou and Artel's expression shifted. Doom Prime's like a wall. Thick, unmoving. You can't crack it with just a normal strike. But even the thickest walls, he said, smirking, will crumble if you hit him enough times. Irene Prius let out a short laugh. You really are strange. As Lou and Artel walked off, she watched him go. He's a spirit prime, she muttered. One who doesn't believe in mercy. Everyone around her understood. Doom Prime wasn't going to take his eyes off Lou and Artel from now on. Back at the academy dorms, excitement buzzed through the air. Man, this is a total letdown, someone muttered. Lou and Artel laughed. Are you kidding? You all did great. Everyone gave it their all. One of the students nodded. We still placed fourth in the team competition. Still, the sting of having their winning streak broke and lingered. Soon, attention shifted. So, what's the plan for the individual matches? Someone asked. Lou and Artel gave a small smile. Win, obviously. Laughter followed. You better stay on top, then, one of the heroes joked. Lou and Artel was aiming high. First place in the individual rankings. And right now, he was standing shoulder to shoulder with the competition's strongest. Next up, the battle for survival. A massive free-for-all between reps from 32 different schools. It would start from the peak of a massive man-made island. First place earned 32 points. Last place, just 1. Points would also be awarded based on skill and performance, so rankings could shift fast. Lou and Artel was deep in thought when someone commented, you still need to form alliances like the others. He looked up, surprised. The Amore students are already building teams. If you go solo, you won't last. Strategizing was key. Alliances, shared plans, identifying threats early. Moving as a unit was the smartest move. Lou and Artel's eyes flicked away. He figured Irene Prius wouldn't team up with him. But then, let's do this. Sita Malkiri shouted from behind, grinning. You and me. Lou and Artel grinned back. With Sita Malkiri by his side, he had someone he could count on. Come on, Lou and Artel called. We've got one more person to bring in. Sita Malkiri followed him, confused. Wait, you're serious? You want Irene Prius? Eyes narrowed, Sita Malkiri glanced at the group ahead. Intense, focused, intimidating. You mean Irene Prius? As in, one of the strongest contenders here. Lou and Artel nodded. And what if she says no? Sita Malkiri asked. Lou and Artel didn't respond. He paused. His name had just been called. Irene Prius stood there, smiling. Shall we start by going over the plan? She said coolly. Around the table, they gathered. Lou and Artel glanced at the layout. So the biggest alliance, 14 people. Irene Prius nodded confidently. They're all rallying under the magic school. Irene Prius explained calmly. He mostly relies on holy and light magic. Sita Malkiri nodded. Then they won't overwhelm us with numbers. His squad? They'll just be the most annoying to deal with. But Lou and Artel wasn't only thinking about that. There was one guy, and Lou and Artel knew the entire course of the competition could change depending on him. Someone called out, Everyone ready? Gear checked. One of the guys grinned. If it breaks, you're done. Auto-teleport off the island. No second chances. Far offshore, a ship glided across the sea. One by one, the competitors began to disembark. Sita Malkiri muttered nervously. Everyone's on edge. They all knew the rules. Survive for 72 hours. That's it. But the tension was already thick in the air. Eyes scanned the island ahead. Lou and Artel could feel it. Someone out there was already on the move. We gotta hurry, he said. Head for the island now. The boat crept forward. Sita Malkiri walked close beside Lou and Artel, holding his arm. Irene Prius raised her hand, releasing a pulse of magic. This zone's safe. For now. The team exchanged glances. First come, first serve. The good positions wouldn't wait. The moment they hit the shore, they sprinted into the dense forest. Sita Malkiri groaned, holding his stomach. Can we even get food? Lou and Artel turned and shouted. We're a team. Stick together. Sita Malkiri grumbled, but followed. Then, an explosion shook the trees. What was that? Sita Malkiri whispered. Lou and Artel's eyes narrowed. It's already started. Let's go. They pushed through the brush, moving in silence. Their target was close. Behind a tree, they waited, watching, listening. Voices in the distance shouted in panic. No food, no cover. Then, a surge of magic tore across the clearing. An ambush. Sita Malkiri grinned. Finally, I've been waiting for this. An iron sphere zipped past. Irene Prius stepped forward, unleashing her spell. Lewin Ardle caught it immediately. 5th grade, ice magic. A blizzard roared to life. Sita Malkiri blinked. She didn't even flinch. A new wave of magic surged toward them. Lewin Ardle tensed, eyes scanning the field. Their opponents shouted, "There are 3 of them. That's Irene Prius." Realizing they were up against serious firepower, the enemy dug in. Lewin Ardle stayed calm. These were skilled magicians, but it was his turn now. Suddenly, a strange crack echoed across the clearing. "What was that?" one of the attackers shouted. Lewin Ardle turned. Did he just? Magic flew at him, fast and precise, right into his face. Lewin Ardle reeled. Time distortion. Everything around them twisted and fractured. "Where are we?" someone screamed. The battlefield was chaos. Sita Malkiri dove aside, calling out, "Lewin Ardle, hurry, end this." Flames erupted in Lewin Ardle's hand, a massive fireball, glowing with explosive mana. "Move," someone shouted. "It's gonna blow." Lewin Ardle dashed forward, targeting one of the mages directly. Boom! The forest shook with the explosion. Flames spread across the trees. Lewin Ardle lay in the wreckage, unmoving for a moment, staring into the inferno around him. The forest burned. Light danced across the battlefield. And through it all, Lewin Ardle watched in silence, still calm. Then, his teammates came running. Just as the hero tried to speak, Lewin Ardle cut in confidently, pointing out that the numbers were now 3 against 4. The opposing team clenched their jaws, clearly frustrated. With a grin, Lewin Ardle turned to his group and asked, "So, did we bring enough food?" A bundle tumbled from a backpack. Food spilled everywhere. "There's even meat," the girl shouted in surprise. Everyone began unloading their supplies. Sita Malkiri did a quick estimate and figured the food could last them 3 full days. They'd really stocked up. Lewin Ardle nodded in agreement, and one of the players gave a quick thanks. Finally, they could eat properly. But just as things started to settle, a sudden, violent explosion rocked the area. Everyone's heads snapped around. Sita Malkiri asked if David's group had gone that way. Whoever launched that attack clearly had guts. Going after a squad of more than 10 people wasn't something just anyone would dare. Irene Prius crossed her arms and muttered, "It's Doom Prime." Not many mages have mana at that level. The guy beside her lit up, clearly impressed. "In just 1 year, he's gotten that strong? Gives me goosebumps." Lewin Ardle's expression turned serious. "Yeah, Doom Prime's no joke." Sunlight streamed through the open doorway of the room. Inside, there were a few beds and some storage closets. Irene Prius stepped in first. No sign the others made it here before us. Lewin Ardle suggested they rest up and maybe grab a quick bite. Sita Malkiri lit up. "Just give me 1 minute and you'll all taste real iota steak." But the hero stepped in, warning him that smell could get us caught. "Hold off on the meat for now." Sita Malkiri paused, then looked back. The girl asked how he could be so sure. He stared ahead, silent for a moment. "Everything you've predicted so far, it's all happening," she said quietly. Lewin Ardle explained, "The central settlement's the only place big enough to shelter a large group. David will head there for sure. Doom Prime will too." Irene Prius raised an eyebrow. "He'd go alone? Against the biggest team? That's insane." "He'll go," the guy replied, "because it's the best way to win solo." She frowned. "Ow!" She flinched when she heard the answer, kill points. The hero explained, "Doom Prime earns points for every enemy he takes down." That kind of thinking, that's very him. He paused, looking a bit awkward. "I mean, I was just thinking what I'd do in his shoes." He really has no choice. It's the only way to get the king's attention. Irene Prius leaned in, hand on her chin. "You're acting suspicious." All right, he said, brushing it off. "Let's just set up a duty schedule." "I'll take first shift," she volunteered. The moon rose high in the night sky. The guy opened his eyes and turned. Irene Prius nudged him awake. "We've got company." He sat up as she pulled back the curtain. Lewin Ardle looked out and saw a lone figure in a hooded robe. He turned to Irene Prius. "Did you count them?" "Just 1," she replied. "And I've disabled the light magic. No way they'll detect us." The hero narrowed his eyes. The figure was heading straight toward them. "He's coming," he said. The hero was jolted awake. His shift to guard the entrance had come, just in case the stranger made a move toward the house. Sure enough, someone approached the door. The hero pressed his back to the wall, crouched low. Just one could be him? He wondered. The stranger reached for the door handle. Before he could step inside, Lewin Ardle lunged, grabbed the hood of the robe, and yanked the man forward with force. Clamping a hand over his mouth, Lewin Ardle pinned him. The girl raised her hands instantly, shouting "Light!" As the glow filled the room, Sita Malkiri came running. He froze. "It's Calm Khalees. From the academy," he shouted. Lewin Ardle pulled his hand away. The man coughed and quickly apologized. "I swear I wasn't trying to break in. I just needed somewhere to rest. If I'd known anyone was here, I wouldn't have come near the place." Lewin Ardle narrowed his eyes. "You alone?" "Yes," Calm Khalees nodded. Sita Malkiri glanced out the window, scanning for others. The hero continued the questioning. And your team? Where are they? Calm Khalees hesitated. Doom Prime, he muttered. He got them. He explained that early in the trial, their alliance was feeling confident. They had the numbers. The plan was to ambush David's team and rack up some kill points. Then Doom Prime showed up. They had split up the search for food. Big mistake. Irene Prius's eyes narrowed. You're telling me Doom Prime took down a team of 6 by himself? Calm Khalees shook his head. Not exactly. He only managed to kill one, at first. We switched to defense right away. He went on. After the explosion, David's team came charging in. Overwhelmed, they fought desperately. Only 2 of them escaped, Calm Khalees included. But it wasn't over. Just as they were catching their breath, Doom Prime showed up again. Calm Khalees clenched his teeth. He fought us head-on. Then, when the fight got chaotic, he slipped away, waited for the survivors, and picked us off one by one. Lewin Artel listened carefully. Doom Prime didn't just attack, he planned. Waited. Moved when it made the most sense. He respected that. Calm Khalees glanced at them sheepishly. I know it's asking a lot, but would you let me join your team? Sita Malkiri blinked. He rubbed his chin. Even after all that, he's still thinking strategy. The others weren't so sure. Lewin Artel didn't hesitate. No. Irene Prius turned to him. Why not? Lewin Artel locked eyes with Calm Khalees. Tell me, how did you escape? Calm Khalees opened his mouth to answer, but Lewin Artel didn't let him. If we're talking about Doom Prime, then no way he let someone walk away. Not even wounded. Sita Malkiri snapped his fingers. Right. The hero spoke firmly. 3 options. 1, you're lying. 2, Doom Prime spared you, and he's still out there watching. Or 3, his eyes suddenly glowed a piercing blue. We got a system notification. Identity unknown. He clenched his fist. You're not Calm Khalees. An owl burst from a nearby tree, then vanished in midair, leaving behind only a trail of burning ash. A puppet, the girl breathed. Lewin Artel stood tall. We're out of time. Move. The team rushed toward the door. The sun dipped low behind the mountain, casting long shadows as they vanished into the fading light. The group moved swiftly through the dense forest, weaving between trees and branches. Lewin Artel figured that if Callus had really been taken out, then whoever created that puppet was likely the one behind it, which meant the rest of Callus's team was probably gone too. Irene Prius, deep in thought, suddenly spoke up. But what the puppet said, it might have been true. Everyone turned to her. A memory clicked in her mind, and she frowned. Cherky, she explained. Cherky was one of the 11 chosen children, the top student at Dalline College of Magic, a genius with potions and puppets. And he was in Machen's team. Lewin Artel raised a finger to his lips. So we're boxed in, enemies on every side. If Cherky had already tracked them with a puppet, then it wouldn't be long before others caught wind too. The hunt was on. Irene Prius added that the western part of the island wouldn't stay open for long. The barrier was closing in fast. Any ideas? Lewin Artel swung his backpack onto his shoulder, smirking. There's an old saying from the Maze Rat Ocean. Use pirates to fight pirates. He glanced around confidently. We'll let our enemies take care of each other. Elsewhere, inside a dim house, Cherky was being questioned. Did you find them? Someone asked. Cherky chuckled, covering his face with one hand. They're hiding in the western part of the island, like rats. I nearly had them, but I got exposed at the last second. The leader raised an eyebrow. Your puppet got found out. Cherky shrugged with a grin. No idea how. One moment, bam. It was over. Malkin raised a finger to his lips, thinking hard. Irene Prius, Sita Malkiri, Lewin Artel. All 3 of them were a problem. We're not wasting time, he said coldly. All power. Focus on taking them out. Back in the forest, Team Malkin moved quietly down a narrow path. The trees rustled softly in the wind. We're almost to the western base, the commander called back. Up ahead, a sudden flash of light exploded through the trees. Thunder followed. Cherky narrowed his eyes. Looks like a fight. Malkin immediately assumed. Lewin Artel must be there. The team took to the air, rising fast. Move in. It's time to earn some points. Malkin shouted. They weren't far when they spotted a group of 3 fighters. Ambush, one of them shouted, turning to run. Malkin readied his bow. Holy arrow. He fired, then froze mid-attack. That's not Lewin Artel. A huge pillar of light rose up. In a tree nearby, Lewin Artel's team watched the chaos unfold. That's holy magic, Irene Prius said calmly. Machen's using it. Everything's going just right, Sita Malkiri laughed. We lit up the sky, and now every creature on the island's running toward them. And we're not even down there. Irene Prius turned to Lewin Artel. What now? Lewin Artel stood. We go in and claim our kill points. Back on the ground, Malkin suddenly spun around. Bright light flashed behind him. A fiery blast roared toward the team. Smoke swallowed the battlefield. One of his men hit the dirt hard. From the side, a blonde fighter yelled, Malkin, it's Lewin Artel. Up in the trees, Irene Prius watched with focus. Looks like their team's numbers are dropping fast. Turns out the story about Doom Prime might have been true after all. Sita Malkiri glanced around. Still outnumbered, he muttered. 3 enemies emerged behind them. With a crooked grin, Sita Malkiri added, looks like a temporary alliance is forming. But hey, why not ride it out? Malkin suddenly charged in. Even if they team up, they're only 6. Hit them hard. One of Lewin Ardle's allies barely dodged a blast of flame. The explosion trapped another in a ring of fire, while a powerful strike sent a player flying, leaving a deep scar in the ground. The team was stunned. Sita Malkiri's voice dropped. That power, it's Doom Prime. From above, a figure descended like lightning. Doom Prime flew between both groups and slammed into Makin's team, striking with a sword. Sita Malkiri watched carefully. He's saying it without saying it. He's with us. For now. Irene Prius nodded. Looks like our little alliance just got an upgrade. The hero's eyes narrowed. So that's his plan. Take out Makin's crew first. With everyone gathered here, the match could end soon. Cries erupted from Makin's side. Why is he only going after us? Everyone fall back to base. Don't retreat. Malkin roared. We fight together. Lewin Ardle clenched his fists. It's our turn. Energy flared around his eyes. Time refraction activated. A beam of light sliced through the chaos, warping through the crowd. Lewin Ardle slammed his fist into the ground. How dare you? Earthquake. The ground cracked open under his feet. Across the battlefield, Doom Prime landed smoothly. He walked straight toward Lewin Ardle. Their eyes locked. Lewin Ardle, Doom Prime said, sword in hand. His voice was cold. I'll finish this myself. He launched forward. Lewin Ardle let out a deep breath and braced for the clash. Later, in the organizer's chamber, a group of officials sat around a glowing table. Tyrion Ignat looked up. That's it. The top 10 finalists are set. Tyrion, head resting in his hand, added, yeah, all the right names made it in. He raised an eyebrow. Didn't Lewin Ardle say he'd prove he's better than the 11 chosen? A grin tugged at his lips. I'm curious now. Can he actually beat that monster? Morning broke. A small house nestled in the trees. Lewin Ardle jogged around the clearing, stretching his arms, shaking off the weight of the last battle. They were now stationed at Base B, right near the center of the island. After everything, only Malkin and Cherky remained from their once massive alliance. The survivors who had joined them temporarily had vanished. And so had Doom Prime. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Lewin Ardle. Quest complete. Repeat task. He grinned. Finally, it's been so long since I cleared one. Just then, the front door creaked open. Irene Prius stepped out with a soft smile. You're up already? He asked. Have you been training this whole time? Lewin Ardle stretched his arms. Yeah, my whole body's itching. She raised an eyebrow. Even after what happened. Oh, and Sita Malkiri left your share breakfast, she added. Eat up. I'll be back soon. Thanks, Lewin Ardle replied. Irene Prius tore into a huge piece of steak. Her eyes lit up. He's a better cook than I thought. Lewin Ardle stepped back into the house and chuckled. That good, huh? She nodded with a grin. Yeah, Sita Malkiri really knows his stuff. Irene Prius nodded. I went to bed without saying anything. Sorry about that. Lewin Ardle waved it off. No need. You were probably wiped out after your shift. She poured tea into a cup as Lewin Ardle sat down at the table. Irene Prius turned to him. Their eyes met. There's something I've been meaning to ask you, she said seriously. What is it, he asked. She clenched her fists. What are you planning to do after graduation? Lewin Ardle blinked. Why do you want to know? Just curious, she replied. Your whole approach to things, it's different. I figured you wouldn't take the usual path. She explained that most mages who passed through this competition followed certain expected routes, joining the Night Order back home, serving in the Empire's army, entering the Mage Tower, or taking jobs with special guilds to earn a living. All of them with the traditional choices. Lewin Ardle stared into his tea. Then what about me? He crossed his arms. Honestly, I've got no clue. I haven't thought that far ahead. He admitted that until this year, he was always at the bottom of the class, just trying to survive, let alone dream of the future. His biggest concern was whether he'd become a mage at all. He let out a breath and smiled faintly. But after all this, going back to the academy, I think I'll come up with something. What about you? He asked. Irene Prius looked down at her tea. I don't know either, she said quietly. I've never really known what kind of mage I wanted to be. I just did what people told me. Irene Prius, you should be great. You should be the best. That kind of thing. She took a sip, then set her cup down with a quiet clink. Her tone shifted. But that's why I want to fight Doom Prime first. Her gaze sharpened. I think once I face him, I'll finally understand the kind of mage I want to become. Lewin Ardle thought about that. For someone like Irene Prius, always second best, fighting Doom Prime wasn't just a challenge. It was her mountain to climb, her final assignment. He smiled gently. All right, go for it. He respected that fire in her. Everyone had their own battles to face. Thanks, she said. Outside, the moon glowed in the night sky. The team stood by the window. Irene Prius's voice broke the silence. The barrier's closing in faster now. We need to move within the hour. Lou and Artel studied a map. Sita Malkiri pointed at a location. Only one spot's safe for tonight, Base A, right in the central settlement. Irene Prius added. Assuming Malkin and Cherky are hiding there, taking the village could work to our advantage. Lou and Artel nodded slowly. But remember, Doom Prime might be waiting for us too. Sita Malkiri pulled the heavy curtains shut. Then maybe we wait until the others join the fight. Irene Prius agreed. If we go in too early, we're just walking into danger. Got any other ideas? She asked. Sita Malkiri stretched, folding his arms behind his head. We could always attack first. Lou and Artel frowned but stayed quiet. Irene Prius answered calmly. We need to keep a low profile. Right now, everyone's watching. I'll take first watch. One of them offered, and the others agreed. As they looked around, the hero raised a hand to stop them. Wait, I've got an idea. He stepped forward and explained. There aren't many players left at this stage. Climbing even one rank now could earn us a serious chunk of points. Sita Malkiri and Irene Prius listened closely. And like Irene Prius said, Lou and Artel continued. Everyone's being careful. Playing it safe. But since we already made a ruckus earlier, most of the others probably won't respond to every sound. Irene Prius tilted her head. So then what's the plan? Lou and Artel's eyes lit up. This is our shot to catch Doom Prime. He explained that Malkin and Cherky had already lost teammates. The weaker survivors would go into hiding, but Doom Prime? He wouldn't. He was too confident. If we ignore him, he'll become a serious threat later. Irene Prius hesitated. But where do we even find him? Lou and Artel placed a hand over his heart. Leave that to me. I'll draw him out. A pulse of light spun around a glowing star. Bear, perched on Lou and Artel's shoulder, looked up and asked, How are you going to find Doom Prime? Lou and Artel studied the mini-map. We could scan the base layout. If there are 3 signals, some survivors are hiding there. But if it's just 2, that's Malkin and Cherky. And if Doom Prime's nearby, he'll show. A red dot blinked on the screen. There! Lou and Artel shouted. He sprinted toward the signal. A glowing blue screen shimmered in the distance. He skidded to a stop in front of a house and marched up to the door. Doom Prime, he shouted. Get out here. Now! An explosion ripped through the entrance. Smoke billowed out, and a shadow stepped through the haze. Doom Prime emerged, eyes glowing red. Lou and Artel, he growled. Lou and Artel stared him down. Hope you got some sleep. We got somewhere to be. The others are waiting. Out on the street, Sita Malkiri saw them approaching and screamed. Whoa. What? You brought Doom Prime. They grabbed him before he could bolt. Hold on. I didn't grab him, Lou and Artel said, flustered. I tracked him. He's here because I brought him. Sita Malkiri blinked. Wait, you wanted to bring him? Lou and Artel scratched his head, embarrassed. It's not like I planned some elaborate trap or anything. He turned to Doom Prime. Look, I'm not your enemy. Then he looked at Irene Prius. But Miss Irene Prius. Sita Malkiri stood frozen, still trying to make sense of the situation. Doom Prime folded his arms and turned to Irene Prius. So, are you my opponent? She met his gaze. Maybe I am. Doom Prime narrowed his eyes. If you go down now, the king won't be pleased. Better hold on a bit longer, boost your rank. He didn't expect her answer. That's not why I'm here. Irene Prius snapped. A glowing sphere of magic formed in her palm. I'm here to defeat you. Lou and Artel, standing between them, explained quietly. She's strong. But she's always been second place. He had heard the stories. How much it ate at her. How much losing to first place again and again had worn her down. This is part of her own path, something she needs to face. I can't go into the details. Please don't ask. Irene Prius's gaze didn't waver. She said, softly, I think, after this fight, I'll finally know who I really am. Irene Prius raised her hands, magic swirling at her fingertips. A glowing circle of energy formed in front of her. She pointed it directly at her opponent. Blizzard. The air cracked as icy winds surged forward. Doom Prime didn't flinch. He lifted his sword in front of him, shielding himself from the incoming magic. An explosion lit up the battlefield. Irene Prius's eyes went wide. A red energy sphere had formed around Doom Prime, absorbing the attack. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, then it shattered. From within, waves of flame burst outward. His eyes burned with red light. Irene Prius gritted her teeth, sweat sliding down her face. Nearby, Sita Malkiri watched anxiously. Lou and Artel, are we really just going to stand here and let this happen? Lou and Artel frowned, eyes shut tight. Doom Prime struck again, swinging his blade. Irene Prius raised her arms, panic setting in. I won't dodge in time. Just before the flaming pillar reached her, Lou and Artel stepped in front, shielding her from the full force of the attack. The blast cleared. Irene Prius dropped to the ground. Lou and Artel turned his head slightly. I said I'd let you fight him, but I never agreed to let him finish you off. He smirked. Besides, I can't lose one of my own. Not even for a win. The flames died out. Lou and Ardell shouted toward Doom Prime. Let me join this fight. Doom Prime sneered. Just you? Or do you want to bring that little fish along too? Sita Malkiri clenched his fists. Say what? The two sides faced off. The tension hung thick in the air. Lou and Ardell replied, casually. Well, going solo doesn't sound too cool. Guess it's 2-on-1. He turned to check on his friends. You good, Irene Prius? Sita Malkiri hovered near her. Hey, you okay? Lou and Ardell took a breath, thinking back. Hyung once told me, the most important thing for a knight isn't just the sword, it's the legs. That's where the strength comes from. That's how you read an opponent. Lou and Ardell dropped into a ready stance. Watch his legs. Doom Prime moved. He launched into the air, blade raised. As he came down, Lou and Ardell noticed it. His foot tapped the ground first. Now, Lou and Ardell ducked low, evading the strike just in time. A grin crossed his face until a flash of red energy surged at him. His eyes widened. The blast hit hard. Blood hit the ground. Lou and Ardell staggered, gripping his shoulder. Doom Prime stared him down. You're not a knight. You're a mage. Lou and Ardell growled, leaning forward against the pain. Doom Prime continued, people think sword mages are weak because they're not quite magicians, not quite warriors. He lifted his blade. They only believe that because they've never met a real sword mage. A cyclone of shattered stone and earth shot toward Lou and Ardell. Doom Prime advanced with strike after strike. Let's see if you can keep up. Lou and Ardell dodged, barely. Each move tighter than the last. I've never fought someone like this, he realized. Every mage before had a vulnerable moment, right as they cast their spell. That's when I struck. But Doom Prime was different. He eliminated that weakness completely with his sword. Lou and Ardell tried to shift his weight, but pain stabbed through his leg. He looked down. His pants were torn, the skin beneath cut. Doom Prime's voice came again. That's the trace of radiance. He walked forward, slow and steady. That wound will burn every time you move. And soon, like Irene Prius. He narrowed his eyes. You won't even be able to lift a finger. He raised his sword high. Time to end this. A blinding column of purple light erupted in the sky. Black wings burst from the ground, rising behind Doom Prime like a shadow taking form. In his hands, a glowing sphere of raw magic pulsed with power. Irene Prius and Sita Malkiri froze, jaws dropping. Lou and Ardell was stunned. 5th grade, natural magic. A surge of blue light erupted beneath Doom Prime's feet. Katana wings, he declared. The attack landed before anyone could react, violent and overwhelming. The blast hurled the team aside like ragdolls. Doom Prime didn't pause. He pressed forward, launching another barrage. Lou and Ardell scrambled behind a nearby rock, breath ragged. Of course, what else should I expect from the guy who wins the Magic Festival every single year? He bit into his sleeve, tore off a strip of cloth, and quickly tied off his wounded leg. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the ring on his finger. In the scorched circle of ground, Doom Prime stood alone, frustration etched on his face. He let out a sigh. I expected more from you, but all I've gotten is disappointment. From behind a rock, Lou and Ardell stepped out. You're not wrong, he admitted, facing Doom Prime directly. You're strong. So strong. It felt like I was standing in front of an unscalable wall. Doom Prime raised an eyebrow. So you're saying you're giving up? Lou and Ardell's lips curled into a crooked grin. Nope, not even close. He pointed to the ring on his finger. A lot of people believe in me, and maybe that's why I want to tear you down. Doom Prime scoffed. You're out of your mind. With his sword raised, he snarled. Then I'll teach you to keep your mouth shut. Lou and Ardell opened his arms wide. Ogre fury. Flames ignited around him in a roaring surge. Better protect your chin, he shouted. They charged at each other, blades and fists, magic and fury. The collision cracked the air. Doom Prime swung hard. Keep talking, and you might not live long enough to regret it. Lou and Ardell gritted his teeth and countered with a lighter strike, his timing perfect. Doom Prime's expression tensed. He resisted, but the blow hit clean. The blade struck Lou and Ardell's ring directly, but couldn't leave a mark. A flash of blue text appeared. Effect: invulnerability, small chance to nullify any physical force impacting the body. The sword shattered, splintering from the impact. Lou and Ardell's counterattack landed. A hit to the shoulder, then one to the leg. Doom Prime buckled and dropped to one knee, eyes wide in disbelief. Lou and Ardell stood over him. There's one thing I want you to hear. His gaze sharpened. I don't have enemies. Doom Prime looked up, confused. That arrogance, that belief you're untouchable, is exactly why you're losing now. Lou and Ardell raised his fist. Doom Prime opened his mouth to speak. Too late. Crack. Lightning exploded from Lou and Ardell's strike. Doom Prime hit the ground, flames curling around his body. From a distance, Sita Malkiri clutched his chest. I thought my heart was going to stop. If you lost, that'd have been it. Lewin Artel exhaled. I just got lucky. Barely held on. He turned to Irene Prius. She looked down, saying nothing. Lewin Artel extended a hand toward her. Sorry for stepping into your fight. Irene Prius smirked faintly. No, I should be the one apologizing. She lowered her head in a short bow. For chasing my own selfish goal. Irene Prius lowered her head. I put the whole team at risk. I'm sorry. Lewin Artel clenched his jaw. You couldn't reach your goal in this match because of me. She turned away. Forget it. That goal doesn't matter anymore. Then she paused and looked back. I'm not interested in Doom Prime anymore, she said, pointing at him. Now, I'm interested in you. Lewin Artel let out a small, crooked smile. That's not going to make things any easier. Irene Prius smiled back. I'm ready. Just wait. I'll surpass you. No matter what it takes. Lewin Artel took a breath, then turned his attention to the others. Two more mages stood before him, Dalian and Shirky. They had given it everything they had, but it still wasn't enough to stop his team. He nodded, including them. There were 5 contestants left. Suddenly, a powerful explosion echoed through the forest. Dust clouds shot into the air. Bodies were scattered across the ground, unconscious. Even the blonde was out cold. Lewin Artel looked at what remained. Down to 3. Sita Malkiri, beside him, threw up his arms. Can you believe we made it this far? Lewin Artel smirked. And just so we're clear, I'm not giving either of you a free pass. Irene Prius placed her hand on her hip. I'm stepping out here. I'm not exactly in top shape, but we'll fight again. When we're both ready. Lewin Artel gave a small nod. I'll hold you to that. It made sense. She was spent. Sita Malkiri cracked his knuckles. Then it's my turn. Lewin Artel grinned. Leader or not, I'm not backing down. Last time, I went easy on you. He raised his fists. This time, no holding back. Sita Malkiri shot up into the air. Wait. Let's not rush this. Lewin Artel blinked in confusion as Sita Malkiri suddenly threw his arms up and shouted. Long live the champions, representing our academy. Around them, the warriors raised their circles in triumph. Raise your circles for the winner, Lewin Artel. Lewin Artel turned, surprised. Someone called out. He wasn't in the dorm. We figured he'd be here. Irene Prius and Sita Malkiri stood beside him. Irene Prius smiled, eyes closed. We couldn't miss the party. After all the joy and pain we went through, it's only right to end it together. Lewin Artel blinked, startled. He started to say something, but stopped. She leaned in. Don't start distancing yourself again. The competition's over. Only she would decide how to speak to him now. Lewin Artel's eyes lit up with a spark. Just like before, even after the brutal survival rounds, here they were, together. He was the last one standing. Doom Prime had racked up impressive kill points, but his survival score had dragged his rank down hard. Lewin Artel recalled him clearly, that final image of Doom Prime, kneeling, sword broken. Irene Prius and the other contenders like Dalian had also ended up below him in the final rankings. If I keep this up, he thought, winning won't just be a dream anymore. He imagined the crowd cheering, lifting him up in celebration. At the table nearby, Dalian blinked in disbelief. Never thought I'd be sitting at the same table as Irene Prius. I could die happy. He suddenly leapt to his feet, and that's when the noise really kicked off. Some in the crowd whispered that one should tremble in awe for the goddess who had once descended among them. But Irene Prius simply turned and walked away. The protagonist watched her go with a quiet smile. The sun dipped behind the horizon. Inside the gathering hall, voices echoed. Seriously, how did Lewin Artel manage to win? Doom Prime stood off to the side, head bowed. He stared at the floor. I lost. His gaze shifted to his broken sword. I let that happen, didn't expect him to strike my weapon instead of me. The moment played back in his mind when Lewin Artel targeted the sword just as he raised it for defense. He'd noticed the move in that split second, but couldn't stop it. Lost, right in front of the Dirty King. Doom Prime gritted his teeth. Then a voice called out to him. Hey, the Dirty King wasn't even looking for you. Doom Prime turned his head. The guy added with a light chuckle. Don't beat yourself up. He probably didn't call for you because he knew you were burned out. Figured you needed rest. Doom Prime let out a slow breath. I need to be alone for now. The guy nodded. Got it. I'll head out. If you need me, call. He left. Doom Prime stayed still, eyes fixed on his locker. Outside, confetti filled the air. The square pulsed with cheers. Lewin Artel beat Doom Prime. The next generation of magicians has arrived. From a balcony above, Tyrion Ignat watched the celebration. He opened his eyes deep in thought. I expected him to do well, but this? I didn't see this coming. A voice beside him spoke up. Honestly, I never thought he'd beat Doom Prime. I've been smiling ever since. And it stings, hurts my pride as an organizer. I don't think I can look that brat in the eye again without tearing up. Tyrion Ignat turned. The competition hall, he said. So, we're really there? The man nodded. Yeah, the grand festival's almost over. The stand were packed. The crowd roared. Lewin Artel stood among them. It's been several days since the survival match ended, he thought. In the group tournament, his team secured 4th place, 5 wins, 2 losses. They'd fallen short in the battle for 3rd, but for a squad named after their academy, this was nothing short of a miracle. Now, only one event remained, the final individual match. Lewin Artel took a step forward. His squad stopped behind him. He looked ahead. The arena had shifted. It was an obstacle course on the edge of the city, split into 3 categories: athletics, martial arts, and swimming. Of course, this wasn't a normal course. This was a competition between mages. They could ride summon beasts, warp through space using teleportation. Anything went. Sita Malkiri walked up with a grin. So what's it feel like? Everyone chanting your name. All around, mouths opened. The crowd screamed. Sita Malkiri repeated with a laugh. What's it like being the center of attention at this competition? Lewin Artel smiled faintly. Hard to say. I don't really know yet. He narrowed his eyes, gazed distant. To be honest, I want to enjoy this. I want to soak in this incredible moment. But I can't. Not yet. He looked toward the distance. Doom Prime. Because until a winner is truly decided, it's too early to celebrate. The sun hung low, casting long shadows over the arena. The sun blazed brightly overhead. Sita Malkiri crossed his arms. Today's the individual round, he declared. And I'm not holding back. Better be ready to dodge. Lewin Artel cracked a smile. Of course. Like I have a choice. The judge raised his hand, pistol in the air. Ready up. 3 competitors stepped forward, muscles tensed. Bang. The gun fired. They surged forward. The crowd leaned in, eyes fixed on the backs of the warriors as they launched into the course. Lewin Artel stood by the wall, warming up calmly. Then he grinned. Dust exploded from under his feet as the others sprinted ahead. Irene Prius, keeping pace, looked ahead. They've got to be getting tired by now, right? Malkin shrugged. Well then, why not form a temporary alliance? The 3 of us. Irene Prius rolled her eyes. You do love teaming up, huh? Didn't matter. On the battlefield, it never lasted. Ahead, a horse slammed its hooves into the ground. Doom Prime raised a sword and unleashed fire. Goblins scattered in all directions. Irene Prius blinked. Looks like they're doing things their own way. Malkin sighed. I've known him 6 years. Being friends with Doom Prime? Never easy. Guess it's every man for himself. One goblin lunged. Doom Prime cut it down in a flash. Why isn't he here yet? Doom Prime thought, scanning the area. He crushed another goblin and looked up. I've been ahead of the pack from the beginning. Only these 2 are nearby. He straightened, narrowing his eyes. So Lewin Artel. He must still be behind us. Irene Prius glanced around. Where is Lewin Artel? Doom Prime lowered his blade. Yeah, why isn't he here yet? The girl frowned. No clue. But it's weird. More goblins closed in. She cast a quick spell to hold them off. We've been in front this whole time, she added. No one's caught up. Not even Lewin Artel. Mockin's eyes widened. Wait, enough time's passed. You should have caught up. Then all 3 stopped, eyes widening as a thunderous rumble approached from behind. A massive cloud of dust surged toward them. From a haze, Lewin Artel. He landed hard, boots skidding on the ground, kicking up dirt. I finally caught up, he said coolly, staring them down. Doom Prime's gaze sharpened. Irene Prius's mouth dropped. What about the rest of the participants? Lewin Artel smirked. They're not coming. The stands buzzed. Spectators were shouting. Why is he just standing there? Did he give up? What's happening? We have to keep watching. It's him. The one who beat Doom Prime. Lewin Artel rubbed the back of his head. This is the moment I've been waiting for, ever since I first signed up for the Grand Festival. I've been training for months, pushing my endurance. I'm not just ready. I'm confident. But he sensed the magic flaring nearby. I'm a close-range mage. I can't afford to let my back stay exposed. Not with opponents behind me. He needed a plan. Lewin Artel lifted his hand, fire flashing in his eyes. He bolted forward. I'll take them all out one by one. The students ahead turned, startled. Too late. Lewin Artel plowed through, knocking them aside as he ran straight into the chaos. The rest of the group stood in the clearing, and honestly, by that point, Lewin Artel had stopped keeping track. His eyes drifted to the students floating in the air. Sita Malkiri looked over too, then turned toward Lewin Artel and asked, When did you even find the time? Lewin Artel just smiled. You get it now, don't you? Sita Malkiri shut his eyes for a beat. So, the endless fight begins again, huh? Without another word, the protagonist stepped forward. Sorry, he said, then struck. A moment later, Sita Malkiri was launched high into the sky. Irene Prius raised her hand. Wait, what do you mean you've taken out everyone? Lewin Artel glanced her way. It's not like anyone else will be able to jump back in. He paused, then added, At this moment, there are no other contenders. Doom Prime clenched his teeth, then turned aside. This time, things will be different. The 3 warriors locked eyes with the protagonist. Doom Prime stared at the clearing, gripping his weapon. I challenge you right now, but too many others are still chasing us. Suddenly, a blue light flared around him. A horse appeared beneath him in a flash. Through gritted teeth, he said, "We'll settle this up ahead." And just like that, he charged forward. Neen shouted after him, "I'm breaking through too." His eyes fixed on the castle in the distance. "But there's a trap zone there." Lewin Artel stood still, staring straight ahead. He began explaining. The spike traps scattered through the castle grounds were once defenses for hidden treasure. But now that the valuables were gone, the traps were just deadly hazards for competitors. Push ahead without thinking, and it could be fatal. Lewin Artel motioned toward two nearby magicians. "That's why the safe way through is to disarm the traps first." This area, he explained, was now the perfect place to test one's magical knowledge and quick thinking in a crisis. He tapped the wall beside him. "The problem is, disarming takes too long." He looked up. "That's why I'd rather just destroy the wall." Bear nodded. "Makes sense, but still, it's way too thick. You can't just punch through it." The protagonist turned to his companion. "These are ruins. Abandoned. Which means there are weak spots." Bear narrowed his eyes, then focused. "So you're going for the worn-down sections." Looking down, Lewin Artel spotted a crumbling section. He clenched his fists, then slammed the wall with full force. Malkin turned, eyes wide. Is he seriously trying to smash through it? Irene Prius didn't look surprised. "Well, it is Lewin Artel." Malkin frowned. "Sure, we're close to the finish, but this feels excessive." Irene Prius shouted, "Hey, look!" A massive crack split the wall. Moments later, it collapsed entirely. Malkin raised his hand to shield his face. "What? How is that even possible?" He scratched his head. "Wait, can we use that path too?" Lewin Artel turned around and smiled. Lewin Artel shook his head. "Can't let you do that," he muttered. Malkin reached out, shouting, "Wait, hold on." But the boulder came crashing down. Someone in the crowd yelled, "Greedy," as Lewin Artel dashed ahead. It really was impressive. He'd shattered that wall with just 2,000 strength. He gathered himself and realized only he and Doom Prime were left now. Turning the corner, Tam caught sight of him. "He's already left the castle," he said in disbelief. Then he noticed the arrow lodged in Lewin Artel's shoulder. Yep, definitely in a rush. Lewin Artel charged forward, wondering why he wanted to defeat Doom Prime so badly. Up ahead, Doom Prime leapt onto his spirit horse, but Lewin Artel knew the timer was almost up. He sprinted past. "No way you're beating me in a foot race," he yelled. Doom Prime slashed at him, but missed. Lewin Artel grabbed him mid-swing, pulled him down, and said, "Let's finish this together." The two of them tumbled over the edge and plunged into the river. Lewin Artel surfaced first, gasping, then started swimming hard. If he'd used magic to descend, he'd be at a disadvantage now. He picked up speed, then stopped. "An eye?" Doom Prime summoned a glowing sphere, just as the river turned icy cold. "What the? Why is the water freezing?" Lewin Artel shouted. Ice locked around him. Doom Prime watched from the bank. "Is that really your concern in a competition?" He smirked, then turned to go. Lewin Artel cursed under his breath. He clenched his teeth and fought to break free. The ice cracked, then shattered. Doom Prime leapt ahead, but when he glanced back, his eyes widened. What? How did he catch up? Up ahead, the stadium loomed. The final destination, Altane Arena. With no obstacles left, it all came down to one thing, running. Lewin Artel broke into a full sprint, launching himself from the water. He raised his arms. "What do you say, one last showdown?" Doom Prime gritted his teeth. "Not like this," he muttered. He wasn't in shape for another clash. Their collision sparked an explosion on screen. "Someone's coming!" A voice shouted as the arena gates flung open. A horse burst through the entrance. A spectator gasped. "Look, it's him!" The screen lit up, showing Lewin Artel facing Doom Prime. Lewin Artel stepped forward. "Guess I overdid it getting through those traps," he said with a crooked smile. His movement was stiff, awkward from the ordeal. "But hey, weren't you the one who said there's no time to hesitate in a competition?" Doom Prime clenched his fists in frustration. Lewin Artel turned, walking ahead with purpose. 3 flags flapped high in the arena. He stared forward. This was it. He'd earned 2 titles. Victory in the survival battle and the triathlon. First place in the individual competition. That was how the great festival ended for him. The crowd erupted, cheering loud. The next generation magician, Lewin Artel, is amazing. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Dozens of voices called out his name, no longer labeling him a failure, but praising him as the next generation magician. Lewin Artel stood there, remembering everything. 6 long years. Alone. Locked away in a dark cave of isolation. He remembered crying, struggling, wondering if anyone would ever see him. And now, here he was, walking forward, those same voices now lifting him up. To the boy who had once stood alone, those shouts were everything. "You did great," he thought to himself. Lewin Artel pressed a hand to his chest and smiled. These cheers, this overwhelming support, it was the reward for all his pain and effort. He raised his arms to the sky, shouting his thanks. And in that moment, he realized something. He never wanted to lose this feeling. Ever again. Carriages rolled through the streets. Mikkel peered out the window. There's so many of them, he muttered. But they're all nobles, and hand-picked ones at that. He turned to the others. I heard not just anyone was invited. They're all here to see Lou and Ardle. Inside, Lou and Ardle sat quietly at a banquet table. He glanced around, then closed his eyes. This is boring, he thought. I just want to go back to the academy. He opened his eyes at the sound of a voice. Strange, isn't it? Irene Priya smiled as she took a seat beside him. In what way? He asked. I mean the people, she said. No one's trying to talk to you. Lou and Ardle closed his eyes again. Probably because I look like some arrogant show-off who doesn't want to be here. Irene Prius rested her chin on her hand. Well, sure, that's part of it, but not the whole reason. He opened his eyes again. Then what? She looked around the banquet hall. Most of these nobles came here just to meet you, and yet no one's dared to approach. She leaned in slightly. Rumor has it someone already claimed your place. Someone so powerful, no noble would even dare to speak to you. Lou and Ardle stared at her. Ooh, before she could answer, a loud voice echoed through the hall. Let the evening banquet begin. A hush fell over the crowd. Representatives from 32 institutions, follow me, the announcer declared. Lavish dishes and the finest wines covered the tables. Lou and Ardle eyed the extravagant spread. This feels more like a royal feast than a banquet. But he knew what it really was, a debriefing of the recent competition. They called it the guillotine banquet for a reason. The ones who had failed were quietly pushed out. Lou and Ardle scanned the seats. He'd assumed only the Dirty King would be here, but 2 seats of honor had been prepared. He tensed. Then someone said, they're coming. Everyone at the table rose to their feet. Lou and Ardle stood, bowing as the Dirty King entered. But something felt off. Who is that? Lou and Ardle thought. His fingers twitched nervously. The king stepped aside, then addressed someone else, his voice respectful. Lou and Ardle's eyes widened. The Dirty King, showing respect? The king extended a hand and said politely, I hope we haven't interrupted your meal. A man stepped forward. Crown Prince. Lou and Ardle's mouth opened slightly in shock. Lou and Ardle narrowed his eyes, unsure of who the man was. Then in an instant, the entire room dropped to one knee. The Crown Prince, someone announced. Lou and Ardle's jaw clenched. Fear gripped him. Everyone slowly returned to their seats. He glanced around nervously. Someone at a nearby table nudged their companion with an elbow. Lou and Ardle leaned a hand on the table, steadying himself. Taryn broke the silence. None of the chosen 11 managed to beat Lou and Ardle even once, he said coldly. Is the gap in skill really that wide? He shook his head, clearly disappointed. It's embarrassing to even call them my students. Doom Prime trembled, his fists clenched beneath the table. He shut his eyes and silently swore not to disgrace himself again. Taryn continued, eyes still closed. Second place is nothing more than a lie, crafted by those who refuse to face reality. He looked around. This festival only proved one thing. A dragon can rise from the smallest stream. Lou and Ardle glanced at the table, uneasy. This whole banquet felt like a staged humiliation, set up to shame the chosen 11, and he was being used as the weapon. But it wasn't just the Dirty King making him uncomfortable. He could feel Crown Prince's gaze burning into him. Sharp, constant, unrelenting. Lou and Ardle's thoughts drifted to the Emperor. Despite being the third son, that man had outmaneuvered his brothers with sheer intellect and ruthless strategy, securing the title of Crown Prince. Lou and Ardle studied Crown Prince more closely. A man with near-perfect skill in both words and combat. No wonder people feared him. Then Irene Prius's words echoed in his head. Someone staked a claim on you. Could it be him? Was Crown Prince the one she meant? Taryn suddenly turned to Lou and Ardle. So, how does it feel to win the great festival? Lou and Ardle lowered his head for a moment, then lifted it again. It's uncomfortable, he said. He continued, I'm proud of what I accomplished, but it doesn't sit right with me that my victory is being used to discredit others or stir resentment. A murmur rippled across the table. Taryn looked at him, intrigued. You say that, he replied, but feelings of inferiority? That's the best fuel for growth. You should know that. Lou and Ardle met his eyes. I see this more as provoking hostility than inspiring improvement. He sat back. There's a big difference between pointing out someone's flaws to help them grow and fueling resentment by rubbing in their losses. Then he added firmly, and I'm not from some forgotten stream. Ardle may be small, but it's a proud, beautiful country. Lou and Ardle's glare sharpened. An Ignite Academy, the place where I've trained, is not to be looked down on. Taryn froze, eyes locked on Lou and Ardle, stunned into silence. Then, Crown Prince chuckled. He raised his head and burst into loud laughter. Lou and Ardle watched him carefully. The Crown Prince turned, amused. This one's real, he said. A real pain in the ass, Crown Prince said with a laugh. He even snapped at his own godfather. Taryn raised a brow. What are you talking about? Crown Prince wiped away a tear, still chuckling. He's just too entertaining. I laughed so hard it nearly split my sides. Where did he come from? Around the hall, murmurs spread. Did you hear? Someone whispered. He said he came from small stream, but then corrected himself. It was a small but beautiful country. Artle, I think. Small but beautiful, another repeated. I'd like to visit someday. Irene Prius clutched her chest, clearly moved. She leaned toward Lewin Artle. You're not planning on causing a scene like that again, are you? Terran crossed his arms. A fine victory speech, he said flatly. But I've heard those kinds of idealistic words before, especially from your academy's head. They don't change my opinion. He glanced at Lewin Artle again. Still, yours at a sharper edge. I'm curious what your future holds. He turned toward the rest of the room. With that, the banquet is officially over. Just as things began to settle, Crown Prince spoke again. Actually, give me a moment. He stood up casually. We'll be having tea with the victor. Then he grinned. And no, refusing isn't an option. Lewin Artle found himself seated across from the Crown Prince. He braced his feet on the floor, mind racing. What did Crown Prince really want? This wasn't a friendly gesture. He wasn't here to say congrats. Then his name. Lewin Artle flinched slightly. Crown Prince smiled. I want you to work for me, he said, calm but firm. And just like before, I won't accept the no. He reached out a hand. You've got a month to wrap up your current obligations. I'll arrange your transfer to a special training school for combat mages and set up housing for you. Then, as if it were a casual afterthought, Crown Prince added, naturally, we'll need to talk about naturalization. Can't have the Crown Prince's closest ally being a foreigner, after all. Lewin Artle stared at him. Why? He asked. This empire already has so many brilliant mages. Doom Prime alone. Crown Prince closed his eyes, cutting him off. So that's how it is. He let out a quiet sigh. Try play clever. Lewin Artle dropped his gaze. Crown Prince opened his eyes again. Here's something to remember when dealing with me. I prefer a simple yes over clever comebacks. Lewin Artle glared at him silently, then lit a cigarette. We'll see, he muttered. Terran stepped in then, formally introducing himself. The first reason for this invitation, he said, was my godfather's personal recommendation. He paused. Years ago, he told me, if a truly gifted mage ever appeared, I was to let him know. Until now, he never mentioned anyone. Terran closed his eyes for a second. The second reason? Your courage. He raised a hand. You had the guts to stand before me without pandering. While others begged for favor, you stared us down. You even had the nerve to challenge your godfather, openly stating your beliefs. Crown Prince, still amused, recalled the moment with a smirk. Everyone at the table had gone silent. Lewin Artle looked down, lost in thought. Then came Crown Prince's voice again. And finally, the kind of courage that borders on recklessness. The way you kept questioning me, even after I warned you not to. He spread his hands. In politics, sometimes you need someone who isn't afraid to speak up. Someone bold. Lewin Artle looked at him and asked, So, you just want me to be your advisor? Crown Prince shook his head. No, I want you to protect me. From them. My damn brothers who still can't stand that I'm the one wearing the crown. Lewin Artle closed his eyes. Crown Prince studied him. You're not interested? Lewin Artle exhaled. No, I'm not. Crown Prince simply nodded. That's why I said, I won't take no for an answer. Lewin Artle raised his head again, thinking, this was the Crown Prince, the man with the most power in the empire. Becoming his closest ally, it was a once-in-a-lifetime offer. Hall spoke up, introducing Terran. Most mages eventually partner with the powerful. Even in the Magic Tower, where mages dedicate their lives to study, connections matter. If you pass this up, you might regret it forever. Lewin Artle gave a slight smile. There are still too many things I want to do. And in his heart, he already knew he didn't want to belong to anyone. Crown Prince smiled faintly. I thought you were a reasonable guy, but you're more idealistic than I expected. He leaned back. Offers like this don't come around often. You really won't regret it. Lewin Artle looked up. I might. It's possible. Crown Prince stretched his arms. Then let's pretend this conversation never happened. He crossed his arms again. They're calling you the brightest gem of the festival. He smirked. And collecting gems? That's my favorite hobby. His gaze sharpened. There's never been a gem I couldn't make mine. Lewin Artle narrowed his eyes. Why? Crown Prince stepped forward. Because if I can't have it, I destroy it. With that, he turned and opened the doors. Lewin Artle leaned against the column, eyes shut. That was a threat, he thought. No doubt about it. Did I make the right choice? Outside, a voice called out. A blonde figure raised his hand. Hey, Mikkel opened his mouth. What's this? Sneaking off on a date behind our backs. Inside, Crown Prince stood under the chandelier, staring up. I was curious, he admitted. You gave him such a glowing recommendation. Terran nodded. Turns out, he is remarkable. But I take it things didn't go smoothly? Terran asked. Crown Prince shrugged. I even threatened him. Didn't budge. Terran closed his eyes. So you're giving up? Crown Prince's grip tightened around his glass. Of course not. I know him now, and I know myself even better. There's nothing stronger than my obsession with collecting. His eyes burned. And Lewin Ardle will be mine. Because I've decided so. Lewin Ardle stretched his arms as sunlight crested the mountaintops. He planted his feet on the grass and let out a long breath. Another day finished, he said. Then he dropped down and lay on the grass. Feels like my body's getting stronger every day. He turned to the bear nearby. I don't want to hear that from another guy, Lewin Ardle muttered. Bear blinked. What are you even talking about? She's a woman. Lewin Ardle flew up from the ground. Wait, what? She's a woman. She was born that way, Bear replied casually. Suddenly, the bear let out a frustrated roar. Why now? Why can't I be? No one even asked me. Lewin Ardle's mind raced. He remembered them sitting together in the bath. Wait, we sat in the bathroom together. Bear nodded. Yeah, and there was something to see. Lewin Ardle's eyes went wide. Then that means you saw everything. He stared for a moment, then broke into a grin, got to his feet, and brushed himself off. I'm out of here. Bear chased after him. Wait for me. Lewin Ardle pointed a finger back. And from now on, jokes like that are off limits. Got it. The train pulled into the station. Mikkel threw his arms around Lewin Ardle. Time for me to head off. Take care of yourself, all right? Lewin Ardle smirked. I'm not dying, you know. The train began to roll away. Lewin Ardle stood there, watching it disappear. Then another guy approached him. We should get moving too. Later, Lewin Ardle sat alone on a bench. His friends had all returned home. But as the winner of the great festival, he had one more stop. Riven. He had a packed schedule to complete. He thought back to the man who once called himself a street cat. That same man was now his escort. Lewin Ardle glanced at him. A street cat, huh? Except this one was no ordinary wanderer. He was a high-level mage. So powerful, Lewin Ardle couldn't read a single stat from him, not even with player's eye. That meant he was at least on par with the Academy's professors. He looked young too, maybe just shy of 30. The man turned and spoke. Let me walk you through what comes next. Lewin Ardle nodded. First, you'll head to the Imperial Palace to receive your official congratulations. Lewin Ardle looked over. You don't have to be so formal with me. I insist, the man replied. Even if you're only 16. Lewin Ardle gave a soft smile. Incredibly precise and businesslike, he thought. The man continued. Next, we'll head to the Magic Tower. You'll select an artifact. He paused. Although you might not leave with one. The artifact has to choose you. Lewin Ardle imagined that strange ogre again. So the artifacts of the tower have a will of their own, too? Then the man reached into his bag. Finally, he said, you'll receive your first official mission. Lewin Ardle pictured a silhouette standing atop a hill. The man added, normally, as a student, you'd be disqualified for missions. But since you won the great festival, an exception was made. This is basically the Empire's way of announcing to the world, a new generation mage has arrived. Lewin Ardle looked down at the paper in his hand. So, it's kind of like a declaration, he said. The man nodded. And now, we choose your mission. Lewin Ardle scanned the mission list, eyes trailing over the categories. Exploration, subjugation, elimination, research, investigation. He turned toward the bear, then looked back at the sheet. Outside the window, the train sped ahead. A particular mission caught his eye. I think I'll go with this one, he murmured. Sunlight bathed the hilltop palace in gold as they approached. The man beside Lewin Ardle stopped at the grand doors. This is the Pei Palace, the Crown Prince's personal residence. Everyone's waiting inside. He bowed respectfully. I'll wait out here. Lewin Ardle looked at him. You're not coming in? But before he got a reply, the massive doors swung open. Crown Prince stood inside, waiting. His smile widened. Welcome, he said, to my empire. Lewin Ardle said nothing. Then he bowed. The Crown Prince gave me 10,000 gold just as a prize, he thought. That's more than Ardle's entire annual budget. Crown Prince settled onto his throne. If that's not enough, he said smoothly, you can always come back. The doors of Pei Palace will always be open to you. Lewin Ardle understood immediately. Crown Prince hadn't given up on recruiting him. But he had other things to do. No time to linger. As he walked the long, red-carpeted corridor, Lewin Ardle glanced around. People here must have incredible stamina if they walk through this palace all day. His escort gave him a sidelong glance. Please hold back on the jokes. The Tower Master is waiting. Lewin Ardle shrugged. I wasn't joking. I have no sense of humor. The man raised a brow. So you've officially decided on that mission? Lewin Ardle nodded. Yeah. The man turned toward a door. You picked the hardest one. He smirked. Let's see what the Tower Master says about that. The door creaked open. Lewin Ardle stepped into a dark room. Terrence sat inside, smiling. Welcome to the tower, he said, raising his teacup. He glanced at the file. So, the retrieval mission, huh? Taking a sip, he added, subjugation would have been easier. Tag along with Imperial Guard, wipe out a few bandit camps near Sasano, and boom, instant hero. Lewin Ardle sank into the couch, listening quietly. But instead, Terran continued. You chose to head into a lifeless wasteland. He leaned back. Not exactly the popular choice. Lou and Artel looked down at the mission sheet. Terran's voice followed. That's why it had to be your first. Lou and Artel blinked. This place, it's King Graham's homeland? Bear chimed in. That's where the dragon lived. For 100 years. Lou and Artel pictured a massive dragon resting in a clearing. A mountain loomed in his mind's eye. A remote territory north of the kingdom of Radian. They say ancient ogre once lived there. His thoughts shifted. Images of towering ogre, brutal and proud. But now it's empty. No ogre remain. The only one left is King Ram, the living artifact at the academy. Then he imagined something darker, a demon. The rest of the ogre race gone, wiped out in the Great War. A skull flashed in his mind. Now it's nothing but a graveyard, a lifeless desert marking the extinction of an entire species. There was a reason the retrieval mission in that wasteland was ranked the highest difficulty. The barrier. Lou and Artel's thoughts drifted to a jagged, unforgiving mountain range. He pictured 3 mages standing before it, helpless, a barrier no spell had ever dispelled. To this day, no scientist, no mage, no scholar had been able to crack the mystery behind the Heavenly Mountain's barrier. And now, his mission was to uncover its true nature. Lou and Artel stared ahead in silence. Terran folded his arms. Funny, what draws a young mage like you to a barren wasteland where nothing lives? Could it be, he continued, that you believe the rumors? That the wrath of the Orcish god turned that place into a holy sanctuary? Lou and Artel remained focused. Others had no reason to go there. But for him, there was something else. Dragonia, the world destroyer, lived in that land for 100 years. A dragon's image appeared in his mind, vast and terrifying. That reason alone was enough. Lou and Artel turned to Terran. This mission's marked with the highest difficulty. What? Terran gave a short nod. If that's your concern, I'd suggest picking something easier. He held up a chain-lock box. The risk isn't because of active threats or monsters. It's the unknown. The mystery. No one's been able to solve it. Lou and Artel smirked. Then if a 16-year-old mage did manage to solve it, wouldn't that make it all the more impressive? Terran leaned on one hand. Or, he said bluntly, you'd be the first ever great festival winner to fail his very first mission. Lou and Artel raised an eyebrow. Too soon to count me out. Terran said nothing, just watched him. Then finally asked, do you know why I recommended you to the Crown Prince? Lou and Artel didn't answer. Terran continued, I wanted to keep you here, in Riven, so I could watch you myself. Lou and Artel stared at him, surprised. Terran folded his hands under the table. Your unique ability is not just why the Crown Prince took an interest in this mission. His voice dropped slightly. It's why I'm watching too. Lou and Artel's hands tensed. Later that night, lying in bed, Lou and Artel stared at the ceiling. I say I'm handling it, but will this really work out? Bear's voice came from nearby. You're worried you won't find anything? Lou and Artel exhaled. That place hasn't been touched in centuries. What are the chances I'll discover anything now? Bear looked over. Up till now, no one's been able to uncover anything with normal methods. But you're different. Doom Prime chimed in, he's still human. Bear kept his eyes on the ceiling. Maybe, but his abilities go beyond what humans can usually do. A knock at the door. It's me, Debor. Lou and Artel got up. Come in. The door opened. 2 men entered. Lou and Artel greeted them casually. Bear squinted. What's with this look? Lou and Artel shrugged. They said this is the Dirty King's preference. All mages from a magic tower wear something like this. One of the guys smiled and stretched out a hand. Shall we? Lou and Artel nodded. Time to move. The corridor stretched before them, quiet, grand, and pulsing with energy. Lou and Artel walked with the others toward the artifact room, the final stop before his departure. This is it, one of the escorts said. The artifact vault of the magic tower. He continued as they approached a large, ornate door. It's divided into 4 zones. Lou and Artel looked at them curiously. Zone C holds the most common artifacts, another explained, while Zone X contains the rarest of the rare. The cat turned to Lou and Artel. We're taking you to Zone A. Lou and Artel raised an eyebrow. Wait, but you just said there's a Zone X? The man nodded. Yes, but access to Zone X is granted only during special circumstances. Even the Emperor can't walk in freely. Lou and Artel's eyes widened. Even the Emperor? They entered the first chamber, Zone C. Lou and Artel followed his escorts, gaze shifting to every shelf and weapon-lined wall. He picked up a gleaming sword. This is a magic sword. Correct, someone confirmed. All the items here are in perfect condition, mostly recovered during the Great War against the demons. Lou and Artel examined the blade. This sword isn't any weaker than Doom Prime's shining sword. That alone said everything. Even artifacts in Zone C outclass the collections of most noble families. He turned to a bookshelf and spotted a familiar spine. Specializations in transformation. Tina Brown. I thought this was lost. No, one of them replied. This edition is over 100 years old. Lewin Artle smiled. There was a time when books were the only form of entertainment. His gaze drifted to another shelf. Behind the Walls of the 7th Grade, by MCKM Cruz. He moved down the row, exploring unknown lands in search of ancient creatures. He glanced over. Are these open to read? The cat answered, the Tower Master sometimes gives permission. But taking them out? Absolutely forbidden. Lewin Artle looked up at a wall of bottles. Zone B, a treasury of knowledge. From ancient, forgotten grimoires to rare historical texts and legendary tomes. This section practically vibrated with magic. But he left its wonder behind as they entered Zone A. This time it was different. The artifacts didn't react. Lewin Artle stood in silence, surrounded by relics. None of them moved. None of them shimmered. Nothing responded to his presence. He turned. Has this ever happened before? The man answered, rarely. But yes, it's happened. He gestured to another mage nearby, his aura crackling with electricity. Usually, anyone deemed worthy of entering Zone A can attract at least a few artifacts. That's why they're brought here in the first place. Lewin Artle frowned. But nothing chose me. It came out quieter than he intended. Almost disappointed, Bear stepped forward with a grin. Come on, don't get depressed over a pile of junk. She glanced around at the shelves. Sure, to most people these would be treasures, but the real treasures? She pointed to a door across the room. They're beyond that. Lewin Artle followed her gaze. A thick, reinforced gate pulsed with a heavy, ominous aura. Zone X. The bear looked at it, eyes narrowing. I'm telling you, she said, there has to be at least one artifact in there created by a dragon. A sharp, unwashed stench, undeniably draconic, filled the air. The man crouched down and muttered that, even if that were true, it didn't matter. Reaching that place wasn't an option yet. For now, he had to concentrate on the artifacts within his grasp. Then a flash of green caught them off guard. Both men froze. From the doorway, a stream of vibrant green energy surged out. The man raised his arms and shouted. It was happening. For the first time in 56 years, a special event had been triggered. The door had opened on its own. Taran leaned on one hand, glancing at the artifact. Did Sin's tooth react? He asked. The man bowed and confirmed it. Taran looked down, lost in thought. Could it be? Was this proof he had the talent to inherit the throne? Then the focus shifted. 3 high-level artifacts, each on a completely different scale of power, each capable of placing their wielder above all others. Lewin Artle pointed to a towering magician holding a staff. He explained that the staff, known as Alo's staff, once belonged to the first human magician, Alo himself. It had the power to amplify its owner's destructive magic endlessly. And it wasn't just a weapon. It was the emblem of the king of magicians. And 56 years ago, that staff had chosen Taran. Every wielder before him had held the highest seat in the tower. Next came a suit of shimmering blue armor, Morshi armor. The protagonist described it as offering complete immunity to both physical and magical attacks. It chose a new master only once every 100 years, and each one became a knight of legend. Lastly, there was the most enigmatic of them all, Kunkin's tooth. Once wielded by the first ogre leader, Molar of Kunkin. This artifact hadn't acknowledged anyone for centuries. Taran folded his arms. Could be. Today, the tooth had chosen Lewin Artle. Had he truly awakened the power of the throne? Turning to his attendant, Taran asked what exactly had happened. The man replied simply. Lewin Artle had lifted Chieftain's tooth, effortlessly. Taran's eyes narrowed. That artifact was known to be so heavy it took 5 grown men just to budge it. Lifting it alone was unheard of. He muttered, that's the strength of an ogre. As his thoughts turned, Taran stared at the table, envisioning Lewin Artle gripping the tooth. The kind of power, it rivaled the might of the Ogre King himself. Then, with resolve, he issued a command. A new mission was to be assigned. Investigate the Heavenly Mountain, where Kunkin's tooth originated. He turned to the man beside him and ordered him to gather everyone. Then, raising his voice, he barked, summon all the Scream Mages. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked toward the west. The Heavenly Mountain was his next destination. Just then, a cat-like figure handed over a set of tickets. You have 1 month to complete the mission, the cat said. Don't be late. This is your permit ID and your train ticket. The protagonist thanked him, but the cat simply stared back. Lewin Artle glanced at him. You got something to say? The Debor replied, yes and no. Then he added, I'm a mage from the Magic Tower. I'm not allowed to have opinions of my own. But the Debor wasn't finished. Though bound by the tower's rules, he still had something to say as an elder. Lewin Artle's eyes widened as the Debor locked eyes with him. The Magic Tower is generous, but only to mages who kneel. For those who don't submit, it's merciless. His voice lowered. I think you already know which side you're on. Be cautious. Then he added quietly, question everything. Everyone around them fell silent, shadows darkening their faces. The scene shifted. The protagonist introduced the city of Tezsurin, the closest settlement to the Heavenly Mountain. It was built as a bulwark against the ogre threat, a fortress city meant to guard the entire continent. Its nickname, the Shield of the Continent. He pictured flames and battles, warriors defending the walls with iron resolve. Tezsurin was fortified with massive walls that rivaled those of the capital and backed by a military known for unshakable discipline. But standing in the middle of the city now, Lewin Artel muttered, "At least that's what the book said." He paused, then added, "In reality, it's almost a ghost town." Bear nodded. "It's because the city's lost its purpose." The protagonist glanced at the bar nearby. It had been built to shelter citizens from ogre invasions, yet that threat had faded long ago. Now, the only action came from inside the taverns, where drunken laughter filled the air. "They say this city once stood fearless in the face of war," Lewin Artel muttered, watching a well-dressed man slump at a table. The man clenched his jaw. "Let him give everything he has." Lewin Artel gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "The real world isn't like the stories," he said calmly. The man beside him groaned in his sleep. Lewin Artel silently watched, then stepped forward and nudged him awake. The man shot up, startled. "Forgive me. I didn't mean to fall asleep, especially not in front of a magician." Lewin Artel smiled faintly. "It's fine. Just tell me, where can I get a horse?" The man glanced around, then toward the nearby stalls. "Truthfully, there aren't any horses right now." Lewin Artel raised an eyebrow. "Any other stables?" The man shook his head. "This is the only one in Tezsurin." Bear's temper snapped. "What kind of place is this? No horses in a stable." Lewin Artel crossed his arms. "Maintaining an empty stable seems a bit pointless." The man quickly raised his hands. "Please don't misunderstand. There were 3 horses this morning, but they've all been taken. Until today, only flies showed up here. Suddenly, visitors arrive, and all the horses vanish. If you can wait a day, I'll do my best." He trailed off. Lewin Artel stared at him. "So, no one's needed horses for who knows how long. And now, today of all days, someone does?" The man nodded slowly. "Exactly." Lewin Artel's eyes narrowed. "Tezsurin, a city where no one ever comes. And suddenly, others show up, asking for horses." His thoughts drifted back, question everything. He turned to Bear. "Do you feel it too?" Bear hesitated, then said, "Only now. Ever since we got off that train." Bear turned her head. Lewin Artel had caught something. Around the corner, a figure lingered. They were being followed. Without hesitation, Lewin Artel kicked off the ground. Now that he was sure someone was tailing him, it was time to act. Earlier, he'd handed a coin to the inn staff, asking them to report anyone asking about him. Then, he left the hotel on foot, using the city streets as bait. "They should have figured out I left the inn by now," he muttered. "That's when they'll start asking questions." A small grin tugged at his lips. "And it's pretty obvious who sent them. The Reet Empire. Whether it was the Crown Prince, angry over Lewin Artel refusing to be naturalized, or the King of Magicians with his obsessive interest. Either way, the reason didn't matter. Both were bad news." His thoughts drifted toward the Heavenly Mountain. Before he could head there, he had to tie up loose ends. Lewin Artel narrowed his eyes. He couldn't afford to have anyone on his tail. And now, the trail was clear. Back at the inn, the hotel staff confirmed no one had asked about him. Lewin Artel swore under his breath. "I was sure they'd show up." Bear leaned in. "Doesn't seem like he's lying." The man rubbed his temple. "Something's off. I have a gap in my memory. Around 3 minutes. No matter how hard I try, it's just gone." Lewin Artel fell silent, eyeing the man carefully. He imagined the scene. A tormented mind, bent against its will. Mind control. A 6th-class high-grade spell that bends a person's consciousness. Victims don't remember being controlled, and the caster gains access to their memories. Lewin Artel ascended the stairs. "Looks like we're dealing with someone precise and powerful," Bear added. "And if they dug into his memories, then they know we're aware of the surveillance." Lewin Artel entered his room. His eyes locked onto the bed. A note. He unfolded it. "We don't intend to hurt you. Don't waste time searching for us. Focus on your mission." His jaw clenched. They were here, and they dare leave a message like this? He looked up, voice rising. "So, they think they can threaten me into submission? Fine." He played their way for now. Without hesitation, Lewin Artel vaulted out the window. He leapt from rooftop to rooftop, then hit the ground running. "We're finding them," he said, opening the mini-map. He turned his head. "Try not to fall behind." Lewin Artel picked up speed. "First place in the triathlon, remember?" A man's voice echoed behind him. "Should we go after him?" Another replied. "Their youngest, the winner of the great festival, really wants to play. Hard to say no to that." The 2 servants sprang into motion. Lewin Artel darted ahead. Figures in black cloaks began to appear. One of the cloaked figures turned. "We've lost Lewin Artel's trail." But the man next to him shook his head. "No, he hasn't disappeared, he's waiting." Just as he said it, a stack of crates nearby shifted, and without warning, Lewin Artel burst out from behind them. "What the?" one of them shouted. Lewin Artel launched forward, striking the nearest man square in the face. The attacker staggered back, blood spraying from his mouth as he collapsed. Lewin Artel stretched out a hand, grabbing the next one. His scream echoed through the alley as Lewin Artel drove another brutal blow into his gut. The man in the black cloak crumpled to the ground. Standing over him, Lewin Artel remained silent. The cloak man coughed, then let out a bitter laugh. "So that's what you're really like. I was wondering what kind of guy you were. Turns out you're a monster." Lewin Artel lowered his head. "Who are you?" The man grinned. "You really don't know? The head of the magic tower sent us. We were ordered to observe your little journey." Lewin Artel's eyes narrowed. "Observers?" The man chuckled. "Yeah, surveillance. That's what they call it." He met Lewin Artel's glare. "Doesn't matter. Either way, it was entertaining to see what you could do." A burst of light flared, and the man vanished, his voice trailing off. "We'll meet again." Lewin Artel's gaze shifted to where the man had stood. On his neck had been a tattoo. A skull. Bear stepped closer. "A vicious magician." Lewin Artel nodded. "Yeah, a hidden group inside the magic tower. No one knows what they really do. All we have is the name and the tattoos." He continued. "They only handle the tower's dirtiest tasks. Secret ops, assassinations, espionage. No info on how strong they are or who leads them." Bear looked up. "So, what's your take after fighting one of them?" Lewin Artel paused. "Mixed feelings. Honestly, they didn't seem stronger than the great festival participants." Bear raised an eyebrow. "But we haven't seen what they're truly capable of." Lewin Artel agreed. "True. That guy cast a high-level 6 class spell. No ordinary magician could manage that." Bear crossed her arms. "And he'll be coming after you again from the shadows." From nearby, the bear looked up. "So, what's the plan now?" Lewin Artel stared forward. "Make him come to me." The next day, Lewin Artel headed straight for the Heavenly Mountain. The path was long, lifeless, barren. Nothing but wind and dust. Still, with every step, he knew he was getting closer. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, teeth clenched. "My power's circle. It won't settle down." But then he grinned. He knew what that meant. Before him shimmered a vast blue barrier. "The Heavenly Mountain," he said. Bear corrected him. "More precisely, its core." Lewin Artel stepped closer. The barrier wall rippled with energy. "So Dracare once lived here," he said. Bear nodded. Sitting down on the rocky ground, Lewin Artel glanced around. Not even a building in sight. "How do we get in?" He turned to the bear. "This mindset, it's not human." The bear responded calmly. "That's because passing the barrier requires more than force." Bear chimed in, perched on Lewin Artel's head. "And that's why I'm sitting here. If I were human," the bear said, "I'd probably try to destroy the barrier." Lewin Artel looked up. "Yeah, that was my first thought too." Bear hopped down, replying, "But you can't. This isn't a barrier any human can break." Lewin Artel was caught off guard. "Wait, what about the ogres?" Rubbing his forehead, he muttered, "I figured maybe I could call them, like calling on old friends to open a gate." Bear crossed her arms. "Now we're getting somewhere." Lewin Artel's eyes lit up. "But didn't the ogres of Sky Mountain all die out?" The bear chuckled. "That's what humans believe." Lewin Artel turned his head sharply, surprised. "Remember," the bear said, fixing its gaze on the barrier, "your ability isn't about confirming truth or illusion." Lewin Artel stepped closer, his hand resting on the wall. "It's about breaking through." He stared straight ahead. "I know you can hear me. You're pretending you're not there, but I know the truth." Raising his voice, he said, "I came to return your leader's tooth." He stood firm in front of the barrier. "If you can hear me, open the door." Silence. Then a sudden light flared around his hand. A bright, blinding glow surged outward. Lewin Artel narrowed his eyes from the glare. Then, he vanished. On the other side, a man watching gasped. He passed through. The man dashed forward, stunned. What did that brat do? No one's ever succeeded with this mission. He reached the barrier, but it had already sealed shut. What's going on? Suddenly, a fist exploded into view. Lewin Artel landed a punch squarely into the man's face. "You're not slipping away this time," he roared. He slammed his palm to the ground, cracks ripped outward, an earthquake erupting beneath them. The man wailed as the ground trembled. Lewin Artel thrust his hand forward. Binding tree. Thick vines burst from the earth, coiling tightly around the attacker. The man groaned, muttering something. Lewin Artel narrowed his eyes. "You thought you had me, but it was you who walked into the trap." He stepped closer. "Let's stop this game of tag." Suddenly, a shadow streaked overhead. An ogre. It came crashing down, swinging a club soaked in blood. Lewin Artel's eyes widened as the massive beast landed. The ogre stared at him, then at the man pinned to the ground. Then, Turning to Lou and Ardle, it spoke. Who are you? Bear smirked. They think like beasts. Their logic isn't human. Lou and Ardle remained quiet. He'd made it through the Heavenly Mountains barrier, and now, it felt like he'd stepped into another world entirely. The ogre sniffed the air. You don't smell like a man. You smell like us. Bear, perched on his shoulder again, whispered, stay sharp. Human values don't apply here. Lou and Ardle nodded. I know. He looked the ogre straight in the eye. So far, I've done nothing to. Lou and Ardle stayed quiet. So far, the ogres had shown restraint because he carried the leader's tooth, but who knew when that would change? He followed the ogre across the rocky terrain until a towering peak came into view. That's it, the ogre said. The heavenly peak. Lou and Ardle glanced up. The peak? But there's another, isn't there? But then he looked again and froze. That wasn't a mountain. It was the ogre. The massive creature stepped forward. Name's Chieftain. I've heard. You're holding the Kunkin's relic. Lou and Ardle tilted his head up. This one was enormous. Even among ogres, he stood apart. Chieftain's voice rumbled. You're welcome for now. I haven't decided whether to tear you apart and toss you to the eagles yet. So who are you? Lou and Ardle smirked. Didn't I say before I entered? The chieftain's tooth chose me. Chieftain eyed the artifact skeptically. Lies. No human can wield it. Lou and Ardle raised the tooth. Then I'll just show you. Chieftain stepped closer. So, it is true. His tone shifted. You're interesting. I've smelled your power since you arrived. Lou and Ardle grinned. Good nose. I'm strong. Chieftain crossed his arms. Then tell me, who are you? Lou and Ardle opened his mouth, then looked toward Bear. Chieftain blinked. Did you just say Dracagonia? The ogre stiffened. That name belonged to a dragon who once lived here on Sky Mountain. He raised a hand. How do you know it? Lou and Ardle answered calmly. I've heard of him. Chieftain's eyes narrowed. He's still alive? Lou and Ardle nodded. As an artifact. At my academy, he's one of the professors. The ogre's eyes widened again. Then who are you? Lou and Ardle's expression sharpened. Someone who's curious to know that himself. Chieftain stood still. You were chosen by the leader's tooth, and you've inherited the power of the World Breaker. Lou and Ardle met his gaze. My name is Lou and Ardle. Silence fell. Chieftain's jaw dropped. And knowing all that, I still thought about feeding you to the eagles. Then, with a grin, he added, kidding. We're happy to welcome you, really. Lou and Ardle's eyes widened. Down in the center of a pit, he looked up. Didn't you mention something about hospitality? Bear, still sitting on his shoulder, piped up. Yeah, it's tradition here. Ogres put newcomers through a rite of passage. He turned his head. If you want them to treat you as one of their own, you have to earn it. Lou and Ardle blinked. Let me guess, arm wrestling? A massive shadow loomed over him. The ogre stepped forward. Name's Amarush. So, you're the one they're welcoming. Lou and Ardle stared at him. Wait, he's my opponent. Something felt seriously off about this. Lou and Ardle gripped the ogre's massive hand. Skin like stone, strength like steel. Crush his hand, Amarush, someone shouted. Leaning against a rock, Lou and Ardle muttered, just checking. If I lose, I'm not getting fed to the birds, right? Bear casually replied. Not sure, actually. The match began. Lou and Ardle locked eyes with Amarush, sizing him up. That towering body was enough to shake anyone. But Lou and Ardle didn't rush in recklessly. An ogre versus a human. It sounded absurd. But Lou and Ardle wasn't just any human. Thanks to the chieftain's tooth, he possessed strength that far exceeded normal limits. The artifact flickered faintly, and Lou and Ardle thought, since I got this tooth, my strength's grown 1,000-fold. His stats had risen. 3,520, he noted. That's enough to win this. Amarush grinned. I knew you weren't an ordinary man. Your grip, it's different. But I'm Amarush, and I won't go easy on anyone. Lou and Ardle smirked. Then don't. Let's end this. Amarush stretched out both arms. Get ready. Then, with a sudden roar, begin. Their arms tensed. Lou and Ardle's clothes ripped at the seams from the sheer pressure. The crowd gasped. Lou and Ardle grit his teeth. Not yet, but then something flared within him. A sudden, fierce burst of energy. This is it, my last push. Amarush snarled and slammed Lou and Ardle's hand down against the stone. Lou and Ardle blinked, stunned. The crowd erupted. Amarush wins. Flat on his back, Lou and Ardle stared at the sky. I gave it everything I had and still lost. His arms trembled. So what now, he asked. I get thrown to the birds? A shadow loomed. Amarush stood above him. Get up. Lou and Ardle looked up in confusion. You held your ground against me. Sky Mountain's best warrior for that long. That's no small feat. A system prompt appeared. New task, Sky Mountain outsider. Amarush continued. We ogres respect strength. It took me 17 years to earn their respect. You've already started. Prove yourself. Defeat me one day, and win the pride of Sky Mountain's ogres. Lou and Ardle slowly stood. Thanks. Bear floated beside him. Congratulations. So far, you've earned their respect. Lou and Ardle narrowed his eyes. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Bear laughed. Maybe. It was fun watching. Lewin Artle grinned. 17 years, huh? I'll beat him in 1 month. Later, the small peak lit up with a massive banquet. Sitting at the long table, Lewin Artle picked at the food, surprised. This stuff actually tastes amazing. Ogres, he said with a mouthful, are surprisingly great cooks. Bear nodded. It's true. Even the smell, it's strong. Lewin Artle shook his head. Nah, I can't agree with that one. Then, more serious, he looked out at the ogres gathered around. But why? He asked. Why do they stay here, hidden in this place? He lowered his gaze, feeling it stir in him, a strange, heavy feeling. Around him, the ogres laughed, drank, and talked. Lewin Artle had a feeling. Something even bigger than this mission was ahead. Amarush sat beside him, turning toward Lewin Artle. What are you planning to do? He asked. With the tooth of our first leader. Lewin Artle blinked. What to do with it? Amarush gave a small grin. If you want, I can help you forge it into a weapon. 1 mint for a human. Lewin Artle's eyes widened. A massive gate appeared in his mind, adorned with a monstrous head. Holding the tooth, he stared at it in awe. What is this? Bear pointed at the artifact. It's pure, primordial power, a symbol of immense strength. That tooth holds the legacy of an ogre who had unmatched will. But Lewin Artle shook his head. No, I meant, how do I actually use it? Images flashed. Alvil's staff, Moore's armor, artifacts with form and purpose. He raised the tooth. Should I turn it into a mace or something? As they walked down a narrow corridor, Bear answered, just carry it for now. We'll figure out later. The fact that it boosts your strength is already a big deal. Got it, Lewin Artle said. Amarush looked down. If you really want, I can help. I can craft a weapon, a custom one, just for you. Lewin Artle's thoughts raced. I brought it with me, but didn't even know what to do with it. This offer, it's perfect. Amarush sat down, his voice low. The chieftain's tooth is extremely dense and heavy. Not everyone can work with it. But for someone like me, who forges metal every day, it's possible. Lewin Artle glanced over. Wait, so you're a blacksmith? Bear nodded. In human terms, yeah. Amarush turned to him. Do you have something specific in mind? Lewin Artle paused. Then he smiled. You mean I can actually design it? Half a month passed. Amarush pointed ahead. It's that way. Lewin Artle sprinted forward. Then I'm trusting you with it. During those 2 weeks, Lewin Artle threw himself into everything, helping the ogres hunt and training like never before. Glancing at his stat menu, he grinned. Not bad. Just then Amarush swatted his arm down. But it wasn't all progress. Bear raised a hand, tallying up the numbers. 15 matches, 15 losses. Lewin Artle groaned. Again, this is getting ridiculous. Still, he turned to the bear. Andette hummed in support. Cheer up. You're improving. Amarush chuckled. You finally started controlling your power. You're not wasting it like before. Lewin Artle looked away, quietly replying, thanks. Bit by bit, with Amarush's guidance, he was learning to use his strength more efficiently. Every match, he lasted longer. Looking out across the training ground, Lewin Artle whispered, I have to. Lewin Artle had made up his mind. He wouldn't leave this place until he defeated Amarush. Whispers echoed through the cave. He's scared, but Amarush simply shook his head. No, he just doesn't stand a chance. Days passed. Then it happened. Lewin Artle slammed Amarush's hand down with a thunderous thud. Someone called out, 17 matches, 16 losses. Bear looked straight ahead. But 1 victory. Lewin Artle raised his fist to the sky, shouting, I did it. New task completed. Foreigner of the Heavenly Mountain. You've defeated Amarush in arm wrestling. Reward, the pride of the ogres. You've earned the respect of the Heavenly Mountain's warriors. Amarush smiled. You surprised me more times than I can count. But this time, I lost. Lewin Artle looked off to the side. You call me by my name. Amarush turned to leave. I think you're ready now. Ready for what? Lewin Artle asked. Amarush stopped. You really want them? Lewin Artle blinked. Them. Amarush nodded. Truth is, I finished them a while ago. Just waited for the right time. Lewin Artle raised an eyebrow. Why not just give them to me when they were done? With his back still turned, Amarush replied, because the will of the chieftain isn't something you just hand over. I was waiting for the day you defeat me. Lewin Artle stood there, silent, then thought to himself, I was almost robbed in broad daylight. Amarush stretched out his arms. Take them. They're yours now. Lewin Artle stepped forward as a system prompt appeared. Artifact acquired. Chieftain's tooth gloves. Forged by Amarush from the tooth of the first ogre chieftain. 10 fragments of the tooth are embedded in these gloves. Indestructible from physical damage. Capable of destroying anything in their path. Strength plus 2,000. New skill unlocked. Will of the chieftain. Growth potential high. Lewin Artle stared at the gloves. 10 pieces from the chieftain's tooth turned into gloves. For a mage like me, this form is perfect. Bear looked over. Well, what do you think of them? Amarush added. Fit your hands perfectly, right? Lou and Artel looked away, hiding a grin. Unreal. With a 2,000 boost in strength, I feel completely different. Then he looked up. Can I call all the Heavenly Mountain warriors here? Moments later, a crowd of ogres gathered. Wait, one of them muttered. You want to arm wrestle, all of us? Lou and Artel nodded. I'll take down 100 ogres by myself. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some questioned his sanity. Others couldn't believe the challenge. He beat Amarush, one whispered. But now this? That's insane. Yet despite the boldness, the atmosphere stayed light. The ogres respected strength, and this kind of wild challenge? They actually liked it. Amarush clenched his fists. Of course we'll join. Bring it on. From the ogre's perspective, his proposal sounded downright arrogant, but that was exactly the kind of thing they admired. Then from the back, a little ogre raised his hands into the air and shouted, Dad's coming! The little ogre shouted with excitement. Bear closed his eyes. He used to do that all the time, brings back memories. The bear added with a sigh. After 30 years here, I only ever managed to beat 17 ogres in a row. But he brought something new. Lou and Artel replied with a smirk. Humans don't live as long as dragons. I don't have the luxury of time. He glanced toward the ogres, remembering how he'd felt just the day before. He would have said this challenge was impossible. But now, Lou and Artel tightened his grip. Wearing these gloves, it feels like losing isn't even an option. Across from him, an ogre stepped forward. Get ready. The matches began. One by one, the ogres lined up. And one by one, Lou and Artel slammed their hands down. Cheers rang out. The crowd roared. Lou and Artel stood in the center, victorious. The last ogre blinked in surprise. You're heading back? Lou and Artel nodded. Yeah, time to go to Riven. Amarush gave him a wide grin. You've given us real challenges. Thank you. Lou and Artel smiled and reached out his hand. Amarush raised an eyebrow. You want another match? Even after beating 100 of us. Lou and Artel chuckled. No, it's called a handshake. Amarush looked confused. A what? Lou and Artel clasped his hand. It's how humans greet each other. Or, when they say goodbye to a friend. He raised his hand and waved. It means see you again. Elsewhere, a towering building came into view. Inside, someone asked, any news? A figure stood at attention. Nothing yet. Arms folded, the man furrowed his brow. Still no updates. Not since the two mages returned, battered and bleeding. And a scream mage they'd sent after Lou and Artel? Still missing. Eyes narrowed. He muttered, we've been played. Another voice interrupted. There's something to report. A young man entered the room. Lou and Artel's just arrived in Riven. The tower leader lowered his head. A projection appeared. Lou and Artel's image flickering in the air. Bring him here. Now. The massive tower loomed. Someone murmured. He failed the mission. Hand to his face. The tower leader echoed. I warned them. No one ever completes this one. He looked up. Once you reach Sky Mountain, you understand. It's beyond normal capability. Lou and Artel stood before them now. Gaze low. That barrier was impossible to cross, he said flatly. But someone across the room raised an eyebrow. Not a great liar, are you? Seated at the table, the tower leader spoke clearly. Let's be honest. You're the mage chosen by the ogre chieftain's tooth. Then Terran leaned in. And the mission you chose? Finding the ogre homeland. He paused. Don't you think that's a little too convenient? Lou and Artel grinned. So what? You were watching me the whole time? The man stared at him. You're not stupid. You know why? We were afraid. Afraid you'd turn into a mage who defies the tower. Lou and Artel lowered his head. Anyone who goes against the will of the king of magicians becomes the tower's enemy, right? The tower leader replied coldly. Most do. He leaned back in his chair. Enough dancing around. Just tell me, what did you see at the Heavenly Mountain? Another man leaned forward, eyes sharp. Are the first ogres still alive? Lou and Artel flinched. Nervous. Silent. Then the scene cut. He stepped out of the tower, shut the door behind him, and let out a long breath. Got away with it. Inside, the tower leader scoffed. No need for such a blatant lie, especially when I could just read his memories. The other man stiffened. You wouldn't actually do that, right? Lou and Artel had asked him the same thing earlier. You're the great king of magicians. Surely, you wouldn't stoop to invading the mind of a mere student? Terran's eyes widened. You dare challenge me with words like that? Lou and Artel had stayed calm. The word ordinary might have been a bit too humble. The king of magicians exhaled. Fine, let's call it a failure. Your official first mission, considered over. Return to the academy. Lou and Artel left, eyebrows furrowed. I played on his pride, and it worked. Barely. He hadn't needed to resort to spells or illusions. Just bold words. If that dirty king had lost his temper for even a second, I'd be exposed. The thought alone was chilling. But this wasn't over. As the chieftain's tooth reappeared in his mind, Lou and Artel thought, the artifact of the X-Zone chose me. They both knew what that meant. Even if it hadn't been said out loud, The king of magicians will be watching him closely from now on. Walking through the city streets, Lewin Ardle muttered, I don't care. I just want to get out of here. The train roared down the tracks, picking up speed fast. Back at the academy, a huge banner unfurled across the main building. Lewin Ardle's image was front and center. Congrats, Lewin Ardle, champion of the great festival, someone shouted. Students ran up, cheering, tossing him into the air. Welcome back. All right, enough already. Lewin Ardle shouted, flustered. It had already been 2 months since the festival. Back in his room, a box slammed onto the table. Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. What's this? Jason grinned. Mail. Looks like you've got quite the fan base now. Winner of the biggest tournament of the year? Everyone wants to talk to you. Lewin Ardle opened the box and stared. There's so many. Jason pointed to a corner. Those are just the recent ones. The others? We had to start storing them. Lewin Ardle walked over and opened the cabinet. His eyes widened. Letters. Hundreds. Maybe more. He sat on his bed, picked one up, and blinked. There are letters from actual princes? Unfolding one, he read aloud. To the brilliant magician and true patriot of the kingdom, dear Lewin Ardle. He looked over at the closet, still packed to the brim. Word spread fast. He turned down an offer from the Empire's crown prince. People were amazed, calling him a true patriot. Even the hero, hearing this, chuckled and said, wow, dear. They hadn't even met yet. The guy sighed. Dear is too formal. It's what you say when you're trying to get closer to someone, not someone you're already close with. The hero raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you got this all figured out. Lying back on the bed, the guy asked, so any plans for the break? The protagonist gave a faint smile. Lewin Ardle closed his eyes and said, this time, I want to do something different. Soon, the hero was on horseback, eyes fixed on the horizon. It had been 5 years since he last returned home. Until last year, he'd always stayed in the dorms, even during holidays. He crouched down, uneasy. He hadn't been able to face his people. How could he smile and answer their questions about school? But now he could return with pride. Looking at his village in the distance, he murmured, I'll finally get to see my family. People stared as he rode in. Is that the young master? Someone asked. He smiled warmly. Is everyone doing okay? Gasps rippled through the crowd. It's him. It's really the young master, one person exclaimed. Lewin Ardle. He's finally back. How long has it been? Another cried. We waited so long to hear anything from him. Standing before them, the protagonist lowered his head. I'm sorry I've been away for so long. How's life at the academy? Someone called out. Is the rumor true? They said our young master rejected the crown prince. You've always been the best, another shouted. Then a girl ran up and hugged him tightly. Eyes closed, she whispered, not a single letter. All this time. Then suddenly, you're just here. She turned to their father and raised her hand, tears in her eyes. You've gotten so tall, the hero said softly. She looked up. Really? He grinned. Nah, still just a little one. The sky turned blue above them. The hero turned to his father. Call the rest of the family. We've got a lot to catch up on. Night fell. The hero gathered everyone and began to share everything he'd been through. His sister wiped her tears. You've been through so much, she said. A woman added. You overcame so many hardships. We're all so proud of you. Mr. Beggins, looking away, asked quietly. You won that big competition and met the crown prince yourself? The hero smiled. Yeah, I did. It had already been 2 months, but in this quiet village, the news felt brand new. A man held up a letter. That's why the ruling family sent this. Even the nobles are talking. The hero thought to himself. He wanted to be the one to share this news first. His uncle sat beside him. There's something you need to know, he said. But before he could continue, another man interrupted. Let's not open that topic again. The hero frowned. He heard it clearly, but what did it mean? You should know, his uncle said, because this involves you too. That made the hero pause. What was going on? He looked over at his father. If I hear it from someone else first, I'll be disappointed. His father rubbed his face and sighed. There's no easy way to say this. They glanced over the stack of letters. The father finally spoke. As I mentioned before, we've been getting flooded with letters lately, and they're all about you. Most of them offered generous donations to their land, all under the guise of honoring him. Some even promised him powerful positions. His sister and the woman nearby exchanged looks. The father continued. Of course, we turned all of them down. But there's one issue we couldn't ignore. The hero narrowed his eyes. What issue? His father hesitated, then said a name. He exhaled, eyes shut. They're using you to pressure our family. The name was Monzo, the only trade city near their territory. Almost everything from the region flowed through Monzo's trade routes. The hero's voice sharpened. They're offering our goods for a ridiculously low price. His father nodded. Exactly. In exchange, they want you, serving as a mage to defend Monzo. It was a threat. If the hero refused, Monzo could strangle the Ardle territory's trade. Head stepped in, hand to his forehead. At this rate, we'll be out of money soon. His father added, We still haven't found a way out of this mess. Later, standing before his people, the hero heard someone cheerfully say, "This year's harvest is our best yet. The young master's going to love it." And the goat milk, another said. "It's top quality this time." The hero closed his eyes, thinking. He overheard someone whisper, "What goes around comes around." Looking down at his gloves, the hero murmured, "Since Monzo is so eager to see me, maybe it's time I paid him a visit." He approached his horse. Someone handed him a bundle, some dried meat and water for the road. "Be careful." "Thanks," the hero said. His uncle approached, apologetic. "I hate to throw this on your shoulders, especially right after you got back." The hero shook his head. "Don't worry about it. I'm just doing my duty, as any young lord should." The man watched him silently. As the hero mounted the horse, his uncle spoke again. "Don't let the Lord's efforts be in vain." The hero looked back. "What do you mean?" Mr. Beggins spoke up. "The Lord, your father, he's done everything he could. He even paid for Monzo's losses out of his own pocket. Most people don't even know how close we came to collapse." The hero lowered his head. That peaceful life everyone enjoyed. It was all thanks to his father's silent sacrifices. Lewin Ardle closed his eyes. "I'm ashamed for the things I thought." "What do you mean?" his uncle asked gently. The hero pictured his father. "Honestly," he said, "I used to wonder why he just endured everything." Sitting down, the hero added, "I thought I could fix everything myself. But just thinking that, it's overwhelming." Staring off into the distance, the protagonist spoke quietly. "I've always known, since I was a kid, no one loves or protects this land more than father." The man beside him said nothing, eyes fixed ahead. The hero held out a small box. "Can you give this to him?" His uncle looked at the box, puzzled. "What's inside?" Opening it, the man's eyes widened. Stacks of gold gleamed inside. "It's 10,000 in gold," the hero said. "Prize money from the Grand Festival. I want it used for the territory, whatever is needed most." Mr. Beggins raised an eyebrow. "And what would that be?" The hero looked directly at him. "Buying land. We need to stop depending on Monzo. It's time we stand on our own." Mr. Beggins agreed. "That's true, but getting land won't be easy. No one's looking to sell right now." The hero's eyes narrowed. "Then maybe we take it." Mr. Beggins blinked. "Take it. There are monster-infested zones," the hero said. "The Wolf Hills, the Shining Plains, where the Mud people have settled. If we clear them out, we can claim that land." Not a bad plan, he thought. Back on his horse, the hero continued. "We can use the gold to hire mercenaries, clean out the land, and turn it into farmland. Later, we rent it out. It'll bring in even more revenue." Mr. Beggins rubbed his temples. "If we can get mercenaries at a good price, this could actually work." Turning his horse, the hero said, "I'll leave the details to you and father. For now, I've got business elsewhere." He shouted, spurred his horse, and rode off. The trade city of Monzo stood as the economic heart of the southern kingdom. All regional goods passed through its gates. Its landlord? Edgar, a man wrapped in mystery. Some claimed he bought his title. Others whispered he once led the Walp gang. The hero frowned. In other words, anything could happen here. He approached the city gate. Facing a knight, he announced, "I'm Lewin Ardle, young master of the Ardle family. Is the lord in?" The knight made a sound of annoyance. "Ugh, Ardle again." The hero scowled as another guard muttered, "Why do they always stir things up when they don't get what they want?" "That's what I'm saying," the first knight said. "Just drop it. He's just a brat. Hasn't even learned how to beg properly." The guards burst into laughter. Closing his eyes, the hero thought, same treatment every time. How many times had his father been through this? He dismounted. The knight scoffed. "Go find the lord yourself. Since you're from Ardle, they'll probably throw you out anyway." As the hero stepped forward, the knight added with a smirk, "But this time's different, huh? A bit more fire in you." The hero kept his head low. This wasn't like before. He wasn't here as a student anymore. He was here as a son of the Ardle family. How could he accept this kind of treatment as normal? What would that say about his people? The hero clenched his fists. The knight scoffed. "What now? Got something in mind?" Lewin Ardle's eyes hardened. "Yeah, time you learned some manners." Before anyone could react, he shoved the knight aside and walked straight past him. "Who the hell is that?" one of the guards shouted. A voice rang out behind them, calm but curious. "The champion of the Grand Festival?" Grinning, Edgar stepped forward. "The next generation mage. So it really is you, Lewin Ardle, is it?" Lewin Ardle turned to face him. "And you must be Lord Edgar." Bilkos Monzo gave an exaggerated bow. "The one and only. I'm honored someone of your caliber came all the way to our humble little city." He chuckled, but Lewin Ardle didn't smile back. "You say you're embarrassed," Lewin Ardle muttered through gritted teeth. "Then keep your head down. Since I had to come here personally, you should at least show that much respect." Bilkos Monzo's smile froze. Then slowly, he straightened his back, adjusting his hat. "You're surprisingly direct." With a smirk, he added, "Well, if that's how you want to play it, I guess I'll face you properly. Awkwardness and all." Lewin Ardle shrugged. "Suit yourself." but you might want to retrain your guards. Bilkos Monzo raised an eyebrow. And what exactly did my men do? Lewin Ardle turned on his heel. They treated my family like criminals. That deserves a warning. Behind him, the guards groaned from the ground where Lewin Ardle had left them. Bilkos Monzo's jaw tightened as he looked over at them. Lewin Ardle met his gaze. You don't mind, do you? Bilkos Monzo chuckled, though his eyes darkened. If they're your subordinates now, feel free to handle them however you like. He muttered under his breath, how dare he lay a hand on my people? Lewin Ardle pulled on his gloves. So this is how it's going to be. He struck the nearest guard. The knight went sliding across the floor. That's enough, Lewin Ardle said coldly. But you could use a lesson in manners too. Staring him down, Lewin Ardle asked, you're not planning to keep me out here any longer, are you? Grinding his teeth, Bilkos Monzo growled, invite him in. Inside, a strange animal figurine caught Lewin Ardle's eye. Isn't it something? Someone nearby said. He collects these little beasts like art. Lewin Ardle kept his gaze steady. They're unsettling. Seated across from him, Bilkos Monzo smiled. Everyone has different tastes, I suppose. Lewin Ardle glanced around, then lowered his head in thought. To call these things beautiful, what kind of person thinks like that? Dozens of grotesque monster sculptures filled the space. Lewin Ardle frowned. They're clearly meant to intimidate. You wanted to scare me. Bilkos Monzo poured tea into a delicate cup. This is Paris, a rare tea from the southern provinces. Please have a sip. Lewin Ardle stayed seated, unmoving. I'll pass. You're not a tea person? Bilkos Monzo asked. Would you prefer something lighter? Still smiling, Bear chimed in. What are you trying to do, play dumb? Lewin Ardle finally took the cup. Honestly, I'm not even sure why I refused. He took a sip and set the cup down. So what is this drink, really? As the tea poured from the table, Bilkos Monzo smirked faintly. With his eyes closed, he said calmly, you think I'd poison the tea? Come now. I'm not looking to make you an enemy. Lewin Ardle kept his gaze down, listening. I only hoped we could become friends, Bilkos Monzo added. Lewin Ardle looked up. Do friends usually start by threatening each other? Bilkos Monzo laughed. Threats? No. That was just a proposal. A generous one at that. But the Lord's smile thinned as he grit his teeth. A proposal? Is that what you're calling your little scheme to drag Ardle into ruin? Lewin Ardle's eyes hardened. Well, I'm not interested in that kind of friendship. Bilkos Monzo sighed with mock sadness. A pity. But if you're going to refuse my hand, then I guess the prices for Ardle's goods will stay exactly where they are, dirt cheap. Lewin Ardle looked straight at him. You'd do better to return the prices to where they were. The room fell quiet. Bilkos Monzo's face twisted slightly. Listen, boy, you're just some backwater brat who doesn't know how the world works. He stood up, voice rising. You think you can just walk away from this? The one who should be kneeling here isn't me. It's you. Knight stepped forward, forming a line. Grinning, Bilkos Monzo mocked. They say students from the Magic Academy can't use magic during the holidays, right? The guards surrounded Lewin Ardle. Bilkos Monzo folded his arms. Let me give you a lesson in humility. Lewin Ardle looked away, thinking, so he never planned to let me walk out of here. Bilkos Monzo suddenly pointed forward and roared. Kill him. I'll turn his corpse into a lovely centerpiece for my gallery. Lewin Ardle stared straight ahead. You want to turn me into a trophy? You're even more insane than I thought. Bear whispered beside him. Yeah, he's a full-blown lunatic. Lewin Ardle watched Bilkos Monzo with cold eyes. This guy, he's just a spoiled pig wrapped in riches. Nothing more. With a sudden burst, Lewin Ardle shot forward. Let's see how you handle this. He flicked something, then smirked. Catch. The guard barely reacted before being launched backward. Chaos erupted as Lewin Ardle struck down knight after knight in quick succession. Raising his hand, Lewin Ardle called out, Let me show you something. The room shook with energy. It's written in the records, the chieftain's will. As long as my strength holds, the first chieftain of the heavenly mountain stands with me. A glowing spirit appeared above him, mirroring his movements. Bilkos Monzo reeled back. What is this? What did you do? Lewin Ardle stood in a swirl of fire. The aura expanded, reaching as far as the ogre chieftain's arm. A massive fire beast emerged behind him. Gasps echoed around the hall. He's serious. He can really use magic even now. Lewin Ardle narrowed his eyes. Yes, even during vacation. The knights froze in terror. That aura, it's overwhelming. They say those struck by the leader's presence are swallowed by their worst fears. One knight panicked. We'll die if we stay here. Guards turned and bolted. Everyone out. Run. Watching them flee, Lewin Ardle grinned. You think running will save you? He stepped forward. A blast echoed through the building. Flames burst out as Lewin Ardle shouted, Explosive burn, mama! Panic erupted. People scattered in every direction, screams filling the air. Faster, someone yelled. Don't stop, just run. Amid the chaos, Bilkos Monzo raised his arm and cried out in horror. No, my collection. I spent my whole life building it. About 2 months earlier, Lou and Artle had leaned back, hand behind his head, sighing. Man, this is starting to wear me out. It was fun at first, but now I just want to go home. Irene Prius had raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? That quiet, little region, Artle? Lou and Artle turned to her, but before he could answer, she placed her hands on her hips. I'm just glad the banquet ended without a disaster, Irene Prius said. I was really scared someone was going to ruin it. Lou and Artle gave a sheepish grin. Yeah, sorry about that. He looked down. I couldn't help it. They weren't just mocking the students. They dragged my name into it, too. Irene Prius laughed. Is Artle really that beautiful? Lou and Artle raised a hand with pride. Of course it is. Peaceful and serene. You should visit sometime. Really? Irene Prius smiled. You better not deny it later. Lou and Artle chuckled. I won't. But in his head, he thought I didn't actually think she'd take me up on it. Back home, his sister glared at him across the table. So, she said coldly, you want to explain? Lou and Artle blinked. Explain what? Flames flickered around her as she demanded. What's your relationship with her? Is she your lover? Where'd you meet? Spill it. Elsewhere, someone whispered. She jumped at the chance to show Lady Irene Prius around. The second he offered, she insisted she'd do it herself. Watching it all unfold, Lou and Artle sat frozen. So that's what this is about. He laughed nervously. Come on, isn't it nice? His sister's eyes narrowed. I'm not letting you disappear again. Not after 6 years. Head leaned in, grinning. So, she's not your girlfriend, right? You can tell me. Lou and Artle gave him a flat look. Nope, I can't. Head sighed dramatically. Figures. Lou and Artle sat quietly, wondering why this news left a strange ache in his chest. At the table, his father cleared his throat. Enough about personal matters. Let's move on. Just then, someone entered the room. Mr. Beggins stepped forward, placing the small box on the table. Thanks, said Head. But the man who entered shook his head, pushing the box back. I can't accept this. Lou and Artle looked up, surprised. What do you mean? Sitting across from him, the man spoke plainly. That gold, it's yours, not Artle's. Lou and Artle frowned. Aren't you part of Artle too? Head closed his eyes. Of course. No one denies that I'm part of its heart. But don't I also have duties beyond this land? Lou and Artle didn't respond, lowering his gaze. He understood. The refusal came from a place of care and principle. He knew this man was noble, upright, someone to respect. And yet it stung. Why did it feel like they were making decisions without him? Lou and Artle turned to his father. No, I gave that gold to help Artle. That's where it belongs. The man blinked in surprise. You're doing the same thing I've been doing. Mr. Beggins scratched his head and chuckled. Guess the young master finally knows how I've been keeping Elle afloat all this time. Out of my own pocket. Folding his hands, Head spoke evenly. In the future, talk to me first. No more decisions on your own. Mr. Beggins nodded. Got it. I'll remember that. Still, Head added, whatever your reasons, I can't accept this money. I'm not ready to hand you the weight of this estate. Holding the bag, Lou and Artle's father said, I still have 3,600 gold. That's Artle's money, fair and square. But getting our hands on it again feels like finding buried treasure. Lou and Artle whispered, 600? I gave 3 times that. Mr. Beggins shrugged. And I won't take the rest. I told you, he won't budge. Don't even bring up expanding into new lands. It's off the table. Lou and Artle stared at his father. Why is he so firm about this? Mr. Beggins sighed. He's made up his mind. I gave up arguing long ago. That stunned Lou and Artle into silence. Mr. Beggins gave a wry grin. That's just how our lord is. Suddenly, he went quiet. Lou and Artle gave a faint smile and stood up. As he left the room, he spotted the 2 girls waiting outside. They looked surprised when he spoke to them. Grinning, Lou and Artle opened his arms. So what did you think of the tour? His sister gave a playful wink. I'm leaving you 2 for now. Good luck. Irene Prius smiled to herself. He really should get along with his sister more. She seems sweet. Lou and Artle tilted his head. What's that look for? Looking away, Irene Prius mumbled. Nothing. I just say weird things sometimes. Lou and Artle smiled and asked, so, want to go for a walk? As they started forward, she added, your sister, she really is something. She's a really sweet girl. Irene Prius said with a soft smile. I'd love to have a little sister like her. Lou and Artle chuckled. I'm glad you 2 got along. Irene Prius glanced over at him. You seem distracted. Something bothering you. Was it that obvious? He asked with a grin. As the heir of the Artle family, he admitted, I want to do something meaningful for the territory. But I just don't know what. Looking away, Lou and Artle ran through the numbers in his head. Between the prize money from the Grand Festival and the compensation from Bilkos Monzo, he now had 40,000 gold. His father had told him he was free to use it as he saw fit. But even with that freedom, he couldn't stop thinking about Artle. What more he could do for it. Then something clicked. He looked up in surprise. Wait, she came all the way here, and I never even asked about her trip. Turning to Irene Prius, he asked, how did you make it to Artle? Anyway, we're pretty far out here. Must have been a tough journey. Irene Prius smiled. Not really. Took me 2 days from Ran. Just 2 days. Lewin Ardle asked, eyebrows raised. He hadn't expected that answer. It was just a casual question, an attempt to be polite, but it struck a chord. She pointed off to the side. Once you get past that mountain range, Ardle's practically right there. That simple remark turned out to be the answer he'd been searching for. His mind raced. The southern mountains. They were technically part of Ardle, but the rough terrain and dangerous monsters made cultivation impossible. Still, those lands were strategically placed, right near Lakeit and close to the Renich Empire. What if we opened a trade route through the southern mountains? Lewin Ardle pressed a hand to his face, deep in thought. If we built connections with other major regions like Monzo, Ardle could stand on its own. We'd be the only southern estate with a direct path to Renich. He stared ahead, mind spinning. Why hadn't I thought of this before? This could change everything. Suddenly, he took Irene Prius's hands, his voice bursting with excitement. You just gave me the answer I've been looking for. She looked away, startled. Huh? Lewin Ardle smiled, waving as he turned to go. We'll see each other again. Irene Prius watched him walk off, a smile tugging at her lips. He really is something else. Back at the table, Head leaned back and muttered, impossible. Lewin Ardle blinked. What is? We already tried, the man replied. All 8 merchant guilds in L rejected the idea. Lewin Ardle stared. They refused? What? They didn't see any profit in Ardle, the man said bluntly. Mr. Beggins cut in, raising a hand. Even the Lord knew this route could be a game changer for our estate. But no one believed it, Head added. Lewin Ardle sat in silence for a moment, then looked up. Things have changed. A lot. We may be small, but we're growing. And in his mind, a conviction was forming. Just because the guild said no once doesn't mean we give up. Something this full of hope is worth fighting for. He grinned. Lewin Ardle tilted his head. Who knows? Maybe if the offer came from the winner of the great festival, the guilds would see it differently. Head didn't answer right away. With a sigh, the man said, You're right. And since you managed to resolve things with Lord Bilkos Monzo too, there's no real reason to hold you back now. He waved a hand. All right, go on, give it a try. Lewin Ardle smiled. Thanks. I won't waste the chance. As he stepped outside, a voice called out to him. So, you're heading to it lake now? Irene Prius approached, arms crossed. Well, looks like we're in the same boat now, Mr. Legal. Lewin Ardle blinked. Wait, what? She raised an eyebrow. You do realize you crossed Ardle's border without permission, right? He froze. Wait a second. You mean you did? She smirked. Yep, that's illegal. Lewin Ardle stared at her, baffled. And you did it alone? Through abandoned territory? That's insanely dangerous. Irene Prius shrugged, grinning. Says the guy who broke into someone else's dorm and used all kinds of wild tactics in a tournament without caring about the risks. Lewin Ardle's eyes widened. That's different. I still won every round. She tilted her head. Right, so when you do it, it's genius. But when I do it, it's reckless. He sighed, realizing he'd lost this one. Facing her, Lewin Ardle said, Well, I'm heading deeper in. Without missing a beat, Irene Prius said, Then I'm coming too. I've already gone illegal. Might as well see it through. Together, they set off for it lake, crossing the treacherous southern mountains to scout the area. The terrain was rough, the map nearly useless, and even with a compass, navigating was a nightmare. So, they turned to a different method, search magic, tuned specifically to detect humanoid forms. There was one problem. Students weren't supposed to use magic during the break. Charging ahead, Lewin Ardle shouted, Wait, aren't we forbidden from using magic outside the academy? Irene Prius shrugged. I could just use a compass instead. No, Lewin Ardle replied. We're in this together. And besides, you already broke that rule when you entered Ardle. But the search spell led them into unexpected danger. They'd accidentally tracked a group of humanoid monsters straight into a werewolf den. Before they could react, an explosion rocked the area. Lewin Ardle leapt to his feet. They were under attack. But once they realized the werewolf pack's strength came from its leader, they focused all efforts on bringing him down and managed to escape. Something shimmered in the aftermath. It was recorded, the Silver Werewolf's Medallion, an item that signaled the beginning of a new quest. Quest received. The Silver Werewolf's Medallion, Calamity of the Southern Mountains. Proof of the Alpha's defeat. The objective? Find someone who values the medallion. Reward? Unknown. Lewin Ardle stood there, staring ahead, thinking hard about what this quest might mean. Following the new trail, they resumed their journey, this time without running into more monsters. Eventually, they arrived. Irene Prius looked up at the grand gates and said, Looks like we finally found the right place. Before them stood a lake, a massive city-state, where 8 vast lakes converged into the sea. Welcome to it lake, she said. A neutral nation under imperial oversight. No king here. In it lake, Authority rested in the hands of 8 powerful trade guilds, together forming what's known as the joint government. As the continent's largest trading hub, Lake even did business with pirates if the profit made sense. Here, money was the one true law. Irene Prius glanced at Lewin Ardle. So what now? Where are we headed? To the Hall of Gold, he replied. It's where the merchant guild reps meet for dinners. Best place to negotiate. When they arrived, a knight at the entrance asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Lewin Ardle shook his head. "No, but I don't mind waiting." "Shall I deliver a message?" the guard asked. "If you follow protocol and submit official documents. It'll take a while," the knight added. Lewin Ardle smiled. "Then just tell them Lewin Ardle is here." He raised his hand, motioning to Irene Prius. "And Irene Prius, too." The knight blinked in recognition. "Wait, you're the winner of the great festival." Lewin Ardle gave a small nod. The knight straightened. "Apologies, I didn't realize. I'll inform them right away." Fortunately, the doors opened. As they stepped inside, a golden statue caught Irene Prius's eye. "Well, the place definitely lives up to the name." Lewin Ardle nodded. "Yeah, it's on a whole different level from L." The guards gestured to a large door. "You may enter." Lewin Ardle took a deep breath. "Stay calm. I'm not here for favors. I'm here for a fair deal." Standing tall at the entrance, he addressed the room. "Thank you for seeing me. I'm Lewin Ardle." Heads turned. A hooded figure raised his eyes. Others at the long table paused mid-conversation to glance his way. As Lewin Ardle took his seat, someone muttered, "So it's true. I saw him at Altane. He really is the winner." Another folded his arms. "To what do we owe the visit from the great next-generation mage?" Lewin Ardle frowned slightly. "Even here, the festival title carries weight. I was worried showing up uninvited would backfire. But at least they're willing to listen." One man leaned in. "Well, if it benefits our guild, I'm all ears." Another chuckled. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but I'm curious, too." Lewin Ardle met their gaze. "I came to discuss trade between Ardle and Lake." One of the older merchants touched his forehead, clearly unimpressed. The room fell quiet. Bear broke the silence. "Looks like you killed the mood." Someone else frowned. "Ardle, that sounds familiar. Where's that again?" Another answered, "Southern region. Part of the Radiant Kingdom." A woman chimed in, resting her hand on her cheek. "Right, an estate in the countryside, known for fish and sweet potatoes." Then she added, "Didn't the lord of that estate already try to make a deal with us?" "He did," another merchant said flatly. "We rejected it unanimously." The woman raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Because it wasn't profitable," he replied. "It was a one-sided offer." Lewin Ardle sat in silence across from them, listening. The man at the center of the table spoke. "In that case, there's nothing more to discuss." Lewin Ardle lowered his gaze. "Merchants through and through. The moment they sense a risk, they shut down. Even with my title, even as heir to L, they only see me as some backwater noble trying to take their money." Their cold, calculating attitude was painfully obvious. So this is what they're like, Lewin Ardle thought. Not even willing to hear the idea before dismissing it. Then he looked at his hand. "Still, let's see how they react to this." Raising his voice, Lewin Ardle said, "It's disappointing that you're reacting this way before I even explain my proposal." He stretched out his hand. "There's 30,000 gold on the table." Gasps echoed around the room. Lewin Ardle grinned. "Now, are you more interested in hearing what I have to say?" 8 Lake is a bustling trade city built around interconnected lakes and known for its economic and political clout. Aslan, from Ardell, comes from South Mountain to establish a trade route. Still, he quickly finds that negotiating with the city's 8-member council is as challenging as it is exciting. After battling tough monsters on his journey, Lewin is focused on expanding Ardell's influence, and he questions their interest to seal the deal. He proposes to buy 30,000 gold worth of weapons for Ardell, and he expects Ardell products to be traded in 8 Lake. The representative wonders if Lewin is preparing for a war because 30,000 gold in weapons is a very large purchase. This leaves everyone at the negotiation table stunned. Now Lewin thinks they are as surprised as he expected because an amount like this is a multi-year budget for a small territory like Ardell or a whole year budget for a mid-sized city. He reflects on the Monzo incident, and he learned that real power attracts wealth, and that power can create peace. That is why he is determined to pull off this huge deal. He realizes that he needs a reliable source to establish his foundation. Lewin told them that each of the 8 representatives in 8 Lake focuses on a different type of trade, so he asks who handles weapons. He is introduced to Representative 1 who deals with weapons and iron ore in various flora and fauna and ships. Lewin is discussing his big weapon purchase with Representative 1, and he thinks Representative 1 is way younger than Lewin. Still, he has a serious vibe that suggests they've seen a lot. Representative 1 asks why he needs so many weapons. He's surprised by how youthful Representative 1 appears. Lewin explains his plan to launch a huge monster hunt near Ardell, making the weapon trade the first step. Lewin states that he asked first to set up a trade route between 8 Lake and Ardell. The entire group gathers around a grand table as Lewin confirms his intention to use the path across South Mountain. One of the older representatives interrupts him and politely warns him not to mention that mountain range by name, which leaves Lewin feeling surprised. Meanwhile, Irene notices the tense atmosphere in the room, and she asks. But Lewin was also unsure why everyone was so uneasy about the South Mountain. Lewin looked at the older man with a strange gaze and thought that he did not know what was happening, yet he knew who was to blame. He considered that they had turned completely pale when they arrived on Earth. Suddenly, Representative 1 asked if Lewin planned to cross South Mountain and stated that it was impossible because a demon resided there. Lewin wondered if demons existed and then questioned if it could be the case. Lewin stood firm as he spoke. I personally crossed that mountain range last night. The representative's face twisted in anger. Lies. That's impossible, he shouted. Without hesitation, Lewin reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object. Then explain this, he said, holding it up. I found something in that mountain range. The room fell silent. The representative's glare faltered as he took a closer look. Lewin then revealed another item, a silver token engraved with a werewolf's name. Is this the demon you spoke of? He asked. The representative's breath hitched, his hands clenching into fists. His voice trembled. Where did you get that? The representative stood up in shock as a message appeared in the window, stating that the quest was complete and had earned the respect of the Valtry's family. He thinks that his experience was indeed true, and she sadly, while sitting, said it was finally over. 3 days later, Lewin and Representative 1 walked through the mountains. Representative 1 apologized for keeping her waiting, and Lewin replied that it was perfectly understandable. She then said that she had never thought she would face this mountain again, even though her heart still felt heavy. It was different from before. She remembered that the calamity which had taken her father was no longer here, and she declared that it was all thanks to Lewin. He responded that he had merely encountered her on his way here. She then suggested that if they created a road through South Mountain, they could establish a direct trade route from Ardell to the Western Sand Kingdom known as Iota. This would save time and money by avoiding the detour through the central region, and their Valtry's family would help with building the road. Lewin thinks that they started by establishing a relationship through the weapon trade, and that the trade route would come later. He even assumed that the cost of opening the trade route would fall on him, and if the Valtry's family helped, it would be an incredible gain. Finally, he asked if he was accepting his proposal. She said off course, and added that any goods produced would be purchased at a price higher than the market rate in 8 Lake. He thought that paying above market rate was an extremely generous condition because merchants rarely did anything solely for money. She then said that the Cecilia Valtry's family had promised to offer gratitude and trust when benefiting a benefactor. Lewin smiled happily as they shook hands, and he said he looked forward to working with her. The deal with 8 Lake was successfully concluded, and he felt glad that everything had worked out well so that he could deliver good news to the people and his father. As they walked together, Lewin mentioned that Representative Cecilia had grown so defined at a young age, even without her father. Irene then replied by asking if Lewin was being sentimental. She cried and explained that she could empathize because she was in a similar situation. Lewin happily said anyway, she would be surprised to see how bustling the Ardell had become if she ever visited again. She asked that he truly loved his hometown, and in a low voice, she wished she could feel the same. Lewin replied by asking if home was not a place that everyone missed and cherished despite its challenges. Irene said that it was not for her, and Lewin asked if she would invite him to her hometown someday. Although his tone was excited, she replied, who knows? Lewin thought that Irene seemed unwilling to talk about it, even though he was certain that someday he would surely visit Froyus. The scene then shifted to the village, where the sun shone brightly and sent its gentle waves across the land. His father asked furiously what it meant by a price higher than a market rate, and the gentleman said they had even promised to take responsibility for opening the trade route. A little girl yelled at them in anger and asked if they had booked separate rooms at the inn. Lewin then put his hand over her mouth as she sneezed and replied to his father that Celicia Valtry's had promised all of it. The gentleman remarked that the notorious cold-blooded Valtry's representative had repaid her debt and noted that it was truly astonishing. Lewin answered that they would need time to prepare the required quantity and mentioned that it would take 3 months for the weapons, while adding that work on the road through South Mountain would begin this month. While listening to the conversation, his father said that a direct trade through the Empire and Ardell would finally bring prosperity. He expressed his pride that Lewin had grown up to accomplish something so difficult and thanked him for maturing so well. With a pleased expression, Lewin then asked his father if he would trust him and grant him one more thing. His father was shocked and asked what it was, and Lewin explained that it was Ardell's lifeline, the wish of Adele's people. His father was surprised and said then that there was one more thing as he continued to watch, and that it was his mother's revenge. At that moment, his father thought about the Crimson Plain Hunt, which was a very bad event, and he continuously stared at Lewin in shock. On Ruin Ardell's 6th birthday, his happy day turned into a nightmare because he watched his village go up in flames as the Mudmen attacked. These terrifying creatures from the Crimson Plains burned everything in their path, so people ran in fear. Unfortunately, his mother was one of the victims, and many others lost their lives that day. Ruin Ardell stared at his mom's portrait in the hall, trying to recall her warm smile. His dad held back tears as he remembered that tragic day when Mrs. Ardell died, protecting Ruin from the chaos. Even as a kid, Ruin vowed to get stronger so that no one else would have to suffer like he did. As a young lord of Ardell, he determined to keep his village safe from the nightmares of the past. Now, the army he built stood united and prepared to leave the nightmare behind. He trained the villagers hard with spears, ready to face any threat. Lewin visited the village with her, and she noticed a new vibe. Lewin said that he was grateful for this change, and it was all thanks to everyone working together. She said it seemed a bit unusual, and who is teaching this? Lewin replied, Okeler, also known as Flash. Once a frontline fighter, now the one who strengthens our defenses. He then mentioned another name. And of course, Sir Bolvar Peyton, the greatest knight of Ardell. People still talk about his legendary move during the Mudmen invasion. 5 Mudmen, taken down in a single swing. A chuckle escaped him, though, oddly enough, he prefers a fishing rod over a spear. As he watched the training grounds, a familiar voice called out to him. Lewin, there you are. He turned, raising a brow. Something wrong. Sir Bolvar saw Lord Lewin approaching. Lewin said it's been a while, and he's planning to greet them once the training is over. Bolvar said it's fine, and it's just about done. Sir Bolvar Peyton held Lewin's hand excitedly and remarked that he really stirred things up this time, winning the grand tournament and now leading the hunt. Then he asked who was by his side. At that moment, Irene introduced herself politely, and Lewin looked a bit taken aback. Bolvar teased him about making waves with his achievements and was slightly embarrassed. Lewin accepted the praise as everyone shared a friendly, upbeat moment. She recalled learning about him during the nightly exhibition classes for the children of 11. Watching the estate residents show off their spear techniques left him completely convinced that this guy was something special. Later, when Lady Irene brought it up, he asked her what she meant. She explained that she was talking about the one and only spear knight of the Ledian kingdom, a man who suddenly retired and vanished at just 30, earning a reputation as a legend among legends. Everyone learns how legendary Sir Bolvar Peyton truly is, and he once cut down more than 10 high-ranking mages from the Pernan Confederation. Bolvar shrugs it off, and he calls himself just an old man now. Lewin feels disappointed because Bolvar never mentioned his epic past, and Bolvar explains that Lewin never asked. There's a bit of tension because Lewin heard about it from someone else, and Bolvar remains humble about his glory days. He wonders if that is enough for everyone to know about him. He then points out that Lewin, of all people, should know him best because there is more to his story than just being a fisherman or an old man. Sir Bolvar Peyton is quietly fishing by a peaceful river, and he reflects on how he used to take Lewin on walks when Lewin was little. Now, he is happy to see how much Lewin has grown, and he says he is just an ordinary guy who lives down the hill and enjoys fishing. Then he asked, "Isn't it enough to know?" Lewin admitted that he hadn't been thinking clearly and acknowledged that he knew him better than anyone else. Bolvar thanked him for understanding. Then, he casually mentioned he was helping the young lady with her swordsmanship that day and asked Lewin if he would like to join in. Lewin said he'd love to observe. Bolvar quickly clarified no. Then Lewin explained he meant a sparring match, not just watching. Did he ask him pardon? And there's a nighttime scene that hints that something important is about to happen. It feels like a training session, and Sir Bolvar is shown crossing wooden swords with a determined blue-haired fighter. She discussed that 12 her skills were impressive, and our hero agreed that she was honestly amazed. They talked about how her sword balance was perfect and her stride steady, which showed a solid foundation. Later, they discussed Sir Bolvar's fighting style as he used only his left hand against Luina, while wielding a wooden sword instead of his special spear techniques. Sir Balbier then announced that would be all for today and asked the young master if he saw how much the young lady had improved, that even he could not match her in swordsmanship. Lewin replied that his sister was truly remarkable, and the hero added that she had worked hard. Sir Balbier reminded them that it was now the young master's turn to be recalled. Then he said at age 9, he used to spear Sir Bolvar with wooden swords because even a mage should know how to fight knights. Lewin noticed that his movements were much sharper than they were 7 years ago. Bolvar admitted that he had not been thinking clearly, and he appreciated Lewin's insight. Lewin asked how skilled he had been as a knight compared to today's standards, but Bolvar said that it had been 50 years since he retired, so he was not sure. Lewin mentioned Sir Glolter Pirani, who was the only 6-star knight in the Eastern Ledian region, and he said that Glolter had once helped him refine his martial arts. He remembered that Glolter was incredibly strong. Bolvar chuckled as he recalled that he had been a 7-star knight when he left the order 20 years ago. He explained that being a 7-star knight at that time meant he was the strongest in the kingdom. Lewin's eyes widened in surprise, and he questioned him. Then he said, "That was practically Dom's strongest." Lewin is stressed about his sword skills, and he is bruised and unsure about his future. A glowing quest appears, and it instructs him to master moves such as blocking, dodging, and counterattacking within 3 days so that he can earn a skill called Steelbreaker. The quest is called How to Face a Knight, and it is next-level training because Lewin has only used wooden swords so far. There's a hint that he might face Sir Bolvar, and he remains anxious but determined to level up. Irene explains that Sir Bolvar is the only knight in the Ledian kingdom who has competed in a knight's tournament. Hence, training under him is a huge deal. Lewin realizes this rare opportunity, but worries about failing. She mentions he is getting personal lessons from a 7-star knight, which is extremely rare. Then Sir Bolvar appears and comments on Lewin's determined look, ready to start their intense training. Lewin is feeling angry, yet determined. He only has 3 days left on his quest, so he tells Sir Bolvar he's ready for another spar. Gripping his wooden sword, he vows to succeed before time runs out. A new quest notification materializes, and it explains that he must block, dodge, and counterattack a certain number of times, and it promises a powerful reward called Steel Destruction if he succeeds within the remaining time. Lewin stands on the wooden deck, and he is sparring with Sir Bolvar, and he notices a long countdown overhead, and he wonders if this training has a bigger purpose. He struggles to keep pace, and Sir Bolvar calmly points out weak spots, and with each strike Lewin feels both the pressure of the ticking clock and the thrill of growing stronger. A digital countdown displays less than a day remaining, and Sir Bolvar delivers one final strike, while Lewin braces himself as he feels the intensity of the moment surge, and his face is full of sweat, and he remarks that the task is complete. Sir Bolvar offers a satisfied nod, and he observes that Lewin's progress is finally shining. As the sky fades into softer colors, and the last day of sparring has arrived, Lewin asks the master if he is okay, and he replies that he can still continue. Lewin and Sir Bolvar stand on the ground holding their swords, and Sir Bolvar tells Lewin that there is no need to overdo it, because the dawn is already breaking. Lewin thinks that he is spared enough with Sir Bolvar, but he remembers that he has not met the condition of landing a critical strike, which is the key objective. He thinks saw time and feels that after staying up all night, his only achievement is landing a critical strike against the 7-star knight, which is an impossible quest from the start. Lewin questions himself, and he realizes that there is hardly any time left as his heart pounds in urgency. Suddenly, Lewin's family appears, and his younger sister shouts, asking what is going on and if he seriously stayed up all night, while his father watches with concern. The gentleman follows the young lady, and he wonders why the master pushes himself so hard. And Lewin's sister calls out from afar, telling him that he has his limits and that he should rest for today. Lewin answers that he will train for only 30 minutes, and his father echoes that 30 minutes will do as they all line up to watch him continue his training. He knew things too well, and he understood that achieving a miraculous result in just 30 minutes was unlikely. Lewin drove his sword into the ground, his grip firm as he called out, "Sir Bolvar." His voice echoed through the training grounds. "I'll consider this my final attempt. From now on, I'll take a different approach." His younger sister, Anna, gasped. "Lewin, wait." She started to run toward him, but a gentleman beside her placed a hand on her shoulder. "Anna," he said, his tone questioning. Meanwhile, Sir Bolvar tightened his grip on his sword. "Master, are you serious about this?" His eyes studied Lewin carefully. Lewin met his gaze, his expression unwavering. "I am," he replied, his voice carrying a quiet intensity. His eyes, burning with determination, left no room for doubt. He thinks over the past few days of wooden sword sparring, he had learned to predict a knight's movement, and he felt that now that he had achieved that goal, he needed to win with his specialty. Sir Bolvar said that he found it strange that he had been sparring all night for the past few days, and he noted that he wanted something from Lewin, and Lewin admitted that he had figured it out. Sir Bolvar then answered by saying that he would add another rule for the master for the remaining 30 minutes, so that he could use magic against him. Lewin was shocked when he heard the word magic, and Sir Bolvar explained that he would get a bit more serious, as he was curious to see his true skills. Then Lewin stepped up his foot, and he ran as fast as a storm while he thought that without a wooden sword in his hand, he had to get closer than its length so that his body would become lighter and his balance would improve when he moved in. While he was deep in thought, Sir Bolvar, with anger in his eyes, pushed his sword over Lewin's south mouth, so close that he nearly touched him, and he then yelled angrily in thanks. He did not leave any gaps beyond the wooden sword's reach, so that every strike was precise and effective. Lewin suddenly recalls his match against Doom Prime, and he realizes that relying on breaking an opponent's weapon can fail against someone of Sir Bolvar's caliber. Sir Bolvar charges with his wooden sword raised, and he shows off his formidable knightly skill with a powerful downward swing. Lewin lunges in a fluid twist, and he leaves green streaks of energy as he tries a new angle of attack, while Sir Bolvar calmly waits for an opening. A reminder echoes in Lewin's mind, and he is urged not to meet raw strength head-on, but to redirect it instead, and he shifts his stance, and he hopes to outmaneuver Sir Bolvar's superior power. Sir Bolvar points out that Lewin's close-range plan is solid, and he warns that once it is discovered he will lose options, and he will be forced to keep his distance. Admits that Sir Bolvar is right, and his strategies are too obvious. He grins in defiance, and he reveals a surprise because he believes that Sir Bolvar never saw it coming, and a crackling burst of power signals his hidden maneuver. Bright light flares around Lewin's raised hand when he leaps upward, and he summons a swirl of magic that shines across the field, and Sir Bolvar remains vigilant for whatever comes next. A sudden burst of energy rumbles across the field, and everyone goes silent in shock. Lewin drops to his knees beside. Sir Bolvar breathes hard while little girl shouts in worry, and the wooden sword lies abandoned. Sir Bolvar lies on his back, and he laughs in relief as he admits he was worried about terrifying magic, and he only ended up blinded by light, and then he praises Lewin for the surprise. Lewin apologizes for catching him off guard, and he confesses it was all he could manage, and he reflects that if Sir Bolvar had been fully rested, then he might have lost. The protagonist lands a critical strike, and his gaze stays sharp even though sweat drips down his face. A system message confirms that the How to Fight a Knight quest is complete and marks his achievement. As a reward, he gains Steel Destruction. It has a 3-minute cooldown, so he needs to use it wisely. The protagonist stands and thinks that he has finally succeeded, and he hears his sister yelling that she calls him brother and asks what he is doing. He then turns toward Lewin and says that even if it is just sparring, he cannot slam Sir Bolvar to the ground, and Lewin apologizes while Sir Bulwer replies that he is fine and tells him not to be too harsh on a master young lady. Sir Bulwer adds that now that the sparring is over, he would love to soak in some hot bath water, and Lewin lowers his hand toward him and says that he has taken too much of his time and has learned so much during this time. Lewin thinks, while shaking hands, it has been an enjoyable experience for this old man master. After turning back, his father asks Lewin if his vacation is almost over, and he replies that he will be leaving soon because it takes 10 days on horseback to get to the academy. Lewin thinks that his short vacation is coming to an end, and that the day to leave his hometown has come while he walks along the street. When they reach the top of the floor, they observe the workers who urge each other to work harder so they can finish up and grab some beer, and one of them promises to drink to his heart's content. Lewin then states that these are workers sent by the Valtry's family, and that they need a lot of manpower now that they have established a base in Ardell. He explains that along the route, they will transport weapons from Ardell Lake and carry out the extermination, and many workers use Ardell's restaurants and inns, which is a huge benefit for all of Ardell, and Lewin thinks this marks the beginning of change. He then tells his father that there is one more thing to mention, and he hands him a box containing 12,000 gold and urges him to use it for Ardell, and even though his father tries to refuse, his son reassures him by saying he kept 400 gold for himself, and he teases him about refusing again, and his father feels ashamed yet grateful as they hug. After saying goodbye to everyone, and when the roads diverge, Lewin travels with Irene for a while, and he catches her nearly saying goodbye, and she confirms that she heard correctly, and she will help with the extermination after graduation, and she will follow him until she defeats a Master Lewin, and then he continues on his way. He remembered what a peculiar person she was, and they parted ways while promising to meet again. After traveling for about a week from Ardell, he crossed the central border and entered the eastern region, which was unlike the southern region, because there were more people coming and going. Then he heard a noise, and he listened as someone caught a little girl and yelled at her, and he heard insults and became furious at the offender, and he wondered what was going on. Hans pleaded desperately for his sister's release, insisting that he was a knight too and warning that he wouldn't stand by if they didn't let her go. Lewin, who was sitting on his horse, scoffed at his words and asked what he was planning to do if he wouldn't stay still. Before Hans could react, the man shoved him to the ground and coldly reminded him that everything happening was because his family had failed to repay their debt. He justified their actions by saying that they needed to make a living. Without hesitation, he declared that he was going to collect the money Hans's father owed, even if it meant selling his sister. Hans was stunned by the cruel words and couldn't believe what he had just heard. He quickly forced himself to his feet and said he would not let this happen because this was beyond ridiculous. Without waiting for an answer, he threw a punch straight into Hans' face, and with fire in his eyes, he snapped, asking if he looked like a joke to them. The man spoke and said that a weakling like him could become a knight by fighting with his foot. Hans replied, asking if this was the standard of the Scare Knight from Foldrin. He grabbed his hair and demanded that his words be repeated. Hans smirked. Well, how about selling your sister instead? He suggested casually. The man's expression twisted with rage. You bastard. I'll kill you for even saying that, he roared, clenching his fists. Standing behind them, Lewin sighed, rubbing his temples. Am I really witnessing this nonsense in broad daylight? His gaze shifted to the boy in question. He looked frail, barely strong enough to lift a sword, yet something about him stood out. A scare knight from a nearby territory? Even for a scare, he's awfully weak. Then Lewin noticed it, his eyes. They weren't filled with fear or desperation. They were the eyes of someone willing to fight, not for himself, but for something precious. A person gently placed a hand on Lewin's shoulder and advised him not to get involved in other people's affairs and to simply move along because interfering with the lumber gang would cause disaster. One of them added that those lumber gang members were incredibly vicious. Lewin then asked what all of them were doing there and what their intentions were. When they responded in confusion, the Lewin said that they were not trying to stop the wrongdoers or save the boy, and he added that they should feel ashamed of themselves because they were all the same as them. Lewin immediately stepped forward toward Hans, and they thought that the look in his eyes promised to grow much more substantial with time. Suddenly, the group became curious about the true worth of that boy, and one of them said that he could finally do whatever he wanted after all the worry he had for him. The man who was beating Hans looked at him furiously and asked who that guy was who was there to get beaten up. At that moment, Lewin used his magic and pushed that man far away, and thought that he should get lost before any more trouble arose, and he said why he saw stars. The group was shocked by what they saw, and one of the gamblers asked what this was. The man who had been kicked out by Lewin then asked what just happened because he could not understand the sudden turn of events. Lewin brushed his fiery power at his face and pushed him down. After Lewin pushed the man from the ground, Hans warned him to stay away and not to come any closer. Hans then asked in a firm tone who he really was, and Lewin replied that his name was Lewin Ardell. Lewin then explained that the boy, who introduced himself as Hans, had invited him to his house, and that his story was about siblings burdened by the death of a drunken father and a boy who had picked up a sword to keep his sister from being sold to a brothel. Lewin then questioned what kind of place the lumber gang was because the names sounded cute, yet their actions were very nasty. Hans explained that if the lumber gang got annoyed, they would tie people to the base of an ongoing tree and kill them, and that their boss had already killed 4 people, so that no one dared to touch them. Lewin then asked if Foldren territory really let people kill like that roam free. Hans replied that their area of activity was not Foldren, but their village and a few other small ones that were too small to have guards to help. Lewin thought that they were worse than he had imagined, and he wished to deal with them personally, but he did not have time to chase everyone. Hans said thank you for the help, and he had heard of Lewin's name and added that he was the champion of the grand tournament. Lewin responded that it was true and that Hans had heard it from Sir Gulter Perani. Hans was surprised and asked how Lewin knew. Lewin explained that he had overheard a thug saying that Hans was a squire knight from Foldren territory, and that if it was Sir Gulter, he must have mentioned him because their captain talked about him a lot and had said that there was a powerful magician at the academy, but not as strong as the captain. Lewin interjected with an "oh really" and thought that he had already beaten that magician in wrestling. Hans declared that he wanted to get strong quickly and become a fantastic knight-like captain. Lewin thought that was a good goal to have, yet Lewin believed that Hans was too weak for such ambitions, and that it was unclear if he could ever graduate from the academy. Hans then realized that he was lost in the academy and that he was mocked every day as people questioned how he could even stay there with his skills. He felt that everyone criticized him, even though their captain had believed that he had a talent that others did not possess and had promised that if he kept working hard, he would shine one day. Hans remarked on that promise, while Lewin looked at him with surprise and thought that it was the same belief that Professor Heidel and the headmaster had in him until the end, and that Sir Gulter had also believed in Hans because hard work never betrayed him. Lewin replied if he was slower than others, and that if he persisted, a miracle would eventually come. When they ate Lewin as if he did not enjoy the taste, Hans apologized for forgetting to warn him that his sister's cooking skills were unique, and Lewin wondered why Hans mentioned that detail at that moment. They were eating and talking when suddenly they heard a noise, and someone shouted out filthy brats. One man cursed under his breath because he was mad that he let the noble escape, and he thought he should have torn him apart, but now he had to deal with 2 brats. He felt that killing them was a waste, and selling them was a better option, and he muttered it with a dark chuckle. Suddenly, the door flew open with a loud kick, and a voice called out, telling them to stop hiding and come out. Another man grew impatient and shouted in frustration because he wanted to know where the 2 brats had gone. Lewin stepped forward and faced them without hesitation, and one of the men narrowed his eyes as he asked who he was. Lewin smirked and said that he had been wondering what to do, but now that they had come right to him, he no longer had to think about it. He did not waste another moment and unleashed his magic as a brilliant blue light showered over them. One of the men collapsed onto the ground. At the same time, another stood frozen in shock, and his voice trembled as he recognized him and questioned why the noble from earlier was there. Lewin turned his head toward Hans and warned him that the place was dangerous, so he needed to protect his sister. He asked what he was planning to do. Still, Lewin only responded with a confident grin as he stepped forward because he had to earn his meals somehow. On a dark night, there are many men holding swords in their hands while Lewin and Hans are in front of the house. One of them shouts that they don't have to be scared since they are 20 in number, and he is the only one, to which all of them replied affirmatively. With that said, they attack him together and run towards him while Lewin is standing still in front of them. Lewin shows up as blue mana and raises his hand, saying that they all can come together. Lewin has discovered a new skill called Dual Baron Bolvar, which is called Steel Destruction. The men move their swords over him, and Lewin dodges their attack with his fist. With his new skill, when a sword touches him, its spirit is destroyed without a trace. Lewin moves his punch towards the swords, and they all get broken. The blue mana covers and holds them all around, which makes the men step backwards. They all are stunned and ask how this can happen. Lewin is covered in mana and thinks that he can let them go, but the fact is that they are real criminals, so he can't show any mercy towards them. Lewin punches them with his mana attack, and they shout aggressively, calling him a devil. The attack hits them hard, and all of them are led to the ground. One of them grins while holding his stomach and stares aggressively at Lewin. They beg for mercy and want to be freed. They admit that they have committed awful sins. Lewin shines in the moonlight and thinks that they have learned that they can't beat him and that further attack is useless. But one of them holds a lady, and Lewin notices them. As one can expect, not all criminals are the same. The long-haired guy holds Hans' sister with a knife, pointing at her throat, and warns Lewin that his little move can become a cause for her death. The guy shouts and asks his men what they're doing. He commands them to hold themselves and to tie the noble bastard. Lewin notices them with a side eye and asks the long-haired guy if he is the leader of this gang. The guy replied affirmatively that he was the leader of the Angle Tree gang named No Cell. He shouts and yells at him that if he has understood all that, he should kneel to the ground. Lewin wonders what has happened to Hans, and looks that Hans is led on the ground with a lot of blood on his back due to the stabbing of the sword. Lewin realizes that he has hurt himself just to save his sister. He wonders how to handle this and steps forward. The criminal guy shouts that he can't think that he won't hurt the lady. With that said, he presses the knife at her throat, causing the emission of blood, and the girl cries with pain. The criminal guy shouts aggressively that his single move will allow him to end the girl's life. Lewin grins and thinks about why his academy has never taught him to handle a situation like this. He punches to the ground and thinks that he does not have much time to use illusion magic. The very next moment, a blast of the blue mana happens, and Hans just stabs his sword at the criminal guy makes him, and he grins with pain. Lewin realizes it's Hans who is covered in the blue mana. All the members of the gang are stunned to see that the criminal guy has hit the ground. Hans steps forward with his sword and warns them to run if they don't want to end up like this. His magical aura makes them panic, and they flee immediately. His sister rushes to him, worried, while he drops to one knee, using his sword for support. Stunned, he mutters, How can I kill someone? Lewin places a hand on his shoulder. It's not your fault. It had to be done. Lewin congratulates him, and Hans is surprised by his wish. Lewin tells him that he attained the sword Perito, the mastery of aura. He explains that he saw a blue mana coming from Hans while he was fighting the criminals. Lewin asks him if he has reached at the 4th rank, but Hans is just surprised if he has really done that. The manifestation of the blue aura means that one has reached the 4th rank and is considered the top tier among the training knights. He can't control it all, but he has shown a lot of clear growth. Lewin tells him that he has done it since he had already expected it. Hans thanked him since all his credits belonged to him, and without him, nothing would have been possible. Lewin interrupts and says it's enough for him. With his new skills, no one will harm Hans' sister, and the incident will be resolved smoothly. In the morning, Lewin rides a horse while raising his hand and giving the last greetings to Hans and his sister. Now, Lewin is back at the academy, and he realizes that he had never wanted to end his vacations earlier, but he had actually missed the academy. Lewin steps forward and walks through the hallway when the blonde guy with his hands at the back of his head asks him how his vacation has been. Lewin wonders how to explain this since a lot of things have happened, including the guy, the beautiful lady, and the wolf attack. He realizes none of them can be explained here and replies he is trained. The guy asks if a strong man like him needs to be trained. Lewin says he has practiced swordsmanship, but the guy asks if it's related to the 2nd semester and vacations are the time for rest. But Lewin thinks it's preparation for studying during the vacations. The professor calls Lewin, and they look at him. It's Professor Heidel who asks him where he is. Lewin moves back to him and asks about the matter of being here. The professor tells him to look outside, but he notices a carriage out of the window. A guest from the royal family has arrived. Lewin notices the knights and the golden sunbirds on their flags. He whispers it must be him and says he will be back. Lewin thinks they have exchanged letters, but is not expected to have an interaction very soon. One of them says that the grand tournament champion has arrived, and all the knights look at him. The carriage door is opened, and the princes come outside. Prince Costier scolds the younger one and warns him not to interfere between him and Lewin, while Prince Foster says nothing will matter since Lewin is going to prefer him. Lewin bows to them and says it's his honor to meet them. Coster says he has prepared a gift, to which Foster says his gift is more valuable. Lewin realizes their intentions since, as the winner of the grand tournament, his support is favorable to the princes. Lewin tells them that he has a solution, and they both agree to follow him. Lewin tells them to discuss it together. The Ledian kingdom, to which Lewin and the Academy belong, is known as the weakest nation in the whole continent. Still, the matter is that it is not even capable of uniting. The reason is the fight between the royalist faction of Prince Coster and the reformist faction of Prince Foster. In fact, most magicians are also the tools for them to hold on to power. Therefore, the reason for their meeting with Lewin is very clear. In a library, Lewin sits on a chair, and both princes are fighting to sit next to him. They sit on the same chair while quarreling with each other and blaming each other for creating the mess. Lewin whispers that people like them are the main reason for the downfall of the country. Prince Coster says it's ridiculous, and the younger prince questions him. Lewin interrupts and says he was surprised by their sudden arrival, but that it was a pleasure that they both came. He explained that he had to say something, and both of them focused on it. Lewin tells them that he is not interested in choosing any of them as his lord, and that's surprising to them. They both stand up and wonder at this. They sit down in disappointment. Prince Coster sighs, "I had a feeling this would happen, but it still hurts." Prince Foster adds, "Jagies has rejected our offer 3 times already." He then explains he's sided with the emperor. Lewin narrows his eyes. Are they really comparing themselves to the first emperor, a 9th-rank powerhouse? The results will be the same every time, Lewin says. Prince Coster looks at him. Then what are you planning to do? I'm returning to Ardell territory, Lewin replies. Prince Coster hesitates. Even after graduation, you're not leaving? Lewin nods. I'll be joining the kingdom's army. Hearing that, they brighten up a little. Lewin aggressively says that his hometown situation is not that easy, and they can understand he can't abandon that. Both of them get surprised and curious at the same time. The crown prince gets up forcefully and tells him that he will support Lewin in all matters. The younger prince also claims that he will provide anything, including meals and food. Both princes again start their fight over the matter and scolds each other for meddling. Lewin smirked that the reason he would never choose any of them was that their fight and conflicts with each other were beneficial for him. They tell him to send a valuable gift for his graduation. Still, Lewin asks to favor him in the matter he mentioned earlier. The crown prince satisfies him with the advice to focus on his graduation. Lewin is satisfied since he has not chosen any of them, and he has also proved his loyalty by confirming his stay in the kingdom. He has requested approval of Ardell's current plans and support during the time of the subjugation. Everything is according to the plan. Maybe it's due to the authority since everyone has listened to him. The princes say that Lewin is the treasure of the state and asks everyone to respect him as he is the protector of the royal family. But it's all the part of the plan since no one looks down at the protector of the kingdom. Still, it's an unofficial statement, but the good thing is that princes are familiar. When the prices are greeted, Lewin realizes that all work is done smoothly and without any issues. His classmates comment that Lewin is really impressive as the kingdom's protector. The classmates cheer him on, and the blonde shouts to clear the way to the classroom. Lewin realizes that after the princes' meeting, it's time for the class gathering. Others are saying that Gary Hill has reserved the title of protector until now. Still, one of them is trying to stop them by noticing someone. He tells others that Mikkel has come. Mikkel grins and asks if the discussion is related to him. He aggressively asks them again and warns them that if they forget that he is Gary Hill and that after graduation, they have to obey him. Lewin thinks about Gary Hill and remembers he was subjected to an expulsion review after the usage of banned substances. He avoided expulsion with a suspension of 30 days as a punishment. But the Gary Hill family controls the magic world of the royal palace. Lewin tells him that the princes don't want it anymore with the firm attitude that they have not seen each other for a long time. Mikkel grins at his words and asks if he thinks he has won the battle. Lewin surprisingly asks about his statement, and Mikkel aggressively says he has to wait to see the real winner. The blonde relaxes him, saying Mikkel is just jealous since he has won the tournament. Also, the prince's situation is unbearable to him. Lewin frowns and mocks the word jealousy is not worth it. Michael's tarnished reputation has affected his family name, too, so he may plan something bigger. However, Lewin's opponent is still very strong since he is from the Gary Hill family. His friend tells him that the lecture is very important, and they move towards it. Lewin is curious about who will come to deliver the graduate lecture, and his friend hopes for a decent personality. They enter class, but Lewin feels something weird about it, and, the very next moment, gets surprised. The class fellows look at them, and his friend asks what is going on. The guy on the stage asks why the atmosphere has changed suddenly, if it's because of the Lewin. The guy says it's a pleasure to see him, while Lewin gets traumatized by his wording. The guy on stage is actually Jekyll Garriel. The second semester prefers practical work rather than theory, since there will be classes related to knights. The players are facing each other while holding their swords. The lecturer, while holding the book in chalk, explained that alumni would also deliver lectures to give information related to current magic. He is telling them about it, and Lewin, along with his friend sitting in the class, realizes that his weird feeling never seems to be wrong since the invited alumnus for the lecture is Jekyll Garriel. Jekyll wants to talk about the relationships between his Garriel family and other current magicians. Thinking of his villa and the status of the family, Jekyll proudly says everyone is already aware that out of 14 court magicians, 11 are related to the Garriel family. As a senior, he shares the key to success, which is that nothing is related to his own alone. Lewin listens to him carefully, and Jekyll tells them that the weaker can join each other and should focus on reality rather than ideals. Jekyll smirks. Seriously? Even with all that praise for your class representative, you still can't figure this out? His mocking tone leaves everyone stunned. He turns to Lewin. So, what's your brilliant idea? Lewin's friend snaps. Hey, watch your mouth. But Lewin raises a hand, cutting him off. I have the answer. He steps forward, his voice sharp. 10 pieces of trash are nothing compared to a single masterpiece. The room falls silent, as everyone exchanges confused looks. Jekyll frowns at him and asks if Lewin is talking about him. The classmates whispered, and Lewin explained that his intention was not like that and how he could relate to him. Jekyll says that he has heard a lot about him, but he is just an unlucky fellow. Lewin replies that he has obviously not heard how his brother got beaten up. Jekyll gets frustrated and calls him arrogant. Actually, they both are familiar with the conflicts between them, and it will never end easily. Jekyll has changed the environment of the academy since he has let them join Garriel, even with their lower grades. The interesting thing is that his bombast speech had a great effect on them. One of the boys grins and says Jekyll has said that Garriel will help to succeed them. Still, the other one replies aggressively that they don't care about them. He will never be a partner of Mikkel, who has cheated to manipulate the people. Lewin looks at them and realizes that the academy has been divided into two groups, Ardell and Garriel. With time, his anger has grown because of his classmates' childish behavior. The academy is getting worse, but an opportunity has put Garriel in his place in a very short time. Lewin comes to the dean's office, and the dean tells him to sit down and offers him a hot cup of tea. Dean takes a sip of it and says that he's been fine. He wants to discuss the official matter with him, asking about his experience at the academy. Lewin says it's never changed. In fact, some more troublesome things have been raised. Dean puts his cup down and says that he is familiar with the person Lewin is talking about. Dean says Garriel's name and says that he also does not like them, but cannot help with anything since every mage is related to them. Dean says, this year, the course isn't tied to grades, but the academy still treats it that way. Maybe it has something to do with me. I've received plenty of hate and anger. Lewin turns to Jekyll. How was your student life? Dean answers before Jekyll can speak. He was famous for his looks, his way with words, smooth relationships, and top-tier academic performance. He adds, at just 23, he even earned the title of the youngest mage in the kingdom. But with all these good traits, he was holding something as dark as a snake with a passion for having power, since his personality has changed him to have his wants at all costs. Lewin wonders if Jekyll is a badass from the inside and does whatever it takes to obtain his goals. That is the authentic self of him. Lewin makes a fist of his hand and thinks that there are many reasons for their conflicts, but what excuse will he use this time? Dean says he wants to discuss the special lectures, and Lewin asks about it, which Dean says will be held in the coming classes since he has a great idea. Lewin wonders while walking to the hallway if he likes his idea since their reaction is against it. Lewin opens the door and remembers the dean's words of directly questioning them. Everyone in the class looks at him surprisingly, and Jekyll is shocked by his sudden appearance. Lewin claims that he has something to discuss since he is very lovable to his seniors. Lewin smirks at the thought of a direct request for the favor. His friend shouts that this will definitely be a request, but be careful of these words, to which Lewin explains that it's not a request he has been thinking about. Lewin says that Jekyll was offered to have the night classes, but he has rejected that. Lewin explains he is here to have a direct request to allow them to have joint classes with the graduates. Jekyll is surprised since in the joint class, the lectures with special classes also participate as the students. It will be an excellent time for Lewin to compete with Jekyll on equal terms. The boys start gossiping that Jekyll will show his skills and that both enemies will face each other, sharing the same stage. Lewin thinks that the arrow has been sent and that it's time for Jekyll to show his courage. Jekyll asks why, since the graduates are the experts, and it will be just a waste of time. He asks why Lewin has no thoughts for others. Lewin thinks he has expected that and responds that the real purpose for the graduates was to teach them, and Jekyll is surprised. Lewin explains that it's the best time for juniors to learn something new since he was boosting Garhill as one group. Jekyll is all surprised, and Lewin questions why he is not interested, if there is a valid reason for the rejection, or if he is just scared. Jekyll mocks that winning a tournament does not make him a star since he has minimal experience as a student. Jekyll says that the students can't compete with the graduates and will get hurt, so there's no need to have class like that. But the boys interrupt and comment to see his skills. The students are excited to see the real combat mage, and Jekyll is surprised. His brother stands up and tells him to accept the request since he could defeat Lewin with this opportunity, with everyone as witnesses. Mikkel tells him that he will regret everything later on, but Lewin smirks that he had said it well since the senior could no longer avoid it in this way. Jekyll agrees and asks if Folder's training nights will come. Jekyll explains that he has rejected the offer since he does not want to disgrace him, but Lewin says he really wants that, and Jekyll gets confused. Lewin puts forward his hand and says he wants to see his skills, to which Jekyll shakes his hand with him and says he accepts his request. Both of them shake hands firmly, and Jekyll grins at him. Lewin hugs him, comments that he is looking forward to him, and warns him that he should be prepared for the surprises. The scene shifts to 3 days earlier when the Folder senior knights arrive at the academy. In the dean's office, the dean gives instructions for a special lesson. The student representative inquired about this lesson, and the dean explained that he had initially planned to pair students with academy graduates, but most of the graduates refused. However, since he directly asked them as their senior, they were unable to refuse. With a wide smile, the dean asked the student representative for his thoughts on the idea. Lewin, the student representative, glances at the plan and smirks. Quite the ambitious dream. He chuckles, knowing no one can refuse him as their senior. Out on the academy's vast training grounds, Lewin suddenly points ahead, his voice filled with excitement. Look, they're here. The students turn their heads as the Folder and training knights arrive, curiosity flashing in their eyes. One of the knights grins. So, who's this young organizer? How did he even manage to bring us all together? Lewin steps forward and inquires about Gulter's well-being. Gulter, placing his hand on his waist, replies that he remains unchanged. He mentions that he had already heard about Lewin's dream during the grand festival of the academy. Lewin expresses his gratitude, and Gulter turns around, raising his hand as he declares that he will head to the dean's office. He entrusts Lewin to guide the students in his place. Lewin gives him a sidelong glance before acknowledging the responsibility. Addressing the knights, Lewin introduces himself as the academy's representative and asks who represents the training knights. One knight glances away and informs him that their current representative is busy. Lewin is surprised and realizes that Lowly only listens after things escalate. From behind, a man laughs, teasing the little kid. Meanwhile, another knight sits on the ground, and a third knight coldly remarks that no one would care if he were to end his life. So what does it matter? Lewin studies the knight on the ground, finding him strangely familiar. He asks if the knight is Hans, and Hans, recognizing him, calls out Lewin's name. Lewin questions what is happening, while the knights acknowledge Lewin's reputation, mentioning that they've heard a lot about him. At that moment, a knight steps forward, introducing himself as Maltiv, the representative of the Folder Knights. He asks Lewin if he is familiar with Vangras Gegen, commander of the Golden Knights, and one of the only 7-star knights, his father. Lewin wonders why Maltiv is bringing up his father, suspecting that he is trying to flaunt his lineage. However, he remains focused and presses for an answer to his original question. Maltiv, feigning forgetfulness, asks Lewin to remind him. Lewin clarifies that he was asking why Hans was still sitting on the ground with his hand positioned in front of Maltiv's foot. Maltiv nonchalantly explains that Hans had not been listening, so he decided to personally train him. He then asks Lewin if that troubles him. With a grin, Maltiv taunts Lewin, accusing him of being overly sensitive about Hans. He aggressively questions if Lewin is particularly interested in Hans. Lewin firmly responds, stating that Hans is his friend. Maltiv laughs mockingly, finding it hard to believe that they are friends. He sneers, suggesting that commoners must understand each other better. With disdain, he belittles the prestigious Attorney Academy, implying that even someone from the esteemed Argyle family, like Lewin, is no different from a commoner. Lewin silently contemplates Maltiv's intentions. Suddenly, Maltiv calls him brother, leaving Lewin, who is standing nearby, confused. Lewin is startled as he realizes the meaning behind Maltiv's strange behavior. At that moment, Jaciel greets Maltiv, asking why he is there. Maltiv responds that he serves as a supervisor, but is not part of the training knights. Lewin observes their interaction, thinking that like-minded people truly stick together. He watches Jaciel and concludes that, whether or not they knew each other before, they were bound to clash eventually. Maltiv gathers everyone, instructing them to prepare for the joint training session. Standing beside the vice-chancellor, he explains that each group must consist of 2 academy students and 1 training knight, forming a total of 54 groups. Meanwhile, as the master looks on, Maltiv tells Jackal that he finds the session dull and doesn't want to be there. Jackal, who graduated long ago, admits that he, too, doesn't understand why he's there. Lewin asks Jackal if sticking together will make them unbeatable. Jackal finds the idea appealing and suggests adding Michael to their group, believing they will easily overpower the others. Hans stands alone, unsure of who to join. He assumes no one will want to pair up with him. After all, he's the lowest scorer. Just then, Lewin steps up. "Hey, join my group." Hans blinks in surprise. "Are you sure?" Lewin smiles reassuringly. "Of course. You're my friend." Hans gazes at Lewin with deep gratitude. Just then, another student, placing a hand on his head, approaches them. He playfully remarks that it's unfair for them to team up with friends and insists on joining. Declaring that any friend of Lewin's is a friend of his, he excitedly integrates into their team. Lewin welcomes Jason's enthusiasm. Jason introduces himself to Hans, resting a hand on his shoulder, and casually asks if his name is indeed Hans. Hans nods in confirmation. Lewin gathers his group's attention, explaining that their goal isn't just to earn a high score. Jason interrupts, curious about what else they need to do. While Hans remains silent, Lewin glances at the other groups and tells his teammates that they will also have to compete against Jekyll's group. Later, in the hallway, it is announced that a short break will follow team formation. Lewin asks Hans how he feels after what happened earlier. Noticing Hans hesitating, Lewin questions why he isn't heading inside. Hans replies that he doesn't need to and that he is doing fine. Looking down, Hans confesses that while he is happy to see Lewin again, he worries that associating with him might cause trouble. Lewin asks him to elaborate. Hans, gripping himself desperately, remarks that many people dislike him. Lewin interrupts, reminding Hans that he already called him a friend, so he shouldn't worry. He then asks if Maltiv is the only one bothering him in the training sector. Hans glances at Maltiv's group and confirms that Maltiv is the main source of his troubles. Lewin assesses Maltiv's rank, noting that he is a 4-star knight, charismatic with his words, which likely intimidates Hans. However, Lewin also recalls the impressive blue-era aura surrounding Hans during a past fight. Although Hans is officially a 3-star knight, Lewin recognizes his high potential and believes he has already met the requirements for a 4-star rank. Lewin tells Hans that he plans to deal with Maltiv soon and asks for his thoughts. Hans is caught off guard and struggles to respond. Lewin then questions why Hans passively endures mistreatment when he once fearlessly defended his sister. Hans hesitantly wonders if he truly stands a chance against them. Lewin assures him that he is capable of anything. Maltiv, overhearing them, smirks and mocks Hans, calling him a loser. He then aggressively demands Hans to come to him, shocking both Lewin and Hans. Hans, however, refuses. Furious, Maltiv claims that befriending Lewin won't make Hans special and derides them as fools clinging together. Maltiv, furious, pulls out his sword. "I'll kill you, Hans." Hans grips his weapon, ready to fight. But before he can move, Lewin steps between them. Hans frowns. "What?" Lewin's voice is firm. "Because you're not like him. Don't lower yourself to his level." As Lewin grips Hans' hand, he tells him that today is not the day for their fight. They must wait for the right moment to take down Maltiv. At that moment, Maltiv lunges at Lewin, aiming a punch at his face. Lewin retaliates, striking him hard and sending him stumbling back. Swords clash as the battle erupts. Just when the tension peaks, a powerful kick knocks a sword aside, stunning everyone. Lewin turns in shock to see that the knight is none other than Lord Gultur. Gultur asks Maltiv the meaning of his behavior towards the commoners. Maltiv, sitting on the ground, does not know how to respond. Maltiv shouts that it's not his fault since they started the fight first. Sir Gultur asks Maltiv if he had drawn his sword just to kill someone. Maltiv keeps quiet, and his father, Sir Gultur, announces that as the lead knight, Maltiv should not have done this. Therefore, Maltiv is stripped of his position as lead knight in the training academy. Sir Gultur explains further that the deputy will assume Maltiv's role and disciplinary actions will be implanted upon his return to the academy. Maltiv says that his father will not keep quiet after the dismissal of his position. Sir Gultur explains that he is sure about it, but he is certain that if Sir Vengeras knew about his son's mistake, he would faint the very next moment. Maltiv apologizes for his deed. Leon looks at him, thinking that Maltiv acts tough, but is still scared of his father. Lewin realizes that stepping into Maltiv's fight has put him in the spotlight. The first joint training session focuses on combat and defense. The instructor explains how to spot an opponent's weaknesses in time attacks to take them down efficiently. The professor steps in for a demonstration. "Watch closely," he says, showing how to predict a knight's movements and dodge their strikes with precision. Every group in the training session practiced these techniques carefully. A student from the academy grins and says to hold on as he got hit. The knight replies that he will try to attack again. Jekyll's group watches all this. Maltiv says that he is already mad at Leon and now he has to train with guys who are just like him. Jekyll listens to him while sitting in front of a tree and asks if they don't want to do this, as they already know all about it. Maltiv asks Jekyll if they can really do that. He thinks to himself that he had said he would, but he doesn't know how he is supposed to train there in front of all the students who are expecting him to reveal his skills. But there's no way he can do that. Hans, being tied up, puts his hand on Leon's and asks Leon to have a short break, to which Leon agrees. However, Maltiv comments that Hans is already tied up, being a violent-less guy, and is already terrified, having not even faced anyone yet. Leon replies that Hans is not tired at all. In fact, he feels like getting warmed up. This surprises both Motiv and Hans. Sir Gulter arrives on the scene and asks Leon if he's not tired and if he should give him a moment. Leon asks if Sir Gulter really wants that, to which Sir Gulter replies that he has to confirm something. Leon asks what Sir Gulter wants to confirm, to which Sir Gulter replies that he wants to confirm whether the rumors about Leon's abilities are true or not. Sir Gulter nods. This type of swordsmanship is rare. There's no way you learn it on your own. Someone must have taught you. He studies Leon for a moment and smirks. Cleverer than he looks. Then, without hesitation, he points at Leon. Can I ask you a favor? Leon raises an eyebrow. What is it? Sir Gulter's eyes gleam with interest. Spar with me. A swordsmanship duel. Leon is surprised and thinks about what is going on suddenly. The students start gossiping, wondering why the commander is acting weird wanting to have a competition with the academy's representative. One of the students comments that Sir Gulter must be joking since Leon is not even a knight and has learned swordsmanship in only 1 week. So, it's hard to believe that Leon will defeat Sir Gulter. Sir Gulter says that he has not asked Leon to win, so Leon asks what he wants instead. Sir Gulter tells him that he wants Leon to teach the other students there. The knights comment that there is no one there with skills like Leon's, which surprises everyone. Leon realizes that it's very sudden to be given attention, but it's a great opportunity, on the other hand. He thinks of Jekyll and Maltiv and realizes that if he performs well here, it will give him favor in establishing dominance. Leon holds his sword and asks Sir Gulter to favor him by learning some skills. Sir Gulter comments that Leon's stance is impressive, and the next moment, he turns towards Leon, holding his sword. The knights are surprised at Sir Gulter's speed and say that the commander has taken this very seriously. The knights comment that if Sir Gulter's beat were to hit them directly, they wouldn't be able to even pick up their bones. However, Leon blocks the attack, shocking everyone. The swords cross each other. Sir Gulter is ready for another attack while swinging his sword, and Leon holds his sword, trying to dodge its speed. Sir Gulter comments that it's hard to believe Leon's skills, so he will ask him one more time to reveal the name of his teacher. Leon shades, realizing he can't reveal his teacher's name. However, Leon realizes it's hard to hide this anymore, so he should tell the truth. That person is not hiding from anyone, so it will be fine for him. Leon says that it was Baldur, the Sword Emperor, who taught him about swordsmanship. Everyone is stunned after hearing this. The knights murmur among themselves. Sir Bolvar, a legendary spearman. But isn't he supposed to be dead? Sir Gulter crosses his arms. Interesting. Tell me, Leon, how do you know him? Leon answers calmly. Sir Bolvar retired years ago. He's been living in Ardell ever since. He pauses for a moment before adding, I've known him since I was a kid. Maltiv grins and tells Leon not to tell a lie in front of him. Leon asks how he can be telling a lie. Maltiv points at him and shouts that his father has already told him that Bolvar is dead, and if Leon is telling the truth, he has to prove it. Leon comments that he doesn't have to prove it and that he shouldn't be called dead since Sir Bolvar is alive. Maltiv says that it doesn't matter if Bolvar is alive or dead because the strongest man in the kingdom is still his father. Leon realizes all about it and comes to know that the kingdom has officially announced the strongest knight to be none other than Maltiv's father, Sir Gulter, the commander of the Golden Knights. However, the legendary knight Bolvar Payton is still alive, which may overturn the official hierarchy. Leon realizes that Maltiv is just insecure and tells him that he can think whatever he wants. Leon says that Maltiv can think about whoever is the strongest in the kingdom, since Sir Bolvar does not care about these petty rankings. Maltiv goes mad and asks if Leon calls the ranks just a petty thing. Maltiv holds his sword and tries to draw it, saying that Leon can't insult his father. Maltiv crosses his arms and asks Leon to bring his sword, as he has challenged him to a duel. Leon brings his sword, and they face each other openly. Maltiv asks him to fight with him. Sir Gulter punches Maltiv on the head and asks if he really wants to have a fight with Leon. Maltiv sits down and agrees to Sir Gulter's decision. Sir Gulter announces that tomorrow will be the first match between Leon's team and Maltiv's team. He asks if there is any objection to this announcement, to which both Leon and Maltiv agree. The next day, on the grounds, the knights ask if everyone is ready for the match. Sir Gulter explains that, as he mentioned yesterday, the first match will be between Leon's group and Maltiv's group. Both teams face each other. Jekyll asks Leon if he has prepared himself for the match, to which Leon replies, asking why Jekyll is suddenly questioning him. Jekyll leans in and whispers, "You better put on a good show in this sparring match." Before Leon can respond, Mr. Ghoulter claps his hands. Enough talk. The match starts now. Jekyll wastes no time. He bursts forward, his hand flashing in front of Leon's face. Leon flinches, caught off guard. That speed, Jekyll tightens his fist, accelerating even more. Leon's eyes widen. No one should be this fast. Leon tries to focus and says to himself that it's utterly ridiculous and that Jekyll is desperate to win. Leon looks at Jekyll's status, which reveals that Jekyll is a 5th-class knight with high potential and possesses 6 hidden artifacts. Leon is surprised to see that Jekyll has brought 6 artifacts with him. The night before the sparring match, Sir Vengras and Commissioner Josh meet with each other. Commissioner Josh says that it's great to see Sir Vengras again, and Sir Vengras replies that it's been a while since they last met. Sir Vengras, who is the commander of the Golden Knights, says that he has heard about Jekyll, who was invited to the Academy for special lectures and is the representative of the graduates. Commissioner Josh replies that Headmaster Ignat personally invited Jekyll. Josh then asks about Maltiv. Sir Vengras replies that Maltiv sometimes causes trouble, but he has sent him to Sir Ghoulter for proper discipline. He adds that Maltiv must be at the Academy by now. Commissioner Josh says that he is there for the Academy's representative, to which Sir Vengras asks if he is talking about Lewin Ardell. Sir Vengras crosses his arms. The rumors about Lewin have spread like wildfire. I even heard he's already won the grand tournament. He smirks. The Empire has its eyes on him now. But tell me, how does a mere country boy rise so easily? Commissioner Josh sighs. That's exactly the problem. We need to act before he crosses paths with the princess. His voice hardens. As loyal subjects, it's our duty to protect the country. Sir Vengras asks about Commissioner Josh's plan, to which Josh replies that his son, Maltiv, is in the same team as Jekyll, who will have a sparring match against Lewin Ardell. Commissioner Josh says that he has thought of giving them a defect. This surprises Sir Vengras, who shockingly asks about it. Commissioner Josh tells Sir Vengras that if he can leave his necklace, he can get it. Sir Vengras asks if Josh is suggesting that he commit fraud. Josh puts his hand on Sir Vengras' shoulder and says that it doesn't matter at this moment. If they want to stop Lewin, they have to do whatever it takes. He mentions that he has already given his artifacts to his children. Sir Vengras comments that it's still a fraud. Josh says aggressively, Bolvar, a name that seems to strike a chord with Sir Vengras, leaving him terrified. Josh reveals that he has heard Bolvar is still alive and has taught swordsmanship to Lewin. He further tells Sir Vengras that Lewin has the favor of the prince, and if he defeats their children in the upcoming duel, their position will be finished. Sir Vengras, holding his necklace, hands it over to Josh and says that he agrees to this deal, hoping for positive results. Commissioner Josh says that giving the artifact is the best they can do since all their efforts are for the kingdom's survival. They shake hands, finalizing their agreement. The next day, on the grounds, Jekyll smiles widely and asks Lewin about his powers. Jekyll uses the artifacts to create a strong green mana that holds up and ties everyone, including Lewin, Josen, and Hans. Jekyll asks proudly if Lewin is not confident in his skills, but Lewin's expression reveals his disappointment. Lewin's team shouts aggressively, feeling the pain. Lewin grins, thinking that he had expected them to do something wrong, but he had never thought they would stoop this low. Lewin takes a look at Jekyll's status, which reveals that Jekyll is a 5th-class knight with 6 hidden artifacts. Jekyll makes a fist with his hand and asks Lewin why he is just standing there, watching all of this. He asks Lewin to show his strength to his mates. Otherwise, Maltiv will beat him hard. The next moment, Maltiv holds his sword strongly and jumps towards Lewin, who is tied up by Jekyll's green mana. Maltiv shows his intention to attack and kill Lewin. Lewin and Josen watch the scene unfold. Josen leans in. Dodge it now. Lewin reacts instantly, sidestepping Maltiv's strike. His mind races as his eyes lock onto the wooden sword. Sturdy, too sturdy. A faint glow catches his attention. Yellow mana swirls around the blade. It's infused with something. Then he spots it. A necklace-shaped artifact embedded in the sword. Maltiv's Medal of Fortitude. So that's it. The artifact enhances the weapon, making it sharper, purer, and nearly indestructible. Maltiv smirks. You got lucky this time. His voice drops into a cold sneer. But next time I'll kill you. Maltiv swings his sword, intending to kill Lewin for sure. Lewin realizes the sword's strength is as hard as steel, so he uses his steel breather skill. The next moment, the sword is broken into pieces, and the yellow mana moves around, surprising Maltiv. He shockingly asks how Lewin could do this. Lewin takes no moment and punches Maltiv hard in the mouth, sending him to the ground with a great force of yellow mana. Jekyll witnesses the moment and is surprised at the situation. Jekyll calls out to Maltiv, asking if he is okay, but Maltiv shows no response. Jekyll frowns and thinks hard about whether it is possible to win against players who have artifacts since Lewin is not being pushed back at all. Lewin wears his gloves and remarks that he had planned to go easy on them, but that's not working. Therefore, he has to come that far. Lewin aggressively says that this time, he will take it seriously. Lewin makes a fist and uses his will of the chieftain, a unique skill that allows the first chieftain of Sky Mountain to stand behind him in spirit, and by Kunkin spirit, the sync with him moves. Seeing Lewin's skill, everyone is seriously surprised, including Professor Josen. Jekyll, along with his green mana, stands still in a terrified position. There is a massive ogre behind Lewin, and everyone shouts to run and save their lives. Jekyll is on the ground, looking at the ogre, and shouts that it's impossible. Jekyll looks terrified, and Lewin asks if he wants this to end or not. Lewin mocks Jekyll, saying that his 6 artifacts are not enough to save his life. Jekyll is surprised, his mouth agape, as he stares at the ogre. Lewin orders the ogre, and it obeys him, stretching out to snatch the necklaces of artifacts from Jekyll's neck. The necklaces of artifacts hit the ground in a broken state, and the students and knights start murmuring about it. Jekyll remains quiet in shock while the students and knights say that Senior Jekyll has actually used an artifact. Jekyll shouts aggressively, saying how they can think about him like that. Since Gary Hill will not just sit back, Lewin interrupts and asks if he's talking about Gary Hill. Jekyll asks who exactly Gary Hill is. Lewin tells him that first, it was Michael and then the eldest son, Jekyll himself. Jekyll then asks who will be the next, and Lewin shouts aggressively, "Will it be Josh Lord himself?" Jekyll runs with full rage and shouts, asking how Lewin can say these words about him. Jekyll warns Lewin, asking how he dares speak that name. However, Lewin uses his mana against Jekyll and hits him directly on the head. Lewin raises his hand, grieving, and says that he is done, so he should take a rest for a bit. Suddenly, the small teddy bear on his shoulder asks Lewin if he is sure about it. Lewin asks what the teddy bear is talking about. The teddy bear mentions the ogre, asking Lewin if it is okay to reveal the ogre in front of everyone, since everyone is looking at the ogre and Lewin. Lewin shifts his gaze to the dean, whose eyes are wide with shock. His focus isn't on Lewin. It's on the massive ogre looming behind him. Lewin sighs. "You can't keep hiding it forever." The teddy bear nods. "I know." Lewin scans the battlefield. Jekyll and Gary Hill are already down, and Michael, he's completely out cold, having fainted at the sight of the ogre. A crowd of students rushes to wake them up, but Lewin's attention moves to the judge. The match is as good as decided. Sir Gilder steps forward, about to declare the winner, but Hans suddenly steps in. "Hold on, this match isn't over yet." Jekyll and Lewin look at Hans, who holds a sword and says the duel is not over. Hans throws Maltiv's sword towards Lewin and says he can use it since the one he brought is already broken. Hans repeats his words, and Maltiv is surprised to see him. Maltiv stands up aggressively and shouts, asking Hans if he has lost his mind. Maltiv asks how Hans, a low commoner, dares to say that. The very next moment, Maltiv realizes that Hans has noticed the blue mana around him. Hans holds the power of Sword Parito, a knight with a 4-star rank or even higher, meaning one who has mastered aura manipulation. The 4-star knights have a blue aura, while the 5-star knights have a red aura. From 6 stars onwards, the aura shifts closer to purple. Beyond the 6th level, the aura is not bound to be a specific color, but changes according to the knight's unique traits. The average skill level of trainee knights is around 3 stars. All the knights are surprised, along with Maltiv, who stares at Hans, holding a blue aura. They murmur that Hans has mastered his aura, which is surprising, even for Maltiv, since among official sword knights, many have yet to reach the 4-star level. The teddy bear on Hans' shoulder grins. "Come on, Hans, it's over. Let go." But Hans narrows his eyes, his focus sharp. "No, I think I'll enjoy this a little more." Lewin watches him closely. "That look, he's back." Maltiv grips his sword tightly. "I won't accept this." Then, with a furious glare, he suddenly hurls his sword to the ground. "I refuse to accept it." Maltiv attacks Hans with his sword with full force and shouts that Hans is just a damn commoner. Hans replies that Maltiv is telling him that he can't be his equal, to which Maltiv shouts that it's an impossible thing. While Hans tries hard to dodge the attack and have a fair battle, Maltiv shouts that Hans is a weak guy and can't be on the same level as him. The swords crossed each other, and the next moment, they clash their swords against each other. Maltiv shouts that Hans should know his place, which is very low. Hans tells Maltiv, "You're just clinging to the title of noble. It's nonsense." Maltiv replies, "What does this mean?" while holding his sword strongly. Hans shouts angrily that he is just a lucky guy, born into a good family. But in reality, he is a selfish, narcissistic wreck of a person. Maltiv goes wild, asking if Hans has gone crazy. Maltiv steps back and accepts Han's wish to end his life and death. While Hans creates a blue mana with the swing of his sword, Maltiv jumps high above Hans and shouts, "You should die." Hans remains standing, unfazed. Lewin runs towards Hans, warning him to be careful. Mr. Gilder, along with Professor Artelrutz, says that Maltiv is just a bad guy. A big explosion happens, creating blue mana all around that reaches the sky. Lewin is surprised to witness the scene. They all have a clear view that Maltiv is flying in the air, along with his sword. Hans dodges the attack successfully, and Maltiv hits the ground. Maltiv calls Hans a bastard, but Hans just smiles and keeps quiet. The fellow knights approach Maltiv and find that he has gone unconscious. Everyone was curious to know what had happened, as it was really fast. They ask if Hans has really beaten Maltiv. Lewin turns towards Hans and asks if he is okay. Hans calls out to Lewin, who is surprised and looks at Hans. Hans tells Lewin to have a look at his sword. Hans curiously looks at his sword, which is emitting a red aura. Everyone screams that it's a red aura, and as expected, Lewin is an amazing guy at the academy. While moving through the windows, the dean calls Lewin. He appreciates his work, telling him that he hadn't expected him to defeat a senior graduate. Lewin tells the dean that he only had a feeling, which makes the dean very curious. Lewin crosses his arms. "I was the one who called Jacob. I saw this coming from the start." The dean nods. "I figured that out already." He sighs. "I only wanted to use this as a lesson, to teach Gary Hill some humility." But now his heart is set on revenge. Lewin raises an eyebrow. Revenge. The dean's expression darkens. "The duel's already the talk of the kingdom. Since you defeated the eldest son of the Gary Hill family, the nobles are whispering about their downfall. This will make Josh even angrier, and he will do anything to regain his fame. That means Lewin can be in danger very soon." Standing at the stairs, the dean explains that he cannot allow any harm to come to other students. That's why he's kept Lewin by his side. The dean tells Lewin that the staircase leads to the underground of the academy. A few days ago, King Ram awoke from hibernation, and the very first word from his mouth were that he could smell the scent of his king. Lewin listens carefully and holds his hand tightly upon hearing. The dean tells Lewin that they have to head down the stairs, as King Ram is waiting for them, along with a gift. Lewin asks why the dean has not questioned him about it, to which the dean replies that he cannot understand what Lewin is saying. The dean explains that Lewin has suddenly shown an ogre on his back despite there being no such magic in this world. Lewin asks the dean if he is not curious about it. The dean replies that whether Lewin shows an ogre or a goblin, he still trusts him truly. The dean says that this trust is all he needs right now. Lewin thanked the dean with a bright smile, and the dean ordered him to go down as King Ram eagerly waited for him. The next moment, Lewin opens a door and walks casually on the carpet that leads to the underground. King Ram meets Lewin and tells him that it has been a while, calling him a little destroyer. Lewin responds affirmatively. Lewin stands before King Ram, who is sitting on a big chair in the room. King Ram told Lewin that he could not believe it because he had sensed the presence of his king from Sky Mountain on him. He felt his father's mooncan, and he asked Lewin to explain what had happened. Our hero agreed to share everything because he had already told King Ram about the events on Sky Mountain and the artifact he had crafted using Kukin's power. King Ram laughed, and he remarked that Lewin had faced 100 ogres, and he acted incredibly recklessly. Lewin chimed in and said that he had won every match, and he hinted that there was even more to the story. King Ram then observed that Lewin was acting just like him, and his kin must have had a blast, even though he once believed that he was trapped in an eternal artifact and had vanished. He felt relieved to hear news of his homeland again, and he told Lewin that he was his blessing and his savior. Then a prompt updated his status from Ogre's friend to Ogre Lord, and it boosted his strength. A message popped up showing that he had hit a 5-star milestone, and a regal figure hinted at a new title. King Ram declared that he was the avatar of Draka, and he was his benefactor, and the only human recognized by the org of the Sky Mountain Trust, and he said that he should accept this gift. Lewin could not believe it, and he was surprised that his strength had instantly jumped to 7,000 points. Just then the bear on Lewin's shoulder got excited, and he proudly announced that he had reached 5 stars much faster than expected, and he suddenly leaped to the ground, and he said that he had been stuck in his useless baby form for too long. The bear suddenly grew larger, flames erupting around him as he muttered that it was unbearably boring. Without warning, a massive explosion of fire burst outward, forcing Lewin to stagger back with wide eyes, wondering aloud what was happening. At that moment, a girl with long hair appeared, beaming with excitement. She exclaimed how amazing it was and asked Lewin if he agreed. With a grin, she added that this was exactly what he had wanted. She explained that her reunion with King Ram had taught her so much, and that she had even received 2 more gifts. One gift was the authority of a chieftain, which allowed him to command ogres like a lord and summon them. and the other was a special privilege to summon King Ram, who was bound to the academy for life, because at the moment of parting King Ram had told him to call him only if his life was truly in danger. With wide eyes, Ruin set aside all other thoughts and embraced his newfound powers. Suddenly, he hears someone laughing. It was Strang, his cousin, who joyfully entered and said that transforming into human form was the best. The headmaster asked our hero who that young lady was, and even King Ram wondered at that moment. Once Strang transformed, others could finally see her. Meanwhile, our hero asked if she really was a girl. She replied, asking how many times she had to tell him, but our hero admitted he thought she was lying. Then she said the only person been underground was him, yet two had come, and she demanded if he could explain that. Our hero pondered, realizing he was screwed because now he had to answer. The headmaster asked her, with his limited knowledge, if she was a spirit. She said it was close enough, but to be exact, she was an avatar. The headmaster thought about whether his explanation really worked, and then she explained that they shared a symbolic relationship and could not be separated. Our hero told her she kept speaking informally to the headmaster, but she argued that she had lived dozens of times longer than him. That was also true, so our hero could not argue anymore. The headmaster said that since she had come through King Ram and ruined Ruin's esteemed avatar, he would make arrangements for her to stay at the academy. She grew excited and asked if the headmaster had a good plan. The headmaster answered, of course, and laughed brightly. The scene then shifted to the academy, where gossip spread and everyone was stunned. They asked our hero if he was saying he had a cousin, and she had transferred in today. Our hero sighed and said she was in the same graduating class as them while she introduced herself to the other students. In front of him stood many disciples who were surprised, but they asked why she looked younger. Our hero explained that she had skipped grades because she was a genius. Just then, Jason tried to impress her. He extended his hand, saying, "Nice to meet you, miss." That was when our hero's friend Jason introduced himself and asked if she would like a tour of the academy if she had not seen it yet. She simply asked who he was, and our hero wondered what this loser was doing. Jason then asked if she wanted to check out the cafeteria and offered their Keddies. She replied that she did not want bread and told him to get lost. Still, he continued trying to impress her. Our hero began to sweat, wondering, but thought it was fine as long as things worked out. Just then, someone called to him. Our hero turned and said it was Han. He asked if today was the day he was leaving, and Han confirmed, saying he had just come to say goodbye. Our hero said it was a shame they had to part again, but Han promised he would visit his city sometime. Han added that he would love that and welcomed our hero anytime. Then he asked if, after graduating from the training center, he could come to Ardell. Our hero was surprised that Han wanted to come to his city, but then he said Han could come anytime he liked. Han went on, saying he not only wanted to visit, but also wanted to become the Knight of Ardell. This stunned our hero, who asked if he was serious. Han replied that he was, explaining that he wanted to do something meaningful, like protecting Ardell, which our hero would be leading, so he begged to be allowed. Without hesitation, our hero agreed and appreciated him as well. Then Jason chimed in, asking if the two of them were just going to keep things between themselves again. He declared that he wanted to go to Ardell too, saying he would help with the dishes and cleaning, but that he would be with the ladies' train. Our hero retorted that he had never said Jason was allowed. Jason was taken aback and a bit annoyed, asking what that meant, and insisting he knew it was a joke. Our hero thought to himself that his friends moving to Ardell after graduation was actually a great idea. The future of Ardell was becoming more and more exciting. The scene shifts to the capital of the Ledian Duchy, where Mustache Man shouts that it is over, everything is ruined, and asks if anyone realizes how much money he invested. He laments that Sir Vigneras, still only a commander knight in training, managed to defeat Maltiv, and the same happened with Gary Hill. Even their eldest was defeated by Ruin Ardell, proving that the era of Gary Hill is over. The history of Gary Hill shows how this family maintained its prestige as a house of magic. When Guggen was revealed as the strongest knight in the kingdom, their power rose even higher, supported by the nobles, and this dominance continued. But the Mustache Man warns that if such influence disappears, then although Gary Hill may still seem strong now, once the next generation becomes the pillars of the nation, the house will not be able to withstand the change. Sir Vigneras counters that the solution is obvious. They should switch sides and align themselves immediately with Ardell. Someone objects, reminding the group that Dellen Ardell, the head of the house, is said never to accept money. Others scoff at the idea, arguing that everyone in the world likes money, pointing to Gary Hill as proof. At that moment, someone enters and demands to know if they were talking about him. Gossip quickly spreads through the room as people realize that the man who appeared is Commissioner Josh. He remarks that they seem to be having an amusing conversation and presses them to reveal exactly whom they intended to side with. The people laugh awkwardly, and the Mustache Man admits he had spoken without realizing Josh was listening. Josh dismisses his words as misspoken and notes that if he had not been present, they would have continued such nonsense all night. He then commands everyone to listen carefully. Since the founding of Ledi, he declares, Gary Hill has always been in power, and history itself proves that their position cannot be shaken. Therefore, the worries they carry will never come to pass. The two men who had been arguing put on apologetic faces and assure him that they will keep this in mind. Yet even as he speaks, Josh himself is already forming other thoughts. He is determined to use Ruin Ardell as a stepping stone to elevate his own son's name. Because Ruin had completely crushed their honor into the ground, Josh has resolved to kill him, no matter what it takes. The train speeds along the tracks, and a group of travelers listens to a conversation about an important second semester class that includes a trip to the capital. Someone mentions that they will join a Mage tour to see the court magician and promises that the experience will be amazing even if the class itself has a solid purpose. She wonders if Josh Garriott will be there too. Lewin replies with uncertainty, and she secretly wonders if the head of the Grill family still holds a deep grudge against her from past conflicts, and she thinks that going to the capital means stepping into enemy territory, where they might easily confront the court magician and even target their own rivals. When she asks whether Josh Garrill is strong, Lewin responds that according to rumors, he is a 7th class mage, and she adds that if she were in her prime, she could take him out with just a finger. Although she is not sure how powerful Strang was in the past, she knows that a 7th class mage is not someone to underestimate, and he's trying to figure out the headmaster's intentions, even if the screen shows only question marks. In the end, he concludes that he cannot confirm anything by just observing, and he resolves not to let his guard down, even in the capital. They finally arrive at D. Redian Stop, which is the capital of the Redian Kingdom, and they are greeted by a city that has majestic mountains and beautiful buildings and impressive industry. One traveler remarks that the capital is different, and another agrees and calls it grand and even better than expected. Lewin thinks that although the capital is undeniably flashy and grand, it still seems unworthy of a small kingdom like this. As they stand before the kingdom, Josh greets the dean casually. The dean raises an eyebrow. Josh, what brings you here in person? Josh's expression darkens as he steps forward. As a guardian of this country, shouldn't you at least welcome the young sprouts who will one day lead it? His voice sharpens. Besides, I wanted to see for myself just how well these sprouts have grown and how they managed to utterly defeat the sons of their enemies. With red eyes, Josh asks if the person before him is Lewin Ardell, while Lewin silently thinks it feels like a snake wrapping around his body and that something is off. He recalls knowing Josh Gary Hill as a 7th class mage. Yet when he glances at the window, it shows him as a 6th class mage, and he wonders how he managed to deceive everyone. Lewin doubts this and suggests that there be uncertainty. Then his gaze fixed on Josh's rings, and he imagined all those artifacts while laughing. He was thinking that whether father or son, the truth remains the same. This makes Josh angry, and he demands to know what is so funny. Lewin quickly explains that it is nothing and that he is about to leave. Josh grabs Lewin's hand and asks where he is going, because he has not finished speaking yet, and as he holds Lewin's hand, his rings suddenly glow with a golden light. In his anger, he repeats his question, asking what is so funny, and then Dean steps forward and tells Chairman Josh that Lewin is still a student and that he should stop. Josh tells the dean to be quiet and says that even though the dean is part of the academy, his job now is to manage the students in the capital. The dean fires back that if this power is used to intimidate innocent students, he will never accept it and will take the students back to the academy immediately. With a chuckle, Josh asks if they are really going back and adds that their noble friend Tyrion has always been like that. Josh then declares that he knew about the plan and claims it was meant to embarrass his son in front of the whole school by luring him out. He asks if the dean is still upset about being chosen as guardian instead of him and says it is nothing but pure, petty jealousy. In anger, the dean calls out his name, and as he does, fire bursts with a heavy wind across the ground, shocking everyone. They asked what was causing the wind, and Josh chuckled while asking if he really wanted to go all the way with this, and he replied that he was free to choose. Lewin explained that he found the situation fascinating, and when Josh asked him to clarify his statement, Lewin said that he had laughed because he had never seen anyone wear so many rings before. Josh explained that his seniors Mikkel and Zach Gill also loved accessories, and he thought that the rich were all the same, and he added that there was no particular reason except that they happened to have too many accessories. Lewin replied casually that he understood, and then Josh told the dean to step aside from the tour, because from that day onward, he would conduct all the classes under his authority. The dean looked at him in surprise, and Josh immediately said that he would be leaving, and he departed with the students. She looked at the kingdom and thought that the capital tour was far from a real tour, because Josh, who had declared he would be involved in the entire schedule, disappeared as soon as they arrived at the place, and an elderly wizard took over as their guide. Despite the lackluster tour content, the atmosphere was not bad, and as she walked, she marveled at the magic of the tower, except for one thing. She asked Lewin if he had felt a similar sensation. Lewin replied that he had noticed it right away when he realized that someone had been watching him at night when they stood close to the window, and he saw that he was wondering. They discussed among themselves about a man who had been staring at them ever since they entered their quarters, and one of them thought that something was off and wondered what his plans were. Lewin replied that it was an illusion, and she shockingly asked what illusion magic was. Lewin said that he could feel very faint mana in the surroundings, and he explained that the scenery over there and even the people walking by were all fake because an illusion was being created, and on top of that, barrier magic was used to cut off any influence from the outside world. She then expressed frustration that she had not noticed the change, even though she had succeeded in becoming human. They still fell from their original power. Lewin thought that he had accepted it, but he was surprised that someone had come after him so quickly. He then observed that a strange person was running, and he noted that the man was running away. He said that the man was trying to lure him out while explaining that if they fought in a cramped space like the quarters, he would have an advantage. But he knew that he could not let the other students get hurt, so he had no choice but to fight outside, and Lewin then tried to assess his star, and he thought that the enemy was a 6th class mage, which was a level that one person could handle, but he realized that this scale of illusion magic was not possible with just a 6th class mage alone, so he believed that there were 2 or maybe 3 enemies, or perhaps even more. He further explained that if all the enemies were 6th class mages, his chance of winning would be slim, and if Josh himself joined the fight, then he might use that to his advantage, and she then asked if he was going to act right away, and Lewin replied that he had to go down, and he predicted that the plans for tonight might end up favoring a lone individual, and he said goodbye for now. A few hours earlier, Chairman Josh shouted during the meeting, "Is this everyone? I personally called for this gathering, and yet you're telling me this is all who showed up?" Heise and Gary Hill responded that it seemed everyone was deliberately avoiding the meeting. Josh scoffed at the situation, frustrated that Lewin Ardell was finished as of today, yet people were still too afraid of Ardell to even attend. Glancing around the nearly empty room, he noted how different things were. Normally, every seat would be filled, with people standing due to the lack of space, but today, only 4 had shown up. Gritting his teeth, he cursed Lewin Ardell for ruining everything and assured that those who didn't come would regret it soon enough. Turning to the men present, he asked if the matters he had assigned to the rest had been handled properly. Heisen confirmed that the capital's night guards were entirely under their control, ensuring that even if there was some commotion, there wouldn't be any issues. Josh then shifted his focus to another man, questioning him about the task entrusted to the captain. The man reported that confirmation had been received the previous night. The assassins had arrived in Ardell, and once midnight passed, they would infiltrate the estate and take Dellen Ardell's head. Josh smirked at the thought, remarking that at least the father and son wouldn't have to be lonely in death since they would die on the same night. Someone else pointed out that it wouldn't just be the father and son, mentioning the possibility of Dellen Ardell having a young daughter as well. Another voice, cold and decisive, added that if Bolvar Peyton disappeared as well, then there should only be one sun in the sky. Meanwhile, on the old boardwalk, Bolvar Peyton stood in front of the houses at night, taking in the eerie peace of the area. Something fell off. The silence was unnatural. The young master's recent victory over the eldest son of the Gary Hill family had drawn the attention of many nobles to Ardell, but Bolvar knew the Gary Hills well. They were not the type to give up so easily. If anyone suspicious appeared, they had to be reported immediately. The Lord's concerns mirrored his own, making it clear that staying alert was the only option. A man nearby shifted a box aside, catching Bolvar's attention. He walked over and asked if he had finished his business for the day. The man glanced up and replied that he had just finished packing and was about to head home. Bolvar studied him carefully before asking if he had noticed any suspicious individuals among the day's visitors. The man thought for a moment before mentioning 5 merchants who had arrived but never seemed to sell anything. The more he considered it, the stranger it seemed. None of them had been seen leaving either. Realizing that assassins often disguise themselves as merchants, Bolvar's gaze hardened. Those 5 had completely vanished after entering the territory. The man hesitated before adding that they had been armed with swords and suggested Bolvar should be careful, just in case. Before he could say anything more, Bolvar suddenly leapt toward a nearby alley and disappeared into the night. The man stood frozen, a worried expression crossing his face. The situation might be far more dangerous than he had thought. Inside a dimly lit house, a group of infiltrators exchanged cautious whispers. One of them wondered if the Elder Lord had caught on since he had yet to return to the estate. Another dismissed the concern, pointing out that the town's atmosphere remained unchanged. No one had noticed anything. The Elder Lord would be back soon, and they just needed to wait for the right moment. Confident that they still had time, they relaxed, until a sudden thud sent them in a high alert. A body had just been thrown into the room, crashing onto the floor before them. Their eyes widened as they realized what had happened. Bolvar had arrived, and he had already killed one of their men. His menacing gaze swept over them as he spoke, his voice laced with cold fury. Did they even realize where they had walked into? One of the infiltrators muttered in disbelief, wondering how Bolvar had found them. Another scoffed, acknowledging that stealth tactics wouldn't work against a 7-star knight. However, instead of fear, a smirk played on his lips. This might actually be for the best, he said. They had planned to kill him anyway. Without hesitation, they all lunged at Bolvar at once. These assassins, hired by Vengira's Gegan, were no ordinary fighters. Every one of them was at least a 6-star master. Bolvar, a 7-star knight, had long set aside his spear in favor of a fishing rod, leading the people of the territory to believe his skills had dulled. However, this was a grave miscalculation. In an instant, a blinding blue glow illuminated the room, stunning the knights. Before they could react, they saw Bolvar holding a spear crackling with lightning. Without giving him a chance to regroup, he challenged them all to come at him at once. With a single, lightning-fast strike, he swept them aside, sending them crashing to the ground. None of them even understood how they had been so easily overwhelmed. One of the fallen knights, gasping for breath, realized the truth. The way Bolvar fought, it was unmistakable. This was a 7-star warrior, but doubt crept into his mind. Their group had already taken down more than 10 7-star knights from the Empire, so why did this feel different? Bolvar's voice cut through the silence as he asked if they knew why he had stopped honing his spear techniques. No one could answer. One of them stared in stunned disbelief, his mind refusing to accept the reality before him. If Bolvar was a 7-star knight, then why was he this strong? A chilling thought crossed his mind. What if he wasn't a 7-star at all? Cursing his commander under his breath, he wondered if Vengira's had lied to them. Could this man be an 8-star knight? Before he could process the thought, one of his comrades attempted a surprise attack from behind, sword aimed at Bolvar's back. But in the blink of an eye, Bolvar's spear shot forward, piercing straight through him. The assassin's body went limp, hanging lifelessly from the spear as the remaining knight trembled in terror. Realization dawned on him too late. Vengira's had made a fool of him. The target's strength had been completely misrepresented. Even if he had been offered 5 times the original fee, he would have never taken this job. In his sheer panic, he blurted out Vengira's Gegan's name. Bolvar's eyes narrowed at the revelation. Grabbing the knight by the throat, he lifted him effortlessly and delivered a message that would not be forgotten. He was to go back and tell Vengira's one thing: never set foot in Ardell again. As Lewin walked alongside his friend, they unexpectedly crossed paths with Mage Hizen. The mage smirked, stating that he had come alone, but had also brought a companion for his journey to the afterlife. Amused by his own words, he found the situation entertaining. Lewin remained unfazed and stated that he had no intention of dying there. However, Hizen was unconvinced and reminded him that the world would not bend to his will. Suddenly, more mages emerged from the shadows surrounds them. Lewin quickly assessed the situation, noting that there were about 7 of them, which was a considerable number even for a fellow mage. Without hesitation, he activated his magic, causing a yellow aura to flicker to life in his hand. His voice carried a cold certainty as he warned that someone who had lived far longer should offer a piece of advice. Keeping a low profile was the best way to extend one's lifespan, but for them, only one future remained. They would die. Without warning, the mages unleashed a barrage of fire magic, engulfing Lewin and his companion in a massive explosion. Hizen sneered, reveling in what he believed to be their imminent demise. He declared that accepting death quietly was a sight to behold, and that this was the fate Lewin had brought upon himself. So, he warned, there was no need to hold onto any grudges. However, his confidence quickly turned to dread as he felt sweat trickling down his forehead. His body tensed as the smoke cleared, revealing Lewin and his companion standing completely unscathed. Lewin grinned, his expression filled with quiet amusement. With a calm voice, he stated that some beings simply could not die. His companion, already prepared to strike, added that entities like them neither perished nor vanished. The only way to completely incapacitate Strang was to kill the binder, Lewin himself. As the words left his lips, Lewin activated his unique skill, Kansas. A massive eruption of flames ignited around him, casting a fierce glow. With unwavering resolve, he reminded Hizen that he had no intention of dying here. Channeling his power, he unleashed a devastating blow, sending a cloud of smoke and force cutting through the air, striking the mages. They cried out in pain as the impact overwhelmed them. Lewin allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction, realizing that at this level, he could win without overexerting himself. However, just as relief settled in, his instincts screamed danger. A sudden fireball struck him from behind, forcing him to react. Hizen, injured but still determined, smirked as he admitted that he hadn't expected Lewin to be this strong. However, No matter how powerful he was, Hizen wanted to see if he could survive this. Despite his injuries, Hizen managed to grab onto Luin's leg. A strange mana began to pulse from his hand, and Luin's eyes narrowed as he realized what was happening. This was the dark magic, Seal of Water. And now, he would have to face it head-on. Those who practice forbidden dark magic, shunned by all wizards, exist in secrecy. Among their spells, the Water Seal stands as one of the most infamous. Created by the original Warlock of Water, it clings to its target until it drains all life from them. Luin gritted his teeth in pain, never expecting the mages to use dark magic against him. The spell held him in place, as Hizen watched with satisfaction. It was a pity to see him like this, but he had to die regardless. With his friend also rendered completely helpless, this had become even easier. Luin could do nothing but curse them in frustration. Hizen smirked and said there was no need for resentment. At least Luin wouldn't be alone on his journey to the afterlife. The words confused Luin until Hizen clarified that his father and little sister were likely dead already. The revelation stunned him. Hizen scoffed, questioning why Luin had defied the commissioner. Did he really think fame made him invincible? Before he could finish, Luin grabbed his face. The mages holding him were suddenly thrown back, unable to comprehend what had happened. Hizen's eyes widened in disbelief. Luin had broken free from the Water Seal and was now using it against him. Blood vessels burst in Hizen's eyes as Luin's grip tightened. In an instant, Luin crushed his skull, and blood splattered in every direction. The remaining mages stood frozen in horror. Luin, his voice void of emotion, stated that none of it mattered anymore. At that moment, King Ram was summoned. His eyes burned with rage. His enemies had crossed a line that should have never been crossed. The mages holding Luin's companion faltered. King Ram told them not to hold on to resentment, as dark energy crackled around him and flames shot from his limbs. He made it clear that this was the fate they had brought upon themselves. In the chaos that followed, our hero saw the mages break down completely, panicked, angry, and afraid. Only one thought burned in his mind. He had to kill them, just like the World Destroyer Draka once did. With the strongest orc standing right behind him, he vowed to wipe them all out. The orc looked at him and rumbled, calling him Little Destroyer, and asked what purpose he had in summoning him. Our hero's eyes were sharp with resolve as he answered that he wanted every single mage slaughtered. No survivors. The orc raised his massive axe and agreed. Our hero pulled out his sword. The mages screamed for help, but it was useless. In an instant, with blinding speed and brutal force, he cut through them all, leaving only one barely clinging to life. Luin showed no mercy. He lunged forward, punching one of the mages with enough force to send him flying. His voice was filled with fury as he declared that he would never forgive them. His fist cared nothing for what they destroyed. His magic had no concern for who it killed. As Luin struck down another mage, his companion blocked his path, yelling for him to stop. A surviving mage sneered, calling him a lunatic. Luin tried to shove past his companion, insisting that he needed to kill them all. But she shouted back, demanding to know why he was acting like this. Nothing had even happened to Ardal yet. She urged him to trust in Bolvar. He was far stronger than Luin realized. If he lost himself to this power, he would end up like Draka. Had he already forgotten how Draka spent his final days? A vision of a massive dragon loomed in Luin's mind. His companion reminded him of why Draka was called the World Destroyer. He had gone mad, with limitless power, ultimately destroying the world itself. But Luin was not Draka, and she refused to let him follow the same path. Realizing her words, Luin sighed and apologized for making her worry. He then turned his attention to one of the captured mages, demanding to know everything that was happening. The mage warned that he would regret hearing the truth. He spoke of Miyagdin, an elite assassination group composed solely of warriors ranked 6-star and above. 5 of their assassins had already infiltrated Ardal. By now, Luin's father and sister were likely dead. Before Luin could react, a spear suddenly pierced through the mage's heart, killing him instantly. Josh stepped forward, surveying the carnage with a look of disappointment. He had come just in case, but it seemed his men had failed miserably. Both Luin and his companion stood in stunned silence. Josh scoffed at the sight of his so-called elite warriors being unable to handle a mere brat. Luin, his fury reigniting, demanded to know how Josh dared to lay a hand on his family. But before he could act, a wave of dark magic washed over him, sending chills down his spine. The pressure was unbearable, forcing both Luin and his companion to their knees. Josh sneered, saying that Luin should have simply kept his head down and quietly attended his academy. Why did he have to prove himself? Luin, struggling against the suffocating magic, realized the truth. Josh was a dark mage. He shouted that if this information got out, Josh would be imprisoned at the very least. But Josh remained unfazed, calmly stating that it wouldn't be a problem if Lewin died here. After all, he was just a worthless brat. As he tightened his grip over the dark magic, Lewin found himself unable to move. The pain was excruciating. King Ram had already disappeared. The duration of his summoning had ended. Josh wasn't finished. Summoning several spears from his magic, he prepared to end it once and for all. This was the end for Lewin. The spears shot forward. Smoke and dust erupted upon impact. Yet, as the dust settled, Lewin remained standing. A figure had stepped in front of him. The headmaster, Try and Ignite, had arrived. Josh's eyes widened in disbelief. How was the headmaster here? Trine had created an illusion field, preventing anyone outside from perceiving what was happening. Josh couldn't comprehend how this was possible. After all, the illusion field was crafted by the 6th-class mages under his command. But that rule only applied to ordinary individuals. A mage of Try and Ignite's caliber could detect the presence of unnatural mana with ease. Moreover, the fatal flaw of this magic was its vulnerability to higher-tier spells. If someone stronger than the caster unleashed a superior spell, the illusion would collapse instantly. And that was exactly what had happened. Josh's face twisted in panic as he realized the truth. Try and Ignite had unraveled his illusion effortlessly. He shouted in desperation, accusing Trine of planning to destroy the entire capital just to take him down. Trine's expression remained calm as he dismissed the claim. The only one getting hurt here was Josh. A barrier had already been set up to prevent any collateral damage. Josh looked up in horror as Trine continued. Not only had he dabbled in forbidden dark magic, but he had also dared to harm his student. For that crime, punishment would be delivered personally. A brilliant blue aura burst forth from Trine's hands. Josh barely had time to scream before the overwhelming force engulfed him. His cries drowned in the beaming energy. The vast difference in power was undeniable. Lewin's companion remarked that this was an overwhelming victory, and Lewin himself couldn't disagree. The gap between them was on another level. The academy headmaster, a 7th-class mage, stood before the defeated Josh like an insurmountable wall. Lewin realized he still had a long way to go before reaching such mastery. The headmaster turned to them, asking if they were all right. They thanked him just as people in the surrounding buildings began peering outside, drawn by the commotion. Among them was Prince Groster, who was stunned to see both the headmaster and senior commissioner Josh in such a state. He and his brother hurried over, having heard that Gary Hill had seized control of the capital's security. Given that the only high-profile visitor in the capital at the time was Lewin, they immediately asked if he was all right. Lewin reassured them that he was fine, noting how little they had changed. He then informed them that the headmaster had come to his aid. Feigning ignorance, the princes pretended not to recognize the man lying on the ground. However, Lewin cut through their act, stating plainly that it was Josh Garyhill. The prince's expression darkened in mock anger as he declared this treason, a direct challenge to the royal family. He vowed to report to the king immediately and demand Garyhill's arrest for conspiracy. His brother agreed, insisting that since the forbidden practice of dark magic had been confirmed, every last member of the Garyhill family must be arrested. Before they proceeded, Lewin had a request. The princes assured him they would do anything for him. He asked them to confirm the safety of his father and younger sister. A report had already been requested from a nearest trade city, Manhua, but it would take nearly half a day to arrive. For Lewin, the wait felt endless. Finally, the captain returned with an update. Everyone was safe. His father had anticipated an assassination attempt, and Sir Bolivar had successfully eliminated all 5 assassins. Furthermore, they had uncovered the mastermind behind the attack. The prince assumed it was Josh, but the captain revealed that he had accomplices. Among them, one of the most deeply involved was Sir Vengira's Jijen, captain of the Golden Knights. The princes hadn't expected that. They immediately dismissed Vengira's from his position, stripping him of all titles and authority. Josh's ranks and privileges were also revoked. However, given the significance of these roles, the captain reminded them that they needed to appoint interim successors. The prince decided that the vice-captain would assume command of the Golden Knights for now. As for Josh's council seat and guardian responsibilities, he turned to the headmaster. He asked if the headmaster would be willing to take over temporarily. The headmaster hesitated, noting that he was getting old. The prince, however, was well aware of his lack of interest in politics, perhaps better than anyone. But given the gravity of the situation, they insisted that he was the most suitable choice. It was no secret that the royal family had long sought to bring the headmaster to the capital, investing great effort in doing so. Yet, he had always refused, believing that an educator had no place in politics. But with their persistent requests and the urgent need for stability, he finally agreed, on the condition that he would only serve until a suitable successor was found. The princes were delighted, convinced that with the headmaster's guidance, the kingdom would advance by leaps and bounds. Lewin, however, suspected that a permanent replacement might not be appointed for years. Still, he was relieved that everything had worked out. With the capital tour coming to an end, the graduation exam period was about to begin. The time at the academy, both long and fleeting, would soon be over. Given the recent chaos, there was debate over whether the remaining itinerary should be canceled. In the end, it was decided that everything would proceed as planned, and they remained in the capital for a few more days. Rumors spread quickly. People whispered that Mickle Gary Hill had withdrawn from the academy. With graduation approaching, the news of his departure spread fast. Word also traveled that his father, Josh, was imprisoned in the underground dungeons, and the once loyal Gary Hill mages had scattered. It was hardly surprising. Some even claimed that Jekyll Gary Hill had gone missing, possibly aligning himself with the Anti-Kingdom for Vanna faction. But no one knew for sure. Eventually, the name Gary Hill vanished without a trace. The consensus was clear: Gary Hill had fallen, and Ardle had triumphed. Banners bearing these words began appearing throughout the capital. The news spread, not just among the nobility, but throughout the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, in the Reenact Empire at a grand imperial castle, a man desperately pushed past the guards, demanding an audience with the crown prince. The guards restrained him, but before they could drag him away, the king arrived. One of the guards explained that this man was forcing his way in just to speak. Falling to his knees, the man introduced himself as Jekyll Gary Hill, the eldest son of the Gary Hill family. He expressed his honor in meeting the crown prince of the Reenact Empire. He admitted that his actions may have seemed discourteous, but assured them it was not his intention. The prince, disinterested, cut him off and demanded to know why he was here. Jekyll revealed that he was seeking asylum, not just for himself, but for his younger siblings and the remaining mages of his house. In total, over 40 people sought refuge in the empire. Their reason? To serve under the great crown prince and contribute, even in the smallest way, to the boundless glory of the empire's future. The crown prince sighed, finding it tiresome. It was still early in the day, and he had only just sat down for breakfast. He asked Jekyll outright, what crime had he committed? Jekyll hesitated before admitting the truth. They had attempted an assassination. The crown prince raised an eyebrow. Unless the target had been a member of the royal family, he didn't see what the big deal was. Jekyll quickly clarified that the situation wasn't as the prince assumed. However, the crown prince remained unconvinced, stating that granting asylum to a criminal like Gary Hill, who had fled after committing crimes, would go against justice. In fact, turning him over would likely enhance his own reputation, giving him no reason to accept the request. As the prince turned to leave, he warned Jekyll to return home. Any further insistence would result in his arrest. Desperate, Jekyll finally revealed the truth. We attempted to assassinate Lewin Ordo. The crown prince immediately stopped in his tracks. He turned back, his interest piqued. Are you referring to that Lewin Ordo? Jekyll confirmed it, and the prince's expression shifted. Smirking, he gestured toward a nearby table. Well then, I'd like to hear all the details. Shall we discuss it over tea? Despite everything that had happened, time passed peacefully after the capital tour. 3 months later, the new year arrived. Just like the snow blanketing the academy grounds, a large number of nobles gathered, their reason for visiting clear: the graduation exam. This was a prestigious event where graduating students showcased their skills before an audience, offering them the opportunity to be scouted by noble houses. Today was the day of the exam. Sitting in the waiting area, Lewin reflected on his time at the academy. Once this exam is over, graduation will finally be here. 6 years had passed, long in some ways, yet fleeting in others. Either way, he was relieved that this chapter of his life was coming to an end. Noticing his expression, his friend Jason smirked. What's with that face? Lewin shook his head. It's nothing. What about you? Are you ready for the exam? Jason shrugged. Why would I care? I'm following you to Ardell anyway. Lewin narrowed his eyes. That doesn't answer my question. Before Jason could respond, Lewin's sister suddenly appeared. He froze, momentarily stunned by the sight of her. Until now, he had only heard that they were safe. Seeing them in person, his sister and his father standing behind her, filled him with overwhelming relief. You all came out of nowhere, he said, smiling. This is a nice surprise. His father reassured him. You don't need to feel burdened. If anything, we're proud of you for standing your ground rather than bending to their will. Hearing that, Lewin felt truly grateful. His gaze shifted to Sir Bolvar, offering him a silent nod of appreciation. Then, his sister turned toward his companion, eyeing her curiously. And who's this lady? She asked, smirking. Lewin hesitated. He couldn't use the usual cousin excuse, not in front of his family. His sister's grin widened. So you already found yourself a new girlfriend since Irene isn't here? Lewin groaned. Will you stop saying things like that? She's just my companion. Before the conversation could continue, someone called out to him. It was Han, who had officially completed his oath and become a knight. Alongside him were Sita, Valkyrie, and Lady Irene. Their presence alone made the moment feel like a grand festival. And, as if that weren't enough, the royal princes arrived next, waving at Lewin like excited children. Watching the scene unfold, Lewin's friends couldn't help but feel jealous. The sheer number of powerful connections he had was on a completely different level. Just then, an announcement echoed through the hall. The senior student's graduation exam will begin shortly. All participants, please gather in the arena. Lewin turned to his family and friends. I'll see you all in a bit. His sister smiled warmly. Good luck. I'll be cheering for you. With so much support behind him, Lewin resolved to give his best performance. As he stepped into the arena, his gaze landed on two unfamiliar figures. Something about them fell off. He frowned. Strang, don't those two seem suspicious? His companion smirked. You're only noticing now? You already know them. The one on the left is the Flame King, Theron. And the one on the right? That's the Crown Prince. Lewin's eyes widened. They were in disguise? Strang continued. They thought they could fool me with magic, but their aura gives them away. Lewin was stunned. Why would the Flame King and the Crown Prince go to such lengths to be here? If they wanted to attend, they could have simply come as themselves. Did they really go this far, just to watch his graduation exam? How very considerate of them. Lewin smirked. If they made the same offer as before, he would reject them again. But since they had come all this way, he at least owed them a good show. The exam consisted of 3 stages: isolation, glacier, and the giant wall destruction. It was a time challenge, where students had to complete all 3 obstacles as quickly as possible. The first stage, isolation, required escaping from a locked room with a tightly secured door. Participants could use various methods, breaking the lock with magic, crafting a key from mana gems, or any other creative means. The method didn't matter, as long as they made it out. Lewin watched as his teammates tackled the first challenge. His friend managed to escape swiftly, leading the 6 mages in their team. But the second stage, glacier, was far more difficult. A massive ice beast blocked their path in a freezing tundra. After an intense battle, they managed to take it down, but then came the final hurdle. The third stage, the giant wall, was exactly as it sounded, a colossal stone wall that needed to be destroyed in order to proceed. After overcoming all 3 obstacles, only 3 out of 10 participants in Team 6 passed. Lewin noted that Jason, despite his earlier nonchalance, had prepared well and finished first. Now it was Team 7's turn. Lewin took a deep breath. It's finally my turn. As he stepped forward, whispers spread through the audience. Nobles, students, and even the disguised guests were all here to see him perform. Lewin smirked. Let's give them something to talk about. The Crown Prince turned to his companion, his gaze fixed on Lewin. I wonder just how strong he's become, he mused. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he asked, So, do you plan to proceed with the final attachment? His companion nodded. That's the only reason we're here. Lewin's talent, if properly nurtured, could be an incredible asset. But if left unchecked, it might become a disaster waiting to happen. The Crown Prince smirked. If that day ever comes, I'll deal with it in my own way. As the challenge started, Lewin found himself inside a locked room. He glanced around, noting the intricate security measures. The headmaster really went all out with his setup. Even if he could simply brute force his way through the wall, it wouldn't be easy. He briefly considered unlocking the door like the other students, but dismissed the thought almost immediately. That would be boring. Instead, a new idea sparked in his mind. He had learned an important lesson from his journey. Nothing in this world is free. With a smirk, he reached for the door. No matter how solid a wall may seem, there's always a weakness hidden somewhere. People eagerly watched, curious to see how many seconds Lewin would take. Given his reputation as the Grand Tournament champion, expectations were high. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the hall as one of the room doors burst open. A thick cloud of dust billowed out, momentarily obscuring the view. When it cleared, all eyes widened in shock. Lewin Ardell stood tall, emerging from the wreckage like a force of nature. As the timer stopped, observers quickly compared the results. On average, it took participants around 5 minutes to unlock the door. But Lewin? He had shattered it in just 13 seconds, an astonishing display of power. With this feat, his already legendary name was once again etched into history. In this graduation exam, there was never any doubt. The winner was always going to be Lewin Ardell. While the crowd was buzzing with excitement, eager to see how long Lewin would take to break through the next stages, the Flame King observed in silence. He had known about Lewin ever since Kulkin's Fong reacted to him, but even he was stunned by Lewin's insane growth rate. People were shouting that Lewin was cleaving through the second gate with a genius tactic, charging forward with a giant fireball so massive that no beast dared get close. Prince Reenact muttered that Lewin was a madman, far beyond anyone's imagination. The Flame King, meanwhile, was less amused and more intrigued. Lewin always pulled off the impossible, and now the king was curious to see how he'd tackle the final gates. As Lewin dashed towards a towering brick wall, his body crackled with blue lightning. The raw energy made the Flame King's eyes narrow. This wasn't ordinary magic. It was formless, invincible. Lewin focused all his mana into a single punch, and with one explosive strike, the wall crumbled. The spell didn't just destroy. It tore through with sound waves so fast they couldn't even be perceived. That wall, which stood as a symbol of remembrance, shattered without resistance. The spell Lewin used could only be cast by a mage who had reached the 6th class. Whispers spread through the audience. Had he already reached that level? Everyone was in awe. In just 2 minutes and 57 seconds, Lewin had completed the course. When he crossed the finish line, someone announced, Lewin Ordo of Group 7 has cast a 6th class spell and completed the course in just 2 minutes and 57 seconds. The Flame King was shaken. The 6 classes were a realm most mages never reach in a lifetime. Yet Lord Nordal had already done so at just 16. Things were spiraling out of control. If Lewin continued to grow at this pace, he could threaten even the Flame King's position. The king knew, if he wanted to stop this, he'd need to act soon. Meanwhile, the 2 princes and the entire stage erupted in cheers for Lewin. His family and fellow students were celebrating his achievement. Lewin felt overwhelmed but happy. Never had he imagined that his graduation would be surrounded by such emotion. His friend Jason ran up and grabbed him, shouting, "You really did become a 6th class mage. I can't believe it." Their friends gathered around. Jason then declared, "There's one thing absolutely essential on a day like this." When asked what it was, he raised his drink and said, "It's party time." That night, the whole group drank and laughed together. They had just become adults, and wine was flowing freely. Jean mentioned that tomorrow marked his graduation too. It might be the last time they'd all gather like this, so everyone was set on enjoying it to the fullest. Even the academy avatars were drinking without restraint. Later, the headmaster and Professor Heidel joined the party. They asked Lewin if he was enjoying himself. Lewin thanked the headmaster for arranging everything and said he was having a great time. Heidel chuckled, telling him to enjoy it as much as he could before the chaos of graduation began. Lewin smiled and said, "Since tomorrow will be hectic, let me thank you both now for everything." The headmaster appreciated it and teased that soon they wouldn't even be able to see Lewin unless they invited him as a guest lecturer. Lewin laughed and said he'd be ready anytime. The headmaster held him to that promise, with Professor Heidel as a witness. Later that night, Lewin stepped outside, feeling slightly dizzy from all the beer. That's when someone called out to him. He turned and saw Prince Rannick and the Flame King standing before him. Prince Rannick introduced himself as Rika, a merchant from the east, and said he wanted a word with Lewin. But Lewin, already recognizing them, allowed him to speak and casually called the prince by his real name. Surprised, Rannick asked how Lewin knew. The Flame King stepped forward, demanding the truth. Lewin replied calmly, "You can hide your face, but not your presence. Your eyes reminded me of the crown prince I once knew, so I took a chance." He then turned to the king and addressed him directly. The Flame King was impressed. "If you recognized us just by our eyes, then I must admit, I'm impressed." Then he got to the point. "This is my final offer, and there won't be another." Prince Rannick spoke next. "You must come with me to the Empire. Refusal is not an option." Lewin, unfazed, looked him straight in the eye and refused. The prince frowned. "You really don't listen, do you? I told you before. Any gem I can't claim, I will destroy." Jean, standing by, said he believed the prince was capable of that, but doubted he'd actually follow through. The prince asked, "And what makes you so sure?" Jean replied, "Because the crown prince I knew would never stoop to sneaking in under a false identity just to threaten a student." That made the Flame King's eyes narrow again. He chuckled coldly. "Are you calling yourself a mere student?" Jean calmly responded, "Yes. Our graduation ceremony is tomorrow, after all." The prince stared at him for a moment before saying, "I don't know if it's courage or stupidity, but I'll be back. Tomorrow, we'll meet again, with only one goal, to fight." Lewin didn't reply. He simply watched them walk away. As they left, Jason came running up, shouting, "What the heck are you doing out here? Get back to the party. It's not fun without you." Lewin smiled and said he was coming. But what none of them realized was that while they celebrated, laughed, and drank without a care in the world, a disaster greater than anything Lewin could have imagined was quietly making its way toward him. After an all-night party, our hero was totally wrecked the next day. His head felt like it was being hammered from drinking way too much and getting hardly any sleep. As he slowly blinked himself back into reality, Lady Irene leaned in, asking if he was awake and if he was feeling any better. He glanced around at his friends sprawled out on the ground, all looking like they were suffering from serious hangovers, and mumbled that he was doing okay-ish. Deep down, he knew he should have held back on the drinks, but clearly he hadn't. Still, it was comforting to see that Irene seemed to be holding up better than the rest. She laughed softly, which made him squint at her, and then asked if he actually remembered anything from the night before. He frowned, racking his brain. It was pretty blank. But then a weird feeling crept in, something surreal yet oddly clear. A dragon's kiss? It was like a real moment had happened. Irene picked up a nearly empty bottle from the ground and mentioned that Jason's secretary had mixed some seriously strong liquor into his beer. She kept going, recalling the chaos that unfolded. Apparently, during the party, he'd jumped up, all hyped and tipsy, and yelled that they were all heading to Ardell together. That ignited total madness, with people dancing and cheering, swept up by the energy of the moment. As snippets of a night clicked back into his memory, he clenched his jaw, muttering a curse at Jason under his breath. But Irene didn't seem bothered by his mood. She casually asked if she should come to Ardell, which caught him off guard. He asked her what she meant. Still composed, she explained she meant Ardell. She had been there before and remembered it as a really beautiful place. She said she wanted to get stronger, strong enough to challenge and beat him one day. He froze for a moment, surprised by how honest and motivated she sounded. Pulling himself together, he replied that it would be an honor to have her visit and that she was always welcome in Ardell. Inside, though, his thoughts were racing. She was looking at him calmly, lost in her own thoughts. A few hours later, the scene shifted to the Grand Council Hall at the Magic Academy, where the headmaster stood before a crowd of newly graduated mages. He spoke with pride, recognizing everything the students had gone through during their time at the academy. He hoped their victories and struggles had been meaningful and was excited to see them grow into powerful mages. With a final nod, he stepped aside and announced it was time for the student representative to speak. A buzz of excitement swept through the hall as the name was called. Lewin Ardell. As Lewin walked up to the stage, a wave of admiration followed him. The headmaster gave him a reassuring pat and told him not to stress, just speak from the heart. Lewin nodded confidently, saying, "Don't worry, headmaster. I got this." Standing at the rostrum, facing a sea of expectant faces, he felt a light sweat forming on his forehead. He stood tall, but inside his mind was spinning. Just being up there, in front of everyone, it was overwhelming. Dozens of students were watching him intently, waiting for him to speak, and in that pressure, his mind went blank. All the lines he'd practiced? Gone. But somehow he didn't panic. The exact words slipped away, but the message he wanted to share was crystal clear in his heart. So he just started talking. He mentioned what most of them already knew, that he'd won the grand tournament, and that it had all unfolded in just a year, grabbing their attention. But he didn't stop there. He opened up about the tough journey it had really been. For 5 years, he dealt with something called mana release disorder. This condition made it nearly impossible for a mage to use magic, and for someone whose life revolved around magic, that wasn't just an inconvenience. It was a complete game changer. What hurt the most? It wasn't just the condition. It was the way people treated him, the stares, the judgments, the whispers, questioning why he was still at the academy. Why hadn't he just quit? But he never threw in the towel. For him, magic was more than just power. It was about protecting those he cared about most, his family, his friends, and himself. That belief pushed him to keep going, even when it felt like everything was stacked against him. He reminded everyone of what they'd all been through. The late nights fighting through the pain, the victories, the failures. He pointed out that winning or losing wasn't the main thing. What really mattered was to never give up. Then he looked directly at those still struggling and urged them not to stop. "Keep moving forward," he said. The hall fell silent. Even the younger students in the back were wrapped up in his words, eyes wide open. But he wasn't finished yet. He encouraged them to get back up after setbacks and reminded them that even if they felt overlooked now, there would be someone out there to recognize their efforts. He assured them that as long as they kept pushing forward, their moment would eventually arrive. Miracles were on the horizon. Afterward, he glanced around the room and expressed gratitude for all their hard work over the past 6 years. Later that night, on a quiet part of campus, Luina caught up with him, looking proud. "That was a great speech," she said, smiling. "Everyone loved it. You're amazing, as always." Lewin returned her smile and thanked her. She tilted her head and asked if his friends were heading to Ardell with him right after the ceremony. All 4 of them. He paused for a second, remembering how he'd once reached out to Sita to be his buddy. It was an emotional moment. He even shed a few tears. His friends had teased him afterward, laughing like close pals do. He chuckled softly. He told Luina a bit shyly that it had somehow worked out that way. What he didn't mention was that he was technically their boss now. After graduation, it was official. They were all heading to Ardell together, and not just the 5 of them. A whole force of 3,000 soldiers was coming along. Lewin was still trying to wrap his head around that number. The twin princes had promised support for the southern campaign, but he didn't expect reinforcements of that size. Luina's expression turned thoughtful. She asked if he planned to settle in that territory permanently after the campaign. Lewin let out a quiet breath and smiled gently. He said no, at least not yet. His father was still around, and honestly, he hadn't made any solid plans. Maybe he'd travel a bit afterward. For now, his main focus was the upcoming subjugation. Later, the hero troop took a short break. While they were resting, a girl next to Lewin asked if they were going straight into preparation for the subjugation. He nodded and said he planned to start by checking out the terrain. She looked at the map on her interface and asked if he had come up with any strategy yet. He thought for a moment and mentioned he was still brainstorming some ideas. And something caught his eye. A group of people was forming nearby, and it felt a bit off. Curious, he walked over and asked where everyone was headed. The group stopped, surprised to see him. One of them mumbled something about the young master of Ardell being around. Another explained that they thought he already knew. Apparently, one of his knights was about to duel. His trainee knight friend, to be precise. Lewin's eyes widened. A duel? With a trainee? It had to be Hans. He rushed over to see what all the commotion was about. Just beyond the trees in a training yard, he spotted Hans in the middle of a sparring match with a bigger, more experienced opponent. But this wasn't just a casual practice. Hans was dueling a fully ranked knight, who had a sash that marked his recent promotion. Someone nearby mentioned that the knight had just completed his knight's oath. Despite the situation, Hans looked completely at ease, grinning as he expertly blocked the knight's strikes. Whatever this duel was about, it definitely wasn't just for fun. In the biting cold wind, the sparring match was already underway. Snow swirled around as the knight lunged at Hans. Our hero realized, a bit too late, that the fight had kicked off without him. Nearby, the other onlookers were clearly entertained. One of them joked that Vox should take it easy, pointing out that Hans was still a newbie who had just taken his oath. While the tone was playful, there was also a touch of genuine concern. Curious, our hero asked why those two were even sparring. Someone explained it was just for fun. They were bored after lunch while cleaning up, and since one of the juniors was eager, they suggested a match. Just then, an older guy showed up. He spotted our hero and greeted him with a knowing look, commenting on the young monster's appearance. Our hero turned to him, trying to recall the face. It didn't take long to figure out it was Sir Bolvar. He returned the question, asking if Bolvar was there to catch the match, and Bolvar chuckled, saying he wouldn't miss such an entertaining sight. To our hero, it didn't seem all that entertaining. He figured that if the knights nearby knew who Sir Bolvar really was, their reactions would be even more dramatic than the fight itself. As the sparring heated up, our hero turned back to Bolvar, asking for his take on the battle. The old knight said both fighters were decent. Then he asked if the young knight was a friend of the young master. Our hero confirmed that he was. His name was Hans. Bolvar watched for a moment before noting that Hans was definitely being pushed back. Still, the fact that he was holding his ground at all against the Gold Knight was pretty impressive. That caught our hero off guard. The mention of a Gold Knight really surprised him. Bolvar said he'd overheard something during lunch, mentioning that the knight Hans was fighting was considered part of the elite pack in the kingdom. He wasn't completely sure, but that was the word spreading around. Just then, the knight showed off his strength. With a powerful swing, he sent Hans's sword flying, spinning through the air like a leaf, leaving Hans totally exposed and off balance. Bolvar watched calmly and noted that Hans had a long way to go before reaching that level of skill. Watching closely, our hero realized Bolvar could see potential in Hans. Encouraged by the thought, he turned to Bolvar and asked if he'd be willing to teach Hans a move or two. He knew what he was asking. For Sir Bolvar, the legendary spear knight, to share even a single technique or moment of wisdom would be an amazing gift. It would not only help Hans, but also benefit him, and through that, the whole of Ardell. But Bolvar simply replied that it wasn't his decision to make. If the young master wanted that to happen, he'd have to ask Hans himself. Hans, who had overheard the conversation, tensed slightly and shuddered at the thought. Bolvar smiled a bit and reminded them that, unlike how he had once trained the young master with a sword, he was much tougher with knights. He turned to our hero, giving him a knowing look. Our hero understood completely. Meanwhile, the other students nearby were stunned, watching the whole scene unfold. One whispered in disbelief, wondering what kind of brutal training they were witnessing. Another asked if Bolvar had really made Hans do that. Yet another claimed to have heard that the man was Ardell's knight commander. Some echoed the claim, clearly surprised. All eyes shifted to Hans, who was barely keeping up with the demanding training on his own. He looked exhausted but kept pushing through. Hans glanced up at Bolvar, catching his eye, and offered a respectful nod, saying he was fine when asked if the training was too tough. Bolvar didn't go easy on him, responding that if he was fine, he shouldn't be moving so slowly. He reminded Hans sharply that he'd already been told to be ready. Bolvar's tone sent a chill through the rest of the students. The tension thickened. Even our hero, quietly observing, thought to himself that Bolvar had said he would be strict, but he hadn't expected it to be this intense. He was starting to feel bad for his friend. Still, he remembered how excited Hans had been about the training. He recalled when Hans had asked, wide-eyed, if Sir Bolvar really was going to train him. At that time, our hero had warned him not to get too hyped, that it wouldn't be easy. Yet Hans had been thrilled, saying he believed in himself and was sure he'd succeed. Now, watching him struggle, our hero thought at least he had given Hans a choice. Lost in thought, he noticed a group of students gathered near Bolvar. The moment the students heard the name Sir Bolvar, everything just froze. They looked at Hans with wide eyes, and one of them asked in disbelief if they'd actually heard him right. Another one asked again, was this guy really who they thought he was? Back at the cart, our hero's sister shot him a curious glance and wondered if Bolvar was really that popular among the knights. Definitely seems like it, he replied. She turned to the training ground, where the other students, totally worn out, red-faced, and tired, were still going through their drills with surprising energy, even while grumbling about Bolvar's tough training style. Listening to their struggles, our hero turned to Sir Bolvar and asked if all this training was actually helpful, because it looked kind of basic from where he stood. Bolvar shrugged, saying it wasn't exactly the best method, and warned that if their posture was off, they could end up with chronic injuries. Then why put them through it? Our hero asked, surprised. Bolvar explained that there wasn't much for him to do on the way down to Ardell, so he just wanted to toughen up his new students since it had been a while since they'd had any real training. Hearing this, both brother and sister fell quiet, probably relieved they weren't part of the training. Our hero couldn't help but think it made sense that they called him the Tiger of Ardell. Not long after, our hero found himself at the edge of a cliff, peering down at strange monsters below. The girl next to him, Strang, pointed out how there were tons of them. He agreed silently, realizing they had finally hit the Crimson Plains. The area stretched out wide, crawling with monsters all over. It used to be part of Ardell's land, but that was before the Mudmen took over. Now, these grotesque creatures were running the show, and their insane reproduction rate made them impossible to control. From afar, the land looked red, like it had been drenched in blood. That's how it got its name, Crimson Plains. Our hero figured it would be best to send the others to Ardell first. Strang mentioned there had to be tens of thousands of them. He kept a close watch and nodded to himself. Strang had been the first to scout the Crimson Plains. She asked about the game plan. He mumbled something vague about pushing through a canyon near the sea. It was narrow but might be doable. Then he shook his head. No, that was a terrible idea. The monsters would totally attack from the cliffs as well. Strang suggested having Sir Bolvar lead the charge, thinking he could smash through everything in his way. But our hero wasn't having it. There were only two of them, and those Mudmen weren't just ordinary foes. They had a core in their heads that regular attacks wouldn't destroy. Even Bolvar would have a hard time taking them out one by one. This was tricky. Our hero now understood why all those previous scouting attempts had flopped. There wasn't a wide enough path for a full unit to get through without taking heavy losses. Strang asked if that meant they couldn't get in from below. He looked up and said there might be a way. Standing at the cliff's edge, he lost himself in thought. Something was definitely forming in his mind. No one knew exactly what he was plotting, but it was clear it wasn't something simple. Whatever it was, charging in and turning all those Mudmen into ketchup wasn't part of the plan. The next day, the leader of the Knights was clear and determined. He insisted that the only way to move forward was with a full-on assault. While everyone else was still deep in debate about the upcoming attack, he made his views known. He questioned how they could possibly win if they hesitated to engage and argued that charging straight at the enemy was the best strategy. Our hero's father stayed calm and composed. He agreed that the commander wasn't wrong, but pointed out that the expected casualties from a direct attack would be way too high. The commander respected his input and reminded everyone that if reinforcement from the capital hadn't arrived, their original plan was to start with just 300 men. The father nodded along. The commander continued, saying they had been ready to fight with that small force, so now that they had a bigger army, what was the holdup? The father thought it over and explained that the issue wasn't about how many troops they had. To tackle the Mudmen, they'd have to pass through a narrow canyon, and those creatures weren't just going to stand by and let that happen. He pointed out that whether they had 300 or 3,000 troops wouldn't matter in a tight spot like that. He concluded that instead of rushing into the canyon, they should find a way to lure the enemy out. The commander listened but seemed a bit worried. He acknowledged the idea, but noted that they didn't have a clear plan to draw the Mudmen out and suggested they somehow needed to lead the creatures their way. That's when our hero stepped in and chimed in. He asked if everyone liked his idea. The commander turned to him, curious about what he meant. Our hero said that his dad had already come up with the right solution. Instead of going into the canyon, they should lure the enemy out. He explained he had a solid plan. They could attack from above using the cliffs that surrounded the canyon. The commander hesitated for a moment, saying that the cliffs were too steep for anyone to climb. He asked if the young master was suggesting that the whole group try to scale the terrain. Ruin jumped in and clarified that they only needed a couple of skilled mages to make it up and use their magic to provoke the enemy. The commander considered it and said it sounded good in theory, but the real question was how to get anyone up there. Our hero points out that Jason is a guy who will climb. Jason got utterly confused and unsure how he could do that, and said a big no. Our hero kept smiling for a moment, but then his tone turned serious as he said he was going to throw Jason off the cliff. Jason froze, clearly shaken. The situation felt like it was slipping out of his control. His expression turned anxious as he asked again, alarm in his voice, what Ruin meant by that. The next day, it was finally time to move out. The army gathered, and when asked if they were ready, a unified roar of yes echoed back. The old troops marched with flags raised high, moving toward the monster territory. The general gave the order to advance, and our hero noted that the long-awaited subjugation had finally begun. At the front rode Commander Muro and the Golden Knights. Even his father and Sir Bolvar, clad once again in their heavy armor, marched with them. At the rear of the formation, our hero stayed with his friends. Suddenly, a sharp command of halt cut through the march. Everyone dismounted as the commander called them together for one final review of the plan. Just then, someone called out for our hero. Turning, he saw Jason wrapped in a blanket, nervously asking if his outfit was really safe and if this was truly the best plan Ruin could come up with. Our hero simply told him he looked cool. The soldiers nearby burst into laughter, but our boy teased Jason further, pointing out that even the knights were watching him. Jason snapped back, asking if he was being messed with, since it looked like the knights were laughing at him. Ruin shrugged it off, saying if Jason didn't like it, too bad. This was actually a golden opportunity. Jason blinked in confusion, not understanding. Our hero painted a picture for him, the chance to be the main star of the operation, admired by everyone, especially the girls. The thought lit up Jason's imagination, and he quickly convinced himself it was true. Fired up, he told Ruin to leave it to him. He would handle everything. Watching this, our hero sighed at how simple-minded his friend could be. The commander came over then, asking Ruin if his team was ready. He replied with confidence, saying there were no problems and that even Jason was set. Jason nodded, though nervously. As Ruin grabbed the edge of Jason's blanket, Jason begged him to take it easy. But the next moment, Ruin hurled him off the cliff with raw strength. Jason screamed the whole way up, convinced his heart was going to burst and that he might actually die right there. At the last second, he landed safely, caught midair by a cushion of green mana. Shocked, he realized it had been a perfect landing. Maybe he hadn't even needed the blanket and rope. From below, Ruin laughed and called up to Lady Irene, praising her sharp skills, though she only thought he was joking around at such a time. Jason, now at the top of the mountain, breathed out a shaky sigh of relief. But the sight before him made his stomach tighten. Tens of thousands of three-themed monsters stretched, as far as he could see, a swarm so massive it was impossible to count. Sweat trickled down his face as he questioned how he was supposed to lure so many mudmen out on his own. Panic set in, but then he heard Ruin's voice calling up to him. Then, out of nowhere, our hero shouted encouragement from distance. He reminded Jason that they were friends and that he could handle this. He told him to go and hit those damn mudmen hard. Jason felt a rush of adrenaline from those words. He shouted back, filled with determination, that he couldn't let Ruin down for trusting him enough to bring him along. Jason concentrated and started casting a spell, creating fire in his hand. At that moment, the falling snow from the clouds turned into fireballs that rained down on the monsters below. Our hero watched calmly, realizing that Jason had nailed it. Then our hero turned to the captain and reminded him it was time. As he'd mentioned before, he was leaving it up to him now. The captain nodded sharply, totally on board, and addressed the young master by his title. At that moment, Irene looked at our hero and asked if he was ready. He replied confidently that he was definitely ready. Just as the mudmen started reacting to Jason's attack, they began to swarm toward where the noise was coming from. They moved to a narrow side path along the canyon wall. But as they jumped around, our hero realized he couldn't let them slip out of the canyon that easily. He focused on them, finally seeing just how many there actually were. With determination, he gave the order that it was time to make a move. As they stepped onto the battlefield, Theta started casting spells, blasting the mudmen with waves of fire. Theta shouted as he continued to throw fire at the mudmen, his voice filled with anger as he called them filthy mudworms and vowed to burn them all to ash. A wave of flames erupted, instantly incinerating heaps of the creatures. With a wild spark in his eyes, he turned to Ruin, excited to show off his skills. He bragged about how much he had improved since their last encounter. Ruin nodded, admitting Theta was doing better than he'd expected, but reminded him not to celebrate just yet. Theta blinked in surprise at the comment, looking around and realizing the battle wasn't over. More mudmen were creeping up from the ground, their bodies twitching and moving like they were alive. Ruin's eyes narrowed when he noticed some of the creatures starting to crawl up the cliff. At the top of the cliff, Jason was already freaking out. He yelled for help, backing away from the edge. Ruin clenched his fists, unsure of what to do next. Then, the blonde girl next to him calmly suggested he throw her up there. Ruin frowned and asked if she was serious. She met his gaze without a hint of fear. He felt the sweat on his brow, knowing they didn't have time to argue. Just then, one of the mudmen reached the edge. Its arms reached out, ready to grab Jason, who backed away, trembling. His voice shook as he yelled at the monster to stay back, his heart racing with fear. He thought this was it. He didn't want to die like this, not when he'd never even had a girlfriend and life hadn't really begun for him. Out of nowhere, the blonde girl swooped down. From the air, she conjured icy chains that struck like lightning, instantly freezing the mudman and then shattering it. Jason was in shock. She landed next to him and asked if he was okay. He nodded slowly, still catching his breath, and quietly thanked her for saving him. She glanced at the battlefield below and pointed out that things were going as Lord Ruin had predicted. The mudmen couldn't escape to the sides or climb the cliff. They were being pushed down to the shore. Jason was speechless. He realized this was the moment the capital army had been waiting for. Now, it was their turn to jump into the fight. Heavily armed soldiers started their march. Their boots sank into the half-frozen mud, and their armor clanked with every step. Even with their training, a lot of them looked pale. This place felt cursed, like a battlefield where no one would make it back. Then one soldier pointed and shouted that the mudmen were charging at them. From the top of a frozen hill, a massive wave of creatures came crashing down. The ground shook beneath them, and fear spread through the ranks. Soldiers murmured that it was impossible to handle this many enemies at once, and they began to hesitate. But right in the middle of the chaos, the army chief raised his voice, urging the men to stand strong. He reminded them not to disgrace the Radiant Kingdom's name. He assured them that Thetas were right behind them to provide support, and their job was to hold the line no matter what. He raised his sword to the sky and roared for victory in the king's name. Without a second thought, Bolvar charged ahead. The other soldiers watched in awe at his bravery. One soldier clenched his fists, his body shaking with rage. Then he stepped up, shouting the same battle cry. One by one, the others rallied, charging into battle with blades drawn and hearts on fire. Meanwhile, Ruin and Theta found themselves surrounded by more mudmen. Theta mentioned he could hear fighting going on in the distance, knowing that the capital army was finally ready to clash with the enemy. Ruin looked around, noticing there were fewer mudmen left on their side, which likely meant that most of them had been pushed back toward the beach. Ruin told Theta he was going to leave this area to him and head off to help the others. Theta nodded confidently, saying he'd been waiting for Ruin to say that. He reassured him that things would be taken care of here. Ruin thanked him quickly and then darted forward, slipping through a tight spot between the slow-moving monsters and sprinting toward the front lines. The capital army was still having a tough time holding their ground. The mudmen were strong and relentless, pushing hard against the shield wall. Then, out of nowhere, the chief and Ruin's dad moved through the ranks, slashing down the creatures like it was a walk in the park. Their weapons tore through the thick mud effortlessly. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. They were in awe, wondering if these guys were even human. Suddenly, the ground shook as a loud explosion echoed through the air. The chief froze and scanned the area, trying to figure out where it came from. He wondered if it could have been him, but he wasn't sure. One thing was clear, though. Someone was taking out the mudmen with some serious force. Meanwhile, far away in the chaos, Ruin was unleashing powerful attacks, smashing the enemies into pools of black sludge with every blow. The monster attacking the soldier suddenly turned towards the explosion. The soldier gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of relief as he realized Lord Ruin had finally shown up. This was the mage support they'd been waiting for. Ruin was ripping through the monsters on his way across the battlefield with an unstoppable force. Bolvar felt a bit better, too. He'd already figured Ruin could handle the mudmen by himself. He raised his sword and shouted that it was their chance to go all out. He called on everyone to charge forward and wipe out every last mudman. With the enemy distracted, the soldiers rushed in, ready to take advantage. As the battle wore on, Ruin kept pushing ahead. He knew the mudmen fought on pure instinct. No memories, no thoughts, just raw violence. But he remembered everything. His own city had fallen to these creatures 10 years ago. He still recalled the flames consuming the streets and the screams of his people on the day he lost his mother. Now, several mudmen stood in his way. He felt no hesitation, no fear, just the need to wipe them out completely. He clenched his fist and pulled every ounce of power he could into his hand. His eyes blazed with determination. He promised himself he wouldn't stop until they were all gone. As night fell, the scene shifted to Jessen, who was recounting the day's events to two women in a tavern. He spoke with pride, trying to sound cool while describing his role in the fight. But he got annoyed when he noticed one of the women barely paying attention. She apologized, saying she must have dozed off. While Jessen kept ranting, Ruin's mind was elsewhere. He thought that the takeover of the Jinheng Plains was finally wrapped up. Over 15,000 were injured, but not a single person died. After more than 2 hours of hard-fought battle, they scored a complete victory. Even the lords seemed happy about it, saying the princess would be pleased with the results. Ruin felt glad to see him satisfied. Then Theta asked if Ruin was heading back to Iota the next day. He added that he probably wouldn't believe it, but His Holiness had been on the lookout for him all the time. Apparently, the guy thought he was a surprisingly promising mage around Iota. Ruin just nodded, acknowledging that he knew the mage had really upped his game. Next, the scene shifted back to the castle. As he entered, Stywald was already there waiting for him. He greeted Ruin, and when he asked about his father, Stywald told him that Lord Malvin was on the terrace, deep in thought. It seemed like he needed a moment to himself. Ruin immediately thought his father might be remembering his mother. He thanked Stywald, who insisted that he should be the one thanking Ruin. Stywald said he'd lived in Ardell for a long time, but today was one of the happiest days for him. He thanked Ruin again, saying that what he accomplished today was something nobody in their domain, including himself, would ever forget. Ruin was at a loss for words. Then Stywald suggested he go in since his father might be waiting for him. Ruin walked in, thinking today's victory was a happy one. But he knew that not everyone could smile, just like he couldn't when he thought about losing his mother. As he stepped onto the terrace beneath the bright moonlight, he reflected on how his father must be remembering that day. Lord Malvin was probably reliving the events of 10 years ago, even as he celebrated today's win. Then Lord Malvin turned and noticed Ruin standing behind him. He spoke softly, saying that he owed Ruin. Ruin was taken aback and quickly apologized, saying he didn't mean to interrupt. But his father just told him to come closer and asked if he wanted to try the wine he was offering. Our hero nodded, and his dad started pouring the wine, telling him it was 17 years old. It was called Selvarok, though he and Miria used to call it something different. Our hero remembered his dad always referred to his mom as Miria. His dad went on, sharing that they used to call the wine Amoros Ruin, which meant lovely ruin. Then he handed the drink to his son, saying that on the day he was born, he made that wine and promised they would drink it together when a happier day finally came. Our hero stood quietly as his dad mentioned that even though he couldn't keep the promise of drinking it with her, being with him now made him feel like he was drinking with Miria again. He took a sip and said it tasted amazing. His dad smiled, satisfied, and then asked what his plans were next. Our hero simply answered that he would expand their territory. Now that the subjugation was done, they would start cultivating the canyon. Suddenly, an interface popped up right in front of him, completely catching him off guard. A system prompt appeared, and sweat broke out on his face because he had no clue what it was about. The message left him feeling really confused. At that moment, Strang showed up on his shoulder, saying that something was off. He thought something happened to Kingram. As Ruin listened, Strang reminded him that today was meant to be a good day, but they needed to get to the academy fast. He urged Ruin to snap out of it, and said they had to go now. Our hero muttered under his breath. Was Strang really expecting him to deal with another threat so soon? Did he really need to save Kingram? He couldn't shake the question of what exactly was going on. Then he turned to his dad and said he was really sorry, but had to leave for a bit. His dad looked puzzled and asked what he meant all of a sudden. Ruin didn't say anything, but his dad seemed to get it and said if it was that serious, there must be a reason. He told him to go. Without saying anything more, our hero jumped off the building, his mind racing. Why now? Why did a quest pop up right after the subjugation, when the world was happening at the academy? Meanwhile, the scene switched to the academy, where a cloaked mage had forced King Ram to kneel and had already broken one of his limbs. King Ram clutched his broken arm, stunned that a mage had suddenly barged in and attacked him. He called the intruder insane for pulling such a stunt. He had heard rumors back at the academy that this Flame King, Tyrion, was dangerous. Now he was seeing it firsthand. Tyrion casually toyed with a crackling ball of mana in his hand. He said it all felt strange. Ever since Ruin Ardell had been chosen by Kankin's Fong, he had been able to wield power as strong as an orb. That mystery had bothered him, so he started digging into Ardell, then the academy, and eventually uncovered the truth. He accused the ancient Orc King Ram of having done something to ruin Ardell. Before King Ram could respond, another voice cut in, warning that no matter the reason Tyrion had come, he would be held responsible. Tyrion turned toward the speaker, scoffing that it was indeed Tyrion Ignite, and noting how quickly he had been detected. Tyrion closed the door behind him, while the mage asked how he intended to handle the consequences. The headmaster was taken aback at the mention of consequences. The mage went on, saying that if he had cared about them, he would never have started this in the first place. During Ruin Ardell's graduation exam, he had sensed that if Ruin kept growing, the day would come when his position would be threatened. That was why he planned to wipe out the key figures here and then finish things by hunting down Ruin Ardell himself. Just then, Someone barged in, shouting Kingram's name. Ardal looked up and was shocked to see the flame King Tyrion standing there with the headmaster at his side, leaving him to wonder what was really going on. Tyrion laughed, his voice bouncing around the dark room, claiming things were too easy for him now. He didn't even need to chase the kid down himself. They narrowed his eyes, wondering what was going on this time. As he stepped forward, dark energy pulsed through the area. His tone turned icy and sharp as he demanded to know how the kid had figured things out and come back. His eyes were wild with madness. To him, it didn't even matter. The kid was as good as dead now. In that moment, the old headmaster raised a spell and told the kid to get out of there. The kid tried to argue, but the headmaster insisted that Tyrion was too much for him to handle. Before anyone could say another word, a massive force slammed into the headmaster, pinning him to the wall with a loud crash. The kid hit the alarm, calling out for his master. Tyrion was already gearing up a fire spell with a deadly look in his eyes, saying it was time for the kid to die. Caught off guard, the hero barely had time to react, until Kingram's voice pierced through the tension. 4 ancient artifacts flared to life at once, blasting a wave of lightning that struck Tyrion, trapping him in a glass-like crystal shell. Mid-roar, Tyrion exploded with rage, shouting that someone had the nerve to interfere. But the glass shattered moments later, and he disintegrated into a storm of particles. Shaken and breathless, the hero fell to the ground, the weight of what just happened crashing down on him. Nearby, Kingram dropped to his knees crying. The kid rushed over, asking if he was okay. Clutching his injured arm, the Orge muttered through clenched teeth that even after sacrificing all the underground artifacts and using the banishment spell, this was all he could do. He felt guilty, thinking he had put the kid in danger. But the hero wouldn't let him take the blame. He insisted he hadn't done anything wrong and told the Orge not to worry. Looking over at the headmaster, the kid was relieved to see him, still conscious. The headmaster explained that he had sensed Tyrion nearby. But then he wondered, wasn't the kid supposed to be heading back to Or? How'd he end up here? He wanted an explanation, too. Taking a breath, the hero knew the truth wouldn't be easy to believe. He asked him to hear him out. He talked about an artifact called the Player, and Draka, a living embodiment of a mage. That's how Ruin had been able to tap into those Orge-related powers. He glanced at Kingram, realizing everything was starting to click. Feeling guilty, he apologized for not sharing the truth sooner, explaining that it had been too risky to talk about. The headmaster nodded, saying it was fine and that he finally got it. He figured there was no way Flame King Tyrion could have known all this, but seeing how the kid was growing and how strong his heart was, Tyrion must have sensed that he'd eventually become a threat. Tyrion decided to make his move before the threat really took shape, and it made total sense. The hero clenched his fists, feeling frustrated as he realized that Tyrion was now actively going after him. He knew he still had a long way to go if he wanted to stand a chance against him. Just then, a glowing interface popped up in front of him, saying the quest was complete and that he could break Kingram's pact, which had the potential to give him some serious power. The boy stared at the message in disbelief, remembering the old story about Kingram, who had been sealed in an artifact after losing to the headmaster's ancestor centuries ago. He turned to the Orge and asked what breaking the pact really meant. The Orge narrowed his eyes and explained that if the pact was broken, he could return to his true form and leave this place, but he wondered if the player artifact could actually do that. The boy assured him that it really could, explaining that he'd been granted this ability as a reward after the recent incident. Even so, the Orge pointed out that breaking the pact still needed the curse's consent. There was a heavy weight in his voice as he spoke. The headmaster stepped up confidently, calmly declaring that Ruin's will was his own, without a doubt in his mind. The boy looked at him with gratitude and then turned to Kingram, saying it was time to leave together. Kingram just stood there, shocked and trying to wrap his head around what was going on. Suddenly, a glowing interface appeared before them, announcing that the pact between Ruin Ignite and Kingram had been broken. Blue mana burst out from the Orge like a flood, coiling around him with energy that had been dormant for so long. He looked at his hands, amazed by what he felt, then quietly admitted that not even the player had managed to break this bond before. He bowed slightly and said he could see how burdened the boy was, asking if he was right. The boy nodded, admitting he still didn't have the strength to face the flame King Tyrion. The ogre smiled and said that was actually good because he had just thought of a way to help out. But they couldn't do it here. Slowly, he stood up, and the ground shook beneath him as he turned to the boy and asked if he wanted to join him on a journey to Sky Mountain. The boy was caught off guard. He had heard of Sky Mountain, and just the name alone stirred something ancient and dangerous inside him. Before he could respond, alarms blared in the distance, and voices crackled through the halls. Emergency! The underground prison's been attacked. All guards, start an immediate search for the escaped prisoner. Chaos erupted as soldiers ran in every direction. One guard was asking who could attack the prison, while another answered that they had no idea. The attackers appeared to be magicians, and so far, only one inmate was confirmed missing, but they hadn't revealed any names. Far from the smashed walls of the prison, a ragged man stood among the debris, breathing heavily, his body worn out but his eyes alive. George Garyhill looked at the man beside him and said it was an honor to be rescued in person. The man chuckled lightly, his eyes glinting with dangerous amusement. He warned Gary not to get the wrong idea. This wasn't about friendship or loyalty for him. It was just entertainment. As the dust settled and the sky cleared, his identity became clear. He was the crown prince of the empire. His name? Rainyak. Back at Sky Mountain, a bunch of orgs were chatting away. Among them were Amarush and Chief Tan, who King Graham had called out. They were pretty surprised to see the great human warrior back again. They shouted about his return and then did a double-take when they saw King Graham behind him, nursing his broken arm. Curious, they asked if he was finally back for good. He confirmed it, saying he was home at last. An older org suggested that the appearance of two great warriors called for a celebration, and they should throw a festival. Then they pointed out King Graham's arm, and he promised to explain later since it was a bit of a long story. After a moment, he turned to Harkan and apologized for the abrupt request, saying he really needed to ask something important. The old org reassured him that it was all good and encouraged him to speak up. They were all ears. King Graham clearly asked for the special org tendon elixir. At this, one of the orgs looked surprised. He went on to ask if they could whip up that elixir for their buddy, the one they called the Little Destroyer. Turns out, the special org tendon elixir was a super secret recipe the Sky Mountain orgs were really protective of. They fed it to young orgs as they grew up, but seeing it in front of him, our hero was unsure if he should drink it. He asked King Graham about it, but the org insisted he needed to go for it. King Graham reminded him he wanted strength to take down the Flame King, and there was a good reason for giving it to him. So, our hero, holding a big bowl that looked like a coconut, figured if King Graham was so adamant, there must be something good about it. He tilted the bowl to his lips and downed it, immediately realizing how disgusting it tasted. His face just about said it all. One of the orgs asked how it was. He couldn't help but say it was the worst thing he'd ever tasted. The org laughed and asked if he felt any difference. Confused, the hero checked his stats and was shocked to see that his strength had bumped up by 100 from that nasty drink. He wondered out loud if that made sense, and whether the org's strength could keep increasing like that. King Graham shook his head, explaining that for orgs, the elixir only works once. The hero paused, letting that sink in. What about him? Would his strength keep going up each time he drank it? King Graham looked at him and seriously asked if he thought Draka stayed on Sky Mountain for a century for fun. It was all because of the elixir. The hero quickly asked if there was any more of the elixir. He was ready to drink as much as they had. King Graham told him that the elixir he just downed was the last one they had in storage, and to whip up more, they need to gather some specific ingredients. But he reassured the hero that he didn't have to worry about that. He motioned to his org buddies, who were already out there collecting stuff like hardwood, fruit, muscle grass, stone, a spade, and even a saw. Everything was well underway. The hero was taken aback and really touched that his friend would go through all that effort for him. Then King Graham mentioned there was one last ingredient they had been struggling to find, org tendons, which were super rare and tough to get. The hero asked how they were supposed to sort that out. King Graham told him not to sweat it. Ironically, the Flame King had already set that ingredient aside for them. He held up his broken arm, and the hero looked at him, confused. King Graham calmly told him to use it. His arm alone should be enough for dozens of elixirs. The boy hesitated and protested, wondering if he was serious. King Graham just nodded and said it was his way of thanking him for freeing him from the oath. The hero thanked him sincerely. King Graham warned that chugging too many elixirs in a short time could really mess up the body. Even Draka took 100 years to get the hang of their effects. Who knew how long it would take the hero? The hero wanted to know what he should do next since the Flame King was still after him. King Graham stood up and said there was no reason to fret about that either. He had a plan. Earlier, when they kicked the Flame King out, he asked if the hero remembered how they used the artifact's power. The artifact had some time-related magic capabilities. He conjured a little flame from his arm and mentioned that the right to use that magic should still be good. Basically, they were going to tap into that magic. Saying this, he unleashed flames onto the mountain surface, creating a big hole straight into it. He planned to ride the flames down to slow down the passage of time inside the cave. From now on, time inside would flow way slower than outside. After a short break, he called out to the boy, asking if he was ready. He warned him that he was about to spend what would feel like an eternity. The hero had already packed his stuff and said he was ready. Without another word, he headed into the cave. Strang, who had always been by the hero's side, turned to King Graham and asked if he was really sure about this. It was going to take a long, long time. King Graham affirmed that, yeah, it would be rough. 1 hour outside would equal about 10 years inside the cave. Strang pointed out that even though one wouldn't age inside, it was still going to be incredibly tough. He mentioned he was an incarnate, so he'd be fine, but Ruin was human. King Graham reassured him that the little destroyer would handle it without a problem. Then he said they should head back and get organized. Just then, someone asked King Graham where he was off to. They turned around to see Ruin looking like a hot mess. They asked if he had really downed all that already. How much time had passed in there? The hero said he wasn't sure. He counted up to a week, but then lost track. Anyway, he said he could finally do what he'd always wanted. King Graham still looked confused and asked what he meant by that. The hero recalled stacking up bottles and downing them. He mentioned making a promise to himself. Every day inside that cave, if he ever got out, he'd destroy that cursed place. Now, fueled by the mana he had gathered, he swore he'd tear it apart. He punched the cave with all his might, and it exploded with incredible force. The hero stood tall, feeling like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He said he felt way better now. Then he asked if they were ready to go. Suddenly, an interface popped up, saying his strength had jumped to 20,000. He grinned and declared with full confidence that Flame King Terran was going down. Back at Rainyaka's estate, Gary was feeling pretty good about how things were going. Rainyak shrugged it off, saying he didn't need any thanks. He just needed someone to keep an eye on Ruin Ardell. Gary then asked about the Flame King, noting that he usually hung around with Rainyak. Rainyak admitted he had no clue where the Flame King was either. He'd been wandering off without saying a word. Deep down, Rainyak knew that even though the Flame King was his godfather, he needed to take full responsibility for whatever happened next. Switching topics, Rainyak asked Gary if he truly had a solid plan for dealing with Ruin Ardell. Gary confidently said he did. The Sword Grand Prix was happening in the Empire, and it was just as big as the Mage's Grand Tournament. He mentioned that Ruin Ardell's younger sister was picked to represent Ardell. Since Ruin obviously cared a lot about his sister, he would definitely show up to cheer her on. Gary explained that he and the Warlocks were planning to ambush and take care of him there. If it hadn't been for Tyrion messing things up last time, they would have succeeded already. But this time, he assured Rainyak they wouldn't fail. Rainyak agreed to give Gary one more chance, but warned him not to let him down again. At the Sword Grand Prix, which was like the Knights' version of the Grand Tournament, aspiring knights from all over showed up to compete. During the qualifiers, 4 knights were chosen for each region, and Luina had secured her spot as Ardell's representative. As her match got closer, she felt a bit nervous. Her dad was worried something had happened to Ruin, and it didn't look like he'd make it to the tournament. Luina quietly hoped her brother would still show up. He had promised to cheer for her. Later, her older sister dropped by to give her some encouragement and wish her luck. Luina found it a bit amusing how quirky her sister was, though she couldn't help but be impressed by her connections. With a confident smile, Luina turned to her opponent and got into her fighting stance. She was ready to win. Once the signal was given, the match kicked off. Luina charged at her opponent. As their swords clashed, a weird pattern of mana started swirling around them. They exchanged blows from distance, their strikes sending shockwaves through the arena. Gary was watching the match closely. Rainyak leaned in, questioning what was going on. Didn't Gary say their plan would definitely lure out Ruin Ardell? But Ruin was nowhere to be seen in the audience. Gary insisted something had to be off and asked for more time to look for him. But Rainyak was already fed up. He felt like trusting Gary was a mistake, claiming the plan had flopped. He turned to leave, and Gary apologized, saying he could pull back his forces. Rainyak hesitated. Then he reconsidered. If they couldn't draw Ruin out, maybe getting rid of Luina would do the trick. He ordered the plan to go ahead. Suddenly, a huge explosion went off in the distance. Panic spread like wildfire as the crowd scrambled for safety in every direction. Luina's dad was in shock. He yelled at her to run, struggling to process what was happening. Luina got caught in the blast and ended up dazed on the ground. Despite her pain, she turned to her opponent and asked if he was okay. Confused, she wondered what had caused the explosion. Was it an accident? Before she could think more about it, a group of mages appeared. One of them sneered, saying it would have been perfect if Ruin had shown up, but messing with his sister might hurt him even more. Tired and barely holding on, his sister raises her sword anyway. She asks who they are and why they're so intent on killing her. One of them just smirks and says there's no point explaining anything to someone who's about to die. Blue flames flare up in their hands, and they finally admit they're carrying a grudge against her brother. They prepare to launch the flames at her. She tries to press them for answers, but all she gets is a cold brush off, as if her time is already up and all that's left is for her to say goodbye. Moments later, they completed their spell, shooting several bursts of blue-tinged magic straight toward her. Luina froze, realizing she couldn't escape in time. She shut her eyes and wished that someone, anyone, would come to save her. Her dad could only watch helplessly. Rainyak was thrilled, clearly enjoying the chaos. Gary, standing nearby, looked pleased too, proud of his son, the crown prince, for doing such a good job. But then everything changed. Gary's expression tightened. Ruin's dad was just as shocked by what happened next. Out of nowhere, Ruin showed up and protected his sister, blocking the attack with his sword. He turned to her and apologized for being late. Luina's eyes filled with tears as she asked why he took so long. Ruin offered another apology, explaining that he had heard rumors about the Flame King showing up, so he came looking, but he didn't expect things to be like this. The mages laughed, one of them saying it was perfect timing, warning Ruin that even his dad would be done for soon. Ruin, taken aback by the mention of his father, found it momentarily funny that he had ended up here. Then, without warning, he lunged forward and landed a punch, sending the mage crashing to the ground. Instantly, everyone else froze. Both Gary and Raignac were shocked. Ruin raised his bloody fist and shouted angrily at the fallen mage, questioning who gave him the right to mess with someone else's sister. He pulled his fist back again, his tone deadly serious. He warned them that if they didn't want to end up like their friend, they better start talking. His voice turned icy as he asked where their father was right now. The threat sent chills down both Gary and the young lord's spines. Just then, someone called out our hero's name. It was Gary, who jumped down from the stands, angrily accusing him of killing his son. Without wasting a second, he charged up a spell and fired it at our hero, who easily dodged to the side. Our hero couldn't help but think it was funny that Gary had come looking for him. Made things way easier. Furious, Gary conjured a magical spear and shouted that he'd take him down himself. As he launched it, the spear whizzed through the air like a missile. But our hero found the whole thing ridiculous and mumbled to himself that it was Gary who was going down today, not him. Without missing a beat, he kicked the spear mid-air, sending it off course. The spear then split into two bolts that zoomed back toward Gary. In a panic, Gary raised a barrier, but it started to crack under the pressure. When he turned back to face our hero, he looked totally confused. A few months ago in the capital, he had the upper hand, but now the gap in their power was just insane. Seizing the opportunity, our hero struck. Gary stood frozen, shocked. The final blow sent him crashing to the ground. Everyone watching was in total disbelief, even Gary's own kids, while our hero kept delivering hit after hit. In all the chaos, our hero wanted to know how Gary managed to escape that underground prison in the capital. It seemed impossible for the disgraced Hill family to pull something like that off. Shaking with fear, Gary pleaded for his life, promising to spill everything. But the boy waved him off, saying he already figured out the culprits. It had to be either the Flame King or the Crown Prince. With that, he ended Gary's life with a swift strike. Watching in horror, Gary's son cursed Ruin and swore revenge for both his father's and brother's deaths. He yelled to the others to band together for an attack, insisting that if they didn't fight as one, the Hill family was done for. The group of mages began chanting spells, gearing up for a big strike. But Ruin stayed cool, telling them they still didn't get it, that scum like them were no match for him anymore. Then he summoned a massive spell. Energy swirled around him like a brilliant storm. The surrounding mages recognized it immediately, the orb of radiant light, a magical artifact that could blind anyone who looked at it. The intense heat pushed everything away. The spell he unleashed was 8th class, gigantic in scale, hovering above like a fiery meteoroid. When it finally dropped, it wiped out all his attackers in one fell swoop. From the sidelines, Raignac smirked, clearly impressed, thinking Ruin really was one of the best. At that moment, the Tower Mage showed up and called out to Raignac. Surprised, Raignac asked what was up with the sudden appearance. The Tower Mage wanted to know how Raignac could let such chaos happen in the Empire, shocked that he would act so openly. Raignac reminded him that he had disappeared without a word and was now back just to complain. The Tower Mage couldn't believe what he was hearing. Even after witnessing that spell just now, Raignac still had the nerve to question him. Raignac calmly acknowledged that the spell was pretty impressive, but asked what made it such a big deal. The Tower Mage explained that Ruin had actually pulled off an 8th class spell, which is something only top-tier mages can do. He mentioned that Ruin's current power probably matched or even exceeded that of the Flame King. He wondered if the Crown Prince really thought it was smart to poke at someone like Ruin by ascending weaklings from a struggling border town. Raignac shrugged it off and told him to chill, insisting he wasn't too worried about Ruin's fancy spell. But the Tower Mage warned that the prince had really messed up this time. Ruin shouldn't be underestimated. He might have caught on to Raignac helping Gary. Raignac shot back with confidence, saying he hadn't hidden that connection at all. Surprised, the Tower Mage asked why Raignac cared about Ruin. Raignac reminded him of their roles. He was the Crown Prince set to rule the Empire, and the Tower Mage was in charge of the continent's top magical institution. Meanwhile, Ruin was just some amusing distraction from a fading little nation. Raignac even teased that maybe the Tower Mage was scared of him. The older mage went quiet for a moment before finally admitting that the prince had always done whatever he wanted. So why stop now? Raignac was puzzled and asked what he meant. The Tower Mage responded that he wouldn't be dealing with the prince anymore and would take the issue straight to His Majesty, the Emperor. Word about the event eventually made its way to the Emperor. He'd caught wind of the rumors. There was a young mage from a small country who had reached 8th class. At just 17, this kid had already pulled off a meteor class spell. News of this impressive achievement was spreading like wildfire. The Emperor understood why there was so much unrest. Lewin Ardell, from the famous Ardell family, had hit 8th class status younger than the Flame King, Theron, ever had. This meant Lewin was advancing way faster and more impressively than Theron, which raised some serious eyebrows. People were starting to whisper that Lewin might be gunning for the title Theron held. Basically, public opinion was shifting, suggesting it might be time for a new master of the Mage Tower. Naturally, these talks reached the Emperor. The Emperor thought aloud about appointing a new master of the tower. He turned to his advisors for their thoughts. They acknowledged the situation, pointing out that this young mage from a small country was clearly a threat to Theron's position. The Emperor opened the floor for discussion on this serious matter. One of his close aides piped up, explaining that while there were many 8-star knights on the continent, there was only one 8th class mage, the Flame King. But now that there was another 8th class mage showing up at such a young age, it begged the question of whether this more naturally gifted mage should take over as Tower Master. That's when Theron himself decided to show up. He walked into the court without a warning and firmly warned the Emperor not to be swayed by rumors. The assistant was surprised by his sudden arrival and tone. The Emperor, taken aback as well, welcomed Theron's presence, expressing he'd rather hear straight from him. Theron moved in, questioning if His Majesty really believed the gossip. He insisted that just days ago, Lewin Ardell had been nowhere near his level. To think the kid had skyrocketed to that level overnight was ridiculous. The court fell silent. Then Theron dropped a bombshell, suggesting that the boy must have been messing around with some dangerous powers that shouldn't be touched. This made the Emperor's expression change sharply. His face hardened as the weight of the implications hit him. He started to wonder if Lewin's crazy growth was thanks to forbidden magic, maybe even black magic, or if he'd resorted to every reckless method out there. How else could someone's strength shoot up like that? Theron kept going, saying Lewin Ardell had probably tapped into some unknown power tied to orbs. He explained that the flames Lewin summoned had taken on the shape of an orb, a sign that something was off. Then, with a serious tone, he reminded everyone that the once-respected Gary Hill family had been wiped out by Lewin. The whole family, including George Gary Hill and all his sons, had been killed. Theron warned that if someone like that became the next master of the Mage Tower, it would definitely throw the Empire into chaos. The mention of black magic caused a stir in the court. Whispers buzzed as nobles and officials exchanged nervous glances. The Emperor, listening intently, admitted that if what Theron was saying held any truth, then Lewin's unnatural speed of growing stronger started to make sense. He nodded, agreeing with Theron that something about this whole situation was really sketchy. It was no longer just about who should lead the Mage Tower. It was turning into a legitimate threat to the Empire's stability. He even mentioned they might need to think about military action. Theron nearly smiled, feeling satisfied. With the full force of the Imperial Army behind them, he figured even that rising young mage wouldn't stand a chance. But then the young lord stepped in. He addressed the Emperor directly, asking him not to take such drastic measures. Theron's expression tightened with frustration at his son's interruption, clearly unhappy with his interference. The Emperor, already on edge, turned to his son, demanding to know what gave him the right to speak up here. The young lord stayed calm, stating simply that he didn't understand what his father meant. This response made the Emperor raise his voice, reminding his son that the Sword Grand Prix was a tournament steeped in tradition and honor. He accused his son of messing it up for personal reasons, saying he should have shown more care and restraint as the crown prince. But the young lord shrugged off the tournament's relevance, pointing out that it was already over and that bringing it up now was just an excuse to scold him. The Emperor shot back that the fact his son felt scolded at all proved he still had some sense of shame left. Then he demanded to know what he meant by asking him to hold back. Without skipping a beat, the young lord replied that he had already decided to kill Lewin Ardell himself. Even if Lewin had to die, it would be by his own hand. He admitted that he desperately wanted him dead. The Emperor was shocked by his son's words. His voice shot up in anger as he demanded to know how his son could dare say something like that. Just then, a loud cough echoed through the chamber, causing the Emperor to double over for a moment. The atmosphere shifted instantly, and concern rippled through the court as everyone started whispering, worried he might be seriously ill. Once he composed himself, the Emperor looked at his son and spoke wearily. He admitted he was done with what he could tolerate. Then, almost bitterly, he added that what the Crown Prince had said might be the best choice he could have made, given the situation. Theron was taken aback. The Emperor's words echoed in his mind. Was that really how it all ended? Just because of one comment from the Crown Prince? The young lord shot Terran a cold look, asking if he really had the nerve to drag the sick emperor out of rest just to catch one boy. Was Terran that desperate? The comment only fueled Terran's frustration. The young lord went on, saying his father's health was getting worse every day. Even the best healers had given up hope. In other words, all the emperor's power was about to fall into his hands. With that, he casually excused himself but turned to Terran one last time, calling him godfather before strolling away. Terran was left speechless. He wondered when the young lord had changed so much. Was that really the future emperor he just watched walk off? He used to think he would be the prince's wings. But ever since Lewin Ardell showed up, those wings had been completely shattered. That loss was something he felt he could never forgive. A moment later, he was seen slumped on a sofa with his head down. He called for someone, Doom Prime. He asked what might have happened if Doom had defeated Ruin Ardell at the Grand Tournament. Would things have turned out different if Terran had helped him win back then? Doom stayed silent. With a bitter sigh, Terran admitted it was pointless to talk about it now. The Tower Master's position would soon change hands. No matter how much the Crown Prince resisted, Lewin Ardell was unstoppable now. Then he asked Doom why he hadn't left him yet. Doom, the red-haired young man, simply replied that to him, the true Tower Master was always the Flame King. If Lewin Ardell was at the center of this mess, then he'd deal with him personally. Terran nodded slowly, but warned that with Doom's current power, defeating Lewin would be impossible. However, he suggested that this time might be different. That caught Doom Prime off guard. Terran's expression darkened as a sinister energy began to swirl around him. This time, he declared he would actively support Doom. The redhead's eyes went wide when he saw Terran's irises turn completely black. His voice dripped with suspicion as he asked if this was really what the Flame King wanted. Terran didn't reply right away. Instead, he placed his hand on Doom's face, feeling the intense pink mana pulsing just under his skin. In a deep, commanding voice, he reminded Doom that this was what he had always wanted, to be Terran's disciple. Now, he said, the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Doom Prime slowly smiled, ready to accept the power being offered. All around them, the room started to shake with a heavy, powerful energy. The scene shifted back to our guy, who was still practicing his spells, but his mind was off in another world. He couldn't shake the thought that it wasn't enough for them to go after his sister. They'd even dragged innocent people into their mess. He started wondering who was really behind all this. Was it the young lord or the Flame King? But in the end, he decided it didn't really matter. He was just going to take them both down. Without wasting any time, he headed straight for Terran's chambers. But halfway there, Lady Irene called out for him to wait and asked where he was headed. He told her he figured it had to be the Flame King or the Crown Prince behind it all, both of whom were now openly gunning for him. Irene was shocked. He confirmed it again and said things had gone way too far. There was no option left but to see it through to the end. She called after him, clearly confused by his sudden determination. He reminded her that she'd seen it too. They'd launched an obvious attack in a family-friendly area. If they kept letting their enemies run free, it wouldn't just be Ardell in trouble. The whole empire would go down the drain. Irene stood there, sweaty and speechless. She realized the Flame King was really targeting him, but the crazy magic he'd shown earlier in the arena was definitely on an 8th class mage level. He might actually be the only one who could stand up to the Flame King now. Still, she asked what he was planning to do. He told her to move aside. She asked again what he was talking about all of a sudden. And then, out of nowhere, Prime showed up, standing there with his massive sword, catching our guy off guard. The hero acknowledged him chill, as ever. It had been a minute. He asked if the Flame King had sent Prime to take him out. But Prime growled back, telling him not to say the Flame King's name like that. The hero just scoffed and called him a Flame King fanboy. That insult really ticked off Prime. He hurled curses at the hero, vowing that he, Doom Prime, would make sure the hero never made it to the Flame King. Then, he launched an all-out attack, his power charged up by the Flame King himself. The hero blocked the hit with his arm, recognizing Prime's stubborn loyalty to the Flame King. But then he noticed something unsettling. Prime's eyes had turned completely dark. There was a wildness in him now, something out of control. Flashbacks hit him, showing Terran asking Prime if he'd accept the power he was offering. Terran had known all along that even with that power, Prime wouldn't be able to take down Ruin, but that wasn't what mattered. The goal was just to buy some time. Now, Prime's eyes were fully black. He had lost it, turning into a total monster, attacking without any thought. The hero decided not to fight back, just to dodge and keep safe. Meanwhile, Lady Irene was stuck nearby, not even able to step in. She was in disbelief. Prime, once the strongest of all the 11 kids, was now on a whole new level. She felt tense and scared. What was happening? She shouted a warning at the hero to be careful. Prime's look reminded her of something she had read once. And then it hit her with dread. Doom Prime had gone through demonification. That term struck the hero hard. Everything clicked into place. Of course, The Flame King was behind all this. Prime had definitely lost his grip on reality. He was fighting blindly, not caring about anything around him. But the hero knew what he had to do. He had to restrain Prime and try to snap him back to his senses. Prime had completely lost it. He swung his sword down with all his strength, but this time he was caught off guard. Our hero managed to block the attack, barely. Since Prime put so much force into his swing, the hero saw an opening to use a technique he'd never tried before. With the huge blade at his feet, he unleashed a skill called Steel Break, letting him smash through anything as tough as steel in one go. In one smooth move, he sliced through Prime's sword like it was nothing. Prime was stunned. His weapon just disappeared in a flash. Before he could react, the hero followed up with a strong punch. He felt a bit sorry for Prime, so he promised to hit him without going too far. That punch knocked the wind out of Prime. The hero silently hoped he'd hang in there and come back from this. Meanwhile, a panicked soldier burst into the young emperor's room, frantically telling him he needed to get out. He started talking about the Flame King, but before he could finish, someone from behind took him out instantly. The young lord turned around, his voice steady but filled with bitterness. "So this is how you want to do it, Godfather?" Terran stood behind him, offering an apology. He claimed there was no other choice in the matter. The young lord shouted in disbelief. This was insane. He wanted to know why Terran was pulling this stunt. Did he really think taking him out would be enough to scare him? The Tower Master smiled coldly. No, he said he wanted more than that now. His position as Tower Master was at risk. The only way forward was to gain serious power and crush Ruin Ardell completely. As he said this, his eyes turned pitch black with demonic energy. He kept going, declaring that he wasn't just going to be the Tower Master. He was going to be the ruler of the whole world, and that power would come from the hidden energy within the young lord, the next emperor. That sent chills down the young lord's spine. Then Terran reminded him of something he'd said when he was younger. Never back down from what you believe in. Sticking to those words, Terran extended his hand, casting a spell and vowing to make everything happen his way. The young lord, still defiant, shouted that he wouldn't just give up because of some words. He ordered the guards to seize Terran right then and there. But before they could move, the guards who had surrounded the room launched their attack. Terran reacted in an instant and cast a spell that knocked them all out in one go. Everyone was stunned, not even able to process what had just happened. When silence fell again, Terran turned back and coolly asked the young lord if he was done. The young lord let out a laugh, even though it was tinged with fear and disbelief. So this is how it ends, huh? Fine, then. Go ahead and try to take down Ruin. The scene shifted back to our hero in a brawl with Prime. Looking down at him, they could see Prime was totally beat up, swollen like a ripe tomato. Lady Idony wondered if he'd be all right, considering all the hits he'd taken from Ruin. Our hero shrugged and said he was still breathing, so maybe it wasn't all bad. After all, a few punches were better than being stuck as a demon. Lady Idony agreed. Then Terran showed up, commenting that, as expected, Prime wasn't even close to stopping him, but at least he did a decent job. He laughed, saying Doom Prime had played his part well by just buying him some time. Lady Irene was shocked by the creepy vibe Terran was giving off. Our hero said it was finally time to take on Terran and vowed to take him down. But as he zeroed in, something fell off. This Terran was way stronger than the one he'd faced just days earlier. The energy radiating from him was intense, and his eyes were pitch black. Terran told Ruin Ardell that there was no way he could beat him. As Terran started to chant a demonic spell, our hero yelled for Lady Irene to move. An enormous explosion rocked the area. Outside, the other heroes and officials were freaking out, trying to figure out what was happening inside. Cries filled the air, raising concerns. Our hero's sister gasped as she spotted her brother with Lady Irene. He shouted for them to get out, warning that it was too dangerous and they needed to help evacuate everyone. His sister couldn't wrap her head around why he was acting like that. Meanwhile, our hero carefully set Lady Irene and Prime down in a safe spot. He turned back to Terran, demanding to know why he was causing chaos where innocent people were gathered. Terran just laughed, saying they were way beyond that point. Our hero should just be ready to die. With that, Terran conjured a spell buzzing with electric energy and launched a lightning bolt at the hero. Frustrated, our hero shouted, questioning what was happening. He thought he could finally confront this jerk, but the power coming from Terran was just too much. The demonized Terran sneered, challenging him to give it everything he had. Ruinardo was caught in the chaos. Our hero was getting seriously worried, wondering what Terran had been up to all this time. He could feel something was off. This magic wasn't your everyday energy. It had to be something more. Then he thought about the Crown Prince. Right now, though, Terran was making life hell for him. Then it hit him. This crazy guy had absorbed the Crown Prince's energy. Before he could fully process it, Terran slammed him against the wall, muttering angrily about whether the kid would ever back down. He even admitted that getting provoked had actually fueled him. Thanks to that, he'd finally turned into a demon god. That word struck our hero like a lightning bolt. He realized that Terran's jealousy had pushed him to tap into some forbidden power. The energy was so intense, he couldn't even begin to guess how many others had fallen victim besides the Crown Prince. Clenching his teeth, the hero declared that people like Terran shouldn't exist. If he wasn't stopped, the whole world would spiral into chaos. In that moment, he vowed to take down the Flame King, no matter what. The atmosphere grew heavy, and suddenly a system prompt flashed before him. A quest had started: defeat the demon god and save the world. Meanwhile, over in another part of the city, the hero's sister woke up Lady Irene. When Irene opened her eyes, she asked what was going on. The sister explained that Ruin had told her to gather the remaining citizens and get them out of the capital. But there weren't nearly enough of them. The whole city was in flames. What were they supposed to do? Back at the city center, Terran and Ruin were going at it with everything they had. The sister watched, feeling helpless and heartbroken that her brother was fighting all alone, and tears streamed down her face. Lady Irene urged her to stay calm, but when she glanced back, she spotted a bunch of people behaving strangely. A terrible feeling crept in. Those folks had also been turned into demons. It was clear now that Doom Prime wasn't the only one Terran had corrupted. He must have planned to wipe everyone out from the start. Turning to Luina, she told her to get out of there first. She'd find a way to handle things on her own. Just then, Sir Bolivar showed up with his sword drawn, telling everyone to stay back. It seemed like this old man was ready to lay down his life here. Lady Irene insisted she'd fight alongside him, but the seasoned warrior told her that the young master wouldn't want her to be heartbroken over this. Irene knew her mind was made up. If they couldn't protect the citizens now, she'd regret it forever. Suddenly, a huge burst of flame shot through part of the battlefield, leaving Lady Irene stunned. She looked around, trying to figure out who had just pulled off that brutal attack. The headmaster rolled in with his entire battle crew, swearing that they were too late. He apologized to everyone, admitting he didn't expect it to take this long. With that, the Real battle kicked off. Demons and humans met in a fierce clash. In the chaos, mages lit up the battlefield with their flames while demons tore through their lines like they were nothing. Swords sliced through them like butter. The plan was clear: end this quickly and rush to Ruin's aid as fast as possible. Back on the battlefield, dust and smoke filled the area. Terran loomed overhead, tall and menacing, while our hero found himself in a pretty sorry state. He cursed himself for being so weak. After all that training, was this really how it was going to end? He had to protect everyone. But Terran just laughed, claiming it was a fitting end for fools like them. Their desperate struggle was pointless. Now that he'd ascended to demon god status, he was ready to wipe them all out. He unleashed a meteoroid spell that rained down fire from the sky, saying goodbye as he aimed it straight at our hero. Everyone watching gasped and screamed for Ruin to get out of there. He stood frozen, wondering if this was really the end. But then he remembered he had to protect everyone. Even if he couldn't, he had to at least try. Something deep inside him stirred, a power like he'd never felt before. Satrang, watching from a distance, sensed something shift and whispered that this energy was beyond anything she'd witnessed. In that moment, a massive defensive spell erupted, shattering the meteoroid flames instantly. Terran was left speechless. He shouted in disbelief. How could anyone block an attack from a demon god? Our hero stood tall and replied that until then, he couldn't have. But it wouldn't be fair for only Terran to become a demon god. Now, with a huge, radiant creature towering behind him, he told Terran it was finally time to really fight. Terran was in disbelief, struggling to understand what was happening all of a sudden. The energy he felt was off the charts, like a real god had just shown up out of nowhere. Getting ready for a punch, more like a godly punch, he announced that it was his turn. As he threw his punch, Terran charged in, attempting to block it with a defensive spell. But he was too slow to react, and the sheer force hit him right in the cheek. Letting out a scream, he went flying across the city, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the master was left stunned, wondering what kind of power this was, and if it really was Ruin behind it. Strang watched silently, recognizing that wild energy, it was Duraka's essence. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Was Ruin the one who summoned this? Just looking at the incredible creature made it clear to everyone that Ruin had transformed into a brand new god of destruction. As Terran scrambled to his feet, he gritted his teeth and accused Ruin of pulling sneaky tricks, vowing not to let that slide. He started weaving a powerful spell charged with black mana. It gathered intensity at its core, engulfing his whole body. He declared that nothing standing in his way would survive. Casting the spell twice, he sneered, taunting Ruin about how long his arrogance would hold up. Lightning bolts crackled around him as he shouted that Ruin was destined for destruction. He shot all the lightning at our hero in an instant. But Ruin, calm and focused, realized something Terran, as a demon god, hadn't figured out. The being he summoned, Duraka, was known as a god of destruction once. With a raised hand, Ruin started forming a defensive spell. He confessed that battling Daraka now was basically suicide. Then he slid his hand forward, absorbing all the incoming demon energy spells. A huge wave of lightning surged at him, but didn't touch Ruin at all. Terran was left speechless, questioning what kind of nonsense was going on. But Ruin shot back that now it was his turn. He unleashed a thick beam of yellow fire straight into Terran's face. Terran tried to absorb it at first, but just as he did, a godly punch slammed into his ribcage, sending him crashing to the ground. Everyone watching was in shock, but Terran quickly got back up and admitted to Ruin that even after trying everything he could, he still couldn't take him down. So he declared that if he couldn't win, he'd drag Ruin and this entire cursed world down with him, ready to unleash his full power. He began casting a destruction spell, an atomic boom. Our hero was completely taken aback and demanded to know what Terran was rambling about. Terran shot back that everything was about to end. He unleashed a spell, and a huge star-shaped aura wrapped around the whole city. Dan, our hero, cursed at this lunatic. He realized Terran had completely lost it, wanting to destroy the world just out of jealousy. Now that he understood how serious this was, Dan knew he had to stop the attack too. He had to give it everything he had. He figured his punch had to do the trick once and for all. So one last time, he called on all his allies to band together and take down this crazy guy. With a massive boom, our hero smashed through the attack and launched his counterstrike. He yelled with all his might, while Terran yelled back, claiming that in the end, Ruin meant nothing against the demon god. He vowed to wipe him out, along with everyone supporting him. But Dan wasn't backing down. He shot back that the one who was powerless was actually Terran. As Ruin pushed back, his energy was way more powerful than even that of the demon god. Terran was left stunned, watching helplessly as his spell crumbled like dust. He wondered if it was really over just like that. As he gritted his teeth, he cursed Ruin, saying he'd curse him even in death. But the force of it all hit him, and Terran was reduced to dust. As our hero came down, the whole city was in flames. His sister rushed over and asked if he was okay after all that chaos. He told her he was fine, but then suddenly, his expression turned serious. Grabbing his head in pain, he exclaimed that something was wrong. His head felt like it was splitting apart, and the pain was too much. He screamed and collapsed. His sister hurried to his side, telling him to hang in there. But he yelled at her not to come closer, warning her to stay away. She couldn't approach him. Strang watched in shock, recalling a moment when Daraka had gone crazy from gaining too much power too fast, transforming into the god of destruction. She feared the same was happening to Ruin. He was gritting his teeth, soaked in sweat and writhing in pain. Strang was freaked out, unsure how to stop him. If this kept up, Ruin would awaken as a god of destruction too. Then suddenly a single word echoed, "Stop." She was stunned and found herself in a place that felt like it only had Ruin in it, completely empty. She wondered what was going on. Just then, a voice came through, saying it had been a while, Strang. Both she and Ruin heard it. The voice called Ruin the Little Destroyer, but added that what it referred to her didn't really matter. What mattered was its purpose. It said it had brought her there to help the Little Destroyer. Dan looked at the figure and immediately recognized who it was. He shouted, "You are Daraka?" Our hero stood there, totally awestruck. Before him was Daraka, the dragon famous for being the ultimate powerhouse and also the bringer of destruction. Just feeling that insane energy was mind-blowing. He asked where they were. Daraka explained that he pulled him into his inner world for a bit. He figured something bad would go down if he left our hero alone. At that moment, our hero was dangerously close to losing it with all that power, just like Daraka did in the past. So he had to step in, no matter what. Strang, feeling anxious, asked what they should do because she didn't want Ruin to end up like Daraka. She didn't want to watch him lose control again. Daraka looked at her and said that's exactly why he showed up. The player artifact that connected him to the Little Destroyer could be cut off, and if he used all his power to break that link, nothing could hurt Ruin anymore. Strang exclaimed that if he poured out all his power, he would vanish. Daraka calmly told her not to be too upset. After becoming the god of destruction, all he did was wreak havoc on the world. But if Ruin could handle that power without being consumed by it, he'd do way more good than Daraka ever could. Plus, cutting that link didn't mean he'd lose his power. Suddenly, our hero spoke up, asking why it had to be him. He didn't get why everyone was going through all this trouble for him. His voice softened as he admitted he wasn't even sure if having this kind of power would help anyone. Daraka assured him it definitely would. As tears streamed down our hero's face, Daraka continued. He said he gave him the power because Ruin reminded him of himself. Before Daraka had any power, he struggled through life too. But in the end, he got consumed by it and led to destruction. Ruin, however, was different. As a player, Daraka had watched Ruin grow from having no power to becoming strong. Even after getting that strength, he always used it for good. Unlike Daraka, Ruin would guide the world in the right direction. Our hero was speechless, completely at a loss for words. Daraka smiled gently, saying their time was up. He was glad to see the little destroyer and Strang again. He thanked her just like he had before. Now in tears, Strang cursed him, calling him a damn lizard bastard. Just then, everything around them started shaking. As the ground trembled, they exchanged their final goodbyes to the mighty dragon. Then our hero returned to his life, looking up at the sky in pain. Everyone around him was staring, concerned. He said they scared him. They replied that he scared them too, adding that he had suddenly collapsed, making them think something terrible happened. Feeling bad for worrying them, he thanked everyone and expressed how grateful he was. Even though he had called for help out of nowhere, they all dropped what they were doing to come. The headmaster chimed in, saying that even though it was a last-minute SOS, everyone rushing over just showed how good of a person Ruin really was. Just then, the Emperor showed up and apologized for interrupting what seemed like a pretty heartfelt moment. Everyone froze, getting ready for a fight because, this was His Majesty. But instead, the Emperor said he needed to talk to Ruinardo. Our hero couldn't help but wonder why the Emperor had come all this way for him. Was he here to confront him about taking down his close advisor, the Flame King? Given that the Emperor had just lost his son, the Crown Prince, maybe he wasn't exactly thinking clearly. Then the Emperor spoke again. Sir Ruin, I'd like to personally apologize. He bowed really low, which totally shocked everyone. He went on to say that the chaos in the Empire was on him. He hadn't seen Terran's evil side and had even given him more power. His biggest mistake, not keeping his son in check. He mentioned that he'd seen Ruin's battle with Terran firsthand, and in that moment, he realized that if Ruinardo fought for the world, it had a better shot at improving. So, he straight up asked Ruin if he would become the Mage Tower Master of the Empire. Our hero was completely blown away. A few days later, his friends were celebrating the news. One of them said Ruin was now on a whole new level. Jason chimed in, saying he always knew Ruin was something special, but getting offered the Tower Master position at such a young age was insane. Our hero admitted that he never even imagined something like this. While sipping on a beer, he thought about the offer he received, stepping in as the successor to the Flame King, Terran. Becoming the Tower Master meant he'd be someone everyone respected. He had taken down the former Tower Master and traitor, Terran, and the Emperor himself had recommended him. If he decided to take it, he could transition right away. But with Terran's rebellion and the Crown Prince's death, the world was a mess. Being the new Tower Master came with a huge responsibility. He had just graduated from the academy. Could he really handle all this? Just then, someone called his name. It was Lady Irene. She asked what was on his mind because he seemed a bit off. While everyone else was celebrating, she remarked that being hit with such a massive responsibility out of nowhere must feel pretty overwhelming. Our hero agreed, saying it was an amazing opportunity, but he couldn't shake off the worry. She suggested that maybe they should go on a trip, somewhere he could chill out without any stress. Our hero thought that sounded great. They should definitely go. She smiled and casually suggested heading to her place. He turned to look at her with those intense eyes, stunned. Instead of feeling those electric vibes, all he could manage to say was a confused, huh. Our hero went along with her, but then his avatar popped up, freaking out about how he'd never even dated before and was moving way too fast. It asked if he was really going to that girl's house all alone. He just stood there while his avatar mentioned how his friends had helped him out, backing off enough so he could take the trip solo. The avatar noted that Jason, one of their friends, was more perceptive than he thought. Ruin, feeling a bit annoyed, asked why the avatar didn't just back off too. The avatar pointed out that it was the only one he had. Just then, Irene turned and asked what Ruin was mumbling about. He shrugged it off, trying to focus on her charm, realizing he was on a trip with her all alone. The destination? Prius, Lady Irene's hometown. He had no idea it was in the mountains, but hey, it didn't seem like there was much around. While looking around, someone suddenly charged at him from nowhere. He was caught off guard but managed to dodge the guy's kick just in time. The attacker was impressed and told him he had some skills. Ruin asked who the heck he was and why he was attacking him like that. The guy shot back, asking who Ruin thought he was, calling him a punk, and wondering if he wanted to get hurt. Irene, watching the whole thing, quickly apologized to Ruin, explaining that the guy was her older brother. Ruin was confused, asking why he attacked him. The brother, with his blonde hair, said since Ruin dodged him, he must not be a random punk after all. He stepped closer, questioning if he was dating Irene, and then grabbed Ruin's shirt, telling him they'd talk more after he threw a punch. Ruin asked him to let go, but then realized this guy, Aduma, was an 8-star martial artist. Aduma was curious why Ruin wasn't answering, wondering if he thought nothing was going on. Irene shot him a sharp look and told him to stop. Aduma turned to her, asking if she was seriously siding with this guy. She retorted that even if he was her brother, he was overdoing it. Her brother seemed stunned, asking if she really thought so highly of this guy. She replied that she'd saved Ruin and called her brother dumb for not understanding. That didn't sit well with him. As Ruin thought about what her family might be like, her brother went to tell their dad that his precious daughter brought a guy home. He smashed the ground in frustration, shouting that if Ruin wanted to take his daughter, he'd have to fight him first. That's the spirit, the dad chimed in. Irene, feeling disappointed, told her dad to chill out. Ruin began to wonder if maybe he should have just stayed home. Out of the blue, someone arrived, telling them to cut it out for not welcoming Ruin properly. It was Irene's mom, and both the dad and brother started sweating, quickly apologizing. Ruin felt relieved because, finally, someone around here seemed decent. He was struck by how graceful she was and wondered how she managed to live with her husband. Turns out, she was an 8-star martial artist named Saida. Ruin was curious about this family. Then he got the scoop that the Prize family used to be super famous and owned a huge estate, but had fallen on hard times. Their descendants ended up in this remote area, living secluded lives focused on training and meditating. But Lady Irene, with her magical talent, aimed to bring her family's glory back. Her mom then prepared a meal and apologized for the earlier rudeness. She admitted that the men in the house were just overly emotional and acted without thinking, but they were good people who loved their daughter a lot. She asked Ruin to try to understand. Our hero was familiar with this kind of love. He said it was kind of a big deal for someone like Irene to bring home a guy. Her mom just shrugged and said she didn't feel shaken at all. He was a bit surprised by that. Then she added that if their daughter brought home a guy, it probably meant she was serious about him. Right, Irene? She went ahead and asked the girl, who was turning red and looking nervous. Irene agreed, of course. Then her dad walked in with a bunch of guys, saying absolutely not. He made it clear that if someone wanted to take his daughter out, they had to get through all of them first. Her mom thought these guys were completely nuts. Our hero wondered who these guys were. Turns out, Irene had a ton of big brothers. The dad said he believed a man needed strength to stand up and protect his woman and family, no matter what. With that strength comes a sense of responsibility. That was how he lived and how he raised his kids. He told our hero that he looked like someone who grew up in comfort and questioned whether he had any real strength at all. Our hero replied that if they were talking about strength, then for sure, that was what he was most confident about. Prius asks our boy what strength he is most confident in. Then he laughs, saying that he has got guts, and he will give him that. Our hero replies that if he is asking about responsibility, he can say he is second to none, and if he is asking about physical strength, he is confident he will not lose to anyone. Irene's brother, Aduma, says that not losing to anyone sounds like the words of a total scammer. He adds that it is obvious, father, a scammer like that must have tricked their innocent Irene. Then he smirks and asks how about proving what he just said, since they were just about to head out for some training, father and sons together. He warns that it will not be easy, as even skilled folks tend to avoid their training. Our hero simply says it sounds good. Then he turns to Lady Irene, saying he will warm up a bit. She asks if it will be with her family men, and our hero answers that they only know training, so becoming friendly through training might be the fastest. Then he says he will be right back. As they head out, their mother tells Irene not to worry. From the look in that boy's eyes, she says he should handle it just fine. Irene replies that she is not worried about Ruin, which surprises her mother. She asks then what she is worried about, and Irene answers that what she is worried about is those reckless men. The scene shifts to the training camp, where the young brothers are striking huge rocks in half. They talk among themselves, saying it is a new record and a chance for growth. Prius tells them they still have a long way to go. As expected, it is still a long road to reach 9-star. Sitting above a rock, he looks at our hero and wonders how this boy even dared to pursue his beloved daughter. In his mind, bringing him to the training ground will be enough to crush his spirit. But our hero is beaming with energy. He admires the young brothers, saying their strength is truly impressive. Then he turns to a larger rocky mountain and says that he will show them something too. The brothers wonder what he is doing, thinking there is no way he is planning to destroy that mountain of rock. But our hero only smirks. Then, in a sudden attack, as energy buzzes around him, he clenches his fist. Prius is surprised by the stance of the boy. As Ruin lands his strike, shockwaves ripple with yellow mana that tear through the mountain. Everyone is stunned, realizing that there is no way a mountain that big could have been segmented like that with bare hands. They wonder what kind of mage could possibly be that strong. Then our hero reveals that, in Prius's eyes, the most important trait in a man is the strength and stamina to protect his family. Just as he expected, they were probably planning to crush his spirit through training. They ran together until the point they thought our hero would collapse and die, but he did not. Instead, he declared that he would go all the way with them. To him, this was the perfect chance to prove his strength and stamina. A few days passed like that. While running, Irene's brothers always lost their stamina, yet they would see our hero still looking hale and hearty, asking them if they were okay and offering to help them stand, reminding them they had dinner to eat together. Irene's younger brother, Aduma, thanked him and asked if he would be working out tomorrow as well. Our hero answered, of course. Then he asked Aduma if they might call him young. The brothers looked at each other in confusion, but Aduma finally agreed. After that, they began to get along with one another and talk more openly, while Prius silently observed, watching everything. That night, our hero told the family something that stunned the brothers. They were surprised to learn that he had truly been acknowledged as the next Tower Master by the Emperor himself. Irene confirmed it was true, reminding them that she had been the mage who stopped the Flame King Theron's rebellion, so it was only natural. The brothers were excited now, realizing that such an amazing figure was visiting their house, and that they were meeting the next Tower Master in person. Then Prius asked why Ruin was only telling them this now. He said that if Ruin had spoken earlier, they might have treated him differently from the start. Ruin simply replied that other titles did not matter to him, which surprised Prius. He asked what he meant, and Ruin explained that what he truly wanted was to be acknowledged by Lady Irene and her family. In that process, the title of Tower Master meant nothing. Prius laughed in astonishment. Irene's mother remarked that she could hardly believe it, but surely he was someone Irene would fall for. Wasn't that right, dear? Her words made Irene blush, though she quickly complained to her mother not to say such things. Her father remained silent, only observing, but his expression seemed to admit that it was true. Later that night, while the household was asleep, our hero awoke to hear someone calling him. When he looked, it was Prius. Surprised, he wondered what Irene's father was doing at this hour. Prius told him to come with him because they needed to talk. The two went outside into the night, and our hero thought to himself, since he said he wanted to talk, what could it be that he wished to say? His father suddenly asked him a question. He was confused at first and replied, "Yes, father." With sweat pouring down his face, his father said that, as he had repeated many times, Irene was a very precious daughter to him. Could he take responsibility for a daughter like that? Our hero stood silent for a moment, then with confidence answered that yes, he could. His father calmly said all right. Skill, effort, character. Even though they had treated him so rudely, his attitude toward them had lacked nothing. But he warned that if he ever took his daughter and made her cry, he would never let it slide. He told him to take good care of his daughter, Lunaral. Our hero smiled brightly. In astonishment, he could only thank her father for such gratitude. The next day, while both were getting ready to leave, her mother asked if it wasn't kind of early. Our hero told them they would visit again sometime. Aduma countered, saying there was no need for that, since they would just go and visit him instead. Then he added that they were planning to do the formal meeting at the hour, so Ruin and Irene should keep dating until then. This, although making them blush, also surprised them with the boldness of her brother. Irene even kicked him in the leg, calling him an idiot and asking what he was saying. As they all greeted the couple and asked them to visit again, Irene was completely filled with butterflies. While on the way, she reluctantly asked our boy that now, with both families having given their blessings and no one left to stand in their way, what exactly were they to each other? Our hero was stunned by the sudden open question, but then he smiled calmly and told Lady Irene that they should date seriously. With those words spoken, the atmosphere grew calmer, and Irene responded with a pleasant smile, asking him to take care of her, calling him Sir Ruin. In this way, 5 years passed. The scene then shifted to the Mage Tower, where Strang reminded him that the memory of his confession was still vivid, saying that the moment had been wild and that every word remained unforgettable. She sat on the sofa and casually repeated his word from that day, remarking that he had asked Lady Irene to date seriously. After a sigh, she observed that he still talked about the same thing even after 5 years, and she told him that if he intended to assist her, then he should focus on his work instead of slacking off and reminiscing about the past. By this time, our hero had become Tower Master with the recommendation of the Emperor. Strang simply addressed him as Tower Master Ruin. From the moment he took on this role, he had lived a busy life, with Strang serving as his assistant to help him manage the heavy responsibilities. Meanwhile, Ardell itself had gone through significant changes. Ardell grew into a well-established city thanks to steady development. Hansen contributed as Ardell's knight, while Jason managed the administrative affairs. Above all, the greatest contributions had come from our hero's father. At that moment, his younger sister arrived and called for him. He welcomed her warmly, calling her the Sword Grand Prix champion. She answered with confidence that such a victory had been inevitable with her skills. Our hero reflected that she had continued striving toward her dream of becoming a swordswoman. Years later, she entered the Sword Grand Prix once again and emerged victorious. Now she stood at the side of the Emperor. He asked her what brought her to him that day. She explained that she had come to check whether her brother was properly doing his duties and to see how well he was preparing. He wondered aloud what she meant by preparation. She told him not to pretend ignorance about what she was referring to. With a smile, he reassured her that he understood and that everything was perfectly prepared, leaving no room for complaint. A few days later, people gathered in the territory, dressed formally and speaking among themselves while urging one another not to push. When our hero called out to Hansen, someone announced the arrival of one of the stars of the day, the Tower Master himself. The crowd gasped at the sight of him, astonished that it was truly him. He thanked Hansen for the help, but Hansen dismissed the gratitude by saying that such assistance was nothing between friends. Our hero then turned to another familiar face and greeted Sita, remarking that it had been a while and mentioning that news of Sita's promotion to top counselor of his city had reached him quickly. Sita confirmed the news with a smile and asked in return how it felt to be getting married. He admitted that he had expected our hero's talent to take him far, but had not imagined that it would happen so quickly. Our hero smiled again, but their attention was drawn away by the sudden sound of crying. Hirani's younger brothers were shedding tears, lamenting that the wedding was happening far too soon. Their mother scolded them, urging them to stop crying since everyone was watching. Sita remarked that the brothers had not changed at all, and our hero agreed with a smile. The event was about to begin, so he excused himself to get ready. The crowd grew uneasy, suspecting an earthquake. Our hero calmed everyone, explaining that it was merely the arrival of the invited orcs. His old orc friend soon appeared, declaring that the orcs could not possibly miss the union of the one they called the Little Destroyer. At that moment, Jason walked up the stairs and began his speech. He introduced himself as a mage from the Mage Tower who would be hosting the ceremony. He informed the guests that the wedding would be starting shortly and instructed everyone to take their seats. He repeated his introduction with pride, boasting a little more than necessary, and mentioned that he had recently spoken with the bride and groom, who had asked him to thank all the guests for traveling from afar to celebrate this day. Finally, he asked whether the time had come to call forth the main star of the day, and he welcomed Ruin Ardell. As he spoke, our hero walked in through the main entrance. His sister congratulated him warmly, as did his professor. Soon, the main entrance opened again, and Irene entered in her beautiful dress, walking at her father's side. She appeared so radiant and breathtakingly beautiful that our hero was stunned, realizing then and there that he had made the right choice. He reflected on how her relentless efforts to restore her family had transformed her into a world-famous mage whose name was known by everyone. And now she stood ready to become his wife. Taking her hand, he vowed within himself that he would be a good husband. His father watched proudly and declared that he believed in him. Jason then announced that it was time to welcome the officiant. He introduced him as the Tower Master, a mentor, and his own teacher as well, Dean Tyrion Ignite of the Academy. The Dean began by offering his congratulations to the couple. He spoke of how the two standing before everyone had endured and overcome every hardship by supporting one another. He added that even if similar challenges should arise in the future, this couple, bound in marriage, would once again overcome them together. He reminded all present that true marriage meant relying on one another during difficult and sorrowful times. Our hero held Irene's hand tightly as he listened, until the Dean invited the newlyweds to speak their vows. Our hero recalled the day he first saw her, in an antique shop during the Great Festival. He admitted that he could hardly believe he was now marrying someone who had once seemed so cold and stubborn. Looking back, he realized he had been drawn to her confidence and cleverness. With that, he solemnly declared himself, Ruin Ardell, to be his wife's closest friend. Irene in turn pledged herself as Irene Prius, promising to be her husband's loving companion. Together, they affirmed their vows as one. Finally, they expressed heartfelt thanks to all the guests who had come from near and far to celebrate their wedding. At that moment, fireworks erupted and the night sky blossomed with light, filling the air with joy. In that radiant celebration, everyone offered congratulations to the young lady and the Tower Master. Our hero reflected that, for someone as small as he once was, it was astonishing that he had achieved all of this. He believed it must have been possible because of the help he had received, including from that celestial creature he remembered so vividly. He admitted to himself that he had run endlessly, faced crisis after crisis, but in the end, he had pulled it off splendidly. He thought wistfully that it would have been wonderful if Draka could have witnessed this moment too. Just then, he heard Draka's voice congratulating him. His eyes widened in shock, for he truly heard something. He asked Strang if she had heard the voice as well, but she replied that she had heard nothing at all. Our hero stood frozen, stunned into silence. Then, after a pause, he smiled casually and dismissed it, saying to himself that it must have been his imagination. He reflected further, confessing that if one day, far in the future, someone were to ask how he would remember himself at this very moment, he would answer that not even for a single moment would he feel regret. Turning back, he recognized this as the conclusion of a journey he had run without hesitation.